Chapter 126, Relationship Boards. This wasn't how Victor imagined his first ultrasound session as a future father. Then again, he never expected to have one in the first place, and especially not in a gal-run undead clinic. As you can see, Jules explained, projecting his divination spell on the white wall opposite to the patient's bed. The living fetus is developing at an accelerated rate compared to a standard humanoid, probably due to her fiendish nature. Since fiends are born ready to fight, we must assume little Brainina should at least be able to walk on birth. Is she going to claw her way out? Isabel asked, laying in a bed while Victor sat at her side, holding her hand. Brainino was insufferably impatient. I had to kick him out early. Unlikely, considering your resistance to physical damage. Victor slightly zoned out, as Jules went into details about demon morphology. The picture of his daughter on the wall obsessed him, a tiny baby with wings, a tail, and sharp nails. Something he should have been disturbed by, but in truth, she was the most beautiful thing in the world. She has your tail and your wings, Isabel noted. And she has your everything else, Victor noted as well. I thought she was half humanoid though, not half dragon. Dragon blood is strong, Jules said. It is bound to assert itself in some way. In fact, she may even inherit a breath of some kind. After this, darling, I want to be spoiled, Isabel said, caressing his cheek with her finger. Because I intend to spoil you too. I have prepared the best vacation resort, he replied. Unfortunately for him, she aimed a little higher. You lack ambition. While hellhound fights are the latest fad, I will settle for nothing less than gladiatorial games in my honor. What? Victor panicked. In the middle of a war? Darling, this is your heir and me we are talking about, she replied pompously. Bring those lesser Tarasques you have been breeding, and have them fight for my amusement. I'll see what I can do, he said evasively. Mr. Victor. Victor's succubi summons entered the room, surrounding a prisoner whom he identified as Sigrun, Votan's head Valkyrie. At least the fact that he was now their exclusive employer meant that they did bodyguarding full-time. We caught her sniffing around. I did not come to threaten you, the Valkyrie protested. Lord Votan asked us to behave. Then why are you here? Victor asked, slightly on edge with his unborn children in the building. I was curious, Sigrun admitted. We Valkyries, we never. Battle maiden? Victor squinted when she left her sentence hanging. She glared at him, before looking away. I do not understand how any female warrior could accept this indignity, she declared, looking at Isabel more. How can you fight in this state? With insta-death, spells and brimstone, the archdevil replied with cold disdain. I usually have others fight for me anyway. The Valkyrie crossed her arms, unable to find a good answer. Mr. Victor, one of his Marilith spoke up. Since we are all gathered in the same room, perhaps we can discuss the honeymoon. The vizier froze. The honeymoon? Part of the settlement is that we are treated with the care of official mistresses, the serpentine demon replied. Since our company has a strong esprit de corps, we have decided to form a union and equally share our privileges. As such, we want an official romantic honeymoon to celebrate our new, exclusive partnership, a succubus added. We thought a luxury group trip to the elemental plane of water would be more than adequate. Do not worry about the cost calculations for all the expensive dinners, massages, spas, etc. We did it for you. You do know we are about to declare war on Prydain soon? Victor asked them with heavy sarcasm. We understand the political climate, which is why we agreed to postpone after your inevitable victory, the Marilith replied mirthfully. But we want to make the reservations early. We also want more emotional care, a winged demoness added. We wish to be considered as more than lust objects. We want each of us to have dates, dinners, intimate emotional connections. Our customer value is almost as important as money to us. Victor sighed. Much to his shame, he didn't actually remember the names of half of them, so he had a long way to go. Oh, also, that reminds me, Jules spoke up. The Lynette paternity test returned positive. She agreed not to file charges in exchange for a pension, a vacation house in Murmurin, and an official title. What? The Reaper almost jumped back, knowing the agony his budget already experienced. Other alimony payment? I haven't even seen her in more than 7 years. Darling, if this peasant is causing you problems, we can purge her, Isabel suggested happily. Nobody is purging anyone. Victor replied firmly. I take back what I said, Sigrun said, having observed the scene. The male is obviously the most miserable in this arrangement. Victor. The bedroom's door opened wide, an angry goblin stepping through. You traitor. Why did he have the feeling the day was only about to get worse? Gobliner, I swear I was going to tell. You are going to have a child with our teacher? Gobliner glared at the vizier, before violently pushing a surprised Sigrun out of her way. And you didn't make me the godmother. I thought we were friends. We wanted to announce it under better circumstances, Isabel replied, having considered the goblin her second most favorite student at Scalomance. Maybe even organize a class reunion, to see how far everyone has gone. It's fine, I forgive you both, so long as I get to be the godmother. The goblin brushed it off, instantly fascinated by Isabel's stomach. Is that why you always had top grades in diabolism, Vic? I had private lessons, he admitted. I am going to spoil her rotten, gobliner gushed. I will give her a gun for her first birthday, so she can snipe rebels as soon as she can aim. My, that is very thoughtful of you, Isabel replied, with a smile. Victor told me that you have conquered your first country. I am recruiting the best trainers for my brainina. Perhaps you would be interested in taking her as an apprentice once she comes of age. I would be delighted to show her the ropes. Victor suddenly realized that his daughter may grow up surrounded by bad influences. Oh geez, look at the time, he said, eager to escape the room. I have to visit Chocolatine. Your other woman, Isabel said, looking at him strangely. Darling, you remember that Brainina is your heir? I'm sure she will be delighted to have half-siblings, as long as they remember she is the eldest and first in line. You know how decadent courts full of intrigue develop. He had followed enough courses to know he wanted to avoid such a setup at all costs. I'll make sure everyone gets along. Family first, Victor replied, although the discussion soured his mood a little. He moved to another room of the clinic, where he found Chocolatine on a bed, attended by Undead and Allison. Hello, handsome, the Dryad told him. Hi, Vic. Chocolatine waved at him, a ghost casting detection spells on her. Isn't it a bit early for a magicography? I am only a few weeks pregnant. They are just checking for potential biological problems early, he replied. I mean, you are a werewolf, the kids are were-slimes and were-dragons. There may be complications, like the kids chewing their way out. Oh, can we visit my brother when they are done? So he knows he will become an uncle soon, she all but begged him. Do you know he settled down with savory use on the dark side of the moon? Yeah, he had heard. Charlene had come barging into his office when she learned the news, furious that her loathed ex was happily settling down. Victor was pretty sure that it gave ideas he could have done without right now. Sure, he said, before making a face. Vic? Chocolatine asked as he moved on the opposite side to Allison. Is something wrong? I will have to remove you from my Black Horseman perk. The werewolf said nothing, blinking in surprise, then gave him a quick kiss. Vic, you have touched her first, Chocolatine said, her ear lowering in disappointment. Are you replacing me with her? No, he replied hastily, holding her. But Choc, things are going to keep getting worse from now on. I don't want to put you in danger. I'm crested, Vic, she replied proudly. I can take care of myself. I know, he said. But you're not alone anymore. Chocolatine bit her lower lip, but saw reason. Choose someone who can help then, the werewolf said. Like Al, or Charlene. I'll consider those with the best fighting abilities, he promised. I'll keep visiting you whenever I can. They hugged, but this time, it felt sadder than comforting. As he exited the room and prepared to teleport out, Allison stopped him, closing the door so Choc wouldn't listen. Vic, she said, you are clearly unwell. Is it that obvious? He asked. Truth be told, the stress of keeping the peace, of managing his newfound family, and preparing for war gnawed at him. I am a priestess, the Dryad replied, holding his hand. People come to me when they need to confide, or to release tension. I can serve as your therapist, if you need it. I'm not sure you're supposed to sleep with your therapist. In Cybel's church, it's part of the healing process, the Dryad replied, confirming what he had always suspected about the hippie church. I know you use physical intimacy to cope with the pressure of your position, but in your case, I believe that you need an ear. We can simply talk. I will listen and I won't judge. He considered it, before letting out a heavy breath. I would prefer talking, the vizier admitted. Someone to help unload the burden. Then tell me, Breeder Dalton. The walls of the clinic trembled, the booming voice coming from outside. Victor and Allison immediately rushed to the window, opening it to find a blue, lightning WYRM right outside. Lord Grandrake. Victor blinked. The world needs you, the WYRM shouted. I crossed the sea to seek your help. Are the foamers attacking El Goldorado? Allison panicked. No, Grandrake shook his head. I cannot find any mushroom prince. All remaining elf royals are more inbred than smays, and orc males are too stupid to breed. Many of our captive princesses may go extinct in 2 generations. Oh, good. Viva la democracy. Wait, you don't mean. I have heard the wonderful news, Grandrake confirmed. You can breed half-dragons, which makes you the next best thing to a true prince. You can enhance true princessness with perfect dragon genes. Victor and Allison exchanged a glance. Breeder Dalton, follow me, Grandrake declared as if laying some kind of great chosen one prophecy before the Reaper. Follow me, to Goldorado. You must fulfill your destiny. Victor nodded, once, twice, and then spoke 2 words. Emergency teleport. To honor Seng and relieve tension before the conclave, Victor had organized a monster poker tournament in her honor. Countless monsters had gathered in the central plaza to either play or observe the battles. Demon and orc entrepreneurs had quickly set stands and improvised bars to service everyone, running through stocks of whiskey and Tarask food. Venkyor himself played, using an orc woman as his hand. Since the tournament involved teams of 2 to foster cooperation, the dragon played alongside a conscripted Goronike. Surprisingly, their opponents, Rollo and Jack, seemed to hold their own, mostly thanks to Smith's stubborn attempts to play the tiny cards with his big hands. And King Votan stood nearby, observing the scene in silence. While some of his Valkyries mingled with Murmurin's citizens and seemed to get along, nobody dared break the ice with the mighty Foma. Walking through the crowd under the cover of a perfect invisibility spell, one capable of hiding his body odor and the sound of footsteps, Victor decided to let the Foma alone for now, noticing Kia near to a bar stand. You've stopped playing? He asked the paladin, startling her as he sat right next to her. I thought you had jumped on the monster poker bandwagon. Vic, is that you? She looked around. Are you in this? Shush, he replied, putting a hand on her shoulder. Grandrake has been stalking me 4 hours and is incredibly perceptive. He always finds me. This was insane. How could a giant creature be so good at ambushing someone 1/100th of his size? Kia looked at him strangely, or rather, in his rough direction, but didn't comment. I went to the quarterfinals with my partner, but Rollo and his fairy friend demolished us. Looks like they are doing well, Victor said, surprised. He could count the number of players who had survived past the first round against Venkyor on one finger. Rollo plays a broken farmland deck, and Jack is almost as nasty. I didn't even know plants were competitively viable. Kia glanced at Votan with a hint of paranoia. How did you convince 2 Fomas to behave? Blame Chocolatine for Jack, and 5 charisma checks for Votan, he replied. You're worried? Yeah, I am. I spent a decade fighting them. Still, Victor took the fact that no fight had broken out yet as a good sign. I've also been meaning to ask, is this Seng Prophet rumor true? Yes, he said, I did it for you. Oh, Vic. She made a face full of compassion. You sold your body for me? No. God damn it, Victor didn't solve all his problems by prostituting himself. I simply agreed to help spread her faith after she put her tentacle on. You know what, never mind. How is the paladin shook her head. How does your mess of a love life even function? Besides the alimonies-fueled bankruptcy, the jealousy, the politics, and trying to make time for everyone? He let out a heavy sigh. It's a lot more tiring than I thought it would be. Like Murmurin, there would have been a war by now without me to keep the peace. Managing an extended family is hard. On one hand, I feel compassion for you, but on the other hand, you also brought it on yourself. I know, Victor replied, but I didn't think it would be this bad. And now that they know I can have half-dragon kids, I get stalkers now. It's even worse than after Venkyor defeated Brandon Moore. I know how it feels, Kia said, to pursue a goal and realize that it wasn't what they made it out to be. I've been there too. Victor shook his head, wanting to change his mind. What about your love life? Actually, she stroked her hair. I've been seeing people. Really, he looked at her curiously, but being invisible, she probably didn't notice. Yeah, there's that half-orc paladin of Isengrim, and that handsome dark elf I play monster poker with, Kia explained. It's thanks to you actually. Since every fertile female monster in Murmurin is after you, except me, the lack of options forced the guys here to muster the courage to approach me. It is a very weird setup. You're exaggerating. Vic, is there seriously a female creature between 10 and 18? Between 18 and 30 in Murmurin that you haven't slept with, or who didn't try to get in your pants? Well, easy. You. Kia seemed a little offended at this. Vic, did you never make a move on me because I am a paladin, she marked a short pause, or because I am black? Oh, no, I find you very attractive, Victor reassured her. At one point at Scalomance, he had even asked his succubus in turn to polymorph into, well, it's just, honestly, you're a straight-laced paladin in the service of my patron goddess mortal enemy, and we have completely opposite outlooks on life. Also, Camilla was already distraught about Venkyor's last-minute teleportation, and he had no intention to piss her off further. I would rather have fewer women in my life right now, not more, Victor admitted. Yeah, don't take it personally when I say a hell-sponsored conqueror is not my type either, Kia replied. Now that I have suitors I get along with, though, I'm not sure which one I should pick. Why not both? Victor asked the simple solution, before realizing how much that way of thinking had cost him. Old habits died hard. I'm not a skirt chaser like you, Kia replied, although without any condemnation. I want a person I can truly rely on, since my last serious boyfriend killed us both on Earth. Quality over quantity. Yeah, it would mean less headaches. You remember the dungeon architect quest? Kia suddenly said. The one you found fishy? I asked Charlene, and besides learning which criminal church sponsors it, she said, with an angry sneer on her face, I learned that the prize for this year is the plot armor artifact. Victor had heard of it. You want us to participate? It might be our last chance to gain levels before fighting Ogiers, and we could use a magic item that powerful. Speaking about levels, Victor summoned a bottle of wine and put it on the counter. Kia didn't react. The vizier suddenly realized that the invisibility spell was still active, and lifted it for the bottle. This time, Kia made a face at the sight. That's a bottle from Seng's realm, which will make you drunk but not lift the curse. You must use it to earn a level in one of Seng's chosen classes. Thankfully, he put his veto on Fisherman, Drunken Brawler. If you succeed, as Seng's prophet, I will confirm that you atoned for your apostasy. And if I do, the curse is lifted, she asked, her eyes full of hope, before towards the person behind the counter. Bring me a pot of grease please. Victor wondered why she would order that until a busty orc barmaid delivered. Kia drank the whole bottle in one row, broke it, before putting her hands in the grease. Then she rolled them in the glass shards. That's not very, paladin, Victor said, astonished. But it's very, drunken brawler, she replied with a savage face, the alcohol seeming to take effect. And I can't take salt water anymore. I will do whatever it takes. What had he done? What had he done? Silently walking away from what he expected to be a bar brawl of epic proportions, Victor wondered if he should approach Wotan before deciding to let the Titan and his Valkyrie posse make his own opinion about Murmurin. The vizier wouldn't always be present to smooth things over, and for his plan to work, the Foma Lord needed to choose peace of his own volition. Still, he would hang around, in case a catastrophe happened. Breeder. Victor froze, turning his head to find Grandrake's eye peeking over his shoulder. Breeder Dalton, I have found you again. How? How did Grandrake manage to sneak up on him? That mammoth was more than 60 feet long, and the invisibility spell still active. Breeder Dalton, you may have the cunning of a mermaid princess, but I have hunted far subtler prin. Grandrake's boasting suddenly ended, as the dragon caught sight of King Wotan. The atmosphere became immediately suffused with ambient electricity, as the two ancient enemies looked at one another. Charisma checks incoming. Chapter 127, Interlude, The Tomb of Furibon. Somewhere in the New World, Hollywood's mountain. Months after the Battle of El Dorado, sitting on his throne, in the deepest, darkest room of his dungeon, Furibon was giddy with excitement. At long last, his contributions had been recognized. Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of today's dungeon. A tall, bulky red fiend spoke to a floating mirror, transferring the images back to Happy Land. I am your host Pepito, and today, we are going to interview this year Deddy Awards favorite, the arch-rival of Aincure Knightsbane himself. Furibon, former rival. We forgot one another. Furibon observed the demon more closely, finding him vaguely familiar. Weren't you the announcer in Brandon Moore's arena? Yes, I lost my job shortly after Aincure at the audience, the fiend said. But after 6 months of despair and homelessness, I bounced back to take the world of MonsterBiz by storm. Good to see the survivors of Ishphania's old regime had all turned a new leaf, even Miss Moore. This only confirmed Furibon's belief that revenge was a pointless waste of time. After all, if he had spent all his time plotting Knightsbane's demise, he wouldn't have achieved his dream of building a famous dungeon. Mr. Furibon, your dungeon, The Tomb of Furibon, has been nominated for the Deddy Awards in 5 categories, including Most Lethal Dungeon, Best Supporting Mini-Boss, Best Dungeon Boss, Best Dungeon Design, and Best Dungeon Sound Design. Since this is your first official work, you must feel honored. I am very proud, Furibon replied. Especially the Best Sound Design one. My team struggled a lot to put all these rats in the walls. A dungeon is more than a place, it's an atmosphere. Truth to be told, I intended to participate a year ago with my Castle of Murmurin, but Knightsbane, a shame. He had been very proud of his Black Beast mini-boss. It is true that I have become an adventurer, and achieved fame fighting the evil, toon, monsters inhabiting Hollywoods, but at heart, I will always remain a dungeon hobbyist. Well then, you may have a new chance to pit your passion against Vainkyur Knightsbane. Do you know that he is expected to participate as one of the adventurers team, alongside Paladin superstar Kia Beckel? Furibon chuckled. Very funny, this is not a joke. The Light marked a long pause, as he realized the fiend was serious. I never thought I would feel empathy for a Paladin of Mithras, the Light admitted, after considering the implications. I hope that she is safe. To showcase his dungeon design, Furibon and his team agreed to give us a full, live demonstration, the fiend declared, immediately changing the subject. Let's meet our contestants. Furibon scrying ball, Furibon cast a spell of his own design, a spectral crystal ball showing the dungeon's entrance room appearing before him. His teammates had gathered in a great stone hall, separated from the dungeon's first corridor by a purple energy barrier and a dragon statue. Sarah Dillon, the fiend commentator, pointed at Blackford, female beastkey. She carried a bandolier full of bombs, potions, and monster poker cards. A rattling, alchemist, gambler whose absurd luck protects her from everything. It's not luck, it's fate, the Raki protested, the fiend's voice having carried through the divination mirror. She had served Furibon as his training partner, before the final duel with Knightsbane. Marty Orkling, goblin slayer extraordinaire. The unofficial leader of the team was a mighty orc, covered by an iron armor and wielding a magical bow. A bowman mercenary, he combines combat effectiveness with a keen tactical mind. Just because my classes have low intelligence growths, doesn't mean I'm stupid, the orc declared. The fiend then pointed at the fairest member of the group, a pink-haired elf dressed like a belly dancer, her beauty hiding her saber's deadliness. Jenny Starflower, half bard, 1/4 fencer, and 1/4 dancer. A murder machine who kills evil with style. I'm bi-neutral, so I can go both ways, the elf replied. Finally, Mr. Raptor, the last, a hawk-like member of the team, hung on his staff with a defeated expression. A birdkin, wizard, and priest of dice, the main reason why his team has survived despite their suicidal urges. Until now, the birdkin complained with a gloomy voice. Bleep you, Fury. I have the panacea, I can cure you of almost anything, Furibon replied calmly, and you still owe me your life, for that El Dorado mess. Yeah, but I thought we would pay you a vacation or something, not give you a free torture session. Raptor, you're exaggerating, Jenny said. Sure, Fury is cranky, but he would never go that far. He is right though, the goal of a dungeon is not to have fun, Furibon whispered to the fiend reporter, low enough that his team wouldn't hear. It is to emotionally drain the will of adventurers, to destroy them physically and mentally. I prefer the old-school approach of crafting every room to heighten the pain. What do you have to say to the new randomized rogue dungeon movement then? The demon asked him. They've had a lot of success in recent years, especially against the unpredictable dragon adventurers. They are hacks. A dungeon is art. Each room must be exquisitely crafted, or else it is not memorable. The Light did have a trap room summoning random high-level monsters, but it was only a one-time gimmick. As for dragons, I have found the ultimate defense against their dungeon raids. His team was already scouting the barrier, Marty shooting an arrow through, only for the projectile to disintegrate on contact. They turned to examine the dragon statue, noticing a hole in the mouth, and inscriptions written on the jaws. I make them pay. We have to pay a fee to get in, Jenny complained. Every time, Furibon replied through the scrying ball. And even for a demonstration, I won't give you free tickets. After everything we've been through together? Sarat complained. You traitor. The entire team loudly protested and tried to find a way through the barrier without paying for it. In vain, only a spellcaster in Furibon's own league could even hope to get through. As for the rest of the dungeon, he had it built with the best material. Even dragons couldn't break through it, and the multiple magical defenses cancelled favorite tactics such as teleportation, intangibility. It's to force them to commit, Furibon explained to the demon, as his team ended up paying the tribute after failing to bypass the barrier. The problem with adventurers is that they scout dungeons. They go in, kill monsters, get out, heal, and then come back. By inflicting a monetary penalty each time they enter, I forced them to commit to finishing the dungeon in one attempt. It also paid for the dungeon maintenance. These traps weren't cheap. Furibon was very proud of his death course. Magically lengthened with spatial magic, this tremendously long hallway was a marvel of engineering. As soon as the team stepped inside, they had triggered the main trap, a rolling boulder launched right behind them. Since the hallway went down into the earth, like the entire dungeon, they quickly found themselves with no way to go but forward. The boulder was made of star metal, the most powerful alloy on Outerman D, and completely immune to magic. It couldn't be teleported, moved out, or stopped. It could even crush intangible creatures. And Furibon had set it on fire with oil. Of course, the light wanted his challengers to struggle for their life, so he had booby-trapped the entire hallway too. His poor team was frantically racing through it, trying to dodge spells cast at them by booby-trapped ones hidden in the walls. Lightning bolts, fireballs, acid, the necromancer had spared no expense. "Oh, I see that someone loves the classics," the fiend said, as Sarat triggered a hidden hole on the ground and barely hung to the edge, a trap that could hold a humanoid, but not big enough to stop the boulder. "Is that a snake pit?" "Somewhat. I have found that snakes in the pits end up eating one another and starving unless they are fed a steady supply of meat. That's why ancient tombs traps tend to degrade. Folks, they were never made to last past 100 years, the demon told his fiendish audience. Even Akhenaten, who held the record of awards for a single dungeon with Sabla's Tower, had to turn his snakes into undead. I thought about undead too, but then my teammate Marty suggested an innovative solution," Furibon explained, zooming inside the pit. "Robots." Robots. On a closer look, the pit was full of acid-spewing, mechanical serpents. They hissed at the Raki, whose orc allies struggled to get her out before the boulder crushed them both. "Robot snakes, robot sharks, robovermen," Furibon explained. "All environment-friendly golems that can endure the test of time. So your teammate is trapped between a rock and a hard place," the fiend laughed, while Furibon wasn't amused. "So you deny allegations that golem automatization causes job losses?" "I feel golem automatization completes a dungeon's workforce instead of replacing it," Furibon said, although he was thankful for the decreased labor cost. "Why won't you die, you stupid sword thing?" Jenny the elf snarled, as she frantically stabbed a screaming Excalitrap. The beast kept Raptor the priest against the ground, while the rest of the team kept two chest mimics at bay. After wisely ignoring all free supplies Furibon had left on their way, all of them poisoned, the group hadn't been able to resist the lure of a room full of chests. "I am still amazed that adventurers haven't wised up to this predatory tactic," the fiend commentator said. "Someone should have developed spells to tell chests from mimic apart by now." "It wouldn't help," the like said, loud enough to be heard by his team. "Every chest in the first half of the dungeon is a powerful mimic immune to magical detection." "Every chest?" Raptor complained, outraged. "Every last one, each more powerful than the last," Furibon replied, before whispering to the fiend commentator. "But the treasure chests in the second half are genuine, and full of powerful treasures." "But if challengers have been expecting all chests to be mimics, won't they ignore them?" the fiend asked, keeping his voice low enough for the team to remain in the dark. "Exactly. I want them to ignore the genuine treasures, only to feel regret and cry tears of pain when they realize the truth. That is brilliant in its cruelty. A friend has a saying," the like said. "They are so doomed, it becomes art." By now, the group had managed to kill the mimics, with no loot to show for it. They only earned a key for the next room. Carefully, wary of traps, Marty the orc opened the nearest lock, and then quickly backed away when the door opened. He raised his bow and aimed at whatever awaited beyond the threshold, only to find an innocent duck. The bird looked up at the orc, who frowned in confusion. Jenny the elf's eyes widened in horror. "Marty, shoot the duck." "What?" the archer asked back, as a sadistic gleam filled the bird's eyes. "Shoot the bleeping duck." The monster quacked and threw itself at the group. Much faster, the archer reacted on instinct and shot the bird dead. Boom! A mighty explosion of flames and feathers threw Marty against the opposite wall, shaking the entire room. What was that?" Raptor asked, rushing to his ally's side to heal him. "A suicide duck," Jenny shouted. "They explode on contact as a defense mechanism, inflicting around 300 fire damage." "Wait, they kill themselves as a survival mechanism?" Sarat asked. "Isn't that self-defeating? Predators tend to go extinct around them very quickly," Furibon replied mirthfully. Jenny sighed. "Marty, just shoot the ducks when you see them." Furibon pushed a button on his throne, a wall opening in the treasure chest room. Dozens of bird eyes looked at the adventurer crew from the shadows, and ominous quacking sounds echoed through the dungeon. After losing arms and eyes, after suffering wounds and humiliations, the team finally made it to the true treasure room. A hoard worthy of knightsband awaited them, a mountain of gold, gems, and magical items, buried in a vault the size of a city district. But as soon as they entered, the room's doors locked up behind them. The adventurers prepared themselves for battle, as a mountain of coins shifted and adopted a humanoid shape. The treasure gained arms and legs, to better crush the thieves. A mythical coin golem mini-boss. Desperation. Marty the orc readied his bow, empowering it with all his might. His arrow became a searing missile of fiery light, hitting the golem at the speed of cannonballs. Much to Furibon's astonishment, the arrow pierced through the golem and blew it up in one strike. The projectile continued its course and fragmented the vault ceiling upon hitting it. "I knew Fury would pull off something like this when we reached the horde," Marty boasted, as the mini-boss collapsed, "so I brought Artislayer arrows in bulk. I empowered them with alchemy before we came here," Sarat added, raising her newly amputated left arm. "See? You're so predictable, Fury." "Well, that's disappointing," Furibon admitted. "One should never underestimate adventurers. But you aren't done yet." He clicked on a new mechanism in his throne, the layout of the entire dungeon changing. New areas replaced the old, traps rebuilt themselves, and the death course adopted its true form. "For now, you have to get out of the dungeon," the like explained, "by braving its second half." "I lost an arm, Fury," Sarat the Raki complained. "That's not funny. I said I would cure you, physically and emotionally." He had even set an enormous bank account, his entire fortune and all winnings from his adventurer days, aside to fund an emergency revival, if needed. Even if Furibon would never admit it, he had grown fond of this group of screw-ups. "But even if we are friends," Jenny said. "It's called being friends, Fury." Yes, the light cleared his throat, embarrassed. "Still, I must treat every challenger all the same, for the sake of fairness." "In that case," Raptor the priest brought out a pendant, hidden beneath his robes. "You won't complain if I use this?" Furibon froze, upon recognizing the item. "No. An amulet of true recall, Raptor explained. It teleports us back to our sanctuary and ignores teleportation blocks. It cost me all my money." "Oh, could it be that the dungeon master forgot to patch out that one weakness?" the fiend commentator asked. "I did not anticipate this," Furibon admitted. "The amulet was powerful enough to bypass his own wards. It won't change a thing. Although his last trick would have a bit less impact. Everyone, take everything you can carry, and let's teleport out," the priest told his team. "I set the teleport point right before the barrier." "Where is my bottomless bag?" Sarat complained, checking her bandolier. "I think the ducks blew it up," Jenny replied icily, grabbing all the gold she could in her arms. The others had brought 2 bags and filled them to the brim with gold. Having enough of the dungeon, they very much wanted to escape as hastily as possible. The priest activated the amulet, its power bypassing even Furibon's mighty magical protections. The group vanished from the treasure room, teleported back to the entrance. Furibon had his scrying ball follow the group, just as his last trap activated. What the Raptor's eyes widened in terror. Much to the group's horror, their hard-won gold had lost its luster. For the second they had crossed the barrier marking the dungeon's frontier, they had triggered a contingency spell. One last joke, meant to punish adventurers for their greed and teach them the value of prudence. In a second, all their gold had turned dark gray. "Lead." Marty the orc's eyes became empty pits of despair. "It's all lead. The gold turns to lead when taken out of the dungeon," Furibon said. "The best items in the vault were the unremarkable ones." This trick was why he had developed the transmute gold to lead spell in the first place. He had expected the first adventurers to discover this feature to cry, but instead, they stood in silence around their worthless loot, their face white and their gaze devoid of hope. They didn't make a sound or scream in frustration. They just broke. "Beautiful." The fiend nodded to himself. "So what do you reply to scaled people accusing you of lead addiction?" "I admit that it has become a..." Furibon struggled to find a word, "a guilty pleasure." Still, when he looked at his destroyed team, he felt pain in his ribcage, which said a lot, since he didn't have a heart left. "I am treating you all to a trip to Las Veganos," Furibon said through the scrying sphere. "I will pay for your gambling tabs. And you invite us to Leviathan Sushi?" Jenny looked up, hopeful. Furibon sighed. "Yes. Or, I have tears in my eyes," the fiend commentator said. "If only for the sake of the camera." "I hope you enjoyed this demonstration of passionate dungeon design," Furibon said. He couldn't wait to win his first Eddie Award. "Indeed, dear audience, this is the dungeon behemoth that will certainly smash all competition," the demon said to his mirror, before turning back toward Furibon. "Since we have 5 minutes before the interview ends, could give us your thoughts on the new Dragonfoamer War?" Furibon pondered the question, before realizing that he had no idea of what the fiend was talking about. "Excuse me, what do you have to say about Vaincure Knightspan's decision to call a dragon conclave and burn Prydain to the ground?" Oh, it finally happened. Furibon's first instinct was to ignore the matter entirely. Nothing good could come out of associating with Knightsbane and Dalton. Even if they had their good times, he would have a lot less headaches by remaining in his own hemisphere, far, far away from Murmurin. However, he had heard the rumors that foemen had gained levels and gathered weapons for war. His experience with the Century War had taught him that pointless conflicts led nowhere productive, but he had the feeling that this time, things might end differently. Maybe he should look into it, just in case. Chapter 128, Opening Salvo. This may be the toughest battle Vainqueur had fought yet. While he had the greatest horde, his enemies were strong, and his minion was weak. Zmi, Vainqueur snarled to Goronik, who couldn't decide which monster poker card to play. What are you waiting for? Goronik is anxious, the Zmi replied, his field empty of any defense to protect his last coin against an army of vicious, carrot warriors. Goronik hates vegetables. You can do it. Neusser the nightmare horse encouraged the three-headed inbred dragon. Use your heads. The Zmi hesitated, before clumsily playing a minion. I summon the cutest, black rabbit, level 5. The illusion of a mighty, horned rabbit appeared on the field. After the final battle against the Forgotten One, Vainqueur had decided to employ a illusionist dwarf minion to animate his duels full-time. Kobold screamed in fear at the sight of the vicious beast, doubly so when it devoured a carrot warrior, thanks to its special ability. By eating a plant minion, Black Rabbit calls help. Goronik said, a white rabbit of Inabar appearing on the field. Level 10. My Pumpkin King is stronger. Jack the Fairy boasted ingloriously, his crowned pumpkin servant letting out a maniacal laugh. I have fed him with strength candy bars. Rollo will turn these rabbits into sheep next turn, his golem partner added. Vainqueur refused to admit defeat, and especially not against a tinfoil fairy duo, but he had to admit the situation was dire. Tinfoil Rollo's farmland field allowed him to summon vegetable monsters each turn, which Jack's Pumpkin King empowered. While nothing impressive, their overwhelming numbers of carrot warriors were a strength in themselves. If Vainqueur could draw his best dragon's breath spell and incinerate the field. Are you trying to read my cards? Vainqueur glared at Jack. He knew he couldn't trust a foeman to play fair. Jack never cheats, the fairy protested. His word to behave once given, he never breaks. Not that it will change anything, the dragon replied, secure in his superiority. He then turned towards the minion in charge of drawing and holding his cards, while the audience cheered him up. I have faith in my deck. Draw. Vainqueur stopped, as he sensed hostility and lightning in the air. He glanced at the source on his left, to see King Votan and Grandrake glaring at one another. Finally, Grandrake. The Foamer Lord readied his spear, his Valkyries flying around him like a minion escort. How long have I waited for this moment? Grandrake remained silent, while Vainqueur readied himself to intervene, even after his minion drew his winning card. You bested me once, and took my eye, Votan declared, pointing at his scar with the tip of his spear. For centuries, the fires of revenge nursed my wrath. I have prepared, and trained, and sharpened my skills until I could grow powerful enough to avenge myself. The day of reckoning has come, an eye for an eye. Excuse you, Grandrake finally spoke up with a frown. Who are you? A short silence followed. You do not remember me, King Votan said, his anger replaced by disappointment. I should, the dragon asked, confused. You took my eye when I tried to rescue Princess Titania from your den. Grandrake observed Votan more closely, trying to recognize him. He didn't. After the first 10, you fairy knights all started blurring together, Grandrake admitted. The Foamer King's face remained a stone mask, but he could hardly hide his disappointment. Clearly, Votan had put more effort into this rivalry than Grandrake, who had crushed the Foamer and then promptly forgot about it. So why-am-like, Vainqueur said in admiration. Truly, forgetting your enemies was the best way to defeat them. I am King Votan, the Foamer insisted, ruler of Asgard and Laponia. What are? Grandrake nodded upon finally remembering Dragonbane. You were that adorable child I slapped that time. My, you have grown into a fine knight. Your Majesty? A Valkyrie looked at her speechless creator. Do we attack? This meeting feels much less satisfying than I thought it would, the Foamer King admitted, clearly confused about how to proceed. I would be delighted to slap you again, but I have to find Breeder Dalton, Grandrake replied, quickly dismissing the Foamer in the face of much more important concerns. The fate of countless princesses depends on him. I cannot allow you to monopolize my chief of staff, Grandrake, Vainqueur interrupted his fellow environmentalist. While I am mindful of princess preservation, friend Victor is already very distraught about his current litter. He already overbred once, I will not have him do so again. I understand, Vainkyur, but can you imagine a world without elf princesses? The survival of the species trumps the desires of one minion. Maybe, Vainkyur conceded, but friend Victor is not any minion. He will reproduce when he feels like it. Thanks, Your Majesty. Manling Victor's voice echoed in the minion crowd, although Vainkyur couldn't pinpoint his location. You shall ignore me no longer. Wyrm, King Votan thundered, raising his gungnir at Grandrake's throat. I demand retribution. I challenge you to a duel to the death. I will tolerate no such thing, Vainkyur replied icily, but if you want to settle this, I will gladly arbiter your dispute. You will duel the civilized way. A minion battle? Grandrake asked, hopeful. It has been eons since I had one. I meant something more epic, Vainkyur replied, before glancing at his own monster poker battle. While wise, his visionary proposal was met with denial and obscurantism. No, Votan said. This is ridiculous. I am not settling a grudge over a card game. A card battle, Vainkyur insisted. And I did. I made peace with the Forgotten One, the most evil creature to ever walk Outermundy, in an epic monster poker match for the fate of the world. Vainkyur's horde was his world, after all. I am not playing a game, Votan replied haughtily. I am a warrior. If you are afraid to lose, you can simply admit it, Vainkyur replied. No one will mock you mercilessly, except me. Charisma check successful. By passing the 150 charisma benchmark thanks to your items, you gained 4 stalkers. King Votan fears nothing, the Foma Lord replied, minion swooning at Vainkyur's cunning trick. But I shall not settle a grudge over a game of chance. Monster poker is no game of chance, Vainkyur replied, defending his new hobby. It is a game of strategy, cunning, guts, and glory. Only square-rooted intellect can comprehend its depth. However passionate his words, King Votan remained doubtful. However, he wisely remained true to his word not to cause trouble in Murmurin. I shall agree to an honorable trial by champion, the Foma finally told Grandrake. My Valkyries against your servants. Ah, finally a civilized fairy. The Wyrm nodded. I will bring my Antinite defense force. They have been trained to fight false princesses. This will be a good test of their abilities. Vainkyur snorted as he returned to his monster poker party, wondering who could possibly try to spy on him right now. Wow, crisis averted. And for once, Victor didn't have to play mediator. The vizier found it rather relieving, standing on the roof of a house while still invisible. Although he would remain incognito until the festivities ended, he allowed himself a moment of rest. Goddammit, had Grandrake taken levels in a divination-oriented spellcasting class? Speaking of spellcasting, now that he had access to Tier 9, there was a spell he had been dying to try out for a long while. Zawarudo. Time stopped. To Victor, the world appeared covered by a purple lens, muting every color. Sound abruptly vanished, people stopped moving, and Vainkyur never finished playing his card. Nice, Victor said. I could cast a few spells in the time resumed, the world returning to normal. Victor hung to his side in disappointment. The spell actually lasted 10 seconds, instead of stretching much longer. Vic, Kia's voice calling him from below. Victor looked down, to find his paladin friend below, drunk, blooded, and looking like a mess. Wait, you can see me? I could hear you scream your spell's name, dummy, she replied, clearly drunk as Happyland. With strength and skill he wouldn't expect from someone in her state, the knight quickly climbed the house to join him. She extended her hand, touching his face. Here you are. That's my numbers, Victor complained before she accidentally put her finger in his eye. Hey, sorry, Kia apologized, sitting next to him while managing to grab his shoulder. Why are you hiding from me? I'm not hiding from you, I'm hiding from everyone, he replied. I just wanted some quiet. Quiet is for people who don't have fun. Well, her current state broke the picture of a perfect paladin she usually projected, but at least she seemed to enjoy herself. Vic, I got the level. I got the level and I can taste the beer. Punched that Minotaur and that giant squid to Kingdom Come, it did the trick. That's great, he replied, although he worried about her hangover. Just don't insult Seng again. I knew who she was deep down, but I hated it, Kia blurted out, putting an arm around his shoulder. It reminded him of his old university parties when his fellows ended up so drunk that they started rambling random shit at him. I hated it because when I looked at Seng, I saw myself. Realizing that she would drunkenly confess him all her sins, and not leave him alone, Victor sighed and patted her on the back. It's okay, Kia. It's okay. Vic, I'm just saying, I know one day we're going to fight, and it's going to be glorious, but I'll be sad too. Because I'm having fun hanging out with you and Vainqui? Can I call him Vainqui? No, you can't, and I don't want to fight you. Vic, you're my Sajuk, she told him with what could pass for a straight face. I'm Naruto, and you're going to be my Sajuk. We're going to fight and then I will beat you, then you will be redeemed. What the Happyland? Was that how she felt deep down? Beating up someone into agreeing with you is not redemption, he protested. That's bullying. I was afraid when my boyfriend drove our car into a car too, she replied, apparently not really listening to him. But I kept thinking, and I realized it was not a car, but a truck. Did he drive into the truck, or did the truck attack us? Now I know the truth, Vic. I know the truth. That trucks are out to kill us? Victor joked. He remembered Allison mentioning that one of them had killed her under embarrassing circumstances, sending her to Outermundy. Not trucks, Vic, Kia replied, her eyes so feverish that she looked possessed. The truck, it's always the same truck. It's a conspiracy-driven truck that sends people to other worlds. I kept warning Kevin, but he never believed me. Victor chuckled, but doubt crept into his heart, so he tried to remember how he died. He had been shanked in an alley trying to protect a girl from being mugged, that was certain. However, Victor struggled to make sense of the memories that followed, people gathering around his body as he bled to death while half delirious, the sound of an ambulance carrying him away to the hospital, the feeling of a deadly crash sending his body flying, and headlights rushing at him to. We were all killed by the same truck, he shouted, causing a few people to look up at the roof. Since only Kia was visible, they probably thought that she had lost her mind. It's truck kun, Kia blurted out. It's a serial killer car, Vic. A serial killer car. Thing is, at this point in his life, it wouldn't surprise Victor much. Still, I'm not going to fight you, he replied. I'm not a saint, I admit it, but can't I just confess my sins to you and then get right back at it, like a civilized person? That's not the paladin way, she replied. I would love to have an on and off switch though, not the good part, the lawful one. Isn't there a flexible good class equivalent? Victor suggested. Then again, so far, Mithras hasn't punished you for associating with us. Yeah, I asked him. He considers you guys a necessary evil, and since it makes me happy he's giving me some leeway. He's horribly blunt, but he's pretty nice. You know Gardamag wants to help against Prydain? Really? Victor's head perked up. How do you know that? Kevin sent me a message. Mithras wants a new crusade, and King Roland wants to stop the wild hunts. She put a hand on her face, before regaining her bearing. We really need that plot armor, Vic. We need it extra thick. We'll tackle the dungeon contest when we have the time, he promised, letting out a yawn. Damn, I want to sleep. Today was exhausting. Huh? Kia said with a frown. I got a screen. Somebody tried to SCRY me. Somebody is trying to SCRY on the both of us. Victor realized. Who could? The foamers. It could only be the foamers, but why? Why did they want to know their location? Hey, look. Kia pointed at the sky. There's a new star up there. The vizier glanced above him, watching a greenish, fiery falling star making its way from the west. What the Happyland is this? Victor wondered as the star seemed to get closer and closer, aiming for Venkior's castle on Mount Murmurin. They weren't the only ones to notice this phenomenon. Votan and Grandrake, who oversaw a fight between a Valkyrie and a kobold, both glanced up at it, the foamer seemingly more bothered than the WYRM. Even Venkior interrupted his victory dance over his latest card battle to look up. Vic, get down! Kia screamed while forcing his face against the roof, her reflexes taking over. The shining star hit the north side of the mountain, the one opposite of Murmurin. The flash that followed was blinding. The earth shook, a brutal shockwave spread through the air, and the city's windows all exploded at once. To Vic, it seemed that the entire country trembled. Minions screamed at the sudden explosion. Although the mountain protected the city from the blast, even Venkior was shaken by the mighty explosion, although he hung on. Votan looked at the impact point with a shocked face, his lone eye widening in surprise. Victor himself could only watch in terror, as the night sky turned ablaze. A gigantic, mushroom-shaped mass of fire erupted behind Mount Murmurin, a dire warning of things to come. Chapter 129, Retaliations. His castle. His beautiful castle. As he flew high in the skies with Goronike after him, Venkior's heart was filled with concern. Concern for his beautiful, hard-won lair, the elite minions staffing it, and his marvelous hoard in the vaults. Not necessarily in that order. Thankfully, as he passed over the mountain summit, he found his castle unscathed, shielded by a crimson barrier. The same protection which once safeguarded the Forgotten One from the dragon's wrath, had now saved the hoard. He couldn't say the same for the rest of the mountain, though. The explosion had caused an entire pan of it to collapse, letting lava fall off the mountain and towards the sea nearby. The ground glowed with a green light and molten power stone shards, while the air was choked with dust that itched in the eyes. The weapon had left a glaring hole in the mountain where it hit, one big enough that it could have certainly covered all of Murmurin had it hit the city. Even if the weapon had missed, it had unleashed tons of poison smoke in the atmosphere. Control weather, clear skies, Manling Victor cast while on Goronika's back, dispersing them harmlessly before a venomous cloud could consume Murmurin. As his minion handled the weather, Venkyur dived down, to see the devastation up close. You are entering a Chernobyl field. Fire, nuclear, earth, and poison attacks will be greatly strengthened. Non-undead, eldritch, alien, insect, elemental, and artificial types will lose 10 max HP per minute, unless they are protected against nuclear. Vitality check successful. Irradiated, ailment negated. He would have to use his geomancy to change this field, once his magic finally stabilized. However, the sheer destructive power of the blast left him speechless. This was no wind spear of Brandon Moore or even Votan's mighty Ragnarok. It would have taken Venkyur at least a minute of uninterrupted carpet bombing to cause that much damage. This falling star had done it in the blink of an eye. They have nukes, Manling Victor whispered to himself while riding Goronik, deeply afraid even with Nightgear at his back. The arrows of light. They have missiles, Nightgear added with a frown. Any idea from where they launched it? They used power stones to propel that missile, Manling Victor said, pointing at the fragments littering the mountainscape. Our spellcasters tracked the magic from its origin point. Prydain. Of course, the cowardly fairies had cheap shot his castle while safe from retaliation. Not for long, Venkyur promised himself, not for long. Some ICBMs can hit targets more than 10,000 kilometers away, Nightgear said, although Venkyur didn't fully understand everything. Why didn't they simply open a portal in Murmurin and drop the bomb? Well, we invested in, Manling Victor caught himself, as Venkyur glanced at him. I had the Agarthans and Happyland set up anti-hostile teleportation defenses in the VNV Empire's cities and their larger region. They zap any attempt to open a portal from unauthorized minions or VNV members. We also set up anti-air defenses, but clearly the missile moved too fast for them to shoot it down. Wise thinking, Manling Victor. Venkyur congratulated his chief of staff, before trying to figure out what happened. They were targeting me, Venkyur realized, making sense out of the chain of events. But they missed. Maybe they have the nukes, but not the infrastructures that allow them to hit targets with deadly precision, Manling Victor said. They don't have GPS, maps, knowledge of the terrain. You think that's why they tried to SCRY on us? Nightgear muttered. To pinpoint our location? I believe they tried to SCRY His Majesty first because they wanted him dead, personally, friend Victor explained to his fellow manling. Then they tried to target me since I'm always at Venkyur's side. When they couldn't locate me, they attempted to locate you, Kia, and when that failed, they lost patience and launched the bomb at Murmurin's rough location. Why use power stones though? If they have a nuke, they should have the whole rocket package. Well, either they have ICBMs but didn't realize how to use them, and so switched the warhead to a copy of Maud's wind spears, or they are trying to make their own nukes, and this was a test run. The Paladin marked a short silence, before finally speaking up. I'm going to Gardamang to request an invasion fleet and pull back my old party right now. If the foamers develop a nuclear arsenal, the entire continent is at risk. No country will be safe from a bombardment. The castle's shield managed to protect it from the blast, Manling Victor said. Maybe he could design a citywide version? Yes, find him, Venkyur finally spoke up, although he loathed to say these words. His words shocked even his truest friend. Your Majesty, did you agree to ask Furibon for help? I hate it as much as you do, Manling Victor, Venkyur replied with grim seriousness. But if he can protect my subjects from these arrows, then my minion's safety takes precedent. His decision hammered it home to his best minion. These were no ordinary times. This was war, and anything went, even summoning the Forgotten One. After the disaster, Murmurin's population was most shaken. Venkyur decided that he would calm them with a speech, but first, he summoned all his elite minions and allies to his horde. His war council had gathered to discuss the threat, with guests such as Grandrake invited to offer their opinion. I understand now why you called for a conclave, young Venkyur, the elder dragon said with a frown. It was rare to see him bothered by anything. Never before have I seen such destructive power outside of a WYRM flight, and I was awake before those manling gods walked this dragon-made world. Then you will support my cause? Venkyur asked. Many dragons respected Grandrake as a wise elder and the forerunner of princess hunting. I shall. Grandrake nodded. You can also count on my support in the war to come, young king. We cannot wait for the conclave, Nightkeer spoke up. We have to attack Prydain now. The sooner we land on Prydain's shores, the better, Marber the dwarf agreed. The fairies aren't stupid enough to bomb their own home. Tasty Malfi cleared his own throat, dubious. I am torn. On one hand, our assets are completely exposed to financial ruin, but on the other hand, I expect a market crash if we attack the shores without additional support. I will call a class reunion, Isabel Moore suggested, standing next to an armored manling victor. I am certain they will share in the conquest. Yes, most of my class wants to rule the world, not burn it, manling victor said. Hadger and Gobliner already agreed to help. How reassuring, Nightkeer replied with a frown. But I stand by what I said. We need Gardimag, and I can have them mobilize. If we attack from multiple fronts, the foamers won't be able to deploy their weapons and blow us to sky high. That's just a hypothesis, Untasty Allison countered. We need a surer method to counter the bombs. We have two, Vaincure declared, bringing their attention where it belonged. On himself, manling victor can alter the weather to send their arrows away, while I can shoot them down with my breath. That could work, but Murmurin will remain unprotected while you are away, Your Majesty, Corpsailing Jules said. Minions that cannot fight or contribute to the war effort will be evacuated to the planet Moon, Vaincure declared. That is a place so dark, not even the fairies will dare attack it. True, even missiles shouldn't be able to reach it, Untasty Allison said, or at least I hope they can't. The Chernobyl field will remain there for the fashionably early dragon guests, so they may see for themselves the fairies' newfound threat, Vaincure declared, now in general mode. Until the conclave is done and I wipe it out with my geomancy, the area shall be condemned. Manling Victor will make sure the smoke does not contaminate the area. It will be done. Manling Victor nodded. Your Majesty, how many dragons could we expect to help, if the conclave goes well? All 10/10, Grandrake replied, much to everyone's confusion. Minion Victor, we dragons are voracious creatures, Vaincure explained. We need many cows and fat to remain in top shape. Unfortunately, this world is too small to sustain all of us, so in our genius, we figured out a solution. We hibernate for centuries, often millennia. I see. Corpsailing Jules nodded. That way the prey population can return to a sustainable level. But considering Your Majesty's appetite, only 1/10 of our race is active at a given time, Vaincure confirmed. The conclave is the moment when awake dragons gather to vote on waking up the sleeping other 9/10, for the purpose of war. We sing the Elder Wyrm song, and our entire race moves to destroy its enemies, such as the gold-eating insects, Grandrake added. May their evil never taint Outermundy again. But if only 1/10 of all dragons are active, that means at least, Manling Victor tried to calculate the numbers. Dozens of thousands, enough to wipe out Prydain from the map, Vaincure confirmed. Arrows of light or not. The rest of the discussion focused on methods to protect Murmurin, evacuating civilians in anticipation of an attack, either to the Cursed Moon or to the underground realm of Agartha as Marber proposed. Having expected an assault for months, Vaincure's army was prepared to deal with anything. They wouldn't let the fairies win the war, whether on the ground or in their hearts. Finally, Vaincure ordered his minion fleet to prepare for a landing in the coming days. Nightkeer would return to Gardamang to call upon her kind's help, while the Vianvi Empire would summon all its allies to join the invasion force. Anything else? Vaincure asked, as he prepared to dismiss his council before reassuring his population. Yes, Manling Victor said. King Votan is still waiting outside. I think he has reached a decision. About time. Vaincure teleported out of the castle with his minion, finding Dragonbane on one of the castle's towers with a Valkyrie on his shoulder. The Foamer observed the devastated mountainside with contempt, an almighty arrow that can hit targets from afar while the user remains safe from any counterattack. Votan shook his head. This is a cowardly weapon, unfit for warriors. It's used as a deterrent in my world, Manling Victor said. A weapon so destructive, that the threat of it enforces peace. Clearly Ogiers does not deal in threats, the Foamer Lord said. And it bothers you, Dragonbane? Vaincure guessed. My proposal still stands. His former rival crossed his arms, thoughtful. I will not be able to transport you to the Mel clan's stronghold in Prydain without bringing the full force of my kind upon your head, he said. But there is a place where I can fulfill my oath. Vaincure remained still, like his chief of staff. The Mel clan has a doorway to this world you call Earth, King Votan explained. They used it to capture slaves and thralls when Mag Mel had not yet been exiled for creating the system. His daughter recovered it decades ago. I can lead you there and lure the fairy queen to a fight. Where is the door? Manling Victor asked immediately. In the dark forest, in an area between the Winter Kingdoms and this area country. I can open a fairy ring to it. Afterward, the Fomer Lord shook his head. I shall not take arms against my own kind, but if you hold true to your promise to limit your vengeance to the Mel clan, I shall not stop you either. Your Majesty, we need to condemn this gate before they can pull more weapons through, Manling Victor told his dragon master. This is the gate to your homeworld, Minion Vainkyur pointed out. Maybe the only one. Are you truly sure that you wish to close it forever? My home is at your side, his friend replied, warming the dragon's heart. My family has probably moved on by now, and I will sleep more soundly knowing Ogiers won't be able to threaten them. So long as she lives, the gate can be rebuilt, King Votan coldly pointed out. You're not helping. When? Vainkyur rasped. The sooner I am done with this pointless struggle, the better. You will not be able to remain neutral forever, Vainkyur replied, having gained some insight into his new mortal enemy. The vile Ogiers only has thralls or foes. If you do not serve her, she will kill you. In spite of the message, King Votan remained stone-faced. Maybe she will try, he admitted, but she remains my kin still. Species first. Vainkyur didn't know how to feel about this. Manling Victor, prepare yourself, the dragon said. We teleport to this gate as soon as I finish my speech. The fairies had attacked his realm for too long. Time to give them a taste of their own medicine. Chapter 130 Nova Tactics. Elemental Burst, Manling Victor cast spells on his master with his scythe, geared up for war. Varan's acid mantle delayed hasten. Are you done? King Votan asked, surrounded by his Valkyrie flock. He had been watching Vainkyur and his minions buffing themselves for almost half an hour. Soon, Vainkyur replied after Manling Victor cast his final spell, checking on his new potential class combination. Good. If it had affected prized perks like Geomancy, he would have refused the fusion. Vainkyur gave his blessing to this combination, having the feeling that it would be his last class upgrade. Choice registered. Your Dungeon Breeder and Geomancer fused into Fisher King. Monster Husbandry changed to Genius Locky. Genius Locky, you are intimately familiar with the region you rule, allowing you to intuitively sense disasters befalling it. Additionally, all your stats are raised by one stage when you fight within your nation's borders. You're sure you don't want to go warn Gardamag first? Manling Victor asked Nightkeer, who had insisted on joining the battle. I want to see this gate for myself, the Paladin replied, finishing activating her own perks. And if Ogiers is there, you will need all the help you can get. You all remember the ambush raid strategy? Is everyone immune to fire and acid? Vainkyur nodded. After the last disastrous battle with Ogiers, his minions had developed a strategy to corner the fairies and prevent them from escaping. Trap the enemy, change the field, go straight for the commander. Manling Victor's mightiest spell would signal the beginning of the attack. This time, no more playing around. You ride Goronike, I ride Neusser, Manling Victor said while mounting his nightmare horse. I switched my Black Horseman S mounts, tested the potential synergies with your Majesty's Rabbit Plague, and I forewarned everyone with Scarlet Study. They are ready. Oh, but Goronike wanted to show Master his new Ranger perks, the Smee complained, as the Paladin climbed on his back. Kia is nice, but she is not Master. Vainkyur was somewhat happy that his chief of staff had seen the unnatural error in trying to ride as Smee, but clearly Nightkeer would remain knee-deep in sin. Open the gate, Dragonbane, Vainkyur all but ordered the Fomer Lord, before drawing upon the power of the land. Nature wonder. His body brightened, as natural energy moved from the soil to his limbs. I take no orders from anyone, Votan replied, but did open a giant-sized fairy ring, large enough for the group. Move forward, Knightsbane. I will close the march. Vainkyur went first, preparing himself to unleash a torrent of dragon fire at the first sign of attack, while Manling Victor and Nightkeer followed on their respective mounts. King Votan and his servants went last. In an instant, the dragon left the borders of his empire, for the heart of the dark forest. Even under the morning sun, the area felt gloomy and darkened, the foliage so dense that even sunlight struggled to break through. The grass beneath his claws was poisonous weeds, and red-eyed, carnivorous trees glared at the manlings present with hunger. However, Vainkyur's mere presence caused them to subtly back away in fear. Before them stood a throne of blackened wood and thorns, which smelled of the vile, half-Eurybon fairy, and enormous gates of stone. Vencure immediately recognized them as Fomorian design and Mag Mel's vile work. As he closed the march with his own soldiers, King Wotan closed the fairy ring behind him. He then hit the ground with his spear, a thunderous sound echoing across the forest. Birds flew in all directions, and the woods turned eerily silent. A new fairy ring opened in front of the group, a Pied Piper made of wood stepping through, backed by two metal giants. The two machines immediately reminded Vencure of the tinfoil golem he had scrapped in the Winter Kingdoms. These ones, however, were streamlined, nimble metal knights with wings, swords of light, and cannon shields. The fairies had painted them with silver and gold as if to mock the very essence of a horde. Each machine could match Vencure himself in size. As for the Piper, the Emperor would recognize this dragon killer anywhere. Mel Lin, Mel Harmlin Lin, Soul-Crested Foamer, Fairy /Plant. Level 50, Eldritch Piper 25 /Necromancer 15 /Verminlord 10. Strong against all status ailments, critical hits, necromancy, sound, disease, fairy, plant, darkness, poison, insta-death, physical attacks. Weak against Fairy Slayer, Plant Slayer, Dragon, Fire, Star Metal. The vicious and cowardly Piper of Harmlin, brother of Mel Ogiers, and the source of the fairy plague scourging the continent. His music can raise the dead, unleash plagues, and summon monsters. Tried to have both you and Vencure assassinated on dozens of occasions, and now keenly aware that his much more dangerous sister's patience with his failures is running out. What this bad seed lacks in bravery, he more than makes up in cunning and weediness. Get it? Bad seed, weediness? Because his half-plant, a bard promotion with some nasty performances, good spell casting, summoning capabilities, but easily exploitable vulnerabilities. Victor frowned, however, as his gaze turned to the golems next. As he had worried, the last one had been a mere prototype. How many could the foamers field? Where is Ogiers? Wotan asked, glancing down at the monstrous Piper with contempt. She is busy planning the lesser race's annihilation, and sent me instead to take your tribute. The Pied Piper glared at Vencure. Why is he still alive? Don't tell me that you wish to kill him before my eyes, the warrior way. Ogiers asked that I bring his head to her. Since you represent her, I did. The Pied Piper seemed truly shocked by this response, as if the idea of Wotan turning against him was unthinkable. You betrayed the master race. I did not betray myself, Wotan replied with aloof disdain. I fulfilled my oath. Then you know the consequences. The Piper glared at Wotan, the atmosphere even tenser than before. Your kingdom will burn for this. Only if you kill them now will my sister overlook this treachery. I welcome her challenge, the Foamer Lord replied, unconcerned, before opening a portal of his own. But I do not believe you will live long enough to threaten me. War does beget war. Let us return to Asgard, my Valkyries. The shield maidens nodded, most of them crossing the portal. Farewell, Knight's Bane, Wotan said, a last nod at Vencure. The dragon grumbled but returned the gesture. The Foamer Lord vanished and collapsed the fairy ring behind, leaving the two groups to stare at one another. I do not understand him, the Pied Piper said. Why court death for principles? Even with a soul, this is beyond me. And to punctuate his words, he immediately attempted to open a fairy ring and escape. Glitzy theater. Vencure snarled, an immense cage of golden energy covering most of the forest like a dome. Bump. Mel Lin hit his face against his own portal, unable to cross it. He touched it with his hand, before suddenly realizing that glitzy theater prevented him from running away. Oh, he said, before turning to face the group. You truly wish to fight good old Harmlin? You say this as if we should be afraid of a battle, Vencure taunted him. You, cowardly rat, spent years trying to avoid one. Maybe, but you know what they say, Knight's Bane. Mel Lin brought out his pipe to his lips, ready to play a melody. A cornered rat will bite a cat. I thought our friendly warning last night would have taught you that. Not only do you threaten entire nations with bombs best left in storage, but you are the source of the plague scouring the continent, Kia realized, her gaze turning to hard steel. You are not going anywhere. The plague, one of my best ideas, won't you agree? I wonder how many tears were shed this year. The knight raised her sword, only for the two golems to shield the foamer, the atmosphere growing even more electric. Victor quickly scanned them. Telos Titan, Advanced Telos Golem, Artificial /Fairy, Strengths and Weaknesses Variable, depends on barrier change. The finalized version of the Telos Golem, Mel Ogier's chosen soldiers and instruments of destruction. These relentless automatons have their souls and free will suppressed because of Ogier's trust issues. These killing machines can inflict Dragon Slayer damage, shift their weaknesses to adapt to any current threat, fly, and are equipped with magically enhanced earth weaponry. You aren't dealing with the average mooks anymore. Your Majesty, they are even more powerful than the one we fought in the Winter Kingdoms, Victor warned Vainqueur. While the plan called for them to target the Piper first and they had gained 40 or so levels since they fought the prototype, these two golems couldn't be underestimated. Golems designed to kill, well, everything, Mel Lin mused, but mostly dragons. We have thousands of them waiting in Prydain. 1,000,000 of them would not protect you from me, Vainqueur warned, more focused than Victor had ever seen him. Yet both groups maintained a tense standoff, unsure who would make the first move. If we fight here, the Earthgate will not survive. The Piper channeled magic through his fingers. Watch what you're missing out on. While Victor raised his scythe and almost gave away the signal, the giant stone gate slowly opened. Instead of showing the rest of the dark forest behind, the area beyond the threshold was awfully familiar, Victor having seen it in pictures. A vast touristic landscape under a grey sky, covered by a circle of huge, druidic stones. The vision flickered in and out of existence, as if the world beyond the portal was a mere illusion. Stonehenge, Nightkeer said, just as astonished as Victor himself. You came from this place, didn't you? Mel Lin asked. You can return. Your loved ones are waiting for you on the other side. I only see a circle of stones, Manling Victor deadpanned. I had a course on evil temptation, you know, you get passing grades. Are you sure, Manling? The picture of Stonehenge shifted, the open field of nature replaced with a familiar apartment. Victor's eyes snapped wide open, as a familiar couple of humans came into sight. After almost a decade spent in Outermundy, both in and out of Scalomance, he had almost forgotten how they looked. The long brown hair and that motherly face, turning strict whenever she pushed him to study, this stern-looking man whose Uncle Ben-like lessons his son had always pretended to hear, without ever following them. They were cooking the same way they always did, as if he had never left. Mom? Victor blurted out. Dad? You see, I have been researching both of you, Beckel, Dalton. While opening the gate is draining, we can see anything through just fine. Harmling gave them a nasty smirk. And I know where your families live. Mel Lin waved his hand, and the portal split in two, a second vision coexisting with a reminder of Victor's own life. Kia froze, as a Morgan Freeman lookalike appeared beyond the portal, teaching a 5-year-old child how to fish. Your mother died of grief, Beckel, Mel Lin taunted the paladin. She blamed herself for your death, because she let you date that stupid boy. As for your father, your death took something that never came back. Look at him, struggling to fill the void with a new family, a new child. Don't you feel sad watching this? Shut up, Kia replied, her hold over her sword tightening dangerously. You think you can scare us by threatening them? Oh, far from it. No, I reveal this to you as a peace offering. If you let me go without a fight, I will open the door for you and let you join them. Not a bad deal, eh? Do not listen to his lies, minions, Vainqueur said, tensing like a leopard ready to pounce on its prey, but still waiting for Victor's signal. His promises are naught but cruel jests. I am genuine in my kindness, Mel Lin argued with a soft, honeyed tone. Why won't you return to a pointless, normal life and leave us Outermundy natives to fight our own wars? Walk away. Return to your loved ones. Victor instantly noticed something odd in the fairy's wording. You said normal life, the Reaper said, guessing what he meant. The system doesn't fully work on the other side. We are powerless there. You overestimate yourselves, Mel Lin mocked them, toying with his pipe. You are always powerless. My sister cannot be defeated, you know that. Resistance is pointless. Big words, from cowards who ran away to escape me every time we fought, Vainqueur replied, unimpressed. So of course, when he saw his argument didn't work, the Piper immediately aimed for the heart. Are you truly so cruel as to let your own blood suffer in ignorance of your survival? He said, looking especially at Kia. The people of this world do not need you, but the ones beyond this portal do. Are you that selfish? Victor knew, in his head and in his heart, that the Foma was toying with them, preying on their emotional weaknesses. But while he had always thought that he had moved on, the sight of his parents alive and well made the vizier hesitate. They looked so close, and yet so far away. No, Kia said, at first hesitant, and then more firmly. No, no. Victor exchanged a glance with her and immediately understood what she thought. Even if she might have loved returning to her world and father, she would never abandon this planet to Ogiers for anything. As for Victor, why? Harmlin asked, genuinely puzzled by Kia's reaction. I don't understand. Why? I have 16 reasons why, Victor shouted, before sending the signal. Zawarudo. Vainqueur immediately lunged at Mel Lin, although time shifted before he could reach him. When time resumed, the effect of Manling Victor's spells had become visible. Poisonous clouds covered the dark forest, both within his glitzy theatre and out. A mighty figure overshadowed the golems, as he had towered over Venkior when they fought, and a new, friendlier golem had joined the fray. His delayed hasten, activating and enhancing his speed twofold, Venkior moved past the golems protecting Mel Lin and punched him in the face. His closed fist being as big as the foamer himself, it sent him crashing against the stone doors of his own portal. The portal flickered in response, becoming blurry and indistinct. Thralls, the piper snarled while dodging another victory fist, Venkior's punch creating a small crater. Instantly, all carnivorous trees around began to move, uprooting themselves and swinging their branches like flails. Those outside the arena scratched it furiously, while those within attacked Venkior's minions from all sides. The acid droplets melting their bark did nothing to delay them. Rollo farms. So Rollo the golem answered both Manling Victor's call and the challenge before him. The farmer hastened himself before punching his way through every plant monster between him and Harmlin. His every move shattered trunks. Mel Lin's golems moved to intercept Venkior and protect their master, only to be stopped by a larger shape. They looked up, and up. The Tarask Emperor let out a bestial roar, casting a great shadow upon the forest. Even the golems barely reached up to his waist. Askia summoned her solar judgment to incinerate the plant monsters, and Goronite tackled a golem from behind. Manling Victor joined the Tarask attacking the other one. The reptilian titan was so huge that he easily lifted the machine like a toy and savagely plastered it against a wall of the glitzy theater. The entire landscape trembled, as his feet crushed dozens of tree monsters with every step. Talos Titan used barrier change poison WYRM. Talos Titan became immune to acid and poison. The poisonous acid rain dripped down the golem's armor, unable to harm them. Neither could it affect Venkior's own allies though, shielded by protective spells. With no one left to protect him, Mel Lin suddenly teleported within a few meters of Venkior himself, much to his surprise. "Ah, I see, your arena blocks portals and teleportation out, but not into or within its confines," the piper observed, bringing his musical instrument to his lips while putting as much space as he could between Venkior and him. "Come, my servants. Vermin shield." A horde of cat-sized black rats crawled out of the grass below Mel Lin's feet, forming a monstrous barrier. While Venkior wanted nothing more than smash or incinerate the piper, he remembered the strategy and stuck with it. Instead, he anchored himself to the ground, and called upon his magic, leaving the piper to tinfoil Rollo's care. Terraform non-magical terrains, volcano. Answering Venkior's order, magma seeped through the earth and set the grass ablaze. Almost every plant within a mile caught fire, the monstrous trees wailing in pain as the world turned hostile to them. Some rats died from the heat, but most survived the flames by using the corpses of their brethren as a bloody carpet. Meanwhile, Mel Lin prepared to sing a song, only for Rollo to reach and tackle him with his shoulder. Even with his native resistance to physical attacks, the blow made the foamer bleed golden blood through the mouth. While Venkior focused on terraforming the land, he glanced at his allies to oversee their progress. The acid rain and the magma, both against which his minions had been protected again, had quickly felled most of the tree monsters. Only the golems were left. One of them had engaged Nightgear and Goronike in an aerial battle near the arena's ceiling, and amidst acid clouds, the machine tried to impale Vesmi with its blade, while he and Nightgear retaliated with elemental breaths and light rays respectively. Both sides were hastened, but the golem took more than it gave. The other machine fared terribly against the Tarask, who was busy tearing in half with brute strength alone. Manling Victor even abandoned the reptile to take care of its prey to assist tinfoil Rollo. "Rollo remembers how you burned his fields," the farmer told Mel Lin, ignoring the rats biting his ankle to punch the foamer once in the face, then twice. "Rollo will use your corpse as a fertilizer." "I do not remember all my victims," the piper replied as his vermin servants managed to slow down the golem by drowning him under their sheer mass, giving him a brief respite. The foamer brought his musical instrument to his lips and sang a melody, "But they all remember me." As the song echoed across the burning battlefield, a horde of diseased, greenish specters swirled out of Mel Lin's pipe. They looked like plague victims, diseased humans, beastki, and other creatures howling their grudge against the living with a strident sound. Rollo protected his face with his hands, but couldn't stop the flood of specters attacking him from all sides. While he was strong, he couldn't hit intangible foes, and the rats impaired his movements. Rushing to the rescue on his nightmare horse's back, Manling Victor started targeting the ghosts with his scythe, consuming the souls. "You're sure Cybele won't be too mad?" the vizier shouted to the farmer, while Venkior finished terraforming the area and the Tarrasque swallowed his last foe scraps whole. "Old trees must often burn 4 new seeds to bloom," Tinfoil Rollo replied, before turning his attention back on Mel Lin with the last ghost gone. His role in the battle was to occupy enemy spellcasters in close combat, preventing them from mounting a defense against other minions' assault. The lion's share of the work, however, befell Venkior. Even his favorite manling's purpose was only to buy him time, so he could unleash his overwhelmingly powerful attack. His rats forming a barrier of flesh around him, Mel Lin began to sing a strident, horrifying dirge, and surrounded himself with eldritch power. "You do not face a magnanimous dragon today, fairy," Venkior roared, as the stage was set. "You face the great calamity of this age, geomancy." Geomancy activated. Field type, volcano. Effect, eruption. Everything inside the glitzy theater erupted in blinding flames. Shielded from fire and acid by spells, only Venkior and his allies survived the magical firestorm. Some like Tinfoil Rollo were thrown away by the blast power, but the heat could not harm them. All of Mel Lin's rats, meanwhile, were instantly vaporized, as was the last enemy golem. The foamer's song was laced by a howl of pain as his wooden skin burned from the searing flames, his magical pipe melting in his hands. The stone gate shattered before the mighty blast, unleashing rainbow-colored lightning in all directions. Space itself seemed to tear itself apart into an unstable rift, flickering in and out of existence before collapsing on itself. Surrounded by ashes, the dragon turned to the last enemy standing. The scene reminded him of his first confrontation with Votan, whose powerful Ragnarok had shattered the piggy bank and cast the dragon down before he could retaliate. The WYIM had to thank Dragonbane for teaching him this tactic. Yet, alone, agonizing, and with all his enemies converging on his location, Mel Lin kept singing. In response to his odious song, more rifts in space appeared within Venkior's glitzy theater, but these were black holes opening to the heart of hell itself. The lead side of the moon. Purple tentacles bigger than the towers of the dragon's castle emerged from the rifts and thrashed around. The Tarrasque roared at the challenge, only to be seized by the throat and the limbs, struggling against an unseen monster even bigger than him. Another tentacle caught Rollo from behind and tossed him against the ground. Venkior unleashed a dozen fireballs at the new enemies, but manling Victor focused on the piper. "Ignore the summons, hit the summoner," the Reaper shouted before unleashing a Had's blast at the foamer. Mel Lin leaped away, singing desperately while almost tripping on ashes. Descending from the skies, Nightkia and Goronite dived towards the foamer. A tentacle stopped the Zmi midway, but the paladin leaped off his back and reached the foamer. Slash! In one swing of her blade, Nightkia severed the foamer's right arm, the one holding the pipe. Mel Lin let out a snarl of fury as his melody was interrupted, the rifts closing and cutting the tentacles. The foamer tried to dodge a lethal strike from the paladin's blade, only to move closer to Venkior. "Wait!" The foamer raised his last hand in desperation. "Please, I can." Venkior crushed him with his fist, shutting him up and pinning him to the ground. With the portals closed, Goronite landed next to the group, while the Tarrasque happily feasted on the tentacles. "We won," the Zmi rejoiced, Rollo patting him on the side. "Goronite helped. You tried to have me killed in my sleep, Mel Lin, and you hurt dragons when they could not fight back," Venkior told him. "Your death will not be a dignified one." Manling Victor. His chief of staff raised his scythe. "Good old Harmlin may die," Mel Lin replied with a glare of utter hatred, slamming the ground with his left hand. "Carry out the sentence," Venkior ordered his vizier. "But never alone." Manling Victor beheaded him in one swing like he did with Mag Mel. Harmlin's twisted soul let out a final scream, as it was dragged into the spectral scythe, his body turned to ashes, returning to the blasted earth that gave that vermin life. The brutal, one-sided battle had lasted less than 5 minutes. As he cancelled his glitzy theater, Venkior realized that he hadn't even taken a single wound. "Congratulations! For organizing your minions and leading them to an overwhelming victory, you earned a level in Kaiser. Plus 30 HP, plus 10 SP, plus 1 STR, plus 1 VIT, plus 1 Ski, plus 1 AGI, plus 1 Char." Even the system seemed to find it too easy. Manling Victor's eyes widened in horror, upon noticing a glowing inscription where Mel Lin had slammed the ground. "A green rune. We need to evacuate," he shouted. "Right now." Venkior immediately sensed why, as he raised his eyes at the skies, seeing them aim for their location even with the clouds obscuring them. A falling star. Golden Road. Venkior opened the path to his horde, his minions rushing through his portal, with one exception. "You, get through." The Tarrasque looked up at the missiles, unimpressed, and then returned to feasting on the leftover tentacles. Vainqueur almost used alpha magnetism scales to make him behave, but realized that he didn't have that much time. With great annoyance, he crossed the portal and closed it behind, right before the bomb fell. Having left the dark forest for the warm confines of Vainqueur's vault, the group let out a sigh of relief. Wow, that went well, Manling Victor said, his horse letting out a proud humph. Epic parties, we had a Tarrasque, Nikeer replied from atop Goronika's back, before frowning. Where is it? Check up on him, minion, Vainqueur ordered. He knew the creature was all but indestructible, but he worried about its safety still. Camilla's scrying mirror, common Manling Victor cast, a phantasmal mirror appearing in front of him. The surface shifted into a representation of the dark forest, or rather, what was left of it. Harmlin's last curse had razed a large chunk of the region, turning miles of woods into smoking craters. Tons of debris and flames had elevated into the atmosphere in the shape of a giant mushroom, a testament to the fairies' willingness to destroy their own home if needed. A rainbowy crest had appeared near the ashes of Harmlin, a trophy waiting for the victors to claim. And amidst the devastation, the Tarrasque was busy feasting on cooked tentacles, none the worse for wear. He was glowing even greener than before though. Well, Manling Victor said, I guess cancer rates aren't going down anytime soon. Chapter 131, The Gathering. And so, the Dragon Conclave started, with the arrival of the fashionably early guests. Vainqueur, Grandrake, Manling Victor, and Goronike had gathered at the meeting point right outside Murmurin, a grassy, planed field vast enough to accommodate a dragon army. Thousands of minions were already at work, preparing the food and drinks for the guests while flying WYRMS could be seen flying towards their location. With the vile Mel Lin defeated and the Earthgate destroyed, the new Foma Dragon War had already begun in fire and flames. But the true battle would be decided here. Minion. Vainqueur turned to Manling Victor, who had left his side to some minion for study. Are you certain that no falling bomb shall spoil this gathering? The Ice-Kai anti-nuclear defense is fully operational, Your Majesty. The Reaper pointed at hills near the grasslands, which housed orphan rockets. The system was brilliant in its design. Suicidal members of the esoteric order of Ice-Kai, wishing to be reincarnated in that mythical Japan like their founder, would pilot rockets and crash them against any incoming bomb long before they could reach the ground. Not only would Vainqueur protect his shores from attacks, but he would also help natural selection in weeding out his most stupid minions. You will also reinforce my Horde Vault's door, Vainqueur said. I woke up this morning to find a spider stalker drinking my sweat and promising that we were meant for each other. I had to eat her. I have the same problem, but that's an interesting solution. I also have an amulet to reduce charisma, which should help with stalkers. Minion, why would I ever be less charming? Especially at a time like this? No, it is better to eat privacy invaders one at a time. I hope this will go well, his Manling shook his head. I'm not sure the Pteranodon's regeneration and our snack cat's farms can keep up with the guests' appetite. The Pteranodons? Why not their father? Vainqueur asked. Having grown fat on the spoils of the last raid, the Tarrasque would benefit from losing some weight. Since the Tarrasque Emperor is now so radioactive that it kills almost anything in the vicinity, I wouldn't risk serving his flesh to anyone, even Your Majesty's kindred. We can't even keep it in the Dodecare anymore without risking the life of the staff or our dodos. We're lucky the lead side of the moon's citizens can handle him for us. Good. That would make him even more effective against the fairies, although he would be kept away from the other minions. Breeder Victor, I am having trouble hearing your voice clearly, Grandrake said with a frown. Can you repeat yourself, but louder? The Emperor immediately frowned, as the esteemed Princess Hunter struggled to understand his Grand Vizier. It seems the wealth sound barrier is catching up to you, Breeder Victor, Grandrake said. You must work on your horde. But Manling Victor is a true minion, Vainqueur protested. He is beyond the wealth sound barrier by default. Yes, which is why I can still hear him, but only in the middle-class volume range. Vainqueur panicked at the revelation. Minion, he faced Manling Victor, who looked down at his feet in shame. Are you poor? Your Majesty, I pay child support to a lot of people, the poor vizier admitted. Between the legal fees, my manor, and my research, I'm stretching the limits of my 1/1/10th. Beyond the fact that Vainqueur would never tolerate having a pauper for a chief of staff, something else bothered him. Manling Victor, is this why you do not want to breed? Because more children than your current count will make you poorer? That's one of the reasons. I admit that, if Your Majesty, the door of the thing struggled to find the right words, that if Your Majesty could increase my 1/1/10th. Minion, are you asking me for? Vainqueur struggled to get it out of his throat. For raise? Manling Victor nodded slowly, looking like a puppy expecting to be thrown out. A raise? That was insane, even for Manling Victor. Every dragon knew that when a single minion received a raise, every other slacker wanted one. Raises were the beginnings of strikes, of minion wars. But if Manling Victor refused to breed because he needed more gold to spoil his progeny, then it reduced Venkior's resources in the long term because his best lackey would breed fewer minions. If all of his servants followed the same rule, then it would explain their lackluster fertility. The dragon considered the matter with great care, his mind losing itself in complex mathematics only a mind like his could comprehend. If 2 1/1/10 meant one more minion, who could each give him 98% of its earnings, then, considering the overwhelming amount of wealth waiting for a dragon to claim, the total final wealth would be, in fine, greater than if Venkior maintained his usual rates. And if the breeding rates doubled with every 1/1/10 added, then the total would grow exponentially to ad infinitum. Intelligence check successful. You discovered circuitous long-term investing. Manling Victor, let you be the witness of the sixth commandment, that I shall deliver unto the world below. Venkior channeled the elder Wyrm spirit of bountifulness, that henceforth, all of my minions are entitled to 1/10th of their earnings. The declaration brought gasps from both Manling Victor and Grand Drake. Your Majesty means a full tenth, his chief of staff asked, too shocked to fully grasp his master's generosity. We can keep a tenth of our earnings? Yes, 1/10th, Venkior said, raising his head with magnanimity and expected to be praised for his generosity. Are you certain, young Venkior? Grand Drake asked, astonished. This has never been seen in the entire history of dragonkind. I am not a dragon that repeats himself, Venkior replied. Visionaries take risks, so that they may change the world for the better, and for themselves. I can certainly say it changed a lot for the better in my case. Manling Victor rejoiced, all but kissing Venkior's ring finger in adoration. I bow before your Majesty's kindness. Breeder Victor, I hear you more clearly than I ever did, Grand Drake rejoiced. You have entered the millionaire volume range. Well yes, if I keep even a tenth of what I should earn. Manling Victor pumped up his fist. Oh gods, I feel so much lighter now. Shush, minion, you will brag to my rivals when they arrive, Venkior told him, as the first dragons landed. As expected, his close family members arrived before everyone else, with his niece and cousin rejoicing at seeing him. Uncle, Jolie nuzzled Venkior, now wearing a beautiful golden armor on every inch of her body. Unfortunately, she carried the cobbled rangers on her back, since Nightkeer had abandoned her duties. Look at me, I have become a true knight. I am so proud of you, Venkior said, vowing to spoil his niece once the celebration is over. What is your level? 41. We are so proud of you, Jolie, said the second guest, Genialisime. Unlike his niece, he carried his chief of staff the proper dragon way, in his hand, and reserved his back for his son Courageous. Great Grand Drake, it is an honor to meet you again. Ah, young Genialisime, I remember when you were your mother's tiniest spawn. The elder dragon nodded to himself, before looking at Courageous. I see you have caught a dragon queen of your own, to produce a scion. Money, Courageous replied, too intimidated by the older dragon to say anything coherent. I am Money, your Majesty. If everything is going well, could I teleport away for a few hours? Manling Victor asked as the dragons exchanged wealthy pleasantries. Kia left to petition King Roland Gardemag for help already, and I need to meet someone in Hordma. Already, Venkior's fertility public policy bore its fruits. Go breed, minion. I shall summon you if needed. Thank you, your Majesty, said Manling Victor before bowing and teleporting out in a puff of smoke. Unfortunately, no sooner did Manling Victor leave, that a new form in the skies ruined Venkior's mood. The one problem with the conclave was that all dragons were invited. Asmi, Goranig rejoiced, a purple, female member of his kind landing on the grass. She was even more inbred than Manling Victor's mount, with mammaris and hair. Cousin, what is this thing doing here? Genialisime asked, while Grand Drake simply turned his back to snot the newcomer. I am a dragon's, the females me lied, unable to speak well. I have Zeddy right to be Gia. Is it true? Jolie asked, confused. Due to her age, some of the unsavory aspects of the gathering had been kept from her. Lesser cousins of dragons such as intelligent drakes and Zmays lobbied for the right to participate in the conclave, Venkior admitted. We granted them the right to witness the debates, like our chiefs of staff. Thankfully, Zmays don't have the right to vote, Jolie, Genialisime said. They are an oppressed minority. But if we could vote with all our Zrezids, we would outnumber you, the females me complained. Look at you. Venkior lambasted the creature. You have hair. You are so inbred, that you have hair. While I'm alive, Smays will never vote. Genialis I'm vowed. What else, give voting rights to wyverns? Does nobody else see the slippery slope? Venkior would have expected Goronite to complain or whine, but the Zmi was entirely enamored with the newcomer and made a pass at her. Goronite finds you beautiful. Jankyu, the female, inbred horror replied, her 3 heads flustered. My nephew is my grandfather. Me too. Goronite wagged his tail. You are perfect. Venkior did the proper dragon thing and ignored them, welcoming new guests as they arrived. Congratulations! For riding at your master's side and opening the first battle of a war, you earned 1 level in Chaos Rider. You earned the Red Rider class perk, plus 30 HP, plus 1 STR, plus 1 VIT, plus 1 Ski, plus 1 AGI, plus 1 Int, plus 1 Char. Red Rider, you and your mount's movements are never impaired by field or weather effects. Additionally, while mounted on a monster, you and your creature ignore all forms of damage reduction and resistance to physical attacks, including armor. You do not ignore immunity. You can add 2 monsters to your mount stable. Finally, all his claimed perks offset his class lowest growths. A lifetime ago, Victor remembered defending the port city of Hordma from the Scorchers early in his adventures. He had been less than level 20 back then, and barely survived an intense battle with 2 bandits. Some of the cobbled rangers had even perished, forcing him to embrace necromancy to bring them back. How far he had come since. The port city hadn't changed at all, besides having repaired the houses destroyed by the Scorchers and VS battles, but Victor certainly did. Surrounded by the statues of 3 guards, his helmet removed, the vizier knocked on the door of Lynette's inn. The citizens had deserted the street upon seeing the Reaper, either because they didn't recognize him or because they did. Coming, a woman's voice said beyond the threshold, before opening the door. Yes, Lynette, Victor said. It's been a while. More than a year for her, 8 for him. Much like the city, she hadn't changed much. She was still the same busty innkeeper, easy on the eyes, with long blonde hair arranged in a ponytail and emerald eyes. She wore a dress and a pendant with the symbol of Shisha, matching her patron deity in greed. Victor? Victor Dalton? I'm sorry, I almost didn't recognize you for a moment, and she squinted at the statues around him. Why are there petrified watchmen surrounding you? I think that with my burning armor, wings, and dragon tail, they mistook me for something else. They will recover in a few hours. I see, the innkeeper said, definitively surprised. She eyed him head to toe, very much impressed by his intimidating appearance. I had heard the rumors, but, can I come in? He asked. I only have a few hours ahead before I have to teleport back to the V and the Empire. Certainly, she said, inviting him inside and closing the door behind them. Much to his surprise, the inn was almost empty. Tough times? Victor asked. No, but I closed the inn for a while, Lynette admitted. I heard rumors of a new war with Prydain, so I am moving out east to Baron before the fairies start raiding our shores. Wise choice. Actually, I came to discuss this, and our son. When you asked me to breed instead of a monetary reward, I was so eager to do it that I forgot to take my usual precautions, she admitted. I guess I lucked out. The other options were subpar. They didn't have my good looks. They weren't rich and heads of state, she replied bluntly. I was ready to raise Armand on my own, but keeping some extra money on the side is well and good. I can save wealth to buy eternal youth from Shisha, instead of paying for my son's education all by myself. Armand. Beautiful name. I can arrange that. He showed her his claimed brand. I'm sure she will give you a discount on my behalf. Lynette's eyes widened in surprise. You have been chosen by the goddess? For almost a year since, he said, before showing her his other marks, and more than half the pantheon. She looked up at him as if he were a completely different man than a second before. What is your level? 78. She almost choked. And we also have a new heroic crest in storage. It would probably go to Allison to have an epic healer among their officers, but nothing confirmed yet. Now, he could tell that Lynette's merchant's instincts had awakened. Is there a job opening in your empire? She asked out of the blue. An actual job opening? Victor, frankly, you don't interest me personally, but your money does. At least she was open about her motives. I can tell staying around Venkior opens many opportunities. I'm also an excellent organizer, merchant, innkeeper. Victor's head perked up. The class? Capped, she said proudly. Well, I have a pocket dimension where one would come in handy. And it would be the safest refuge on Outermundi soon, for her and many people. Could I see my son first though, before we discuss anything? Of course. He is upstairs, sleeping. She led him to a room with a baby bed, and in the middle of it, his son. It wasn't the first time Victor had seen a perfectly human baby, but after having expected fiends and were-dragons for weeks, it was a refreshing sight, and somewhat unsurprising, considering the timing. The baby must have been a bit older than 6 months old, a tiny creature with the barest hint of hair, soft and wet. As the baby opened his big green eyes, Victor found himself overwhelmed by strange emotions he had never experienced before. "Armand, here's your father," Lynette said, taking him in her arms. "Here, Victor, take him." Immediately deactivating all spells and innate protections that may harm the child, especially the fire effects, Victor carefully took the baby in his arms, unable to utter a single word. His son looked up at him, confused, but somewhat at ease. Armand Dalton, his son. At this moment, all of Victor's fears and anxieties about being a parent vanished. All the stress accumulated over managing the crazy women in his life was lifted off his shoulders. Even his lingering doubts about the Earthgate's destruction left the building. Everything was replaced by pure bliss. "I'm going to murder them all." "What?" Lynette asked, surprised. "Everyone who threatens my beautiful kids," Victor said, giggling at his adorable son. "I will murder them, raise the corpses as undead toys, and have them dance on their own grave." "Congratulations! You've unlocked Evil Dad mode. Your daughter's boyfriends will date them on nightmare difficulty. You will love that, huh?" Little Armand made cute baby sounds at his father's cruel smile. "You will love it when I kill the fairies who scare you at night, huh?" Parental love often brought out the best in people. In Victor's case, it brought out the worst. Chapter 132, The Dragon Conclave. It had been eons since Vainqueur had seen so many dragons gathered in one place. This assembly made his bragging day look like a small family gathering. Everywhere, as far as his eyes could see, dragons from all corners of Outermundy feasted in a great brotherhood of scales. Not only the majestic true dragons, but armies of their lesser cousins, such as brutish wyverns, tiny drakes, smays, and even the wingless linoms. A life dragon talked with a poison dragon, the former granting life to the grass that the latter corrupted with his mere presence. A flock of wyverns played some kind of board game with chiefs of staff from multiple species. Genialissime and his extended family, from his mate Blightswamp to their children, listened to Jolie's tales of protecting El Goldorado from night poachers. Even Sifu Jade the Wise had made his way to this gathering, pitching his cultivation techniques to dragonlings. Hundreds of dragons in one place would devastate a countryside, but thousands could have brought Vainqueur's empire low in a single night. Thankfully, harvested torrados and whiskey sea cocktails satisfied the ravenous hunger of the guests, although the emperor pitied the minions who would clean up afterward. Still, the sooner the conclave ended, the better. "Where is Gorenike?" Vainqueur asked Genialissime, having lost sight of his inbred minion. Not that he would ever care for Thesma's safety, but he could end up attracting the wrong attention at this gathering. Humping in the western woods, his cousin explained with a sneer of disgust. It turned out that females me and he were siblings by marriage, and nature ran its course. "Oh, good for him," Vainqueur supposed. Grandrake cleared his throat and let out a mighty roar, silencing the gathering and bringing 1,000 gazes upon himself. "Young WYIMS, it is a pleasure to meet all of you for this 5th edition of the Dragon Conclave," Grandrake declared. "Indeed, the last one was more than 5,000 years ago. Few of you were alive and awake back then. I am very proud of our species, which has endured the test of time and ruled Outermundy with justness, magnanimity, and enlightened greed." The dragons present all roared in response, the noise so deafening Vainqueur could have sworn he had taken sound damage. "As the eldest WYIM present, I, Grandrake, shall arbitrate the debates," the famed Princess Hunter declared, to no one's protest. While young Vainqueur called for this gathering to discuss a new Fomadragon war, as per the rules of the conclave, any participant can push for a subject. It shall be discussed by the assembly, which shall not disband until they have settled everything. If you wish to propose a motion, say it now, or stay forever silent. Vainqueur sighed, knowing that his own demand would be treated last in spite of the urgency. But the conclave was an institution that went back from the days when the elder WYIM flew among them, and its traditions had to be observed. "I examine that we, Sme, wyverns, and drakes, and all dragonkins, all get this right to vote," as me spoke up with terrible grammar, backed up by lesser dragons. "Equality for all, dragon, sips. Down with the Dracosrazy. Never," Genialissime shouted, his roar mightier. "Rejected," all true dragons shouted at once. "Rejected. No," Vainqueur replied, horrified. "That would be anarchy, and blur the frontier between true dragons and dragonkin." Motion unanimously rejected, Grandrake said in the face of the overwhelmingly negative response, thus me lowering his 3 heads in disappointment. But you are still allowed to make proposals and participate in the debates. Me. Jolie raised her hand. Pick me. Yes, young Jolie, we should discuss minions' rights. Jolie spoke up, although everyone who knew her immediately accused Vencure's niece of cattle-tarianism. Yes, minions are sentient, and eating them for nothing is wrong. I agree, Vencure said, much to everyone's surprise. He immediately reassured them about his eating regime. I am no cattle-tarian, and while I still eat them when needed, minions have souls, and thus, rights. All minions? Grandrake asked, taken aback by this progressive vision. Except elves, who eat grass like cows, Vencure clarified, most of the dragons nodding in agreement. However, many remain doubtful. Minions' rights are subjective, and left to the individual will of their dragon overlord, a fire dragon argued. It is not a conclave's purpose to take away this right granted to us by the elder Wyrm. I strongly disagree, Genia Lysine replied, his human chief of staff hiding in his shadow. In my travels with Manling Henry, I have encountered many dragons who used this excuse to abuse their minions. I have seen a live Wyrm beating his troll chief of staff with a golf club. Not eating, beating. My poor son was almost traumatized. They are minions, they don't know up from down. The comment was met with many boos, much to Vencure's surprise. My new career as a dragon adventurer taught me the value of good minions, and that they should not be taken for granted, a frost dragon spoke up. By condoning abuse, we send a terrible message to our Wyrmlings. Think of the Wyrmlings. As a paladin of Leone, I say we should ratify a declaration of minions' rights, a silver dragon added. Both to keep my class privileges, and because we must protect those weaker than ourselves. Cattle-tarian. Somebody throw a cow at him. I shall tolerate no cow throwing. Grandrake cut the debate short. Everyone in favor of reviewing the rights of minions, say gold, everyone against, say lead. After much gold and a little less lead, Grandrake added the proposal to the agenda, much to Vencure's surprise. It appeared that the adventurer lifestyle he inspired had opened the eyes of many of his kindred. Next, Grandrake asked, I also want to make a proposal for the future safeguard of princesses. The Black Dragon Blightswamp spoke up. New breakthroughs in the nature of princessness, and the destruction of their native monarchy environment at the hands of global democratization, must be addressed. I second this proposal, Grandrake said, many dragons voicing their agreement with roars of gold. Motion added to the agenda. We should discuss the shininess standard, a frost dragon spoke up. As a member of the Silver First movement, I say gold should no longer be the standard of hoard wealth. Lead. Vencure snarled in response, imitated by most southern dragons. Lead. The leads have it, Motion rejected, Grandrake said, the disagreements drowned in a maelstrom of lead. Anyone else? When nobody had anything else to propose, the oldest Wyrm decided the agenda. We shall start by discussing minions' rights, then the princess proposal, and finally, young Vencure's declaration of war against the foamers. On the matter of minions, the first thing I believe we should address is, Grandrake observed the assembly. Do all minions have souls? The resulting chaos, shouts, and roars made Vencure sigh. This was going to be a long assembly. After countless debates, chiefs of staff testimonies, secret oaths, compromises, duels of honor, and tribulations, the conclave was finally ready to review the final draft of the Declaration of Minions' Rights. Vencure cleared his throat before swallowing a barrel of water offered by his cobbled minions. Having passionately argued for his vision of minions' rights, he needed the refreshment. I am sorry that your proposal to forbid minion eating could not come to pass, Jolie, Genia Lysine comforted his saddened niece. But the dragon world is not ready for cattle-tarianism, and I do not think it will ever be. One day they will see, she vowed, refusing to let the disappointment wear her down. One day. In the end, Vencure thought she should call it a win. While cattle-tarianism hadn't caught on, many dragons had changed their mind on treating minions as mere tools over the last year. Enough to feel some empathy for their native weakness, and thus grant them their generous protection. Young Jolie, please read the final draft, of Grandrake said, presenting his assistant with a scroll full of modifications of the Declaration of Minions' Rights. Vencure's niece cleared out her throat, and read the document with grace. Article 1. All minions are born free and average in dignity and rights, but below dragons in the natural order. They all have souls, except the elves. Article 2. All minions are entitled to a share of their hoard, after subtraction of their life tribute to their dragon overlords. Not even the dragon overlords will deny them this share, which is established at a minimum of 1/1/10, but can be increased to 1/10 if a dragon master wishes it. No distinction of any kind shall be made between minions, except elves, who have no souls. Venkior nodded to himself, although he was a bit saddened the conclave didn't fully embrace his revolutionary 1/10 proposal. Dragonling steps, he thought. Dragonling steps. Still, he was so proud to see his niece read this historical declaration. Article 4. Slavery is an insult to the minion institution and shall be prohibited in all its forms. Article 9. No minion shall be arbitrarily eaten without a good justification, unless in times of famine. Article 10. All minions are entitled to a fair and public hearing by their impartial dragon overlord, or their chief of staff if their master is absent. Article 14. Dragon overlords must provide for their minions in return for their loyalty and life tributes. This includes protection from outsiders, access to food, universal employment, and minion healthcare. Article 16. All minions have the right to breed with any other minion without facing prejudice. Gold or lead? Grandrake roared, after Jolie finished reading. At the end of the day, 2 dragons out of 3 voted on the 20 articles-long declaration, consecrating minions' rights. Adopted, Grandrake said. Next is the love of my life, princess preservation. Compared to the tense debates that preceded it, the sanctification of princesses as an endangered species was adopted unanimously, alongside restrictions on poaching season so they could rebuild a sufficient population. The many promises to provide for Grandrake Sanctuary pleased the old WYIM greatly. Gold, gold, gold. Grandrake was at a loss of words, almost crying. I am sorry for this outburst, but witnessing a dragon generation embracing conservationism so thoroughly, it is a dream come true. We could not have progressed socially as a race without your efforts, Grandrake. Sifu Jade patted the older WYIM in the back. You have been a Sifu to all of us at one point. Grandrake took a moment to calm himself and then recovered his bearing. Finally, he turned to the organizer of this gathering. We shall hear young Venkior's proposal of starting a new war against the Foma race. As Venkior prepared to make his case, he suddenly realized that he should have proposed a motion on banning overdwarfing. Too late, he thought. The dragon said nothing for a moment, having learned the value of silence to gain attention. When he was certain everyone focused on him, Venkior began his long rehearsed speech. Many of you know me as Venkior Knight's Bane, great calamity of this age. He began the dragon way, with a good boast. Some witnessed my bragging day last year, where I revealed the existence of the forgotten, dragon-made system. Many nodded in response, and to his joy, it appeared that the Emperor's actions had brought him a great deal of goodwill among his kindred. Today, I summoned you because whether you like it or not, our race is at war, he said, extended his left arm towards the horizon and Mount Murmurin. When coming here, you have seen a side of my beloved mountain, turned into a glowing wasteland. A single arrow caused all this devastation. What? Impossible. An arrow? An actual arrow? They bounce off our scales. Young Venkior speaks the truth, Grandrake spoke up, underlining the gravity of the situation. I witnessed it, with my very own eyes. An arrow of light, with the power of an entire dragon flock. This is but one of the weapons the Fomas have developed to hunt us, Venkior continued. They raised great minions of metal, unleashed plagues among our minions, and even abducted wyrmlings to steal their dragonliness. I can testify, the silver dragon Snowsweep spoke up, her little brother Windy at her side. The Emperor recognized him as one of the dragonlings whom he and manling Victor had saved in the Winter Kingdoms. Had Venkior and his chief of staff not intervened, my brother would have been killed, his blood harvested like cow milk. I saved him, but I could not save everyone, Venkior admitted with regret. My rival, Icefang, and his fellows Magnifique and Sufficient were slain in battle by the fairy queen Melodias. I always knew he was handicapped. Genialisime shrugged. He wasn't. Venkior snarled, surprising his cousin. Death is no handicap. His words were met with an eerie silence. Death is no handicap. Venkior dropped the terrible truth. Death is a natural feature. Every dragon suffers from it. Blightswamp immediately covered her children's ears, as if she could protect their innocence. Genialisime, say something, she panicked. He's your cousin. I almost died too, Jolie blurted out, much to everyone's shock. Yet, in spite of admitting this shameful truth, she held her ground. I almost died, many times. But you did not, another dragon pointed out. Which proves you are a healthy dragon. Do not project your weakness on our entire race, a Frost WYIM snarled. All dragons can DS. Venkior turned to his left, seeing Gorenike and his female kindred return. All of her hair was in shambles. My, Evrisny knows their eyes. Yes, Big V had to save Gorenike. Gorenike tried to help, but it had the opposite effect. Venkior, when Asni agrees with you, you must realize that you are saying something inane, Genialissime argued. Many of you have forgotten, but there were times when we dragons were not the absolute masters of this world. Grandrake took a stance, much to everyone's astonishment. Times when the foamers contested us for supremacy. Times when we died as much as we killed. Times when we starved, because we did not follow the hibernation system. Death is no handicap, Venkior continued. Having learned from Icefang, he decided to turn the truth into a call for arms, instead of a shameful secret. Death is a natural feature, granted to us by the elder Wyrm, so we do not grow complacent. Should we deny it? No. Should we fear it? No. A true dragon does not ignore death, but looks at her in contempt. The foamers are trying to bring us death. Venkior raised a fist. I say we return the gesture, with dragon fire. In spite of his successful charisma check, his words were met with a division. Some WYRMs seemed willing to entertain the thought of death as natural, but many others remained strongly in denial, even among Venkior's own family. I am not convinced about death being a natural feature, Genialissime replied, many dragons nodding in support. But I agree the fairies are in need of a long overdue spanking. The foamers have unleashed a plague among my disciples, Sifu Jade declared, to support the motion. Only those who paid for my seminar survived, but the lack of healthy trainees cost me money. Retribution. We must exterminate the foamers, an earth dragon proposed, many others nodding in support. They never followed our agreement and broke the truce. Let us burn their forests from orbit, to be sure there is no third war. No, Venkior declared. We should not go this far. His response caused some whispers and muttering among the crowd. I am the one who called this gathering for war, Venkior confirmed. But recent events have taught me that while difficult, coexistence with the fairies might be within reach. Peace? Is he serious? Foamers know nothing of peace. My chief of staff, while struggling with parental wisdom, taught me a great lesson. Venkior held his ground. That sometimes, one can defeat their enemies by making peace with them. True peace, not the truce which we mistook for peace. I have set Furibon, the Gold Slayer, straight, and forgotten him. A foamer now lives in peace among my minions. And even Votan Dragonbane decided to lower his weapon and walk away. His words surprised the gathering, who had grown to fear Votan as a vicious dragon slayer. The thought of him making peace with them was as shocking as learning the moon's shady secret. And while the forgetting of Furibon was a more well-known event, to have it confirmed forced many dragons to reconsider what they thought for granted. While he could not yet convince his species of the inevitability of death, Venkior could teach them mercy. There can be no peace as long as the vile Melodius remains, for she desires nothing less than the complete destruction of Outermundi. But perhaps for the first time since we started fighting, foamers and dragons may coexist. Albeit unwittingly, we granted the fairy souls, and thus, the possibility for change. While the path may be hard, we must tread it. War, yes, but not one of extermination, a just war, against the Mel clan and those who would stand by them. Charisma check. Successful. And so, his motion came to pass, with a roaring applaud. War. The word spread through the gathering. War, war, war. Gold. Jolie shouted in support. Gold, gold. Congratulations. For running a dragon conclave and convincing your species to war against Melodiers, you earn 2 levels in Kaiser. You earned the Sublime Dragon Breath perk, plus 20 SP, plus 2 STR, plus 2 VIT, plus 2 Ski, plus 1 AGI, plus 2 Int, plus 2 Char, plus 1 LCK. Sublime Dragon Breath, Technique, 100 SP. For 1 hour, you can change the base element of your breath, so long as your choice is associated with a type of true dragon. For example, you can choose to breathe frost or poison, but not time. If you want to change your element again, you must pay the SP cost each time. By reaching level 20 in Kaiser, you maxed out the class. You can no longer take levels in it, but you gained the capstone ability WYIM Sovereign. WYIM Sovereign, your draconic majesty brings luck to your allies. All allies within 120 feet of you gain +5 to any checks they make and immunity to critical hits. By redeeming your species' main flaw into a virtue, your Dragon Arrogance monster perk has evolved into the Dragon Honor variant. My brothers and sisters, let us sing the song of the elder Wyrm. Venkior roared, before humming it to himself. Shinies. Following his lead, all of Dragonkind sang. from the lowliest wyvern to the greatest of dragons. Oh, my shinies! So glittering, my shinies! Golden to the core, our horde! So beautiful, so blissful! All around Outamendi, panic spread as a strange sound echoed across the globe. Sands shifted in the Dead Sea desert, as fossilized stones cracked from within. Birds flew away from marshes, as great shapes emerged from their depths. Mountains shook, as great titans emerged from caves deep below the ice. Everywhere, the skies darkened from their numbers, soaring through the heavens. For the whole dragon race had awakened, and flocked towards Prydain. Chapter 133, Rente Prophet. It was evening, and he was high on love, so thought Victor Dalton, as he worked on a new mixture in his lab, his heart full of happiness. He had never been so productive, so energetic, so thoughtful. The warmth in his chest had fueled him through the day, finishing years-long research projects in hours while he awaited for Vaincure's summon. "I'm so happy," Victor shouted, out of nowhere. "Me too," his fetch clone replied with the same enthusiasm, while Lynette dusted the pocket dimension in the background. In time, it would count as a magical inn, with all the benefits that came with it. "We should share the word." "Yes." Victor looked in the screaming souls in his harvest scythe, wielding it with one hand and his new potion with another. "I'm so happy. I'm so happy I could release all of you, even if I never will. But I could. Nothing could ruin his day. Mortal." His body shifted from his private dimension to another, but instead of finding himself in front of Vaincure as he expected, the Reaper faced angry deities. The marble temple around the vizier reminded him of the afterlife antechamber, with which he had grown accustomed to after his repeated deaths. However, this place was clearly part of heaven, if Victor could trust the golden clouds and shining light all around him. A giant map of Outamendi had been drawn in the middle of the room, its borders shifting on their own. Two giants, one of them Mithras, and the other a shining knight whom Victor recognized as Leone, oversaw a gathering of mortal heroes. Victor nodded at him, dressed in full armor, and backed by what appeared to be a small band of elite adventurers. Victor recognized the dark elf sorcerer he had met at Vaincure's bragging day, Kevin. "We need to discuss. Kia, I have a son," Victor shouted, interrupting his friend. "I am so happy." "Oh, congratulations," she said, happy for Victor, but not as much as the father himself. "His name is Armand, and he pees everywhere," the vizier gushed over his progeny. "But he makes that giggling sound and he's so adorable, that I always forgive him." The paladin wasn't sure what to answer, while the deities and crusaders looked at the scene with confusion. "Okay, we have more pressing matters to address," mortal Mithras spoke up, his voice grim and imperious. "More pressing matters? Speak for yourself," Victor replied, before frowning behind his helmet. "Wait, how could you summon me in your planar realm in the first place? I thought you needed to claim me first for that." "We rented you for 30 minutes, Leone replied, without elaborating. While Mithras was simply neutral, the goddess didn't sound happy to see the vizier. "You are here at my chosen's behest, Victor." Mithras pointed a finger at the Outamendi map, "to see how we can handle this." The vizier looked at the map, realizing that it was fully animated. Thousands of tiny dragons flew from all corners of the map towards the Mistral continent, converging towards its shores. "That's a lot of dragon miniatures," Victor said, before connecting the dots. The conclave worked. More than 60,000 dragons and their lesser cousins are making their way to Prydain, with most of them expected to reach the island in 3 days, Mithras explained. "Everywhere, chaos and confusion have spread," Leone replied, summoning dozens of phantom pictures. The gathering watched scenes of humans, beastlings, and elves screaming in fear, as dozens of dragons flew over their cities. Drakes, wyverns, and Smee followed their greater cousins, nabbing cows and goats while at it. Most countries believe the end of the world has come, and tensions are at an all-time high. Meanwhile, Prydain remains completely shrouded from our divine sight and divination, Mithras added. "We ordered a crusade against Melodiers, even before her attack on the V&V Empire revealed the existence of her light arrows. Now we've hastened it." King Roland Gardemag and Barsino of Barin agreed to lend their support, Kevin explained. "We put back together the Shining Crusade and called every elite adventurer who participated in the final battle against King Barlow. All in all, the entire civilized world is arrayed against Prydain." 60,000 dragons, Victor muttered. "Yes, and dragons," Leone said, clearly not happy at all with this development. "If the foamers do not destroy the world, their hunger will. They devastate the countryside on their path, devouring all cattle they find. We were already forced to send all dwarfs underground, for the world's own safety," Mithras said. "Outamendi will not survive a dragon-drunken riot." This conclave was a disaster, Leone complained, clearly more of a hardliner than her fellow. The dragons already caused such disorder, but something of this magnitude hasn't been seen since the Gold War. Odds favor us, but as Mel Lin pointed out, a cornered rat will bite a cat. Kia cleared her throat. Ogiers has fortified her dominions, and if she is willing to launch 5 of them at once, then she probably has a large stockpile of nukes. Why she hasn't used them to devastate our shores yet is worrying. Oh, it's okay. We are going to sink the island after we are done leveling it to the ground, Victor replied casually. We will drown their arsenal like Atlantis. His solution was met with confused silence. My friend Hadja woke up his master Dagon, and he is very good at destroying civilizations, Victor explained cheerfully. We hit the Mel clan from everywhere, and then we sink their entire stronghold. Problem solved, and my kids will be safe. This seems disproportionate, not to mention irresponsible, Mithras said. It's the only way to be sure. Victor suddenly stopped though, as he remembered something important. Kia, most of my kids are monsters and half-demons. You're not going to go paladin on them once this is over, are you? What do you mean? The knight frowned, as the atmosphere turned positively oppressive. Why is the temperature increasing? Because, Kia, you are my friend, but they are my kids. They come first, and I will do anything to protect them. He looked at her with the fires of Happyland in his gaze. Anything. Vic, are you one for the curse of saying thing? Kia reassured him, although deeply disturbed alongside all the people present. I'm not going to discipline your children without picking a fight with you first. You have my word. Oh good, the vizier replied, calming himself. Because I am a dad first, and a friendly soul-stealing warlord second. You will not threaten my claim in our presence. Leone's voice boomed, her eyes shining with burning wrath. Why, you want to harm my kids? Victor glared back. The goddess seemed surprised by the defiant response, and a little offended. No, of course not. I am a knight, I do not harm children. Good for you, because if anybody threatens them, Victor ominously looked at the shining heaven around him. I would be very unhappy about it. A short silence fell on the gathering. Get it? Victor asked, the lack of reaction bothering him. Happyland, unhappy? Kia, you are friends with this loon? Kevin asked his teammate. He's usually nothing like this, Kia replied, embarrassed. I don't understand what's going on. He sounds bipolar now. Fatherhood drove him mad, Mithras said, nonplussed. His karma was already all over the place, but it is getting increasingly difficult to keep track of it. This already happened in the past, his own paladin asked him. Countless times. Leone looked at her fellow deity with a frustrated I told you so gaze, but the sun god ignored her. Kia, Victor, you will work on your very platonic friendship after the world is saved from devastation. We will coordinate to assist the dragon's assault in 3 days, but until then, we must ensure order among the civilian populations and protect Mistral's shores from Foma retaliation. The magical shield designed by Furibon to protect his castle could be extended across the coast or at least major cities. Kevin the Midge coughed, slipping the last discussion under the rug. If we could reverse engineer it. Why haven't you asked him directly? Victor asked the deities. Unfortunately, the like is under the protection of Death Jester, at least for the duration of that loathsome dungeon contest, Leone spat. Which is where you come in, Mithras explained. Use your claimed privileges to intercede on the world's behalf. We will also need your help to pacify the dragons and prevent things from getting out of hand. Why did everyone always hand him over the dirty work? Also, how far are you into developing the plague's antidote? Kia asked. Oh, I have it already. Victor showed them the potion in his hand. I had to rough up Mel Lin's soul to make him confess, but it was worth it. Kia's face deflated, but Mithras' eyes instantly shone up. Then give it to me, Victor, the deity said. I will have my church distribute it to the population for free. I have the religious infrastructure to spread such a cure quickly. Vencure wanted to commercialize it, at an overpriced rate, Victor pointed out, ignoring the offended responses. You know what, I can give it away, but under one condition. You would. Leone seemed ready to crush him, but Mithras silenced her by putting his hand on her shoulder. I want the answer to one question. Victor cleared his throat. Where is Meal? That is all? Mithras asked, having expected more. But the vizier didn't want to go to what he sensed would be his final battle, without putting that unresolved issue to rest. Then in this case, ding! The sound echoed not in the air, but in Victor's own mind. The time is up already? Leone asked with a frown. It was barely 20 minutes. Before the vizier knew what hit him, a powerful force tore him away from heaven and dumped him into an enormous warforge of brass and steel. Hundreds of golems and ghostly dwarf-shaped cannons on a near-endless assembly line, toiling endlessly to make weapons. Windows provided a view of the world outside, that of a metal fortress floating amidst a volcanic, hellish landscape. Ah, Victor, right on time. The dwarf goddess Varan had switched place with her more heavenly counterpart, most of her body hidden beneath some kind of golem suit. I am glad to see the customer service is on point. Lady Varan? Victor blinked, his armor and immunities protecting him from the ambient heat. Where are we? This is my planar realm, at the junction between the elemental planes of fire and earth, the goddess explained. I need both heat and materials for my best work. Now, this renting profit service is a first for me, but Shisha made me an opening sales offer, and with the war starting, I could not resist. Let us make the best of our allocated time. I don't understand. I rented you for 2 hours, Varan said as if it explained everything. When she realized Victor remained clueless, she snapped her fingers and an imp flew to her side, carrying some kind of primitive laptop. The vizier looked at the screen. Victor blinked, as he watched the imp scroll down an entire website with his own face plastered on it. Texts and pictures oversold his past achievements while a video of Shisha pitched the idea to listeners. You want a Moses, but nature gave you a Christ? You want to develop your cult in these troubled times, but you don't have the right person? Approved by half the pantheon and with almost 8 years of experience as a professional prophet, Victor Dalton is the perfect assistant, capable of handling any divine task set for him. For what is a prophet, but a god's minion? Victor's eyebrows lowered in despair. By renting my allocated claim time while another deity hasn't requested him, you can get the best of the claimed marketplace for a fair retainer fee of. She had the idea during our last table session, Varan explained before Victor could have a heart attack over the price. Since many gods couldn't agree when you were supposed to serve them, Shisha set this system to allocate your time. Since she rarely used you, and one dice's allocated time at the table, she now rents her time to the highest bidder. Victor should have felt unhappy about it, especially since he probably wouldn't get paid over it, but he was so happy to be a parent, that he refused to let it drag him down. What do you want me for? I need a sounding board for new weapons, the goddess explained, showing him the blueprints of an enormous cannon. With the dragon foamer warring coming and these new arrows of light, my church needs a boost. This continental conflict is my chance to test out new stuff, and I will. There is this big railgun idea in particular that I can't out of my mind. What about something more innovative? The vizier suggested. Something they will never see coming, like a smaller gun? 1 hour and a half later, Victor was the one pitching weapons to Varan, and then with the sun blotted out, everyone is blind but our armies, the vizier explained. Since most of our troops can naturally see in the dark, this gives us a tremendous tactical advantage. Then we can finally get these intimidating night goggles out of storage for diurnal soldiers. And with eternal night, half-vampire kids can properly go out during the day. This weapon is entirely child-friendly. You've given it a lot of thought, the goddess said, even if they both worked hard on brainstorming the concept. Ever since I had a son half a day ago, I have been considering world domination, Victor explained, Varan remaining silent. Most of my children are half-demons, meaning that by nature, they will be targeted by heroes and paladins. Ergo, the only way to create a world where they can live safely, is to preemptively take it over first. With military might? Varan asked with enthusiasm. With a mix of intrigue, economic power, and overwhelming military might. Victor raised his scythe. The VNV Empire will become the most powerful nation, where my kids will grow in a safe, family-friendly environment. That is the attitude I want in a prophet. Varan pointed a metal index finger at his face. Victor, you are hired. I want you in my church. The symbol of a fiery whip appeared on his right arm, joining the other marks. Any item? Victor asked, pumped up. Even a Wurslime crib? Any item as long as you have the necessary materials, and if you ignore the slim chance of devastating, catastrophic failure. Varan checked the website next. I will see if I can extend the weapon brainstorming session for an extra hour. Wait, if he could craft anything, then maybe even a soul crest. Since they could be made without harming any dragon, if he had the skills needed to craft the device, then Victor could produce his own ethical version. Oh, your next appointment is a jesty session about the new Dalton dynasty idea he wanted to pitch us after we end the current war edition. I guess he won't be too mad if our current meeting spills over 10 more minutes. Dalton dynasty? Very interesting concept. We each choose a Dalton child and guide him while they accumulate prestige points. The dynasty with the highest prestige at the end of the campaign wins. Isengrim called dibs on your children, while I would guide your eldest daughter through my chosen gobliner. however, Cam wants to play undead and is saddened by your lack of progress on that front, while Sybil would like a descendant of Allison as her charge. The game is only a vague concept for now, but it is gaining traction. Undead? Victor tensed. Are you gods discussing killing my kids? What? No, no, because if any of you tries to kill my kids and rename them as undead, I'll ascend to Valhalla just to crap on your gaming table. Someone beat you to it, and it took months to clean up Atlantis afterward, Varan replied. Do not worry, Victor. Cam simply wants that you could get down with having a half-vampire scion, or maybe a half-ghoul. Oh, Victor calmed himself. Good. I knew Camilla would never do anything that could jeopardize our fulfilling relationship, but I lost control for a minute. I am a parent now. Yes, although I heard you were anxious about it. That was before I actually had a kid. It was as if he had been neurotic all his life, only to receive a vaccine upon seeing Armand. What about the other gods? Shisha would like to play Armand, Varan said. Dice will roll for his chosen, and the Moon Man is planning to guide someone not conceived yet. Good, all his kids would have a deity's protection, and would never struggle the way Victor did before he met Vaincure. What about Seng? Whom did she choose? What about her? Varan replied. She is not invited. She should. Victor defended the mermaid goddess, taking his role of prophet seriously. She claimed me and she's pretty nice when you get to know her. The dwarf goddess looked at him as if he had lost his mind. Do you want Seng to mentor one of your children? Victor opened his mouth, then thought about it. Yes? No, you do not. She will never gain self-confidence if nobody trusts her, and all my children need divine protection, Victor argued, more firmly this time. Give her a chance. Varan remained silent for a moment. Your funeral, she replied. Now, about that sun-blotting plot. Chapter 134, Interlude, A Flight of Dragons. Minion. A frown on her face and dark circles under her eyes, Allison opened her house's door to face a large group of thirsty dragons. Even if she lived with Rollo in the farms at the city's outskirts, the entire area was overcrowded by all kinds of dragon types, from recently awakened true dragons to talking wyverns. Most of the newcomers had slept below Murmurin's countryside, only to emerge when Vaincure's conclave started singing their awful music. Surprisingly, the capital of the VNV Empire had taken the arrival of hundreds, if not thousands of new dragons relatively well. Allison herself had grown used to these insane events and set enough meat aside to satisfy the ravenous horde for a short while. Minion, a blue, wingless WYRM which Allison identified as a serpentine, Linorm, glanced down at the dryad with pompousness. The creature was not as big as Vaincure but could swallow the priestess whole if he wished so. Where are the dwarfs? I am sorry, the dryad repeated, struggling to stay awake. The ruckus from their conclave could be heard all the way to Murmurin, and had ruined her night. Hard to sleep when you could hear dragons argue about whether or not they should ban elf eating. And that damn horde song. Even now Vaincure and his compatriots kept humming it, with a zeal that would make hyper-capitalists blush. It could have been somewhat bearable, but as it turned out, the entire dragon race was tone-deaf. We know you have a dwarf cellar, a wyvern rasped, licking its fangs. We can smell it. If you are hiding dwarfs in your basement, hand them over right now, the Linorm ordered haughtily. Why would you need dwarfs? I thought they had souls. Allison replied dryly. I am wingless, the Linorm roared. I refuse to swim across the ocean without getting wasted first. It is cold and the salt sullies my scales. Yes, you lower-class minions cannot understand our suffering, and the burden of ruling the world, a young purple dragon the size of Jolie complained. When I was awake, every dragon worth their hoard had a dwarf cellar, another Linorm complained. You hibernate for 6 centuries, and everyone lowers their cultural standards. There are no dwarfs in my basement, Allison lied. We do not have a dwarf cellar, and all Agarthans fled underground when you started waking up. Then why do your walls smell of them? The blue Linorm hummed the air, like a hound hunting a rabbit. I am a priestess of Sybil, goddess of pleasure, the dryad explained, although she hated using these stereotypes. I organize minion orgies in my basement. That included dwarfs, and they left a lasting smell. Oh, you are a minion breeder, the Linorm immediately changed his tune. It is true you smell a lot. This minion city has no dwarf cellar, the talking wyvern complained. By the elder WYRM, we woke up in the boonies. If you ever need to get rid of extra dwarf babies, call us, the Linorm said. In these times of shortage, we will take anything we can eat. Certainly, Allison replied with a false smile, closing the door while the reptiles went to harass another house. Once certain that they were gone, the dryad moved to the staircase leading down her basement. Dozens of dwarfs and the foamer Jack hid in the darkness, waiting for the storm to end. Are they gone? Marva asked, worried, while his compatriots dug a tunnel to escape back into their homeland. For now, Allison reassured them. That was the 5th group today, but thankfully, no dragon alive had a skill stat worth a damn. The Agavan race owes you much, Marva said, a hand on his chest. The Avragist revolution shall not forget your contribution, comrade Allison. Thanks. Do you need anything? I'm afraid they are going to stay for a while. Are there cats left? Jack asked with candidness. Jack is hungry. Whistling to himself, a cup of coffee in hand, Furibon exited his dungeon base to embrace the morning sun. With his base taking up most of the mountain overseeing the Holly Woods, the entrance was located at the summit and gave him an incredible view of the Western Ocean. Sitting on a deck chair, the Lyke faced the sun while drinking his beverage. Not that he could actually taste it as an undead, Furibon mostly drank coffee to blacken his remaining teeth and better scare children. The vague sensation of a warm liquid going down his innards was one of his small pleasures, outside of annoying people. However, his peaceful morning ritual was interrupted by background noise. Oh, my shinies. So glittering, my shinies. The song came from the east, a terrible noise coming straight from hell's bowels. What is this? The Lyke muttered to himself, as flying shapes appeared all across the horizon, following the song back to the source. A second later, a flight of dragons flew over the mountain. Hundreds, thousands of greedy lizards roared in a maddening cacophony above the Lyca's abode. Dragons, wyverns, smays, an entire menagerie that darkened the skies with their numbers sung this terrible tune. For a moment, the Lyke simply observed the display in an eerie silence, his hand shaking around his misunderstood genius coffee mug. Then a wyvern let out a pigeon-like squawk, a disgusting white substance dropping on the left of Furibon's deck chair. Some of the dung ended up on the Lyca's sleeve. Sarat. Furibon turned his head and shouted towards the dungeon's entrance. Sarat. Yes, Fury, his teammate called from inside. Where is my lead armor? I threw it away, the Raki replied. What? The Lyke almost jumped out of his deck chair. Why? Why would you do that? Because it gives me nightmares. And because you are a sick bleep, Fury, one of his other teammates, Raptor, joining the shouting contest. There is an army of dragons right above us, the Lyke replied angrily, pointing a finger at the skies. Why don't you turn all their hordes to lead, then? Raptor screamed angrily. I'm sure they will fly away. Furibon sighed as he watched the dragons singing about gold for the entire world to hear. I hate this planet, the Lyke muttered. Nothing here was worth all the hassle. Her whole life had led her to this moment. Watching from the Nightblade's HQ's windows in the Gardemagnian city of Noblecoyer, protected from the sun by her umbrella, Charlene Inui observed the chaos with a cynical eye. Once upon a time, the sight of 1,000 dragons passing through a city on their way to the western shores would have given her a stroke. Today, she just saw it as a business opportunity. Most dragons came from elsewhere, but some had slept beneath the city for eons, bringing down houses as they woke up. The population had mostly evacuated to the countryside while screaming for their lives. Every goat, cow, or chicken in sight had been hunted to extinction by ravenous reptiles. Most of the city's houses had been emptied, left behind by its panicked occupants, which made it the perfect day for criminal enterprises. All right, so we'll follow the plan, one of her lieutenants explained to the gathered Nightblades, showing them a map of the city on the room's central table. First the banks and noble estates, then all the suburbs. If it shines, you take it. If it doesn't shine, you still take it, just in case. You will not rob the poorer districts, Charlene clarified. Too much work for little gain, and we are not monsters. You will also raid the Adventurer Guild for crests. Vainpure wanted more of them, and she would deliver. You will spread these orders to every Nightblade chapter on the continent, Charlene ordered. Remember that is not theft, but redistribution of wealth. We take from the rich, to fill our own empty pockets. The gathered criminals nodded at once, and then prepared their tools for the raid. Charlene, however, approached the youngest assassin present, a tiny lizardkin with a positive attitude and an impressive murder pedigree. Not you, Potian, Charlene said. I have a job for you, a private one. Business? The tiny assassin was positively giddy. Who? Where? My ex, on the moon. Sweet, I love exotic murder locations. I can get you in and out, Charlene said. But otherwise you will be on your own, and this cannot be traced back to me. All right, do you have a special execution method in mind? The assassin started scribbling notes. Anything is on the table, including sharks. Otherwise, I will go quartered. I don't want him dead, I want his current relationship destroyed, Charlene replied. After what he did, she wanted him to suffer more, not to die. Oh. The assassin didn't bother to hide his disappointment. Not even a few accidental casualties. He is meeting your unsavory use. The vampire ignored his whining. But she is too good for croissant and deserves better. It is for her own good. Charlene couldn't let the dragon apocalypse get in the way of petty revenge. Everyone prayed to Sabla today. Deep inside his chosen Akanapup's pyramid, the worm god found his precious social distancing interrupted by the prayers of countless mortals across the globe. Demands to be delivered from an apocalypse by dragons, from the sky falling on their head, or other nonsense. It seems that with the apocalypse coming, Sabla had newfound popularity. Enough, the god of destruction complained, furiously smashing his SNES buttons with telekinesis. He was struggling with a powerful boss, and humans found nothing better to do than to bother him. It wouldn't even help them. He was the god of destruction, not of mercy. While he backed the foamers in this conflict, Sabla did not care for the outcome. Whoever won would cause enormous collateral damage, and even if dragons had been summoned to save the mortals, they would leave great chaos in their wake. Overtime work again. How many are asking for the destruction of someone or something? Good. Quality over quantity. Filter all the non-destruction, non-earth-related prayers into my prayer spam folder. I will examine the rest later. Sabla prided himself on taking a personal interest in his worshippers. Sighed truly, being a god was a thankless job. Answer all the spam prayers by telling them to bother the moon man instead, Sabla rasped. Only he can save them now. Finally, the voices fell silent, allowing the worm god to enjoy his peace and quiet, at least, until his game screen went black. Sabla waited a few seconds in front of his TV, before realizing that his SNES had breathed its last. As always, entropy had prevailed. But now he couldn't play. Sabla could not rewind time and restore his item, neither could he create a new one. That would undo entropy, and go against everything he believed in. He could always summon Akanapup to repair it, but his prophet was doing important work in Prydain. He could summon a repairman, but too much work. He would just cause an earthquake somewhere. Somewhere in Prydain, an army of golems toiled tirelessly to build the world's greatest castle. A fortress with sharp towers of dizzying height, not made of stone, but steel. Its rune-reinforced curtain walls were so thick that they could withstand dragon fire. The rooms inside had been designed for giants and the elite of the Foma race. Its stables could shelter thousands of fairy beasts and monstrous flyers. Flying golems nested in the towers, adding the finishing touches, putting on the last gears. Kromkrach, the ultimate creation of the Mel clan. Its construction had needed so many resources that the countryside had been scourged of material for miles. Entire forests had been devastated, every last drop of wood used to fuel the forges spewing the needed steel. The smokes covered large swaths of the island, obscuring the skies. Such destruction pleased Mel Odiers, who oversaw the construction in her humanoid guise. Kromkrach was as much a weapon as it was a palace. Its towers sheltered the weapons that would cradle the lesser races to sleep, rip their souls from their bodies, and end this cycle of failures in one final act of annihilation. In the background, she could hear the dragon's song, even past the magical protections that made Prydain near impenetrable. She did not care. Soon, so very soon, the music would end. A symphony of screams would follow, the last wail of all life in Outermundy. And then, at long last, silence. Milady? Frank the Anarch, one of Sabla's priests sent to support her war effort, bent the knee behind her. She could smell his warm soul, ripe for the taking. How hard it was, to quell her greed. Votan betrayed you. How so? The fairy asked, a bit surprised, but not that much. Dragonbane never had the guts needed to put the mortals back in their place. He spared Knightsbane, and led Mel Lin to his death. I do not care about Mel Lin, Odiers replied with apathy, her eyes set on her castle. What about my golems? Their barrier worked, and while they held their own for a while, they were no match for the WYRM and his allies, the priest argued with a pessimistic tone. Anything that can fight against Knightsbane will wipe out anything less than epic adventurers, Odiers replied, who had thousands of these golems. They were her greatest creations, stripped of the free will that caused so many of the Foma's servants to rebel. The humans of Earth had the right idea. Mindless drones did not question orders, and she could make as many of them as needed. However, Mel Lin activated a homing rune before his demise, the Chronomancer added, perhaps believing Odiers would kill him if he did not bring any good news. Excellent. After the successful test run against Vencure's insect farm, increasing her arrow's precision had been her primary concern. Add Votan's realm to Kromkrach's targets, and order Akanapup and Ravana to prepare the shores for an invasion. As you wish, Frank the Anarch replied, before teleporting away. With the dragon's song audible across the world, they would need to hold the line a few more days, until her castle could rise up. It would answer this noise with fire and fury. A few more days and she would paint this blue planet red. Chapter 135, The Last Side Quest. So, if I understand right, you want advice on how to change mortals' perception of you? Victor asked the goddess Cybele, scribbling notes while they sat on fungi thrones around a mushroom table. Most mortals only remember me for the pleasure aspect of my portfolio, the goddess complained, her face and body hidden beneath a white cowl. I cannot shake the stereotype and it bothers me. The few times mortals acknowledge my focus on nature and forests, they only imagine wild orgies in the woods. Even my early sponsorship of Mithras, when he was a mortal paladin, has been forgotten. I thought that as a professional prophet, you might have ideas to help my church's reputation perform better. It is true that this stereotype is widespread, Victor admitted, and it was the main reason he had even considered worshipping her in the first place. As expected of Cybele, forests and natural locations made up most of her planar realm, with a strange focus on fungi. Victor found their current, grove-like location quite relaxing after the previous dimensions, especially after visiting Death Jester's realm in particular. So many traps. Is something wrong? Cybele asked, Victor shuddering as he remembered that prophet session. Was that too much to swallow? It was nothing, the vizier promised, adjusting his fungi throne. The plant squealed as he did so, much to his shock. Nothing at all. I also wish to apologize for our last meeting, the goddess said with warmth, the mere sight of her face having almost killed the Reaper. I am glad that you managed to tighten through the Camisibele. I asked for it, and the fiendish rake class was worth the hassle, Victor replied. Speaking of your condition, I have perhaps a solution. There is none, Cybele replied with a heavy sigh. I tried everything to solve this issue, but I appreciate the attention, Victor. Through Mag Mel's captured soul, I have gained an understanding of soul crests and black crests, and how they interact with souls, Victor argued. You said you had Ludwig's charisma before you ascended? The goddess nodded. My current charisma score is the result of the deity class, which juices up my original stats. So it only builds upon the original charisma stat. As Victor had guessed. In this case, have you tried an amulet like Ludwig's? Yes, but they cannot affect a deity. I cannot be debuffed by any profane effect. Then I believe that with my current knowledge, resources, and your assistance, I could create an artifact version that would reduce your original charisma stat. Perhaps enough to counteract the inflation from your deity class. It couldn't be more complicated than creating a soul crest, or a black one. Black crests in particular were not a cheat, but an exploit in the system. They passively shored up magic, then boosted the user's soul to trigger a very specific class and a set of personal perks. Unfortunately, Fairy Beast prevented the user from receiving any experience afterward, trapping them in their current state. All in all, it meant that while the system's rules couldn't be broken, they had loopholes that one could exploit. You will have my gratitude if you succeed, Cybele replied, before adding with cynicism. But I remained skeptical. Well, Victor liked his odds. For your image, I believe you need to add more prestige to your priests. This offended the goddess. Are you saying that it is not prestigious to serve under me? Not at all, milady, Victor replied quickly while taking a deferential tone. Unlike a Seng or a Vaincure, Cybele didn't need to be flattered, but she expected respect. But they are too accessible. I mean, the first time I met Allison, we couldn't arrange a friendly date because she was overbooked managing werewolf orgies. If you are too easy with your worshippers, then they will take you for granted. But I believe in free love and happiness for everyone, Cybele replied. Except for Sabla and his worshippers, whom I strike with infertility. Well, Victor frowned. Wait, you can do that? Victor, I am the goddess of agriculture, and thus fertility. I can turn it on and off for any mortal. Her fingers fidgeted in subtle embarrassment. This is how I curse people who annoy me. Why? I cannot make you infertile, Victor. I bet too much on your family line. Oh no, I would have asked before I actually had kids, but now that I realize they are cute and wonderful and that I love them and I want as many as I see. Victor suddenly calmed himself, before he went into another dad rant. But isn't there a way to turn it on and off? It would remove many headaches. I do not understand. Lady Cybele, look at me. Victor extended his arms. I am easy. The goddess marked a short pause, as if he had stated the earth was round. I know, that is why I claimed you. But since I made myself easy, now everyone takes me for granted and wants a piece of me, Victor argued. It was flattering at first, but now I literally had to clone myself to complete important work. You have the same problem. You and your priests are so nice that you are taken for granted. The goddess shifted in her seat, a bit uncomfortable. My Vestals and followers can say no to pleasurable activities. I strongly believe in the right to consent or not. My problem is that people only approach my priests for these activities, instead of other services. That is why I suggest putting separation between various religious services, Victor said. A time for blessing the fields, a time to provide ancient knowledge, etc. This will allow you to weed out false worshippers only interested in indoor activities, and cater to potential followers interested in other aspects of your portfolio. The goddess silently pondered the proposal. Instead of having Vestals providing pleasurable services to everyone all the time, I suggest making sacred prostitution a special occasion once a month. Victor pressed his point. Make your religious service a big ceremony where supplicants must follow a strict protocol to receive ancient wisdom, bless the fields to favor fertility, and then have the kinky stuff at the end. It worked for the Greeks' oracles. Cybele only had to do like every civilization, copy them, and rebrand their ideas. So you suggest improving my godly prestige by making access to my Vestals something rare and exclusive, the goddess asked, Victor nodding. You sound a bit too much like Shisha, maybe, but does it make it any less true? Victor smiled behind his helmet, having pinpointed her problem. Do you want people to like you, or to respect you? Cybele nodded to herself with newfound enthusiasm. A ceremony that honors all my portfolio without a singular focus on one domain. Well, Victor knew that it would always be about pleasure for some people, but it was her best chance to rework her image. How about the Green Hand reunion for your ceremony's title? How about the Sutra Cybele? The goddess replied, making Victor squint behind his helmet. Unfortunately, she took his silence for something else. Sutra Cybele it is. Reforming her image was going to be a tough and difficult war. So about the fertility issue, it is not that I don't want any new kids now, but I want to know when and with whom I have them. Exclusivity and rarity. In that case, if you do not want a child, you simply have to say a safe word, Cybele said. Scream my name. Well, won't that be awkward? But at least it removed a thorn in his foot. Thank you, Lady CY. Ping. Cybele seemed rather surprised. But the time is not up yet. Minion. Not even the gods could prevent Venkyo from summoning Victor to his side, as his body was torn from Cybele's planar realm and brought back to his friend's horde. Minion, Venkyo whispered, sitting on his golden hoard. There you are, Minion. Your Majesty? Victor frowned, surprised by his master's voice. Why are you whispering? Are we being listened to? I sang for a day and a half, Venkyo rasped, massaging his neck with his hand. My throat is sore. A day and a half? Gods damn it, the Pantheon won't let him get anything done. As if to answer his thoughts, Kia teleported in the vault in a flash of bright light, ignoring just about every magical defense they had set in place. Thanks for the lift, Lady Leone, the paladin shouted, before turning to the V&V members. Here you are. Manling Kia, heal my golden voice, Venkyo ordered, the Shining Knight casting a full heal spell on the dragon. A second later, the dragon could again speak normally. Better. Now I can sing once again. No, Kia panicked, much to Venkyo's displeasure. I mean, Your Majesty floored the entire planet already. Finally, after so much time spent around dragons, she had learned how to handle them. Almost. Minion, why should I deprive the world of this pleasure? The dragon asked pompously. If Your Majesty does it again, it will lose its luster. Victor came to her support. Please, do not turn this imperishable memory into something mundane. Let the bards sing for you instead. Excellent idea, Minion, Venkyo said. Order Pink Ranger to create a new war song, to inspire my troops as they carry on to our inevitable victory. That may have been even worse. About that, we have just enough time before the invasion of Prydain to finally do this dungeon side quest, Kia said, still determined to claim its prize, and obtain the plot armor. I received a divine mission to participate in it as well, Victor added. If only to meet one of the nominees. Then it is settled, Venkyo declared, enthusiastic at the idea of winning a prize and stretching his legs. We complete this quest, right after I take a gold shower. Venkyo was in a great mood for this last-minute quest. Not only had he improved the living conditions of minions worldwide, but the Conclave had listened to his wise words and awoken the slumbering dragons all across the world. It had been a tiring, exhausting ordeal, and the dragon enjoyed the feeling of his horde against his scales. His chief of staff and Knight Kia had prepared themselves for this adventure with care, fully equipping themselves with armor and weapons. The vizier had knelt before Venkyo while holding his scythe, praying his godly minion to bring the quest to them. Please, Lord Death Jester, can you summon us to the dungeon contest? Manling Victor closed his eyes, as if listening to an invisible voice. The more he heard, the less he liked it. Do I have to say that? She is right next to me, you know. That would be rude. He wants you to insult Mithras in my presence, doesn't he? Nikeia asked, her arms crossed. Before you do it, I will remind you that my god kindly agreed to your selfish request. Hey, I have nothing against Mithras personally, it's not my fault my patrons and yours don't get along. Minion, get on with it, Vainkyur ordered. This was their last quest before their final Dragonfoamer war, not a minion dispute. Manling Victor sighed, before raising his side, harvest. Screw the law, and paladins too. As he spoke these words, a flash of bright light swallowed the trio whole. You are being forcefully teleported. Immovable, activated. Immovable, overridden by Death Jester. In the blink of an eye, Vainkyur found himself transported in the middle of a sandy, dome-like arena of solid stones, and duly welcomed by thousands of cheers. Nikeia fumed in anger at his left, and Manling Victor stood at his right. Separated from the trio by high walls, the stands were packed with hundreds of cloaked undead, Agarthans, beastki, fiends, and other creatures. The dragon even noticed the strange nigger that originally proposed the quest to them in the higher rows. Greetings everyone. Vainkyur glanced at a promontory overseeing the arena. A raven beastki, an armored dwarf, and an elf vampire were sitting on thrones there, the first of them talking with a showman's charm. Finally, I thought we would never have a decent adventurer team for this year. Now, I know the current times are a hard one for the dungeon industry, with dragons demolishing them left and right. The adventuring market is changing so fast these days, the dwarf added, before pumping her fist. But that only means our engineers must innovate and adapt. I am so excited about our current edition, the dark elf added, before blowing a kiss to Manling Victor. The vizier returned the gesture, much to Nikeia's annoyance. Even more since our challengers are none other than the mighty V&V. Who else? Vainkyur showed his chest proudly, acclaimed by the audience. Behold, the greatest dragon in the world, and the most perfect minion. And Kia Bekel, the birdkin added, the audience booing the paladin, upon recognizing her unworthiness as a minion. Mithras protects us from this madness, Nikeia whispered, trying to keep some dignity. I'm afraid prayer won't help here, unless they are prayers for death, the raven said, clapping his hands. Can these three survive all our architect's best traps? You will know it by staying tuned on this new edition of the Dedi Awards. The stadium erupted in cheers, Vainkyur basking in their adoration. This competition shall be shown to all of the lower planes in real time, thanks to our partnership with our co-sponsors from Infercorp and More Hell Corporate, the birdkin announced, flying mirrors appearing all around Vainkyur's group. I am Death Jester, this is Camilla and Varan, together, we are the Dread 3. While we sponsor this event and ensure everyone will respect the rules, the choice of best dungeon will be left to the V&V team's judgment. The Dark Elf, Camilla, took over. So far, only a few dungeons were nominated for this year. If the entire team survives, they will receive a monetary prize and, how much? Vainkyur immediately asked the important question, wanting to hear the magic number. 1 million gold coins. Varan the dwarf shouted in response, much to Vainkyur's and the audience's delight, alongside the famed artifact, the terror of overlords everywhere, the terrifying plot armor. Let us introduce our nominees. Death Jester snapped his fingers. Who have been recently reduced to 2, after the competition vanished under mysterious circumstances. 2 pillars of flames erupted in front of Vainkyur and his minions, familiar faces manifesting before them. The first was the dark shape of the Forgotten One, his ancient and now ignored enemy, the evil Light Furibon. The second a goblin with blackened nails and a crimson cloak. The light waved at the audience with smugness, before noticing Vainkyur and freezing in place. The goblin simply pissed himself at the dragon's sight. The critter looked vaguely familiar too, like the one they had met in the Teikaku Empire. Oh, hi Furibon. Victor waved a hand at the light with friendliness, overtaken by the undead's fiendish charm. It's been a while. We need to talk as soon as possible. First of all, our favorite, Death Jester announced with a booming voice. The light Furibon. No, the Forgotten One declared immediately, shaking his head once, then twice. Just no. I give up. Me too, the red-cloaked goblin screamed for his life. Wise choice, Vainkyur replied, although the public didn't share his vision. Every spectator started booing the nominees. You forfeit your dungeon's nomination in the Dedi Awards? Death Jester asked the nominees, most displeased. We do not tolerate quitters in this competition. Turn back, and you shall never be nominated again. While doubt overtook Furibon, the goblin persisted. I give up. Vainqueur squinted at him, now sure that he had seen that critter somewhere. His old chief of staff, who abandoned him in his sleep. It was you. Vainqueur roared with such anger, that it made the entire arena tremble. You cowardly, good-for-nothing goblin. It was you all along. Send me back, the goblin pleaded, as Vainqueur opened his mouth to eat the treacherous creature. Send me back. Chomp. Vainqueur's jaws closed on an empty spot, the goblin having teleported away at the last second. Varan, you could have let him finish his meal, Death Jester chastised the armored dwarf. That would have been appropriate for the current situation. Jesty, he is my chosen's father, Varan argued. You know how much I value family. Oh, that makes me think, your wedding anniversary is next week, right? The dark elf of the trio asked her colleague. I am almost finished with creating the zombie clowns. The Bird King coughed, forcing his two colleagues to focus. Vainqueur himself growled in frustration, but reassured himself in that he knew where this treacherous goblin lived. Furibon, give us your answer. I would be loath to cancel this competition, so make the right choice. Everyone looked at the like, including a furious Vainqueur. He seemed trapped in an inner conflict, debating with himself. Knightsbane, he muttered. But my award. But Knightsbane, but no competition. Furibon, if it reassures you, personally I'm mostly here to have a serious conversation about the shield you set around Murmurin's castle, Manling Victor said. We can skip straight to it without trashing your dungeon first. Truly, the like asked, clearly eager to spend as little time in their presence as possible. Minion, what are you talking about? Vainqueur chastised his chief of staff. I am not giving up on 1 million coins. I would like the plot armor, too, Nightkeer said. In that case, we can discuss the matter while tackling your dungeon. Furibon, Manling Victor changed his tune, trying to save the 1 million coin prize. It will be like when we attacked your castle during the War of the Horde. That does not help your case, the like hissed angrily, at all. But we will do it right this time. We will do it by the book, Nightkeer argued, quickly and efficiently. That's what he said, Death Jester cackled, the knight glaring at him. Don't you dare deny me 1 million coins, forgotten one, Vainqueur warned. I may have forgotten your past transgressions, but do not remind me of why I despised you in the first place. Do it, the crowd shouted, do it, do it. In the end, the Forgotten One had no choice but to submit to the people's will. Fine, Furibon said, before dramatically waving his hand at the crowd, but you brought it on yourself. We shall discuss this shield matter as you suffer in the tomb of Furibon, the painful dungeon. Chapter 136, Dungeon Waltz. Never. Vainqueur roared almost immediately, his head hitting the ceiling and causing the entire hall to tremble. Never. That's evil, friend Victor added, a flying mirror floating near his face, as he examined the barrier preventing them from accessing the dungeon's depths. It was a purple replica of the shield around the Murmurin castle. I'm sure he raised the price somehow. Vainqueur had thought the Forgotten One reformed after he put a dragon statue in his dungeon's first hall, but instead, the like made a twisted mockery of it, forcing noble, generous dragons to make the ultimate sacrifice. The like hadn't abandoned his old tricks. If anything, he had become even worse. Paralyzed by indecision yet? Furibon's voice echoed through the walls, the Forgotten One having hidden in the depths of his domain while VNV had been teleported at the entrance, safe from the dragon's wrath. A dragon does not pay a fee, Vainqueur declared, activating Spell Purge and attempting to get through the barrier. Instead, the field around him hit the magical protection like two pieces of armor colliding with one another, one unable to break past the other. Did you truly think I would not counter that perk, after you used it to take over my castle? Furibon's voice cackled at Vainqueur with great smugness. I will break the ceiling and get around it, the dragon snarled back, refusing to give up in the face of the lead devil. Your Majesty won't be able to do so, Manling Victor said, he and Nightkeer inspecting the magical defense. I've analyzed it with spells, and it forms a dome around the dungeon. Could you disable it? Nightkeer asked the vizier. You can cast tier 9 spells now, no. That barrier must be in the same tier range. Furibon's laughter echoed through the dungeon. Tier X, Paladin. Tier X, even if it would take me months to create a counter, the chief of staff replied. Don't you have inbuilt anti-magic? I thought Saints could ignore most spells. I already tried, the Paladin replied. If it can resist Vainqueur's Spell Purge, no anti-magic will pierce it. In that case, Manling Victor casually strolled through the barrier and walked to the other side, none the worse to wear. Tarther, what the Forgotten One's voice turned almost embarrassed. How did you do that? Skeleton key, Manling Victor replied with great smugness, having turned the tables on the like. It makes me count as invited for the purpose of any magical protection. It caused me a few problems, about time it was useful. I accounted for anti-magic effects, but not perks playing on the entry condition. Furibon grumbled to himself. I will patch it out. Can you carry us through, minion? Vainqueur asked, his friend shaking his head. Apparently, his perk only counted him as invited. It appeared that, for the sake of the 1 million coins prize, the dragon had no choice but to compromise. Manlinkia, the Wym said with a heavy heart, looking at the frail, unworthy creature in the eye. Pay for me. The paladin was so floored by the fact Vainqueur deigned to give her life purpose, that her tiny mind couldn't handle the request. I am sorry, I shall not fold before the Forgotten One's greed, Vainqueur declared. We cannot let him win the war for our hearts, so pay for me. Why me? Nikia protested, pointing her blade at friend Victor. Why not him? That's his job. Spoiling me is your destiny. Her insolence annoyed Vainqueur. He kept giving her chances to prove herself as a minion, but she always disappointed. And unlike you, friend Victor has children to take care of. Yeah, I just received a parental raise, Manling Victor replied, before looking at the ceiling. Hey Fury, is your spell a souped-up version of Spirit Shield? It was an inspiration, the dungeon's owner replied. Though I am surprised you know that spell. Clearly, you have studied magic since we went our own ways. Since it can cover a whole dungeon, do you think it could protect a city? Could be. How big of a city are we talking about? While Manling Victor and the crew engaged in a spell debate, Vainqueur kept his attention all on Nikia. He gave her a stern, focused stare, that of a parent asking a naughty child to behave. Guys, could I? Nikia cleared her throat, finally realizing that there was no evading her duty this time. Could I borrow some money? No, Vainqueur said flatly. Kia, you can't pay your fee? Manling Victor asked, astonished by the female Manling's stinginess. It's just 5,000, 10 if you pay for Vainqueur's fee. It shouldn't be such a big deal. I'm short right now, but I'll pay you back as soon as I can, I promise. Charisma check. Failed. Nikia didn't sound in the black. Friend Victor wisely doubted her words, and assessed the financial risk. How short? Nikia made an embarrassed face, a short shade of red. You're in debt? The vizier replied, making the paladin wince. Don't say that out loud, they're live streaming it to hell, the knight protested. I knew it. Vainqueur shouted, caring nothing about poor shaming her. That was why Grandrake could not hear you. Kia, how can you be in debt? Friend Victor was at a loss of words. You're the shining knight, the greatest hero in the land. I have a noble domain, but wandering alcoholism is not a sustainable lifestyle. But we were paid a fortune to conquer J. Manling Victor stopped, as the knight glared at him. Oh right, you didn't participate. This is on you, Vainqueur declared. This is the Elder Wyrm's punishment for your poor money management skills. Instead of taking this wisdom as a chance to improve, the paladin held to her insane delusions. I would rather live poor than get rewarded for unethical behavior. You know what? All right, Manling Victor said before Vainqueur could taunt her mercilessly. I'll loan you 10,000, so you can pay for your and His Majesty's fee. How much will I owe you? Nikia squinted, suspicious. No usury, no interests, although I may take your soul as collateral. Don't push it, Vic. After Nikia paid Vainqueur's entry fee with borrowed money, the group progressed down the cramped stairs of the dungeon, quickly making their way into an immense, incredibly long underground hallway. The path went down, and down, and down. Click. When they were a third of the way down, something heavy fell right behind the trio. Vainqueur peeked over his shoulder to look back. What is it? An enormous, fiery boulder the size of the dragon himself had fallen behind them, rolling down and threatening to crush the group. Unable to turn around due to the cramped space, Vainqueur lazily raised his tail at the boulder, and whipped it. The rock crashed against the back entrance with a loud noise, embedded in the stone. The flames had licked Vainqueur's scales, filling them with a pleasurable sensation. Seriously, a boulder trap? Manling Victor asked, clearly disappointed. That's cliché. I knew this would happen, Furibon's voice complained. I knew this would happen, and I still let them sweet-talk me into it. Wait, it's star metal. Nikia walked below Vainqueur to observe the rock more closely. Her face turned red with outrage. You have tons of star metal, the most precious material in the world, which is super effective against the foamers, and you used it to make a trap boulder. Furibon marked a long pause afterward. Once again, my artistic soul remains unappreciated. Alas for you, even if you stopped my rockfall, you shall never survive this hallway of D. Sweet. Manling Victor shouted as he discovered a trap hidden in the walls. Booba trapped wands. Who wants one? Give them to me, minion, Vainkyur said, always eager to add new trinkets to his collection. I'm sure there is a pit going forward, Nightgear said, slowly advancing while checking the ground with her blade. Stay behind me, I got this. Friend Victor, meanwhile, had the time of his life disabling the magical traps. A wand of dire wilting. I always wanted one. The forgotten one's frustrated sigh was music to Vainkyur's ears. What followed was a casual waltz through the dungeon, with Vainkyur taking the time to rate the architecture of each room. While the vile Furibon was best left forgotten, the dragon had to admit that he had a talent for building cramped spaces. 8 out of 10, leaning on 9, Vainkyur decided after he and his minions went through a wall full of gargoyles. The statues had briefly animated to stop them, noticed the dragon, then wisely returned to their original spot. I find the dedication to perfect symmetry dizzying, but this dungeon seriously lacks in warmer color, such as red and gold. The sound of rats in the walls was a nice touch, although it made him hungry. Oh, a wand of big metal unit, Common Nightgear rejoiced, upon observing the pile of magical items Manling Victor carried in his arms. I thought no one could cast it directly, can I? No touching, until you pay your debt first. The paladin punched the vizier in the arm before opening the doors to the next room. Unfortunately, they proved very small by dragon standards, forcing Vainkyur to squeeze through. 3 out of 10. Vainkyur snarled, as he struggled to get through once reaching the halfway point. This dungeon is not dragon-friendly. This is a design feature, Furibon's voice mocked him. Just tall enough to let a large dragon through, but cramped to make it as uncomfortable as possible. His cruelty knew no bounds. In the end, Manling Victor and Nightgear had to push him through, Vainkyur's back reaching against the ceiling. Thankfully, his efforts were rewarded with the sight of a dozen treasure chests, poor, lonely coffers waiting for a caring dragon to loot them. Only Nightgear, in her pauperness, remained doubtful and drew her sword. This smells like a mimic trap. Of course, stay back, Manling Victor said. I'm good with them. Upon hearing him speak, one of the chests immediately hopped in Victor's direction, startling Nightgear. The vizier looked at the animated item, radiating warmth and caring. The mimic asked, almost hopefully, Daddy? Manling Victor gasped. Kids, Daddy. All the chests in the room grew legs and rushed towards the vizier. Daddy. In a display of fatherly affection, the Reaper dumped his wands and scythe on Nightgear before rushing to embrace the loving chests. I'm adopting you. Friend Victor all but squealed like a little girl, as the mimics purred in happiness. I'm adopting you all. You see, minion? Vainkyur shamed Nightgear, who watched the scene with a strange face. This is what true minion brotherhood looks like. This is something you will never experience. This has gone on long enough. Furibon snarled, the walls opening. Immediately, Nightgear adopted a fighting stance, while Manling Victor was too busy hugging mimics. Ferocious quaking echoed through the room, as ducks emerged from the secret passages. Their eyes burned with anger, and the primal desire to see the world burnt. The dragon in the room rejoiced. A free buffet, at long last. Then the ducks noticed Vainkyur and the saliva going down the Wyrm's mouth. The bird's expression turned from cruelty to abject fear. Singing 4 days made a dragon very hungry, and he could never say no to roasted ducks. In the end, friend Victor adopted half the monsters in the dungeon, after Vainkyur ate everyone else. The ducks in particular were so spicy and delicious, that the dragon considered breeding them with cats, to enjoy devouring them again and again. You know, I was worried about this being a painful dungeon, but so far it is a very pleasant and relaxing experience, Nightgear said, a trail of monsters following Manling Victor like children at kindergarten. I would come back. Me too. Manling Victor carrying a purring, tiny metal slime on his shoulder. No. Furibon's angry voice echoed. No. Quiet, Vainkyur ordered his minions, old and new. I smell gold. A short while later, they finally made their way to the dungeon's hoard. And what a treasure it was. Hills of coins, gems, and shinies, sealed in a vault even bigger than Vainkyur's own. Just the thought of adding all this wealth to his own filled his heart with rainbows. Yet as soon as the entire group walked in, and before the dragon could engage in a golden bath, the door closed behind them. The coins shifted on their own. No, Vainkyur shook his head in panic, as the hoard took the shape of a humanoid. Impossible. He faced the ultimate defense against dragons. A living hoard. A humanoid coin golem challenged V&V, a monster bigger than the ones defending Vainkyur's own hoard. The creature shone bright with the splendor of 1,000,000 coins and gems, something as terrible as it was shiny. Vainkyur could not harm true gold, could not bear to do the deed himself, so he had no choice but to throw a pauper at it. Nikia, do it, he ordered, before turning his head away as the paladin charged forward with a wicked grin. The dragon couldn't bear the sight of the following massacre, yet he heard every sickening moment, every clash of poverty against wealth, every sword strike cutting a coin in half. Manling Victor had to pat his master on the arm during the whole ordeal, to appease him. A minute later, powered by her drive to alleviate her debt, Nikia had murdered the poor horde. She would carry this sin, and the guilt, for all her life. Is it done? Vainkur asked, averting his gaze until Manling Victor assured him it was safe. The dragon looked at the treasure left for him, taking comfort in that the gold would alleviate his wounded heart. Vainkur immediately turned suspicious. Forgotten One, are you up to your old mischief again? The like waited a moment to answer. No, he doesn't change gold to lead, Manling Victor said after examining the hoard, before immediately changing his tune, because this is already lead turned into gold. A spell simply reverts the coins to their original state once they get past a certain perimeter. Makes sense, Nikia said. A dungeon like this one must be crazy expensive. It would surprise me if Furibon had enough funds to maintain it and afford a treasure so big. You could turn lead to gold at any time, Forgotten One? Vainkur was outraged. Why did you even use your power for lead in the first place? You could have saved the moon. Furibon sighed in true and utter defeat. Just take the items and go. Chapter 137, The Plot Armor. After many joys and triumphs, Vainkur and his minions finally made it to the boss room, or so Manling Victor called it. Unable to unlive past his crushing defeat in the War of the Horde, the Forgotten One had recreated his old throne room down to the very last detail. The dragon recognized the ghostly candelabras, the armored statues on each side, the chains hanging from the ceiling. The nostalgia. Furibon observed the group smash their way into his lair, crumpling on his throne. A horde of slimes, mimics, and assorted minions poured into the room, shattering the silence with a noisy cacophony. Children, please calm down. Manling Victor whistled, his newfound minions looking up at him in religious silence. We are now in the boss room, the place where the most powerful monster in the area waits to kill adventurers. If you do not behave, Furibon will eat you. I resent this slander on my person, the like rasped, while the slimes cowered behind their vizier protector. True, for once, you not only ate baby minions, but baby coins too, Vainkur accused him. For he may have been forgotten, never would he be forgiven. Nikia, however, could barely restrain her excitement. I'm so pumped for the final battle. Can I solo him? Paladin versus like, it was meant to be. Fury, you made yourself the final boss? Manling Victor asked the Forgotten One. Yes, but I do not care anymore, Furibon replied, sounding utterly defeated on his throne. You win. You win. Happy now? Oh come on, Nikia complained, itching for a fight. Just a short battle. You can't back away now. The boss was in you all along, the like said as a lazy excuse. By facing your fears, you defeated it. Clearly, Vainkur had crushed the undead's hopes and dreams. Broken as he was, he would never disguise leader's gold ever again. This satisfied the WYRM, but not Nikia, who booed the like. Refund. You made a mockery of my dungeon. Furibon complained. All this work designing the hardest, most painful experience an adventurer party could ever know, wasted. Fury, the time of dungeons challenging people ended with dragons, Manling Victor argued. And that's fine. We adventurers don't go to a dungeon for torture, no matter what the name would imply. We dungeon crawl to have fun, for loot, and levels. For what it is worth, I enjoyed myself today, up until now, Nikia added, her eyes looking at the throne with longing. The nostalgia made me relive my early adventuring years. While this dungeon was not up to my standards, it was somewhat passable, Vainkur replied with disdain. The ducks were a plus. Furibon's ghostly gaze flared up when the dragon demeaned his dungeon, but instead of unleashing deadly spells, he simply sighed. I do not have energy left for anger. Come on, just a boss speech, Manling Victor pleaded, holding a metal slime in his hands. For the children. For the children. Faced with 100 minions gazing at him with their cute, adorable eyes, Furibon had no choice but to oblige. Muttering under his non-existent breath, he rose up from his throne, dark magic crackling in his bony fingers. You went farther than you should have, mortals. Furibon's voice echoed with the power of Happyland itself, terrifying the slimes. But you have yet to meet Furibon either. Your journey is over, tiny ones. Time to die. The entire minion horde erupted into tears and screams. Furibon sank back into his throne, happy to have traumatized so many children. A strange sound echoed in the dungeon, the flying mirrors that watched the participants during their entire adventure moving in circles around the throne. "Time for the final vote," Camilla's voice spoke through the devices. "I thought this dungeon would be a tragedy, but then I realized it was a comedy all along," Death Jester added. "Even better. Let our participants give their final judgment," Varan finished. "Rate this dungeon on a scale from 1 to 10. 10 out of 10. Manling Victor rejoiced, petting a crying mimic. "It's cute, family-friendly, and scares children straight for life. We have to teach our kids how the real world works, for their sake." Nikia hesitated but remained professional. 9 out of 10. It was just the right balance between a relaxing experience and a power trip. The lack of a final boss subverted my expectations, but not in a good way. But I would still come back. Vainkyur hesitated. On one hand, Furibon built his dungeon with great cruelty, and the dragon could never give a 10 to a place needing a fee to get into. The murder of the innocent, living horde could not go unpunished either. Yet, the dragon had come out of this place with new minions, great rewards, and a full belly. The ducks in particular earned Furibon a few points. 6 out of 10, Vainkyur settled on his final score. Let it not be said that the Emperor wasn't merciful to his former enemies. 6 out of 10, an ember of wrath lit up in Furibon's empty eye sockets. 6 out of 10, WYRM? This is not the worst cave I've been in, but not the best either. Vainkyur defended his visionary judgment. Yet, in his wickedness, Furibon did not respond to this wisdom with humility, but with anger. "Change your vote, WYRM, the like ordered. No dungeon of mine shall ever get such a poor rating. Nothing can change a dragon's mind. Forgotten one. Defeat shall." Furibon snapped his finger, a table materializing between his throne and the dragon. "A 10 if I win, a 0 if I lose. Bring it." Vainkyur roared back. Manling Victor, ever prepared, searched in his armor's pouches and brought out his master's deck. And so, Vainkyur fought a boss battle worthy of him. After the Monster Poker rematch of the century, the group was teleported back to the arena, where the Dread 3 delivered awards. Only Furibon had survived all the way to this ceremony, backed by his adventuring party and dungeon architects. From the innocent smiles which Furibon's team wore on their face, Victor had a pretty good idea of what happened to the other competitors. Everything was fair in war and television. "Congratulations, Furibon," Death Jester declared, handing the like 5 golden statues, each representing a paladin dying in fun and unexpected ways. "You earned a Deddy Award in Most Lethal Dungeon, Best Supporting Mini-Boss, Best Dungeon Boss, Best Dungeon Design, and Best Dungeon Sound Design." "How?" the like asked, sounding both astonished and somewhat pleased. "Even if I avenged my honor at the end, they crushed my life's work on live divination. I will show the like vengeance," Vainkyur mumbled to himself, still angry after his loss at Monster Poker. The dragon had fought with ferocity, but not even the heart of the cards could prevail against the enraged like. Such a spectacular duel though, Victor thought. He would remember it for all of his life. "All your competition either died or fled," Camilla explained. "Since you alone were brave and strong enough to survive V and V's presence in your life, you win by default. Your Monster Poker battle was by far the most watched match in the game's history. At the Deddy Awards, we reward determination." Varan patted the like on the back. "Furibon, this team wrecked almost everyone they encountered, but you survived to antagonize them again and again. I believe you are bound to do that forever," Death Jester added mirthfully. "I should feel insulted. I should. This is an unjust victory." Furibon then claimed the prizes. "But you are right. I deserve these awards." Victor didn't pay much attention to the congratulatory speeches and clapping that followed. He was too busy tending to his 100 new adorable slimes and finding names for each of them. Jean-Pierre Boxy, Boxenero, Slim Ella, Glunin, Mr. Geladine, Sticker, Emmanuel Money, Junior and Buzz Jelly would have such a good time with all these new friends. "Where is my reward?" Vainkyur demanded, interrupting a birdkin's speech about how Furibon crushed all his hopes so much that he had grown to enjoy it. "I came for a prize, and I do not see it." The Dread 3 exchanged a glance, making a strange face. It was as if they feared what would follow. "Give it to us," Kia said, giddy like a child. "You cannot stop it. A promise is a promise, Paladin." Camilla frowned in response, insulted. "I don't feel particularly bound to honor an agreement, but I have the gut feeling that you will screw this up somehow," Death Jester replied, waving his hand dramatically at an empty spot to his right. "Here it is." The plot armor, the most terrible piece of clothing ever designed, immediately appeared. It could barely be called an armor at all, being crafted from crimson, folded paper. This hideous, giant origami creation looked like a knight's armor, helmet included, but seemed about to fall apart on itself at any moment. Words appeared scribbled on every inch of it, as if someone had used trashy novels as the main material. This thing will not protect anyone, Vainqueur stated the obvious. Besides being made of folded paper, it had holes everywhere it shouldn't. I could burn it with embers. Less convinced, Victor analyzed it with I4 treasure, just in case. Plot armor. Quality S+, major artifact. Material, badly written novels and villains tears ink. Endurance, infinity/infinity. Protection, physical +1 and magical +1 per friend and true believer. Weight, flavorful. Bonus, +500 luck to all checks to avoid dying. Can only be worn by someone with good karma, or else the bonuses become penalties. The armor will identify karma frauds. An ancient suit of armor worn by spoony bards, plucky farmland boys, Noi detectives, and countless other unlikely heroes chosen by destiny. As long as you wear it, this gear will protect you from death, although you can be defeated /k.o.ed, especially if it would raise narrative tension. If you somehow die while wearing the plot armor, you will soon be revived with a stat increase and newfound determination. However, the armor will force the wearer to say corny, cliché lines at inappropriate times. You are warned. +500 luck. Many of our students at Scholomance doubted the power in this armor, and it cost them, Camilla explained, upon noticing Victor's astonishment. It took us great pain and effort to claim it. With the foamers acting up though, it will find no better a user than you, Death Jester said, although he blatantly dismissed Kia's presence. As for the other part of the prize, Varan snapped her fingers. 1 million coins. A torrent of gold started raining from the heavens, showering Vainqueur's whole body. The audience just went wild, as the dragon let out a happy roar, rolling himself on the ground while coins fell down his scales. Leone's peeping shield, a fitting room appeared out of nowhere around Kia, velvet curtains protecting her modesty from the crowd, as she grabbed the plot armor to put it on. While Vainqueur and Kia amused themselves, and the Dread Three addressed the crowd to pitch the next year's edition, Victor approached Furibon. No offense if I take all the slimes with me, the vizier asked his sort of Stockholm friend. No, you showed me that I should stick to the classics. I will replace them with mindless, carnivorous undead and merciless golems. Furibon teleported his awards away, emptying his hands. I have given thought to what you told me about the era of hard, painful dungeons ending. Maybe there is truth in it. Your tomb will find more success as a horror-themed tourist attraction, Manling Victor suggested. I am a purist through and through, Furibon said, before changing the subject. So, you will invade Prydain? We need all the help we can get, especially to shield population centers from their arrows, Victor argued. Even your star metal boulder would be a huge help if we could reforge it into weapons. What I mean to ask is, will you join us? The like fell into silence, considering the matter deeply. The thoughtful undead probably pondered the hassle in helping Vainqueur against Odier's odds of victory. A world devastated by the foamers is not one I would call home, Furibon finally spoke up. Unlike previous times, Victor didn't even have to pass a charisma check to convince him. I refuse to fight side by side with the WYRM, but I will contribute. Kia soon emerged from her dressing refuge, having traded her metal armor for a paper one. She didn't notice a kick me sign Death Jester quickly scribbled on her back. How does it feel? Victor asked, wondering how it could even hold onto her skin. In one word, uncomfortable. The paladin forced herself to smile. Come, try it. Try to kill me. Not while you owe me money, Victor reminded her of his leverage. Now that he owned her financially, she would never dare touch his kids. Vainqueur meanwhile, suddenly stopped playing with his coins and looked at the knight with hope in his eyes, as if her words had awoken an ancient instinct buried 4 years. You asked to commit suicide, minion? Kia put her hands on her waist and opened her mouth. Yet, while it was her voice, her words were those of someone possessed. Danger is my middle name. Vainqueur immediately rose to try and incinerate the paladin, only to trip over his piles of coins. Victor watched his best friend crash on his left shoulder with a terrible noise, blowing gold in all directions. The entire crowd fell silent, while Death Jester clearly struggled not to laugh. Letting out a fearsome roar, Vainqueur moved back on his feet and switched to physical force. He raised his hand and attempted to smash a very smug-looking paladin like a bug. I will protect my friends, Kia shouted, unable to control her own mouth. Boom! Something deflected Vainqueur's palm as he brought it down on Kia, deviating the blow. Instead, the WYIM hit the nearby stand, sending the closest spectators flying. A shield of blue energy had formed around Kia, deflecting the attack. What is this? Furibon asked, analyzing the protection with magic. The power of friendship, Camilla sighed. It fuels the armor, alongside love, wishes, and hope. Sometimes friendship manifests as a physical force, Death Jester added, looking at the scene with disgust. Although it only ever did for heroes, and never for us. Oh yes, I learned that in Scalomance, Victor remembered. That's why you always advised killing the rest of the party before the leader? Whose friendship? Vainkyur complained. She is Nikeya, she doesn't have any friends. Jolie's faith gives me strength. Nikeya recited a scripted line, causing Vainkyur to see red and try to smash her. Once more, a shield of light protected her from harm. That armor was ridiculously overpowered. We are more than a team, Kia said, reciting scripted lines, as Vainkyur stubbornly tried to kill her and always failed. We are a family. Chapter 138, Before the End. In Murmurin, the day before the invasion of Prydain, the dragons played a very loud game. Open fire, Vainkyur declared, as 24 true WYRMS unleashed their breaths at a crater. Fire, frost, lightning, poison, earth, almost every element known to dragonkind was used, turning their target into a delightful show of light and destruction. The ground trembled 4 miles, minions fled in all directions, and a single figure stood in the middle of the destruction, unmoved. Uncle, you are harming her, Jolie protested, as the only dragon present who refused to participate. I wish I did, Vainkyur replied with wounded pride. More power, cousin, I have a piano, Genia Lissime said as he landed next to Vainkyur, showing off a black, half-crushed manling musical instrument. I found a piano. Throw it at her. So his cousin did, launching the musical instrument like a projectile. Linorms and Smays, who lacked imagination, imitated their true-born brethren by throwing boulders, stones, houses, trees, and in one case, even a cow. No cow throwing. Vainkyur snarled, trying to keep this contest civilized. Goronite lowered all his heads in shame, apologizing for being born. At long last, the dust settled, and the dragons groaned in frustration. Their target lived. Unscathed, Nikeya kept muttering nonsense, standing alone amidst ruins and devastation. She had shielded the cow with her body, as a true minion should. Congratulations, Kia, Jolie chirped, shouting encouragement at her failure of a chief of staff. Believe in yourself, Nikeya replied, her words no longer her own. I believe in you. While Vainkyur remained obstinate in his desire to overcome this plot armor, quite a few dragons were starting to doubt. There has to be something that works on her, the Emperor complained. They had been at it for 6 hours. It only protects her from death and direct damage, Genia Lissime noted. What if we throw her into the moon? Or have a minion teleport her away? No, Jolie protested. No, Vainkyur said hastily. Even she does not deserve such a horrific fate. Even if Manling Victor had sent many minions unto that faraway, dark planet to protect them from fairy retaliation, Vainkyur privately thought they may have been condemned to a fate worse than death. He hoped that they could retain their sanity long enough for him to eat Ogiers. What was the Forgotten One doing? Could he not turn that cursed lead ball to gold? Guys, it has been amusing, but I'm taking off the armor, Nikeya said, as she left the crater, or else these lines will give me diabetes. Maybe we can harm her this way, a dragon suggested. With the power of this diabetes. What about the life element? Genia Lissime asked. Does anybody here breathe cancer? While his fellow dragons discussed how to best overcome the plot armor, Vainkyur decided to take a short break and oversee his army. Tomorrow would be the moment a flight of dragons and VS forces landed against Prydain shores. Vainkyur Day. V-Day. In preparation for this historical event, his minions had gathered on great ships near the shores, or boarded copies of the piggy bank too. Each soldier, from the tiniest cobble to the mightiest Gao, carried an overfed cat on their back. Vainkyur somewhat regretted that he didn't have the time to breed these felines with cows, but took solace in knowing no minion would die of starvation. All other minions, those who couldn't fight, were being evacuated through portals to Happyland, the planet Moon, or other safe zones. Were it not for the presence of dragons, Murmurin would have become a ghost town. Only the monsters necessary for the war effort remained behind, to help support the main army. One of them was Troll Barnabas, whom Vainkyur had summoned to his castle alongside goblin smiths. The dwarfen ones had all fled underground, to avoid the thirst of drunken WYRMS. Your Majesty, the troll bowed, as Vainkyur landed in front of his castle's entrance. You have need of us? Yes, minion, for I wish to keep my hoard on my person at all times. Although the thought barely crossed his mind, the dragon understood that he might perish in this conflict. Unlike Icefang, he could not bear to leave his hoard behind, to die away from his hard-won fortune. "You want us to create a bottomless bag?" Troll Barnabas asked. "They often eat what they are fed." The mere thought of coins spilling from a purse horrified Vainqueur. "No, I wish to wear my hoard on my person, to feel my gold and gems against my scales at all times, to always have them within sight, so I may protect it with my last breath if needed." So, Troll Barnabas scratched his throat. "You want me to take all of your hoard, and make what? An armor out of it?" This was a new, innovative dragon solution to hoard management. It didn't surprise Vainqueur that a minion failed to understand his vision, and so the dragon shared his reasoning. "That plot armor is powerful but ridiculous," Vainqueur said. "My hoard is the most beautiful, most perfect in existence. Its brightness blinds the strong and kills the weak on sight. If I wore it, I would be beyond invincible. I would be shiny." And, although Vainqueur would never admit it publicly, his true hoard was his empire and the minions that followed him. They were the ones making the gold come in, the ones who died to fuel Vainqueur's everlasting wealth. Just as Manling Victor was the crowning jewel of his fortune, every minion was a coin the dragon needed to protect. Vainqueur had to remind his minions of what they stood for. The naked sight of his hoard, shining on his person, would bolster their morale and carry them to victory. The other dragons would also understand that they fought for the very survival of the dragon way of life, that they had to win at all costs. Vainqueur's fortune would become more than a pile of riches. It would become a golden symbol. "You shall take my hoard, my beautiful hoard of gold and jewels," Vainqueur said, "and you shall use it to craft me a hoard armor. Something shinier than the plot armor, that will remind Nightkeer of her innate poverty. I want it ready for tomorrow at dawn." Unlike the paladin, Vainqueur already knew which wise lines he had to say. By the time the war ended, all would fear the power of gold. Khuasang had done well for himself. As he waited in front of a cottage built from the remains of elephant-sized spiders, with Chocolatine's arm around his, Victor took the time to study the V&V Empire's moon colony. At first glance, it looked like any ordinary hamlet, except built inside of a lead valley and with the blue planet of Outermundi in the skies above. The settlers had farms, although they cultivated strange alien trees and raised tentacled black horrors instead of goats. A portal to Murmurin pulsated in the village's central square, newcomers crossing into the area to find a refuge away from the war. Victor recognized a few familiar faces among the village's inhabitants, mostly the people he had exiled here over his vizier career. He did notice an unusual settler though, sitting on a bench in Cephalopodian company. "Victor!" Ludwig van raised a hand at his former apprentice, a monstrous, squid-like horror sitting at his side. One of the creature's tentacles caressed the fiendish rake's hair, while another brushed against his left leg. "Fancy meeting you there. I see you didn't waste time," Victor shouted back. "All along, I tried to find happiness in men and women," Ludwig said, looking into his new lover's 100 eyes. "But as it turned out, a genderless outer space squid fulfills me completely." "Oh, sweetie," the abomination replied in her horrifying Arlihan language, holding Ludwig's hand with its tentacle. "You make my pseudopods all sweaty." Victor wisely focused back on the cottage, having no desire to watch a live Japanese porn movie. Come on, come on." Chocolatine couldn't stay in place, furiously knocking on the door. "What is he doing?" "Choc, relax," Victor said, patting her hand to help her calm down. "I can't help it," she replied, her eyes bloodshot like those of a drug addict suffering from a high. "All my stats are raised here. I want to howl all the time." Seeing her in this state made Victor wonder if having her stay with her brother for a while was a good solution. According to Jules, it wouldn't harm the babies, but she had been overexcited since they set a foot on the moon. Isabel had already returned to Happyland, while the rest of Victor's family had been dispersed either across the plains or welcomed into his own pocket dimension. He would rather avoid having everyone in the same place, both for their safety and to prevent jealousy. Finally, the lizardkin savory youth opened the door. "Vic, Choc, my favorite couple," she said upon seeing them, overjoyed. "I'm so happy to see you again." "Me too, Save," Victor said. She hadn't changed much in the last few months after the Nightblades incident, although she had traded her adventurer's clothes for an apron and a chef's hat. The vizier had somewhat forgiven her for her betrayal, as he did with Khuasang's, but still condemned them both to community service. "Come inside." Their host let the couple enter her place before closing the door. The Reaper smelled a delicious scent of fish and honey, as he was led into the dining room. "I already set Chocolatine's room upstairs. I even made 4 cradles, each with a different color." The main room reminded Victor of some hunter's sanctuary. The walls around the dinner table proudly displayed trophies straight from 70s sci-fi movies, from the head of a xenomorph-like aliens to hundred-eyed spiders. It appeared Kawasang had to fight dearly to protect this community. Speaking of the werewolf, he was waiting for them expectantly. "Sis!" Kawasang immediately hugged his sister, as if he hadn't seen her in years. Compared to last time Victor had met him, the werewolf had grown taller, heavier, and wore a suit made of some pink creature's fur. "Welcome home. You're squeezing me too tight, brother," Chocolatine complained, although clearly pleased by the attention. The male werewolf then turned to his in-law, although the atmosphere became considerably colder. "Victor," he said, somewhat neutrally. "Kawasang," Victor replied with the same tone, shaking his hand. There was no warmth in the contact, but no animosity either. Water under the bridge. Something else, however, bothered the vizier greatly. "Save?" "Yes, Vic. Why is there a bound child in your dining room?" the vizier asked, pointing at a chained, tiny humanoid lizard forcefully sitting at the table's end. "Silly, is the main course," Chocolatine replied with a smile, much to Victor's horror. Thankfully, his brother-in-law reassured Victor. "I found him sneaking inside, trying to put a space shark in my bathtub. He was good and stealthy, but he had nothing on the spiders." Kawasang's gaze wandered off, like a war veteran undergoing a traumatizing flashback. The spiders, crawling everywhere, the moonlanders, they were watching. "A space shark?" Victor asked with a frown, as he sat around the dinner table next to Choc. "I heard of sand sharks, but space ones?" "There are space and sand versions of every sea creature," Savory Yu said. "Like moon squids." "Yes, but," although Victor had grown used to strangeness, enough to casually discuss over a dinner table with a child assassin bound in a corner, space fish crossed a line. "I dunno, it sounds like a god got lazy somewhere. They had a UFO," Kawasang said, completely trapped in some horrifying memory. "They had a UFO, and they were drunk, but it wasn't my cart." "It wasn't my cart, brother?" Chocolatine asked, shaking Kawasang out of his PTSD episode. Sorry," the older werewolf said, regaining his sanity. He shook his head a few times, before settling in his chair and continuing with the previous discussion as if nothing happened in between. "I would have eaten little Potian, but he's apparently Save's nephew." "You have been a naughty child, Potian," Savory Yu scolded the prisoner. "No dessert for you." "I wasn't trying to kill anyone, Auntie," the tiny reptile argued, clearly more sorry about the dessert than his attempted wolf slaughter. "Just a life scar, maybe a little maiming too. Charlene asked him to ruin our relationship, and make me suffer," Kawasang explained, sighing. "She will never let me live it down." "You tried to eat her," Victor pointed out, although he didn't agree with her methods of payback. "Haven't we all tried to eat a boyfriend or girlfriend in this family?" Chocolatine replied. "Vic, that's how our relationship started." "Ah yes," she had considered making a stew out of him the first time they met. Victor had forgotten that detail. "I will have a word with Charlene," the vizier told Kawasang. "These attempts will stop, I promise." He couldn't let these events spiral into a feud. "You should." Chocolatine nodded. "Nobody harms my dear Kawasang but himself." "I would appreciate it," Kawasang said, ignoring the remark. "Thing is, I deserve her scorn for trying to eat her, yes, and I understand how she feels. I have made peace with the fact I screwed up something amazing. It allowed you to meet me." Savory Use tried to cheer him up, the werewolf smiling thinly in response. The display shocked Victor, who could never imagine Kawasang as wiser, friendlier. The werewolf, Ranger, had definitely grown since the last time they met. Managing a penal colony had done wonders for him. "You could try to make up for your past," Victor suggested, but more for himself than Kawasang. "I tried," the male werewolf replied, scowling sorrowfully, "but she isn't interested in forgiving me, and clearly never will. When a door remains closed from the other side, you should walk away instead of trying to force the lock." "You are all so negative," Savory Yu said, forcing everyone to sit in a perfectly symmetrical way around the table, even her prisoner. "We are here to celebrate wonderful news." "Yes, Victor, thank you for impregnating my innocent sister," Kawasang said with cutting sarcasm. Thankfully, Chocolatine was too happy for the free meal to notice. "How about Charlene? Did you impregnate my ex too?" "Not yet," Victor replied, knowing his terrible luck. "As far as I know." Kawasang said nothing for a while, clearly displeased by the lackluster answer. "You are not going anywhere near my lonely single mother." "Agreed. So long as you protect Chocolatine while I'm away." "Or, Vic." Chocolatine rested her head against Victor's shoulder, while Kawasang remained in a sour mood. The shadow of a smile formed at the edge of his lips. "I wish that I could keep an eye on you in Prydain." "I wish I could keep you close too," Victor replied, scratching her between the ears. However, he stopped savory use before she could give him cutlery. I won't stay for dinner. Victor, I cooked a space calf whale, savory use complained. Do you know how rare they are, and how difficult to catch? Is it legal to hunt whales? Chocolatine asked, mindful of the environment. Not that it would stop me if I am hungry, but in space it is. Savory use replied happily. Vainqueur has a level safari planned, and he requires my presence alongside our elite warriors. Victor justified himself. This may be their last chance to level up safely and evolve into more powerful forms. Even Allison had agreed to participate, although the event offended her sensibilities. Only Furibon wouldn't attend, the light being busy setting up shields around Gardamag's major cities. Someone knocked on the door. You're waiting for someone? Victor asked Savory Use, who shook her head. The vizier rose from the table, using the opportunity to let the werewolf siblings catch up. Victor opened the door, to find an angel on the threshold. Mr. Victor. The vizier froze, as he faced an old face from a lifetime ago. A blonde angel with mismatched wings, and an adorable face frozen in an expressionless mask. Meal. I'm so happy. Mr. Victor, I am only present because Lord Mithras himself asked me to, the angel quickly replied with impersonal professionalism. I have no intention of seeing you any longer than necessary. Victor froze at the cold reaction but somewhat expected it. He decided not to waste any time. I just wanted to say sorry, he said, for my scam. Mr. Victor, I do not begrudge you for your fraud. She didn't? This surprised Victor. You don't? In a way, I think I always knew, but I was in denial, the angel admitted, sheepishly joining her fingers. I did some soul searching, and I understood that I may have been a little corrupt. Duh, the heartless angel should have been a giveaway. But Mr. Victor, you lied to me, abused my trust, and destroyed my reputation in front of all of heaven, Meal continued. I may have been pushy with your karma insurance, but all I wanted was to save your soul and push you to do good. I should have seen you for what you are, a karmic sink. I did good, Victor defended himself, although the excuse sounded weak even to him. I mean, I exposed heavenly corruption. Shouldn't it count for good behavior? That your action resulted in good means little if you never expected that result, Meal replied. If you try to kill someone, even if you fail, you still wanted to harm someone else. You cannot separate action from intention, and while you may have done some good, Mr. Victor, it was rarely done out of altruism. Okay, I am not perfect, or even a good person, Victor admitted. I don't have what it takes to become someone like Kia, but I'm trying to make up for my mistakes and take responsibility for them. He had a lot on his plate, but so far, Victor thought he was making progress. He took responsibility for his kids, helped Kia with her issues, convinced Furibon to set up protective shields around major cities, found the cure of the plague and went behind Vainqueur's back to make it free. Maybe he was no saint, but he was no devil either. You are trying to improve, Meal conceded. So am I, especially with Lord Mithras' guidance, but I do not want any temptation. Your company is trying, and I have enough of it. I understand, Victor replied, before turning silent. He wanted to ask her so many questions. What had she done since leaving heaven? Did she do well for herself? Where did she work now? But he said nothing. He could feel that their old friendship was irremediably gone, and that as much as it hurt, he had to respect Meal's right to keep her personal space. Even if it hurt him, she didn't exist to make him happy about himself. He had to let her go. Here is the cure for Harmlin's plague, Victor said, searching in his armor's pouches for the potion and handing it to the angel. She carried the bottle in her immaculate hands as if he had granted her a holy treasure. I wanted you to have it. Me? She asked, surprise breaking through her emotionless mask. I hope some good will come out of this mess, and that you will benefit from it, Victor said. I don't know if it will make up for the shame I brought upon you, but this is my dearest wish. He owed her at least this much. Meal's lips twisted into some expression of concern, although she quickly regained her composure. I pray that you do not die in pride, Mr. Victor. With nothing else to add, she opened her wings, glowing with a halo. Meal, Victor said, his old insurance advisor sparing him a few more seconds. Thanks for giving me closure. For all it is worth, you were an awesome shoulder angel. She hesitated for a second, then gave him a short, final nod. The angel vanished in a flash of light without a word, leaving Victor alone with the cold silence of the moon. At twilight, Vainqueur crossed the portal to Daltonia, where his minions and closest allies awaited him next to a dodo pen. Junior the Excalitrap, who carried Buzz Jelly and a dozen slime children on his back, corpse sailing Jules and Tasty Malfi, eager to begin, untasty Allison and Tinfoil Rollo, who weren't, the cobbled rangers, and his beautiful niece Jolie, battling Charlene and Nikia, who had traded the plot armor for her normal one. Even Gorenike and his horse friend had been allowed to participate. Manling Victor teleported in, completing Vaincure's minion set. "Sorry to be late," he apologized. "Chop just wouldn't let me go." "We understand," Minion Vaincure replied, the dragon having shared one last golden shower with his horde before letting Troll Barnabas do his work. "We all need horde time to prepare ourselves for harsh trials." As if to answer their master's desire, a dodo looked over the pen's fence, offering his body for the dragon's pleasure. "Is there no other way?" Untasty Allison asked, touched by such display of self-sacrifice. "Killing helpless animals is. I know we need these levels, but it leaves a sour taste in my mouth." "He lived a good life," Vaincure replied. "This is the bird that fathered so many slimes. Also, does this one look helpless?" Battling Charlene pointed an athame at a ferocious dodo bear, resting on the grass. "We need to cull the hybrid population," Manling Victor argued to the dryad. "We are preserving the local ecosystem, not harming it." "This is my last chance for promotion," Tasty Malfi added, clearly the most enthusiastic of the group. "I always wanted to check if EXP dodos could be raised as undead." Corpse sailing Jules joined his hands. "For double the experience." So did Vaincure. So did Vaincure. Chapter 139 V-Day. The Horde National. Lyrics. Stand up, minions of the earth. Stand up, prisoners of fear. Greed thunders in its volcano. This is the golden eruption of the lead. Let us make coins. Loyal slimes, stand up, stand up. The fairies will lose everything. We are minions, we are the Horde. Possessed by patriotism, Pink furiously scribbled her new song's lines on a page as a drop of blood fell from the sky. Putting her notebook in her backpack, the bard raised her eyes at the stormy heavens, where crimson clouds had gathered in spite of the sea wind. Squeaky, her grey, overfed cat Ration, let out an adorable meow on Pink's back. Every cobbled ranger had such a bag of fur and meat leather strapped to their supplies, so they couldn't escape. Pink still remembered the drilling lesson about how to cook them. "Remember, even if they are too fat to run, don't take any chances." Chocolatine had explained during her cooking seminar, using her personal ration Felix as an example. "Since they always respawn within 10 meters of where they died, set traps just to be sure." While she had listened to the instructions religiously, Pink wasn't sure she could bring herself to eat something this cute. Alongside the other cobbled rangers and their Brachiosaurus dinosaur, Pink currently waited inside a ship-shaped mimic carrying them towards Prydain. In truth, few of the ships making up the V and VS Armada were of wood or metal. Most were monsters, mimics, or undead boats made from the bones of their defeated enemies. Sea monsters, fishmen, and deep ones led the invasion force, guiding them through the currents. All of them braved the stormy sea, titanic waves crashing against their hulls as the dark shores of Prydain came into sight. The Armada was divided into multiple fleets, with one, in particular, almost composed entirely of undead. They surrounded the mighty Tarrasque Emperor and his half-dodo brood as they swam like a band of sharks. 4 undead resisted this family's radioactive presence. Above them, flocks of monsters surrounded copies of the piggybank, His Imperial Majesty's own dwarf-made plane. All in all, the Emperor's armies numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The thought of His Majesty, who had remained absent so far, made Pink anxious, but the sight of other heroes filled her with hope. Leading the aerial forces, Lord Victor, greatest of the minions, conjured the bloody clouds while on the back of Gorenike. May the vials me be ignored. Instead of water, the skies rained blood, to both provide cover for the fleet and allow vulnerable undead like vampires to operate during the day. His rival, the Paladin Kia, led the human fleet from Gardemag further east. She rode her own master, the Imperial niece Jolie, in battle, much to the Kobolds' despair. While they had grown used to this strange quirk of the niece, they would rather have been at her side in this dire moment. For the island fortress of Prydain had come into sight. Pink couldn't call what she faced shores. Stone walls and black towers stood strong on sharp cliffs, while black thorns covered the beach, preventing normal ships from landing. Magical wards and shields protected the island's inner areas, while giant birds, ghosts, and evil spirits freely roamed the skies. There it was, the sanctum of the foamers, of the vile villains that never ceased to threaten His Majesty since his awakening. 1 minute, prepare to clear the ramp. Red shouted, his face against the wind. Move fast and clean out these fairy holes. We don't have a ramp. Blue screamed in panic, his stress getting the better of him. We're doomed. Yellow howled to the winds, the mimic ship letting out a roar in answer. I know, but I just wanted to say it, Red shouted back. The ramp, not the doomed. Show off, Black complained, before pointing a finger at the skies. They are here. A song of gold and shininess overwhelmed the sea's noise, as its singers dived through the bloody clouds. The mighty dragon summoned by the conclave descended upon Prydain like a jolly flight of hawks. Thousands of dragons, drakes, and wyverns sung and exchanged pleasantries, so confident in their inevitable victory that they treated this war like it was an amusing party. Their sheer moxie and confidence emboldened the kobolds. See, she told Yellow, who kept ranting about doom. We have nothing to fear. We have the greatest of monster lords on our side. It's going to be clean-up duty, Black boasted. Only Red remained somewhat neutral, focused on the mission ahead. Faced with their dragon destroyers, the foamers answered by unleashing their own armies. Creatures crossed the fairy wards by flight to fight the invaders in the skies, from gigantic birds with metal beaks to winged golems. The numbers were evenly matched on both sides, although the foamers' forces moved in organized formations. Immediately, without warning, the battle started. Pink didn't see who attacked first, but within seconds, the skies erupted in a dazzling display of fire, lightning, and ice. Dragons unleashed their elemental breaths on the winged golems, while the smaller wyverns and drakes swarmed the bird warbeasts. Swords clashed against scales, explosions thundered above the armada, and roars echoed across the savage sea. Pink could only stare in awe, as the dragons her kind worshipped trounced the fairies' forces, smashing golems while minions below watched in astonishment. The remains of warbeasts fell into the sea, while drakes reached the fortifications and tried to get past the wards. Black was right. Although it would sadden Pink not to sing her new anthem, she could settle for clean-up duty. And then, an arrow of light flew from the west and hit a black dragon in the chest at a speed greater than the wind. A blinding flash illuminated the skies, while a terrible blast caused the entire armada to tremble. The same weapon that almost destroyed Murmurin had exploded in the dragon's midst, far above the fleet, and expanded outward. Clouds were blown away, warbeasts and wyverns vaporized, dragon's flesh melted. The golden song of the dragon conclave was drowned by a terrible noise. The corpse of a burnt dragon fell into the sea, left of the ranger's ship, and sunk a mimic boat hole. Pink screamed in horror, imitated by most of her teammates, as the great scaled ones fell by the hundreds into the sea, to be washed up on the shores, or dragged to the abyss below. The surviving dragons reacted first with horrified surprise, then with fury. They unleashed their breath weapons towards the enemies, bathing them in fire and cold. But the tide of the battle suddenly changed. The golems started shrugging off the dragon's breath, while their swords cut through scales like butter. Holes opened in the fortifications, revealing heavy artillery. As the armada came within range, they started firing in its direction. Get down! Red shouted, forcing his team to bend their back as lead projectiles hit the hull of their ship. Their Brachiosaurus was hurt, letting out a moan of pain as blood flew from its scales. The artillery fired evil lead bullets at the minions and power stone cannonballs at the dragons above. Already, the battle was nothing like the overwhelming dragon victory that took place in Murmurin more than a year ago. This time the dragons died as much as they killed, the sea turning golden from the blood. As the minion fleet came into range, the fairy defenders targeted it, unleashing evil lead bullets at them. We're all gonna die. Black screamed like a little manling child. I died once, I don't want to die again. Blue screamed louder. Hey! Red shouted, trying to calm down his team. Hey! Slap, slap, slap. Red slapped every member of his team, ending with Pink. Scale up, he shouted, forcing them to focus, even silencing the panicked cat rations. Are you minions or whiners? But, they killed dragons. Black said, his bravado shattered. They are at the top of the food chain. They can't die. Everything I believe in is wrong. Yellow screamed, which earned him another slap. They are fighting, dying for us. Red pointed a musket at the brave dragons, who kept attacking even while taking heavy losses. This is what His Majesty always risked, whenever he defended us from lykies, vampires, fiends, and nasties. Now, will you honor your monster lord and country with cowardice, or with victory? Red's inspiring words, and a successful charisma check, brought the team back to their senses. Yellow, you heal the Zord, their leader started barking orders. Pink, you sing. Blue, you cast buffs. Black, with me at the vanguard. We are going to take these shores, for the Horde. For the Horde, the kobolds said as one, their dinosaur and cat rations letting out panic moans in response. Above them, the minion aerial forces reached the battle lines, assisting the dragons in their fights. Flying fiends and vampires overwhelmed the golems, Lord Victor's mount forcing a path forward. That was it. Pink knew it, deep in her tiny bones, as the cat rations meowed all at once. The final battle. The cobbled bard gathered her breath and then sung the melody she had composed for this historical day. This is the final struggle. Let us group together, and tomorrow, the horde, will be the minion race. I will see you on the beach, Red shouted, firing with his musket at the skies while his cat ration furiously attempted to escape its bindings, or in Happyland, they had firearms. The realization dawned on Victor as his Moloch's hide armor caused bullets to bounce off him. Holes had opened in the fortifications to reveal machine guns, mortars, and cannons. While their design reminded the vizier of World War II movies, they had an archaic bent to them, having been modified with runes and golem parts. Victor beat himself mentally. Of course, the foamers had firearms, they had nukes. It would have been child's play to smuggle these weapons and mass-produce them with magic. He could only hope class levels and the inherent power of Murmurin's monsters could make up for the technological disparity. After the nuke had decimated a large dragon flight, although Victor knew many more would follow, the foamers had started unleashing hell on the invasion force. Their heavy artillery focused on the air force, especially large targets like the WYRMS and planes, while less devastating weapons like machine guns focused on the ships, trying to snipe the kobolds, ghouls, and other minions. So far, with the weather and distance, they struggled to hit anything, but the landing would be a slaughter if these defenses weren't taken down. For now, Victor focused on maintaining his blood rain with control weather, both to empower the undead members of the fleet, and to provide protection from the nuke's radioactive fallout. He had noticed the missile coming from the west, but a telepathic report from Kia through his Scarlet Study perk informed him that a second projectile had been fired at her own fleet. They needed to identify the site from where the foamers launched their nukes, or else their losses would accumulate. The dragons were powerful and prevented most of the artillery from hitting the naval force, shrugging off all but the most devastating, powerstone-fueled cannonballs, but the nuclear weapon had wiped out hundreds of them. The vizier suddenly realized that Vencure was a beast, even among his kind. As V and VS troops engaged the foamers' defenses and Victor commanded them from above, the system finally saw fit to reward him for all the dodo blood on his hands. Congratulations! For violently massacring cute, helpless, EXP dodos, hybrids, and totally going to Happyland for it, you earn 3 levels in Weathermaker and 2 levels in Chaos Rider. You earned the Hailbringer, Devil Archmage 3, and Black Rider class perks, plus 150 HP, plus 40 SP, plus 5 STR, plus 5 VIT, plus 5 Ski, plus 4 AGI, plus 7 Int, plus 5 Char, plus 8 LCK. Hailbringer, spell, 100 SP per hour. You can passively change the weather to Blood Rain, Slime Rain, Acid Rain, Fire Hail, Ghost Storm, and Plague Winds. Additionally, while the ability is active, you can switch between each of them at will without spending SP. If a spell such as Control Weather overwhelmed Hailbringer, they need to focus on the spell, or else your ability will reassert itself. Devil Archmage 3, you can learn and cast spells 3 tiers above your current one. You can also learn and cast spells with the Evil, Fiend, and Weather trays, but only those equal or below your current tier access. If they belong to an exclusive school of magic, you count as if you met the other requirements. This replaces Devil Archmage 2, Black Rider Technique, 80 SP per minute. You create a 10 feet draining field around yourself, which devours HP and SP. This is a drain effect. Additionally, spells of tier 6 and lower will be cancelled and consumed, unless you wish them to affect you. If you are fighting while mounted, your mount projects the field too. You can add 2 more mounts to your Black Horseman stable. By reaching level 10 in Weathermaker, you maxed out the class. You can no longer take levels in it, but you gain the capstone ability Foul Meta Magic. Foul Meta Magic, when you cast spells with the Necromancy, Diabolism, Evil, Fiend, and Weather trays, you can either accelerate, cast a second spell at the same time as a normal one, or enhance them, double their strength and duration by doubling their SP consumption. Haha, Tier X, here I come. Keeping his storm active passively, Victor started summoning additional reinforcements, opening gates towards Happyland. Hordes of flying demons emerged from the rifts, joining the dragons in fighting the foamers, golems and warbeasts. Malfi, whom Victor had finally promoted to Demon Bug CEO, was the first to fly through. The insectoid had transformed into a greater form, or more precisely, splintered. Instead of a single entity, he now appeared as a living swarm of blue, icy flies, organizing themselves into the form of a winged, 9-foot-tall fallen angel. Although they had, at their back, the greatest army of monsters ever assembled, Victor could tell this would be a long, hard day. And what was Vainqueur doing? He should have been at the forefront of the invasion, instead of vanishing after Daltonia. Minions! Here he came, falling through the bloody rain clouds like a shiny star, his body surrounded by the flames of his fire crown perk. Vainqueur Nightbane announced his presence to all. Yet instead of proudly displaying his crimson scales, the Wyrm Emperor now wore armor as ostentatious as his pride. Almost every inch of the dragon's body, except for the eyes and mouth, was protected by heavy plates of gem-encrusted gold. The areas protecting the wings and belly were made of gems, while the claws were coated in silver, and Victor could have sworn he noticed the rapier that started this whole mess at the tip of the tail. In spite of the heat coming from Vainqueur's body, the armor didn't melt, held together by powerful magic. "I have returned," Vainqueur roared, proudly flying straight at the aerial battleground. All in all, the Wyrm looked awesome. His face hidden beneath his helmet, Victor couldn't help but smile. His best friend sure knew how to make an entrance. They all looked at him. Vainqueur let out a fearsome roar as his minions rejoiced at his shininess, and his enemies cowered in fear. Victory roar activated. The strength of every enemy within earshot has been lowered by 1 stage. Congratulations! You killed helpless birds. For this daring, courageous deed and compensating with your new Horde Armor artifact, you earned 4 levels in Fisher King. You earned the Symbol of Hope and Healing Mantle class perk, plus 120 HP, plus 80 SP, plus 1 STR, plus 8 VIT, plus 3 Ski, plus 2 AGI, plus 3 Int, plus 4 Char, plus 2 LCK. Symbol of Hope. While you are above 25% HP, all your subjects feel bolstered, gaining a bonus of plus 6 to STR, VIT, AGI, Char, and LCK. If you fall below 25% HP, your subjects instead take a -6 penalty on these same attributes. If you die, the penalty becomes permanent. Healing Mantle. All your allies within 20 meters of you gain the benefit of the region positive ailment. Additionally, healing effects will help them recover double the usual HP. And Vainqueur was only getting started. Charged Breath. He gathered all his might into his belly, the fairies' projectiles bouncing off his horde armor, and his flames melting any warbeast getting too close. The dragon dived down, straight at the defensive fortifications, and opened his mouth. He unleashed a nuclear breath so hot that it turned green-white. The blast vaporized a watchtower, shattered the magical defenses, and caused a blinding explosion as impressive as the fairies' arrow of light. Vainqueur would eat anyone who disagreed. Within seconds, dragons flew into the breach, entering the fairies' lands to devastate them. Ogier's golems moved to intercept the invaders, and while Vainqueur smashed many of them, many of his brethren fared poorly against these creatures. Their metal blades could cut through dragon scales, and for 1 tinfoil destroyed, 2 more replaced it. While the sight of many of his kindred dying all around him infuriated the dragon, Vainqueur felt great pride upon seeing his minions land on Prydane's shores. The Tarrasque Emperor arrived first, shrugging off everything in its path and smashing through the defensive walls. His Pterodactyl spawns followed in his wake, tearing apart giant soldiers and warbeasts by swarming them. The reptiles kept moving forward, carving a bloody path into Prydane. The ferocious, moon veteran Buzzjelly was the first slime on the front lines, leaping over the Tarrasque's back and ignoring his radioactive effects. Although he hadn't been promoted, while in Daltonia, the metal slime had great strength, reaching level 50. Bullets bounced off his body, as Buzzjelly declared his patriotic pride for all to hear. For Empire, his brave father Junior followed him, having evolved into a mighty mimic witch hut on Daltonia. The Excalitrap had transformed into a living house more than 5 meters tall, its timber-looking walls carried by 6 legs with hands. Its windows were eyes, its door a fanged mouth unleashing hundreds of slimes on the beach. With one hand, the mighty mimic hut wielded a sword, and with another, it cast protective spells on its charges. Linorms and other creatures emerged from the ocean to invade the shores, while minion ships managed to land. They were welcomed by a hail of gunfire, the vile fairies having weaponized lead against their dragon nemesis, while many invaders fell, more charged forward, spurred on by the sight of Vainqueur's shininess. For today, dragon and minion knew that they didn't fight for gold, glory, or fun. They fought for the dragon way of life itself. Roaring again, Vainqueur made a circle in the skies and prepared to carpet bomb the fairies to protect his minions. He would not rest until victory was his. And so began the final Dragonfoamer War, in fire and gold. Together, our good Emperor Vainqueur and his greatest minion led the charge, to hand the fairies their asses. But unknown to them both, this would be their final adventure together. Chapter 140, Landfall. Nothing could harm him. Bullets, mortar, and cannonballs bounced off Venkior's thick, horde armor, as the dragon tore down the island's walled fortifications. None could stand before the power of a true horde. "I am the gold that haunts your lead," the dragon boasted loudly, as he pushed a watchtower down, stones crashing on the shores and crushing the tiny doppelgangers manning it. Behind him, minion ships landed on the beach, singing Venkior's name while his success emboldened the dragons in the skies. The dragon's very presence turned even the tiniest kobold into a self-regenerating killing machine and infused their weapons with holy energies. While the volleys of artillery slowed down their advance, they kept walking forward, tearing down any fairy thrall unlucky enough to get in the way. Venkior landed on the ground and led the charge, shielding his troops with his body as he tore down the artillery, for a true dragon led from the front. A pack of 4 large fairy hounds emerged from behind the murals to assault the WYRM and stop his rampage. Unfazed, Venkior welcomed them with swift punches, tearing a beast in half with each strike. The armor's claws had been reinforced with silver, cold iron, and star metal, second-rate, unshiny metals, but alloys which the fairies feared more than gold. Even better, with every kill, the monsters dropped an item: a golden statue, a gem, a sword. Combined with crowd's favorite, Venkior would get richer with every victim he claimed. "I am the shining heart of the universe," he roared after demolishing the hound pack, drunk on his greed. The greatest financial wizard in the world. These were novel boasts, unknown to dragonkind, but they suited the visionary emperor well. Within seconds, Venkior carved a sizable hole in the defensive fortifications, having single-handedly removed most of the defensive artillery. Without suppressing fire, the fairies' thralls could no longer prevent most of Venkior's fleet from making landfall. Mimic and bone ships crashed onto the shores, pouring out minions. Corpse-sailing Jules led an undead cohort by bolstering them with spells, while untasty Allison and tinfoil Rollo led a second force. The Gal waved his hand and unleashed a pulse of necromantic energy, raising fairy beasts as undead hounds without touching them. The golem simply charged towards the fortifications, smashed through them, and kept going, and untasty Allison healed kobolds back to full health, and summoned creatures of solid stone to assist. Above, Manling Victor cast down thunderbolts on the fairies' remaining aerial forces, surrounded by battling Charlene's vampires and fiends from Happyland. It quickly became clear that the battle's tide was changing, and not in the fairies' favor. So, with the walls destroyed, monstrous reinforcements emerged from the fairies' forests beyond the fortifications. A battalion of one-eyed ogres, doppelgangers, and animated trees arrived to swarm the V&V ground forces. Much to Venkior's annoyances, the tiny doppelgangers all carried copies of Moe's bottle. They opened them upon sighting dragons, sucking air within them. Murmurin's emperor immediately activated his spell purge, remembering his last confrontation with battling Laveria. Several of Venkior's kindred didn't share his iron will and anti-sorcery defenses. Their massive bodies sucked into the tiny jars, the others pulled back, although more in surprise than fear. "No bottle can hold a dragon," Venkior shouted to encourage them, before unleashing his mighty breath at the doppelgangers to release his brethren. Giants and animated trees attempted to flank and interrupt him, but his minions came to Venkior's defense, swarming the bigger monsters with sheer numbers. The dragon's bravado inspired his kindred, who backed him up with an aerial bombardment. Within seconds, a rain of fire, lightning, acid, and other elements ravaged the thralls' reinforcements, forcing them to run for their lives back inland. Unfortunately, the doppelgangers with the bottles managed to escape, prioritizing their cruel captures over winning the battle. At the same time, a terrible noise echoed as the storm battered the shores. A dozen long, metal arrows descended from above. "Wind spears! Minions, behind me!" Venkior ordered as he and fellow WYRMS shot down a few of the projectiles, but not enough. They rained down onto the entire battlefield, unleashing mighty blasts of winds turning hard stone to paste. Unlike the arrows of light, these projectiles didn't devastate the entire region nor instantly kill dragons, but they hurt. They fell at random everywhere on the ground, with no regard for friendly fire, hitting dragons and giants alike. The detonations shredded kobolds into bloody puddles, tore animated trees apart, and caused a few dragons to break a wing and make an emergency landing. For a minute, Venkior's entire world was reduced to explosions, kobolds, and ghouls hiding behind or below his mighty body. Much to his fury, many of his servants couldn't take cover in time and dropped like flies, his healing mantle regeneration unable to protect them from such a powerful force. When at least the bombardment ended, the beach looked like the devastated surface of the cursed planet Moon. "Kobold down!" Pink Ranger screamed, tending to a wounded Red alongside her teammates. "Kobold down!" They killed the Kobold Rangers again. Above, Manling Victor and his me flew towards the attack source, only to barely avoid being shot down themselves. 4 more projectiles emerged from the sea itself, an uninterrupted rain of destruction. Glitzy theater. Venkior summoned a golden cage around the shores, protecting his surviving minions from a second bombardment. Even his mighty arena shook from the sheer intensity of the attack. Unfortunately, the dragon couldn't activate his more destructive abilities without risking friendly fire. Manling Victor, do the thing. I'm trying, his door of the thing shouted back, Goronite furiously trying to keep his rider alive by making circles in the skies and dodging the wind spears. Suddenly, the assault ended as abruptly as it began, an explosion erupting below the water. A swarm of shark beastki gathered around the source of the attack, while a dark shape started to emerge. A familiar face led the amphibious reinforcements. Haja! Manling Victor shouted from above, Venkior's sharp hearing picking it up over the battle's noise. Vic, you son of mammal. The sharkman raised a spear, surfing on a wave. You can't sink an island without me. Mighty tentacles raised a captive monster above the sea's waves, Venkior finally seeing the attacker. A dolphin. A giant, black metal dolphin with an iron tower for a back fin. The creatures had tiny metal legs, a fanged, eyeless metal mouth, and holes all over its body. The creature holding the metal dolphin captive half emerged from the waters, an entity almost as big as Venkior himself. The beast appeared to be some sort of giant centaur, with the upper half of a deformed green, fish-like beastki, and the bottom half of a kraken. Its terrifying visage inspired dread in the minions ashore, although Venkior's presence calmed them. Lord Dagon, Lord Venkior, the sharkman shouted across the battlefield. Lord Venkior, this is Lord Dagon, firstborn of the Moon Man. The enormous fish let out a wail, its tentacles struggling to ensnare the giant metal dolphin. This Dagon fellow attempted to throw it on the shores, where it wouldn't move, but the giant machine responded by firing a volley of projectiles from the holes on its back. The Moon Man's child let out a scream as the projectiles almost blew off its face, and tossed the dolphin backward. The machine sank back into the sea with shark beastki giving pursuit. Dagon let out a snarl and returned to the deep, alongside its servants. At the sight, Prydane's remaining aerial forces panicked and fell back, except the golems. Even then, the machines were outnumbered and quickly demolished by dragons and Manling Victor's forces. Action! Venkior ordered as he undid his glitzy theater, allowing his troops to move further inland. Let none escape. Recover the dragon-binding bottles. The shores were his, and soon, the entire island would follow. The battle ended in victory, although a costly one. They had seized the beach, and thus a landfall point on Prydane, but the shores were covered in corpses, destroyed ships, golem parts, craters, and ruins. The dragons had borne the brunt of the massacre, both from the nuke and the aerial bombardments, but the V&V Empire also registered thousands of dead. So much work to do, Victor sighed, while Jules was already hard at work to raise the deceased as undead labor. Having recovered his Black Grail, the Vizier would assist him soon. Alison had joined in too, but provided healing for the wounded instead. With her new levels, her group healing spells had improved enough to help many recover quickly. She had been too late for a few minions though. He was too young. Pink cried over Red's remains, the cobbled rangers having formed a wake around their leader's body. The wind spear had shredded half his chest. Buzz Jelly was holding the wake, carrying the V&V Empire's flag while humming the War of the Horde. He was too young. Why is she acting like this? Victor asked, puzzled. I mean, he's just dead. That's not the end of the world. It wasn't even the first time it happened to this team, as Blue and Yellow could attest. After the first resurrection, death lost its luster, Alison commented, although she only sounded half serious. Pink said it is a bard's duty to hold a tragic death scene, Black answered, while his teammate kept crying over Red's corpse. She never got to do yours, Chief, so she's making up for lost time. Oh, all right. While Venkior and most of the surviving dragons were cleaning up the remnants of Prydane's forces further north, Victor raised a group of goblins as arisen with his Black Grail. This earned him a lot more attention than he thought it would from unlikely sources. Venkior's chief of staff can cure minion death, a Linom shouted, like a medieval peasant in adoration before the discovery of electricity. I cannot believe that minion repairmanship progressed this much in my century-long slumber, a true dragon muttered in astonishment. What about lead poisoning, minion of Venkior? Have they found the cure? Somewhat, the Vizier replied, the dragons whispering to each other, to ponder this wondrous discovery. Victor dared not tell them about the transmute gold to lead spell. What about the dragon birth defect? Can it be undone? That was Victor's next order of business. Upon finding the first dragon corpse which a nuclear bomb hadn't completely vaporized, the Vizier covered it with black blood. Why? Because the dragon's soul wasn't bound for Happy Land? With all the greed and pride, he would have thought otherwise. In any case, Victor tried to raise the corpse as a normal sentient undead with Reanimator, only to receive a blue screen of death. Soul not found? This was exactly like after Icefang bit the dust. Victor frowned, doubly so when he realized Jules had no problem raising minions killed by warbeasts and firearms. Was it because this WYRM had been killed by the nuclear bomb? Other dragons had been decimated by Ogier's golems. Did something prevent them from being raised too? He would have to check as soon as possible. But all in all, unlike what Victor joked about, it appeared a lot of people would stay dead today. His lack of success also disheartened the dragons present. They looked at the death toll and the corpses of their brethren with a cowed expression. Victor guessed that this was the first time most of them witnessed slaughter on that scale. Kia chose this moment to arrive, riding the back of Jolie. "Vic, I'm so glad you guys made it," the paladin said, climbing down from the dragon's back. Many of the WYMS present responded by turning their back on the newcomers as if to deny their very existence. Victor guessed they wouldn't share a bus with minions anytime soon. "Hey, it's Loon Dad," the dark elf Kevin said, as he landed next to the paladin. Unlike Kia, he had flown over through his own magical means. Victor was immediately upon him. "Loon Dad," he asked Kevin while invading his personal space. "Why do you say that? You think I have a hidden child? Calm down, Vic, he was just joking." Kia pulled him away from her disturbed teammate. "Oh," the vizier calmed himself, disappointed. "Don't scare me like that. How was your battle?" "We took heavy losses, but our army made landfall in the Essex equivalent," Kia explained. "King Roland established a permanent stronghold, and we await reinforcements there." According to the maps they had gathered, Prydain covered what would have been Great Britain and Ireland on Earth, with the V&V fleet having landed in Hampshire. Two large islands, both heavily fortified. Ogier's lair could be located in any of them, and considering the difficulties in taking one area even with dragon support, conquering the country would be an uphill struggle. For now, the Allied forces intended to make a pincer maneuver and secure Prydain's southern part. This would make it easier to progress north and organize a landing on the second island. "I shall avenge your death," Pink cried loudly over Red's corpse, before wiping off her tears. "I'm done, Chief. It was a great death scene, Pink," Jolie told the bard, having immediately understood the situation. She had even faked a tear over Red's demise. Victor took a second to splatter Red with his black grail. The body reconstituted itself, the cobbled ranger's leader rising up none the worse to wear. "I am so glad to live in a country where death is a temporary inconvenience," Red declared. "Thanks, Chief." "Don't thank me," Victor replied. "Thank your death care insurance. I guess this rules out suicide as a permanent solution," Kevin the Midge deadpanned, Kia elbowing him. "The undeathstrile revolution cannot be halted." Jules cleared his throat in the background, with a tone of smug satisfaction. "Revival made me hungry though," Red said, eyeing Pink's overfed cat with hunger. "Squeaky helped us," the bard shielded her cat protectively. "He shielded me from a blast. Squeaky is food. He has to die." Victor had the feeling that they had just spearheaded some kind of cat genocide, and felt a little remorse. "Anything on the submarine that attacked us?" the vizier asked his fellow claimed, having sent them a report through Scarlet Study. "Hatch's amphibious force gave pursuit, but had to order a retreat after being ambushed by nautical warbeasts. According to my divinations, it's a Typhoon-class Russian submarine transformed into a golem by magic," Kevin explained, drawing gazes. "Was nobody into WMD on Earth?" "No," Allison replied, with slight condemnation. Victor, meanwhile, was aghast. The foamers animated a nuclear submarine as a golem? No wonder they could hit Murmurin half a continent across. "These things can hold up to 20 ballistic missiles, each of them with 10 nuclear heads," the Midge continued. "So in short, their missiles unleash 10 smaller projectiles past a certain point to target more ground. The whole arsenal could probably wipe out all civilized lands in Outermundy if judiciously applied. Even the missiles used on us by Harmling didn't fit that category," Kia noted. "All of them, including the one that targeted Murmurin, were modified wind spears holding only one nuclear warhead." Then Victor trailed off, disturbed. "Where are the real missiles?" "Horde armor. Quality S+, major artifact. Material, various metals, gold, silver, star metal, cold iron, gems, and power stones. Endurance, infinity/infinity. Protection, physical +50/magical +50. Weight, 57 tons. Bonus metal immunity, except adamantine and star metal, /dragon, only /weight divided by 10 if worn by a true red dragon /breath weapon damage +25 /+20 to checks about item or money drops. A massive magical armor crafted from Vaincure Nightspan's legendary horde, refined through magic and power stones. This massive, dragon-shaped suit of armor is too heavy for anyone but a mighty WYRM to wear, although its magic doesn't impair flight nor movement. Besides its high defenses, the horde armor possesses several abilities. At will, the user can try to transmute matter to gold on touch with a successful charisma check. This is a polymorph effect, although only an amount equal to the armor's weight at once. Once per day, the wearer can summon molten gold from the elemental plane of Earth in the form of a flood centered around the armor, and the armor is immune to metallic weapons, except those made with adamantine and star metal. Finally, the armor's claws and tail have been reinforced with cold iron, silver and star metal. Fairy types are thus especially vulnerable to the wielder's physical attacks. Chapter 141, F&D. Tree, tree, tree. Oh, another tree. Minions, the fairies know nothing of landscaping. Vaincure snarled, flying above a gigantic, impenetrable forest of oaks and alders. Minion Victor followed him on Goronika's back, while Nightkia trailed them while riding her griffin, having traded her plot armor for her normal clothes for the day when she couldn't stand the artifact's terrible lines anymore. It had taken Vaincure some effort, but he had convinced Jolie to lead a group of minions further west rather than carry this sorry excuse of a knight on her back. Even after the declaration of minions' rights, many of his kindred looked at his niece's behavior with condemnation. Their forests all looked the same. Vaincure kept complaining, although a flock of his kindred were busy redecorating it with their deadly breaths, each of them escorted by a group of flying minions, in case Foma thralls ambushed them with dragon-binding bottles. Further west, the Tarask Emperor moved in a straight line, he and his brood eating anything in their path. As it turned out, they weren't picky about whom or what they consumed. Can Goronike help with redecorating? Thesmi asked, eager to please a true dragon. Goronike good with drawing faces. I expect nothing, but I will allow you to show me yours me art. Thanks, Big V. Goronike began to scribble a large drawing with his breath. The result was a hideous sphere with a mouth and eyes, colored somewhat yellow by the embers. Much to the Emperor's concern, his chief of staff had remained silent so far. Minion, Isabel will give birth anytime soon. Manling Victor shouted anxiously at once, startling the group. I will miss my daughter's birth if this war continues. Where is Odiers? Nightkia grumbled to herself, just as restless. It's been 3 days since the landing, and there's been no trace of her. We have fought countless thralls so far, Vaincure rasped, and yet, no Foma dared challenge me. The enemy minions are suicidal, but their masters are hiding from my wrath. I take this as a warning sign, Nightkia said, turning towards Manling Victor. Any news on the dragon's souls? Jules successfully raised a dragon killed by the golems, the Grand Vizier answered. Only creatures, dragons and minions alike, vaporized by the nuclear blast could not be revived at all. Odiers must have enchanted the warheads, the paladin guessed, with the question being, where did the missing souls go? Vaincure guessed where, and it infuriated him. After taking over Prydain Shore, the Vianvi Empire and the Dragon Army, helped by their Gardemagnian minions, had progressed deeper within the Foma's territory, destroying forests, annihilating legions of warbeasts, and establishing outposts all over the southern part of the island. Yet neither did the fairy lords nor their dolphin thrall showed up to confront the dragon army ravaging their home. No new arrow of light fell from the skies, and the thralls who trapped Vaincure's kindred inside bottles managed to escape. We are near the area where Stonehenge should be on Earth, Nightkia said. Since the place was of significance to the Fomas on our world, I assume its Outermandi counterpart must be too. There. Manling Victor pointed at a lone clearing amidst a sea of trees. The area instantly reminded Vaincure of his battle with Mel Lin, and the world beyond the Earth Gate. A circle of carved white stones pulsated life at the area's center, surrounded by cats and dragons. A group of WYRMS, among them Genialisime, laid on their backs near the bones of seasoned cows. Vaincure immediately landed nearby, imitated by his minions. Cousin, the dragon rushed to his family member's side. What happened? Too spicy, Genialisime complained, clearly suffering from a nasty indigestion. At least he had been sensible enough not to bring his children to the front line. The source. Too much, another dragon groaned, paralyzed. It was too much. What kind of terrible creature could bring his kindred so low? Vaincure smelled the leftovers of their meal, before his eyes focused at the stone ring center. The area seemed to be some kind of cat sanctuary, for hundreds of felines had made this strange temple their home. According to their fattened looks, they used to be minion rations before deserting. They formed an assembly, surrounding a lone purple cat with boots and a fancy, feathered hat. The furred creature cooked a sweet, tasty sauce in a cauldron, waving a paw at the newcomers. "Oh, hello there," he said with a honeyed, sweet voice. "Have you come for the free meal?" "Monster insight," Manling Victor said the second he set his eyes on the purple cat. "A free meal?" Vainqueur asked, recognizing the sauce's smell. "Could this be my secret family recipe of special guest sauce?" The booted cat explained proudly. "Your fellow WYRMS could not resist it. The poison sauce." Vainqueur salivated upon remembering this sweet, delightful taste. How could it bring dragons down, when it had given Vainqueur his first personal perk, and fond memories? The thought brought him back to his early, carefree adventurer days, when he didn't have to shoulder the fate of all of dragonkind. That his fellow WYRMS could not stand nor appreciate the taste disappointed Vainqueur greatly. "Come on, take a sip," the purple cat tempted Vainqueur. "My treat. You cats have always been excellent hosts," the dragon declared, happy to meet someone civilized in this savage country. Holy Happerland, Manling Victor raised his side from atop Goronike. "That's not a cat. That's a Foma with class levels." "A Foma? Impossible," he didn't smell like one, although the dragon wouldn't put it past a fairy to cause such mischief, and he trusted his chief of staff unconditionally. Finally, Nikia said upon climbing down from her griffin and unsheathing her sword. "I thought they had all fled." "A Foma?" The cat cleared his throat, anxious. "Manling, be serious. Would a Foma offer a delightful, tasty sauce to dragons?" The scheme suddenly became clear to Vainqueur. "You foul villain," the dragon roared, claws extended. "You took the shape of a beautiful feline to lead my kindred astray with your sauce, and steal their cat food." Wait, let me explain," the purple cat protested, backing away as the group prepared to pound his temple into dust. The other felines cowardly hid behind him. "I am not a Foma, but a future cat." "The future?" Vainqueur frowned, puzzled. "The cat resistance sent me to the past," the fairy furball explained, detailing his outlandish tale. "In the future, cats have almost been exterminated by dragons, their descendants becoming even more advanced beings to survive." "That's ridiculous," Manling Victor said. "You can't expect us to believe that. Is it more believable than a Foma taking the shape of a poor, lonely cat?" Intelligence check. Successful. "It does not add up." "False cat," Vainqueur said, immediately finding the hole in his lie. "If you came back to the past and changed it, then your new self should not have any reason to return to the past. This is a paranormal paradox, Your Majesty," Manling Victor said. "It's called a time paradox. Or maybe by going to the past, the cat set into motions the events that led him to travel back in time in the first place, creating a time loop proving that free will is meaningless." Everyone turned to Nikia, who became a bit embarrassed by the attention. "I like thoughtful time travel stories. Personally, I believe in parallel universes," Manling Victor said, using words even his master did not understand. "Also, I'm pretty sure the only creature capable of time travel is Sabla, and he's a lazy asshole," Nikia added, threatening the purple cat with her blade. "Even capped chronomancers can't pull it off, and you clearly aren't one." "Does Goronike have a sister-daughter in the future?" "Does me?" asked the purple cat, having completely missed Vainqueur's logical argument. "You will die alone." Vainqueur brought Thesme back to reality, the lesser reptile saddened. "As for you, false cat, I shall answer your lies with flames." Hey, no need for violence," the purple feline complained, raising his paws in surrender. "I was joking. Damn, usually, dragons' brains freeze from confusion when I tell them that, but everyone is a skeptic nowadays. I started with a square root 64 intellect," Vainqueur pointed out, proud of his genius. "Your cunning is no match for mine." Nikia, however, was most disappointed by the fairy's cowardice. "I have yet to meet a Foma surrendering," she complained. "Not that you look impressive." "I am Kate Sith, the fairy king of cats," the tiny Foma protested, his furred fellows meowing in response. "I sat out of this war, but these felines are my people and descendants. I will not let you WYRMS eat them." "Now I understand where cat's arrogance came from," Manling Victor mused, before frowning. "You're a soul-crested Foma, which means you received your soul from Odiers. That doesn't inspire confidence." Yes, I received a soul from a soul crest, and I was all for eating manlings, but then I realized it would threaten my feline people, and that I cared for them more than I thought I would," the cat admitted, before glaring at Vainqueur. "You WYRMS are the worst." You enslaved my people and turned their 9 lives gift into a curse. I resent that term. Vainkyur defended his choice of army ration. This is war, and war calls for desperate measure. Cats are the solution to dragon hunger, and their suffering will save countless minion lives. You were never meant to eat cats, dragon. Kate Sith protested. We created cattle to get you off our back. Stick to cows. Now, furball, you forget yourself, Vainkyur said. The elder Wym created all cattle for us dragons to feed on. Fomas created cows, cats, and all the creatures of this world. The feline lied through his fangs, raising his paw. With a wave of his claws, the cat summoned a beautiful, meowing cow from the earth. See, I heard of this Foma ability, but this is the first time I see it in action, Nightgear muttered, astonished by this simple trick. We dragons can do the same. Vainkyur protested, trying to keep face. We simply never bother, for the elder Wyrm filled the world with bountiful minions already. I doubt that, Kate Sith replied with a sarcastic tone. Are you calling me a liar? Vainkyur replied while giving the fairy cat a stern stare. For you are starting to sound like food. That is the whole problem, Kate Sith said, valiantly holding the dragon's gaze. My cats have feelings. You cannot eat them again and again. Wait, if you can create life, why did Magmel need dragon blood to make a soul crest and thus a soul? Manling Victor asked, confused. Can't you manifest a soul from nothing? We Fomas can bring life to items, plants, and animals, Kate Sith explained, relaxing a bit now that Vainkyur held off on eating him. But we cannot create souls. They come from somewhere else. From dragons, Vainkyur stated the truth, while Kate Sith shrugged. Manling Victor took this information with great reverence. Dragons, he muttered to himself. Souls come from dragons. Obviously, minion. No, your majesty, don't you see? The vizier looked his master in the eyes. At one point, Fomas and dragons got along. What? What kind of rubbish led him to this conclusion? Impossible, Vainkyur declared. Us, getting along with fairies? PFF. Think about it, your majesty, Manling Victor insisted. We know only dragons and Fomas are true natives of Outermundi. If Fomas can only grant life but not souls, then how do you explain all the sentient species present in this world? Not all of them were like us humans, abducted from other worlds. Because we made them. Kate Sith lied, boasting wrongfully about his species. We made the world first. Vainkyur contested. What if, Manling Victor thought out loud, clinging to his insane theory, if dragons wielded soul magic, then maybe they granted Fomas souls, and in exchange, the Fomas created creatures for the dragons to feed on? That would explain all the monsters running around. The system links class levels to the soul, which was the purview of dragons, but it was only activated when Dice, a Foma sentient artifact, went on a rolling spree. The system needed both of the species' magic to activate. That's a bit far-fetched, Victor. Nightgear said something sensible for once. You have a better explanation? Manling Victor rasped. It's Truck-kun, she replied with firm belief. It all comes down to Truck-kun. This is a conspiracy theory, Vainkyur replied, brushing it away. As far as elders like Grandrake can remember, we dragons and fairies were at war with each other. This is a debate for another time, Nightgear agreed. She pressed her shining sword against Kate Sith's throat before he could react, the star metal blade within an inch of drawing blood. We need to find Ogiers before she uses her nuclear arsenal. You will not find her there, Kate Sith hissed. This is a fairy cradle, my cradle, not a lair. A cradle? Manling Victor frowned. This is one of the spots where the eldest, the progenitor of all, breathed life into the first Fomas. The false capped me out with pride. The wild magic in this place often grants life to more of us on Samhain. If Ogiers is not there, where is she? Nightgear asked threateningly. The furball immediately found an opportunity to bargain, as fairies do. You will leave my cat children alone if I tell you? Now, you are asking too much. Vainkyur snarled. You ask me to weigh the salvation of the entire minion race against this information. If we don't find Ogiers, your majesty, there won't be a minion race to care about, Manling Victor argued. Time is not on our side. His minion, once again, had a point. Vainkyur imagined many breeding solutions that could solve dragon hunger, but none that could survive in a radioactive wasteland. Fine, the dragon said. I, Vainkyur Knightsbane, vow to outlaw cat eating once the war is won. He would replace them with half-Tarask hybrids. See, not so hard, Kate Sith replied, proud of himself. The other Fomas are boarding the Krom Kruach on the western island. From what I understood, it's due to launch anytime soon. The Kromorat? Vainkyur asked. The flying castle with which Mel Ogier says that she will wipe out all life in Outermundi. Kate Sith marked a short pause, as the silence stretched on. Hello? I thought she had advertised enough about it. Vainqueur let out smoke from his nostrils. Explain yourself, false cat. Odier's built an ark for the foamers, full of those miracle weapons, Kate Sith explained with heavy contempt. It will reach the skies, and then shower all the earth with flames. Only those aboard the castle and Prydain shall be spared from the devastation, so I have been trying to get as many cats safely on the island before the deadline. The dragon and his minions exchanged tense glances. Can it be done? Manling Victor asked Nightgear. Blowing up the whole world? If the castle can fire the missing nuclear missiles and reaches a certain orbit, she could credibly hit all of Outermundi's major population centers at once, the paladin admitted, horrified. Even if some cities survive thanks to Furibon shields, the resulting nuclear winter will devastate them. That's why we have only fought for all so far, Manling Victor muttered under his breath. They aren't trying to win, just to stall until they can wipe us all out. The fairies would rather burn the world than let us dragons have it? Vainqueur snarled, amazed but not surprised by their insanity. He turned to the third foamer. You, cat, shall lead us to it. The purple cat hesitated, torn. He probably weighted Vainqueur's chances of success against those of Odier's, and clearly needed help to see the light. I have sworn, on my honor as a dragon, to stop hunting your kind, Vainqueur argued. Has the vile fairy mellowed years? I think not, for nothing will ever satisfy her thirst for blood. She will not stop at killing dragons, as she feeds on life itself. Your cat children may satisfy her cruelty 9 times, in the end, they too will die. Charisma check. Successful. All right, Kate Sith said, albeit hesitantly, I will guide you to the Crom Cruach. Chapter 142, The Yarn Solution. How do you make holy water? Victor's fetch, asked the original. You boil the hell out of it. Sitting on a toothed chair next to a tongue-shaped table, the vizier raised his eyes from his scrolls and maps to look at his clone, who expected approval. Kate Sith was sleeping on a cushion in a corner, having been granted milk and a steady supply of food for his help in reaching Odier's lair, while blood boiled inside that black grail nearby. Victor would rather have reached Crom Cruach already, but it would take some time before all of their allies could mobilize. Knowing the fairy queen, she would launch everything she had at them, and even Vainqueur understood he needed all the help he could get. They couldn't afford to retreat this time, for if they failed, there wouldn't be a world left to save. I don't think her mother will like it, the Reaper admitted. Even if she's opposed to political correctness in Happyland, ISA will be offended. Hear me out, I got a better one, the fetch coughed, before unleashing the bomb. If a child refuses to sleep during nap time, are they guilty of resisting arrest? The wooden house they inhabited seemed to groan, and it probably did. A bat took the opportunity to enter through an open window. The VNV army had set up a night camp outside as they made their way through Prydain's western borders. Victor, what are you doing? The bat asked him, before shapeshifting into Charlene. She must have returned from her latest mission, scouting the fairies' territories to prevent ambushes. Practicing dad jokes for Brainina's birth, Victor explained, the fetch, unmoved by the lack of warm reception from his audience. And learning Tier X magic. Babies, a voice echoed into the house, startling Charlene. Not yet, Victor replied. Since Junior had evolved into a mimic witch hut, the vizier had turned his former pet into a walking command tent. Not only was it an excellent defense, but the creature's witch's lair perk cut the SP cost of all spells cast within in half. Perfect to practice new magic. Unfortunately, the house had a kid obsession that rivaled Victor's own. That came out wrong, the vizier thought, while Charlene sat at the edge of the table, a leg over the other. With this pose, she looked like some Twilight vampire commercial. What kind of spells can you cast now? She asked Victor. Having seen what Tier 9 spells can do, I can scarcely imagine Tier XS potency. Neither did Victor until he laid his eyes on these scrolls. Tier X spells were as absurd as they were rare. Since very few spellcasters reached that level, only a few spells of that level had been discovered. Thanks to the gods backing him up, Victor had managed to get his hands on a handful of them, and even then he lacked the specializations needed to cast the best ones. Eye down, Victor read a scroll to Charlene. Grants a target 1,000 years of eternal youth. Red Moon, Tier X ritual, exclusive to Moon Man worshippers and claimed, causes a lunar eclipse driving everyone seeing the moon to madness for a single night. Private world, folds an area of space into a private world. King in Yellow, Tier X performance, summons the eldritch deity Hester to destroy a city. You can grant eternal youth on demand, the vampire asked, immediately sensing an opportunity. You could sell that service to fund the war budget. Our finances and supply lines are that bad. Not as bad as I thought, she said. Minions have been a lot more productive since Venkyo raised them, and our beloved dragon keeps piling up new items. The horde armor was truly a modern cash machine. Almost every creature Venkyo killed dropped something now, but I wouldn't wish for the war to last long, the vampire said. Our monstrous troops are clearly better at taking positions rather than holding them, and a prolonged conflict will cause our war effort to collapse on itself. In particular, while powerful, our dragon allies are a logistical nightmare when it comes to feeding. It won't last more than a week. Either Ogiers would blow them all up, or they would kill her first. What is the situation on the front? According to Kia, Gardemag's army should join with ours in 2 days, in time to cross the sea between Prydane's eastern and western islands, the vampire explained. We will come into sight of the western sea tomorrow. On the bad side, Grandrake and Jolie's forces have been delayed. I heard they encountered heavy resistance. Anything we should worry about? Venkyo would be willing to abandon everything to rescue his niece, even if Buzzjelly and the Cobbled Rangers had been assigned to her protection. I sent Jules to help, she replied, and their group has a Tarrasque. They will be fine. Charlene, we can't solve all our problems by throwing a Tarrasque at them, Victor replied, the vampire smiling. Any sign of the submarine? No, she shook her head, nor of Akenapop, or any Foma Lord. Victor had the distinct feeling they were about to face a marathon of harsh battles very, very soon. Unfortunate, but still, good job. Information is key to victory, and your intelligence so far is top-notch. Thank you, she said, happy to have her work recognized. Also, I appreciated you convincing Venkyo to give us a raise. Now I have so much money, I don't know what to do with it if we win this war. Gamble it away? Please just find a new hobby other than ruining Croissant's life. He doesn't need my help for that, she replied, although clearly unhappy with the compromise Victor forced her into. You promised me 3 weeks of vacation a year and that you would spend more time with me if I dropped my vendetta. So far I see none of these promises fulfilled. I feel betrayed. We're at war, Victor pointed out. I know, we're both busy, Charlene said. But we could take the evening to relax. Neither of us may be there to enjoy a moment in the future. I don't intend to die, and neither do you, Victor said. I didn't mean it that way, she replied. You and Venkyo are on your way to godhood. If you save the world, what could come afterward? Valhalla. Venkyo and I swore to become gods together, Victor said. But I never thought it would be possible for us to actually reach it. It sounded like another pipe dream to me. I mean, didn't it take Mithras decades to reach level 99? I heard it took Sabla 2 years to ascend, although he destroyed a few countries and islands to do so. I'm pretty sure he's half the reason for the once extinction of the EXP dodo. Oh, then we aren't treading on new ground, Victor deadpanned, the vampire chuckling. I haven't given it much thought. I always figured Venkyo and I would scrape together a solution at the last minute. You should plan for this eventuality, the vampire replied. This empire will collapse without the two of you, and no god has ruled a country directly since Mithras. Most epic-level people die either trying to become a god or dying to other epic-level people trying to reach level 99. Yeah, after so many EXP plateaus, fighting other epic adventurers was one of the few ways left to reach Valhalla besides Dodecide. Maybe this was why Akenapop had joined with Ogiers, for the chance to end the world and ride a tide of blood all the way to Valhalla. You worry about my safety, Charlene? I do, she admitted, although she made it sound like she didn't care all that much. You're the only person who can manage this mess of a country. All I'm saying is, please have a backup plan. Victor crossed his arms, thoughtful. I'll think about it. Yes, do, she said before shapeshifting into a mist and leaving him alone. Soon after she did, his black grail finished restructuring the blood within its cup. Hey, Victor called out to Kate Sith. Hey, cat. What? The Foma growled angrily, his nap interrupted. In spite of his fairy nature, the creature behaved like a housecat in almost everything. Can I ask you for a service? Victor asked. About the war? I told you, male Ogiers can close my fairy rings the second I open them. I will bring you as close I can, but afterward, you are on your own. The cat meowed and rested on the cushion. I died too many times already, I am not risking my neck for you mortals. Victor could relate, somewhat. I just need information, and only a tiny little bit of work on your part. Oh, I see where this is going. The Foma a bit offended that a lowly half-dragon would ask anything of a cat. You want me to teach you the secret of my 9 lives? Could he even do that? Thanks to Monster Student, Victor could learn perks from monsters, even if he didn't suffer the attack first. In particular, Barnabas had taught him troll regeneration by healing the vizier the troll way. Painfully, Victor would have loved to learn the Tarast's regeneration, which would probably make him invincible, but the beast lacked the higher understanding necessary to teach it, let alone understand classes and level up. This may have been a blessing in disguise. Gods, an intelligent Tarask wizard would be terrifying. I already have a revival method of my own, Victor said, proud of his black cup. No, I have something else in mind. What do I get in return? The cat replied, brazenly scratching his tummy. I am a feline. I am not like you manlings. My evolved, immortal body needs 18 hours of sleep to work, and you're delaying my rest. Victor summoned a bright ball of red yarn in his hand. The Foma looked at the item with big, fascinated eyes. Give it to me, the cat ordered Victor like a petulant child, extending his tiny paws. Of course, the fairy was too lazy to actually rise up from his cushion and take it by force. Give it to me, manling. Why does your kind follow Odiers? Victor asked, dangling the yarn ball in front of the critter. Because they want the power of a soul crest, the cat replied with a sarcastic, condescending tone as if talking to a slow child. And people wondered why Victor hated cats. It's not like dragons will give us their blood willingly, won't they? The more he thought of it, the more Victor was convinced dragons and Fomas had some sort of symbiotic relationship at one point. Their innate magic seemed to complement each other's too much, even if WYRMS had forgotten their own. Heck, from what he had seen, their blood was even of the same color. Coincidence? The good thing is, Victor said, taking out his homemade soul crest out of the black grail. I'm half dragon. His creation was only a third of the size of Mag Mel's but should work the same. Even Kate Sith instantly recognized its power. My black grail can produce black blood with the same properties as a true dragon's humors, Victor explained. As long as the artifact remains, you Fomas can gain souls without killing anyone, or owing anything to Odiers. What do you want me to do with it? The Foma asked, his playfulness replaced with seriousness. I want you to spread the word to your kindred, to anyone who has doubts about this war or Odiers genocide. Those of you with souls, and thus a conscience, and those who don't have a soul yet, but are pragmatic enough to understand that this crusade will only end in our mutual annihilation. Carry the word and show them this crest, and tell them there is another way. She isn't your only choice and never was. Why are you doing this, manling? The fairy cat asked, genuinely puzzled. My kind did terrible things to yours. Because I believe people can change, and that all species can coexist together if they make the effort, Victor said. Vainkior and I, we created a place where monsters can live together. In time, through trade and diplomacy, they will truly coexist with humans too. I truly think this is the only way to break this cycle of war. It's too late. Kate Sith shook his head with resignation. Your kind will never forgive us. They will not move past centuries of death and oppression. I've seen it, meow. Your people hate us. I think they can move on with time, Victor said. Not all of them, because people are complicated and old grudges die hard. But I think most will give peace a chance, if you take a stand. Germany had done terrible things under the Nazi regime, but the country reformed itself and helped foster peace in Europe for decades. Maybe Victor was mistaken in his hope things could improve, but he would never forgive himself if he didn't at least try. Kate Sith remained silent for a long, long while. You are naive, manling, he finally spoke up. Your idea is doomed to fail. You said your fellow followed Odiers because she could offer them power. But they would kill your kind for free, the cat replied. They hate you with a passion because you mortals are weaker than us and yet you bested our kind many times. My uncat-like fellows have fed on their hatred for more time than it takes for your kingdoms to rise and fall. Souls help them change, but not that much. You think Odiers has more willing supporters than unwilling? Yes, and even if you manage to kill the fairy queen, they will never stop trying to wipe you out. He had a point, unfortunately. If anything, gaining a soul had made the Mel clan even crueler. For each Votan or Jack, there was a Harmlin. Change had to be a choice, and not all Fomas were willing to make it. But still, between trying to make peace and total genocide, Victor would always choose the first. Even Vainkior had come around to believing peace was possible, and the vizier trusted his friend. Somehow, that dragon would change the world. But you will still try my idea? Victor asked the cat. Even if you don't think it will work? Yes, meow, I will. For the yarn. Victor tossed it to the cat, who began to spin it with giddy abandon. As a wise man once said, Alia Eicta estimated. Hey, I got a good one, the fetch suddenly said, having a eureka moment. How do you call me when I'm wearing a crown and a belt of gender bending? Oh no, please no. Queen Victoria. Chapter 143 The Line. Vainqueur felt it in his bones. The fairy queen Melodiers was nearby. Her foul stench filled the air, carried by the wind. After crossing the dense forests of Prydain, Vainqueur and his mighty army had reached the island's western shores, destroying its defensive walls from behind. Thousands of minions and dragons had lined up, as dawn appeared behind the clear, crimson horizon. Sharkmen and their giant fish master had occupied the sea, to help carry troops on the other side. "Here it is, meow," Kate Sif declared, his tiny paws on the sand. "Cross the waters, and you will see." Beyond the tumultuous sea, Vainqueur watched a second, smaller island, fortified by powerful magical wards. Smoke came out of these distant shores, as if entire forests burnt to fuel some giant forge appetite, the air choked with the smell of radioactive fumes and dust. "How long until the castle takes its flight?" Manling Victor asked the cat, standing near his master's side as he summoned dark clouds to allow vampires and other sun-fearing creatures to move. He was himself surrounded by the minion elites and Nightgear, in full plot armor. "Meow," she said, "in 2 days, but that was before you arrived. It has yet to rise, but maybe it will soon." Kate Sith looked up at the Dragon Emperor. "Do not forget your promise." "I shall fulfill my oath," Vainqueur replied to the furball. "After the war is won, your meowing kind shall go free. You've got a part to play in this mess too, Kate Sith," Manling Victor told the fairy cat. "Meow, do not expect anything to come out of this," the foam replied, before showing them all his royal butt. "Good luck, yarn people. Superior species, out." The foamer opened a fairy ring and vanished, leaving the army behind. His body protected by the warmth of his horde armor, his shininess enhanced by the sun, the emperor turned to face his troops. Never before had a dragon led such a strange motley of minions and allies. Kobolds, goblins, werewolves, fiends, undead, gnolls, trolls, spiders, pterodados, dwarfs, orcs, slimes. In his journeys, the V&V Guild had grown into a great and terrible force, a horde gathering all kinds of monsters. Many dragons, among them his cousin Genialissime, Grandrake, and many others, had joined under Vainqueur's leadership. More would follow soon, flocking through the skies when the Emperor would call the signal for the last battle. The human Gardimagnian army would join them too, as would Jolie's group, although Vainqueur secretly hoped that his niece would remain safe, and let her uncle bear the brunt of this devastating conflict. His people looked at Vainqueur with anxiety, none daring to speak up. The tension was palpable. Minions at Vainqueur cleared his throat. "Beyond these shores, awaits our final battle. You have my thanks for following me this far," Vainqueur spoke up from the heart. "A little more than a year ago, when I rose from my slumber to grow my horde, I never imagined that I would stand here before you. Although I knew minions would flock to my banners and serve me unconditionally, you all made me proud. You fought with me against countless enemies, from the Forgotten One to the grasshopper Brandon Moore. Together, we smashed the wicked Mo and the battling Lavereer, and we built a great city upon their ashes. We conquered the East and the West until we crafted a great empire on which the sun never sets. It took me a long, long time to understand it, but my horde was not made from coins and gems alone. It was made of you, minions." The dragon nodded at his lackeys, who had tears in their eyes. "You are my horde, all of you." Hoorays and shouts answered his declaration. His minions clapped in joy, while the dragons present nodded in support. "Today, we stand with my fellow WYIMS as one, against a threat menacing all hordes." As Manling Victor cast buffs on his master, Vainqueur continued to make his case. "A bright dawn will rise on a new world tomorrow, one where dragons and minions can live in peace, to gather their hordes. A world free of lead. We shall storm this island, and bring the fairies' castle to the grow. Zawarudo." For a second, Vainqueur thought the Forgotten One had joined the fray, but the voice was different. Familiar, but different. Time seemed to stop for a second, and when it resumed, Vainqueur turned his head behind him to face an army. A massive force of golems, greater than the one who prevented them from landing on Prydain, had gathered in the skies, a swarm of steel and swords. Orc and human priests of that Sabla rode flying warbeasts, summoning monsters and deadly magic. Explosions detonated beneath the sea, the Sharkman Hajam propelled on the shores by a mighty detonation. The metal dolphin which attacked Vainqueur upon first landing rose from the waves, covered in the blood of fishmen, its wind spears ready to take to the skies. "Those cowards," they didn't even let him finish his speech. "Someone triggered the anti-teleportation wards," Victor declared, while Nightgear drew her blade. "They tried to teleport a nuke to our face in the stop time." Only a vicious mind could imagine such a destructive strategy, and Vainqueur caught a glimpse of the responsible. On the back of the dolphin stood an ancient, rune-covered mummy, a wicked foe from an age bygone, the undead who slew his minion for the second time, costing Vainkyur a fortune. The vile Achenapup, Vainkyur recognized him, before letting out a furious roar. Minions, to arms! Dragons, to me! As his mighty roar and the flapping of his wings echoed across the skies, dragonkind answered. The horizon was filled with an army of wings and claws, flocking to the final battle. More dragons came from the west, some of them as big as Vainkyur himself, primordial great WYRMS who had slumbered beneath the earth for centuries, millennia. Their shouts became a cacophony, drowning the buzzing of flying machines. Black horseman, Neusser, common manling Victor shouted. In the blink of an eye, a dark horse appeared below him, the reaper, ready to reap and tear. Kia, are you ready? Nekama Dizu, she replied, the armor taking her over, before climbing on Goronika's back. Minions, I shall break the dolphin, you bury the mummy, Vainkyur ordered, blasting a wind spear launched at him with a well-placed fireball. His horde he would defend. Time for payback. As he altered the weather, electric slimes falling from the skies and charging clouds with electrical energy, Victor saw the area around him erupt into chaos. Spells and elemental breaths were unleashed from one side, bullets and shells fired from the other. Owing to the chaotic nature of both armies, it appeared as if two hordes of savage barbarians had met on the battlefield, to engage in a furious melee. Allison, Rollo, with me. Victor picked up the Dryad as his support, lifting her on Neusser's back, before casting a spell on the steel golem. Windy cloak. A swirling cloak of wind surrounded the golem, turning him as light as a feather. The golem did some footwork, preparing himself to take a leap of faith. This time, he was determined to end Achenapup, his maker, once and for all. So what's the plan, handsome? Allison asked, sounding a bit worried. She hadn't forgotten her death at the pharaoh's hands. Rollo says we end this today. Rollo will not let him make the green a desert again. Allison, heal and focus on buffs, the rest of us will go on the offense. Victor then cast a few spells on himself. Rain Mantle, hasten. For 10 minutes, you will recover 1/8 of your HP each minute and walk on water. Your reaction time and speed will be greatly increased for 10 minutes. White Rider, activated. Your buffs will be extended to your mount. A shroud of water surrounded Victor and Neusser, her fiery hooves turning to steam. Worship me, the horse roared, following Vainkyur's lead and chasing after the submarine by running on the stormy sea itself. Allison grabbed Victor's waist to hold on. Worship me, worms. I am the goddess of horses. While the submarine began to dive down into the sea as Vainkyur and Kia approached it, Achenapup summoned a sandstorm below his waist and used it to fly straight at Victor. Instead of casting spells at his former trainee yet, the mummy summoned reinforcements of his own. Chronojaman, Tridactyls. As he spoke these words, rifts in time opened across the open sea, a flock of 6 meters wide flying dinosaurs teleporting through. Achenapup seemed a bit bothered. Clearly, he would have preferred to summon monsters amid the V&V army, not in front of it. If Victor hadn't unlocked tier 9 and up, he might have succeeded. Rollo, who had taken some momentum, leaped from the shores at high speed. Thanks to the spell empowering him, he jumped hundreds of meters in the air and landed on the back of a Tridactyl, forcefully driving the beast away by holding it by the neck. Allison focused on casting buffs, raising Victor's stats while his nightmare horse raced on the open sea to dodge the flying dinosaurs. These wards were your doing, I presume? Achenapup asked Victor, keeping a safe distance from his enemies. Clearly, he understood how much the group outmatched him in physical combat. You have grown powerful, cultist. A pity you chose the wrong side. Guess surviving your last lessons gave me the levels I needed to kick your ass, Victor replied, raising his scythe. Black Horseman, Tarask Emperor. In a flash, Victor teleported the radioactive Tarask right above Achenapup's head, a towering heavyweight falling on a much smaller target. Using the same defensive strategy as in the Battle of El Dorado, the mummy leaped through time, the Tarask falling through an empty spot. Achenapup reappeared a second later, narrowly dodging a claw attack from the giant, glowing radioactive reptile. Even with the protection set by Allison, Victor had Neusser put some distance between the Tarask and them. A giant radioactive pseudo-Japanese lizard, fighting the literal high priest of a nuclear god, poetic, in a way. What a coincidence, I gained a few levels too. Seeing the Tarask roar and open his mouth to swallow him, Achenapup slammed his hands together and summoned an item within his palms. The most terrifying weapon of all, a dirty teapot, great beast containment seal. A mighty force pulled the Tarask towards Achenapup, alongside tons of waters and some of the dinosaur summons. Neusser managed to pull away from the device's range, while Rollo leaped from dinosaur to dinosaur like Super Mario. The Tarrasque Emperor wasn't so lucky though. A vortex pulled him inside the teapot and quickly trapped him inside. Once the beast was contained, Achenapeep slammed the cover shut, then casually tossed the teapot out into the sea. Stratagem 28. I shall always keep dangerous monsters in secure cages. Alacrity. Oh come on, do you know how many kids that thing left behind? Victor complained. How many monsters you just orphaned? The mummy responded by attempting to skewer him with a rain of golden arrows, forcing the vizier and his minions to run away. The pharaoh's body began to radiate a green aura, polluting the air with nuclear energy. All creatures near Achenapeep will lose 2 max HP per second, except undead, eldritch, alien, insect, elemental, and artificial types. If your current HP surpasses your new max HP limit, you will develop a radioactive tumor. Darwinist activated. You will count as eldritch for the purpose of the effect. Eldritch must have been his inner slime showing. You're holding up, the vizier asked Allison and Neusser. For now, my magical protection will hold, the dryad replied. But he might dispel them at any time. Meanwhile, Vainqueur engaged the submarine alongside the V&V amphibious forces, destroying wind spears before they could hit him with his breath. Kia and Goronike, trusting the dragon to handle the superweapon, switched focus to circle behind Achenapeep and take him down. Braving his radioactive aura, the paladin raised her blade and tried to impale the pharaoh. The chronomancer had no choice but to drop his assault on Victor to defend himself against the new challenger. Lightning, Victor told Allison his battle plan, while Kia and Achenapeep engaged in a deadly aerial dance. We go for lightning. You're sure? She asked, looking at the clouds and then at Vainqueur's confrontation with the submarine. We're near the sea, we risk friendly fire. Buff my precision, the vizier replied. Achenapeep was unfortunately too dangerous and too high level, with a radioactive aura that only weakened his opposition with time. They needed to kill him fast. Nodding, the dryad cast spells on the vizier, the necessary preparations for an ultimate attack. Protection from lightning, accelerated lightning up, lightning pierce, accelerated precision up. Struggling against a paladin optimist to damage him, Achenapeep collapsed space within his hand, creating a small black sphere. Black hole. He launched the sphere at Kia and Goronike, the projectile growing from the size of a tennis ball to that of a truck. The attack drew in anything unlucky enough to get close to its event horizon, from the chronomancer's summons to the very clouds. Rollo himself managed to drag his current dinosaur rider far, instead regrouping with Victor and Allison. Kia was much luckier. Her plot armor radiated a blue light, forming a sphere around the knight and Goronike. The shield and the black hole collided, fusing like yin and yang before both magics abruptly vanished. The paladin and Hazmi mount ended up unharmed. What happened? Allison asked, as astonished as Achenapeep himself. Friendship is pure positivity, while a black hole is created from negative energy, Victor realized. The sum of Kia's bonds, magnified by the plot armor, created a reverse polarity which cancelled the black hole. The dryad remained silent for an instant. That doesn't make any sense, she protested. And yet, it does. Justice will prevail, Kia shouted, more and more ashamed of her own speech. I'm sorry, I'm nothing like this normally. The plot armor, Achenapeep realized, recognizing the artifact. However, unlike what Victor would have thought, he sounded more confident than before, not less. A very tricky defense, but one with a glaring weakness. It makes me want to puke. Kia frowned, summoning a solar judgment. You are protected from death, hero, Achenapeep mused upon dodging a pillar of light, and only death. The pharaoh flew towards the paladin, Goronike opening his 3 mouths to target him with his elemental breaths. Instead, the mummy teleported right in front of Goronike's chest and slapped him in the belly. Time push. Poop. Kia and Goronike popped out of existence with a strange, ridiculous noise. Victor saw red. What did you do? I pushed them further down in the time stream, the pharaoh replied, proud of his cunning. They will reappear later at the same spot, safe, unharmed, and surrounded by defeat. How long? Allison asked, horrified by the sudden loss of one of their strongest warriors. The mummy responded by targeting the two with a blast of radioactive energy, unwilling to give his foe any tactical information. Neusser managed to dodge, while Victor maintained his focus on the thunderstorm above. Poor Kia, that was the cruelest thing the mummy could ever do to her, force her to sit out of another epic battle. Even the plot armor couldn't offset her terrible luck. Rollo, having gained some sort of control over his pterodactyl mount, prepared to attack his maker, but Victor dissuaded him with a glance. The weathermaker was ready. "I heard you caught a fairy too, cultist," Akhenaten said, preparing to unleash another black hole, this time at the vizier. "But you should have kept Mo chained and bound. A well-crafted wish would have saved you." Mag Mel's soul knew more than how to create a soul crest, Victor replied, confident. He had knowledge of fairy magic, in particular, of spells so powerful that no humans could ever cast them, until a few levels ago. The slime storm had reached its apex, carrying the lightning Victor needed to cast this ultimate technique. Allison protected her face while she cast protection from lightning spells on herself and Rollo. "Here it comes." Victor waved his side like Votan once did with his spear. "The supreme lightning, which guarantees victory." "Impossible," Akhenaten muttered, astonished, before attempting to skip time and dodge. Timela. Ragnarok. Thunder swallowed Akhenaten whole, and the whole sea flashed brightly. Chapter 144, The Arrows of Light. The skies were bright with explosions, but Venkior's light blinded them all. Shining majesty, the dragon radiated the holy light of the horde on the Sablarian heathens, incinerating those closest to him, and melting even their mighty war golems. A shooting star made Wyrm, he pulverized everything in his path, creating a golden road for his fellow dragons to follow. Behind him, Grandrake and Genialisime led the reptilian charge, raining elemental breaths on their outmatched enemies. The foemer's last line of defense couldn't hold against the fury of dragons. Yet they held the line with suicidal stubbornness, fighting to the death for masters who refused to risk their own worthless lives. The metal dolphin, whom his minions had called a nuclear submarine, remained the greatest threat fielded by the foemers against the united minion armies. But unlike last time, it unleashed no arrow of light at Venkior's allies. Wind spears and other artillery were its main weapons today. Had the fairies learned their lesson? Or had it exhausted all its offensive weaponry fighting the Fishman's master, Lord Dagon, in their previous encounter? No, the fairies must have kept their arrows in reserve in their hidden castle, sending the submarine as a sheep to the slaughter, a final, last-ditch defense to halt the V&V army's advance. Having finished clearing the skies enough to safeguard his minions, Venkior allowed his kindred to take over the aerial battle and returned to his assault on the submarine. The machine was engaged in a fierce battle with the V&V Empire's amphibious forces, from fishmen to monstrous squid-like immigrants from the dreaded planet Moon. They were swift and strong, but their speed could only safeguard them so much against the barrage of cannonballs and missiles the golem submarine fired in every direction. Roaring at the challenge, Venkior dived down to bombard the submarine with his breath. The machine, fueled by a simple yet effective intelligence, dived down below to the safety of seawater. The dragon's fireballs turned waves to boiling clouds of steam, and some might even have hit their target, but the ocean provided protection difficult to overcome. What could Venkior do? Use geomancy to alter the sea, raise stone from the ocean floor. He would need to be grounded to do so, and it would deprive his seafaring forces of their own safety net. No, he would confront the metal beast in its nest, and force it to duel him on the land. The dragon dived down, dodging artillery, before falling into the water like a harpoon. His scales hit the waves and pierced through salt water. Sharkmen followed after their emperor, the creatures swimming with almost as much grace as Venkior himself. Venkior kept going down until he reached the undersea rift where the submarine had retreated. Instantly, upon catching sight of its enemy, the machine fired a dozen torpedoes in the dragon's direction. Like a magnificent water Wyrm, Venkior skillfully moved to dodge the torpedoes, circling the golem. His aquatic minions, meanwhile, went for the frontline approach, assaulting the submarine head-on by launching lightning spears at it. The scene reminded the dragon of those silly knights, who tried to tickle him with their ridiculous sword toothpicks. Useless, but distracting. This offered the dragon an opportunity he didn't waste, moving below the submarine's hull and grabbing it with his hands. With great might, Venkior attempted to lift the dolphin from below, defying the very laws of physics. Strength check. Successful, but impossible wasn't for dragons. Even underwater, the flapping of his great, mighty wings could carry Venkior through anything. They allowed him to push up until even the sharkman pulled back, as the dragon carried his prey towards the surface. Unbalanced, the dolphin began to break down under the strain of its own mass, even as Venkior raised it further and further high. The dragon emerged from the waves, lifting the giant golem above the ground. Then, gaining momentum, Venkior threw the submarine at the distant shores, like the very same arrows it rained upon the dragon. The machine hit the ground in a catastrophic crash, blowing dust in all directions, but survived. Even as Venkior unleashed fire upon its iron hide, the golem raised itself on tiny mechanical legs and tried to return to the sea. Its steel hide turned red from the heat, yet remained too strong for Vainkyur to pierce through. But the dragon was cunning and had planned ahead. Time to activate one of his new perks, Sublime Dragon Breath, Icefang. Next time he breathed, Vainkyur's gullets produced not hot, nuclear flames, but a blizzard, as chilling as his departed rival Icefang had ever produced. After the searing heat, the freeze damaged the metal hide, turning it brittle. When he knew that one final push would destroy the beast, Vainkyur prepared to land the coup de grace, Sublime Breath, Earth. As he changed its element one more time, Vainkyur's breath transformed from ice to earth. Instead of releasing a chilling blizzard, he rained sharp stones from his gullet, each shard thick enough to cut a tree in half. Weakened by the heating and freezing, the rain of projectiles devastated the dolphin's hide, piercing its metal skin as easily as arrows with mammal flesh. The barrage of stones cut the metal monster in half, explosions devastating its body and blowing steel in all directions. When the dust settled, the golem submarine looked like a gutted fish, dead and smoking. I am the WYRM of countless breaths. Vainkyur roared to the heavens, victorious once again. You wasted too much time, Night's Bane. It took a few seconds for Vainkyur to recognize the voice and its source. Dragon-slaying fairy, he hissed. Show yourself. Foolish dragon, Odia's voice echoed out of the dolphin's dorsal fin, and the tiny loudspeakers hidden there. You believe you cornered me when all you did served my design. Then you must be very good at losing, Vainkyur replied with pride. You gathered my enemies in one place, including the dragons of the world, so that I may slay you all at once. Your souls will fuel my belly, unleashing a tide of blood that I shall ride to Valhalla. The dead of this conflict almost made me a goddess already. I simply need a final miracle. Sound erupted from the distant island, beyond the magical wards. Victor had to admit it, Votan had a good reason to favor Ragnarok as his chosen spell. It had killed Akenapop in one strike, while it had taken Kia's epic sword or Vainkyur's charged breath before. A pity it didn't stick. As expected, a few seconds after the mighty thunderbolt vaporized him, the mummy reappeared unharmed at the same spot. Floating under the power of a sandstorm, he cast a mighty buffing spell on himself. Greater Seal, Lightning. Meanwhile, Victor and Allison still rode on the back of Neusser the Nightmare, who could run on the seawater as easily as grass. While they lacked Akenapop's flight advantage, they outmatched him in speed and maneuverability. Rollo the Golem rode a captured Tridactyl above them as support. The Golem farmer and his mount attempted to smash Akenapop by diving up, but the mummy leaped through time to avoid the attack. When he reappeared, the undead immediately put some distance between his foes and himself, Victor and Rollo giving pursuit on their respective mounts, one above the target, the other below. Leaf Storm. While Victor focused on chasing after the mummy, Allison cast a spell at his back. She pointed her fingers at Akenapop above them, unleashing a mighty storm of leaves and green energy. Space Slash. Akenapop sundered reality itself with an index finger, creating a moving rift in the fabric of space itself. The slash, while no longer than 3 meters, cut through the leaf storm, the water, the very air. It was a fast-moving, horizontal black hole erasing anything unlucky to be in its path, a blade of pure nothingness. Victor's horse swiftly dodged the attack by leaping to the side, even as the blade bent its course, but the attack kept going long afterward. The slash cut through a fairy golem, cutting it in half, and beheaded a fishman swimming in the waters. The blade cut through the shores and traced a razor-thin line in the sand, and then continued past Victor's line of sight. Maybe it would continue its deadly course all the way to Gardemag, crossing the earth and finishing its travel in the deep darkness of space. While the attack had been ineffective, Victor could only approve of Allison's initiative. His Chronomancer capstone allowed Akenapop to return from death by unwinding time, as long as he had enough SP to fuel his perk. As a purely arcane build, the more the mummy had to cast powerful spells, the faster his reserves would dwindle. Of course, no sooner did the thought cross his mind that the Orfero shattered Victor's hope. One scroll making up his mummy's bandages shone bright, its runes vanishing. That optimizing bastard. And he looked at Victor with smugness too. However, the sound of battle horns filled him with hope. A new army came from the east, cavalry on the ground, their horses pounding the sand, griffins, flying mags, and pegasi in the air. Their spears hit the Foma force's flank, while their flying forces backed up the dragons. All of them proudly wore white armor and the flag of Mithras. The Gardemagnian army. Allison rejoiced behind Victor, clearly happy to see reinforcements. Kia's ally, the dark elf Archmage Kevin, left the bulk of the army to fly straight to the vizier's rescue. He pointed his palm at Akenapop and cast a spell, Enhanced Polar Blizzard. The Archmage unleashed a mighty beam of blue energy from his hand, which turned into a powerful freezing blast. Akenapop time leaped once more to dodge, the attack phasing through him and turning an entire span of the sea to ice. "Where's Kia?" the dark elf archmage asked, flying down towards Victor and Allison while their mount skidded on the new floe with grace. Akenapop reappeared on the other side of the makeshift Arctic, hovering above the ice a few meters away from the group. "He teleported her away," Allison protested. "What? This again?" Clearly this was nothing new to Kia's allies. Akenapop quickly interrupted their discussion by gathering a black hole in his palm. "Raid boss, raid boss. Akenapop can't kill him without depleting his SP, and he has items to recover them." Victor shook his head. "I don't see many options. I have a tactic, the same we used to demolish every high-level spellcaster so far," Kevin replied, landing upon the ice and joining his hands to unleash a mighty Tier X spell, Enhanced Magic Eater. A feeling of emptiness spread across Victor's surroundings, almost all his magical enhancements vanishing. Neusser's water mantle, which had allowed the horse to walk on the sea, vanished at once. The nightmare's fiery hooves regained their brightness as they slowly melted the ice below her feet. Akenapop's black hole collapsed into nothingness in his hand, while the sandstorm carrying him above the ground vanished. The mummy managed to land on the iced sea, although Kevin's attack stripped him of his radioactive aura and other enhancements. That was why he had turned the sea to ice first, that clever bastard, to give them a space to stand on the water. Considering Akenapop's sheer level, Victor doubted anyone else could have pulled off this strategy. Someone with a level short of epic would have failed to affect the mummy. Even then, Kevin had clearly optimized his perks or equipment to raise the power of his anti-magic ability. Even deprived of his overwhelming arcane might, Akenapop remained a deadly combatant and a powerful mummy. The second he got back on his feet, he rushed at Kevin with astonishing speed, clearly intending to crush his neck and undo the magical field before physical fighters closed in. Since his revival needed SP to activate, this was the first time he was truly vulnerable. Victor guessed that Kia's team usually trusted her to finish off the weakened spellcaster, but with her absence, the duty fell on the vizier instead. While she had slowed down without her buffs, Victor's nightmare horse still moved faster than Akenapop. The horse reached the mummy before he could come anywhere close to threatening Kevin. Thankfully, Victor's build may be all over the place, many of his perks didn't need SP to activate, and as artifacts, both his scythe and armor still worked fine. Like a truck racing toward a helpless granny, Victor ran over Akenapop and hit him with his scythe. Harvest. Agility check. Failed. Much to Victor's astonishment, the mummy, showing some of his rogue levels, dived below the phantom blade and kept running towards Kevin. The vizier hurriedly had his horse turn around, but immediately knew he wouldn't catch up to his former mentor in time. Fortunately, this was a raid boss, and one never solos a raid boss. A shadow grew above Akenapop's head, as he was within an inch of grabbing Kevin and crushing his skull. Rollo smashes. Akenapop barely had the time to look up before a rusty iron golem landed on his back, shattering his dusty spine. The aftershock was so great, that it caused the ice to fracture below them. "Release me, golem," Akenapop ordered, unable to move under the golem's sheer weight and might. "I always treated your kind with kindness." Rollo, who clearly hadn't heard about Vizier Stratagem 48, grabbed the helpless mummy and threw him straight in Victor's direction. The vizier raised his blade high, while Allison cheered him on. Akenapop accepted his fate with grim resignation, a second before the blade hit him in the face. "I was a better teacher than I thought." Victor beheaded the Yorpharaoh, trapping the mummy's soul inside his scythe harvest, the only place that would ensure Sabla could not revive him. Without his buffs or the necessary SP to fuel his ability, the weapon killed the Yorpharaoh in one strike. Victor's victory was short-lived though, as a rumbling noise shook the sea and the world. It emerged from the distant island with a great rumbling, casting the sea in its dreadful shadow. Its sight and appearance brought a temporary end to the fighting, paralyzing all creatures present. Even Vainkyur, who feared nothing, paused in astonishment. An enormous castle had risen, an omen of the end. A massive fortress of steel, glass, and spikes, its size put Vainkyur's own domain to shame. All of Murmurin probably could fit within its thick walls. Cannons and harpoons covered its surface, manned by golems, while every dragon 4 miles could smell the stench of fomalords within the structure. The castle itself rested on a flying rock almost as big as it, equipped with steel cylinders the size of hills, all of them unleashed white-hot streams of fire, lifting the entire construct in its ascent. A purple shield surrounded the enormous fortress, fueled by the howls of trapped souls. Its baleful energy cleared the skies of Manling Victor's thunderclouds, only to turn them red. Vampires and sun-fearing creatures immediately took cover or caught fire. Within seconds, lifted by its fiery propellers, the castle ascended through the skies, pulverizing the wards which had protected its island from attack. Its flames and smokes vaporized anything unlucky to be in their vicinity, from warbeast to Pegasi riders. Vainqueur chased after the castle, intent on destroying it. His fellow dragons followed his lead, unleashing their breaths at the castle while it was still within range. Their attacks were easily repelled by the shield. "Kill them all," Ogiers ordered, her voice echoing from the fortress above. One of the castle's towers fired an arrow of light, the shield briefly opening to let it through. Realizing the danger, Vainqueur immediately flew after the projectile and attempted to blast it with his flames. It was in vain. As his fireball approached it, the missile broke into 10 tinier arrows, each of them carrying a deadly kind of power. Vainqueur did his best to destroy them before they could fall on his minions, but they were fast, much faster than the wind spears, faster than sound, faster than any other dragon could move. 7 of them detonated in the heavens, spraying the skies with light, but 3 more escaped destruction. They were now too close to detonate safely. None of his kindred could stop them, and neither could Vainqueur. Even if the dragon destroyed them, at so close a range, the explosion would vaporize his soldiers. There was only one solution to save them. Vainqueur flew straight at the missiles, and at the last second, uttered fateful words. Glitzy theater. A golden arena formed around himself, a golden sphere over a mile in radius, trapping the missiles inside with the Dragon Emperor. The great red WYRM roared and detonated the projectiles with a defiant stream of fire. As they were within an inch of his face, the world flashed bright, and the light swallowed Vainqueur whole. Chapter 145, Interlude. Full Metal Jelly. So big. Buzz Jelly looked at the world's map with light in his tiny eyes. The Empire's territories were painted gold because it was the best color, and everything else in silver, because they weren't rich enough. The Empire was so small, but it glittered true. One day, Prydain would belong to the Empire. One day, the whole world would be the Empire. Buzz Jelly couldn't wait to invade everyone else, especially Gardamag. Excalibur would be so proud to see a slime leap over their castle in triumph. Its curiosity satisfied, the cosmonaut leaped down from the map table and joined the other minions inside the war tent. They were the Cobbled Rangers, war heroes of the Empire. They were so huge compared to the tiny slime, although not as huge as a dragon. Together, they formed an elite squadron under the orders of the Imperial Princess Jolie Dragon, niece of the good Emperor Vainqueur. Their regiment would soon rejoin the main army, and conquer the castle of the evil fairy Ogiers. But today they had been chosen for a special mission. A cloaked undead entered the tent, the minions forming a line before their superior officer. Jules Rapace was the Gal commander overseeing their unit, the Imperial Princess personal aide-de-camp, and chief of staff of substitution. The Gal Mandaya general. "Thank you for coming," the Gal Mandaya said to the gathered minions. "You are the best minions we have on hand, and this is a sensitive mission." "What is the matter, Commander?" Red Ranger asked, the most experienced of the group. "This is a rescue mission, but I won't lie," the Gal replied, putting some drawings on the table. "Odds do not favor us." The minions looked at the table and the animated pictures on it. Buzz Jelly immediately recognized its fellow slime on one of the drawings, having been born during the same slime reign. Molester. Pink Molester. Its name is Private Molesty. Gal Mandaya Jules nodded, showing the group a picture of a pink slime and a dodo watching the sunset. "Father and mother of hundreds, Private Molesty is one of our best breeders and in a committed relationship with a dodo harem on Daltonia." Yet it didn't hesitate to answer the V&V draft, leaving its family behind to protect its homeland from fairy invaders. "So cute," Pink Ranger said, since she and the slime shared the same color. The Gal Mandaya showed them a photo of Molesty, its cheeks painted green, and a bandana around its tiny head. Another showed the slime boarding a sword rocket. Buzz Jelly was still sour about not having been granted its own to pilot during the invasion. During Operation Horde Landfall, Private Molesty was ice-kired with a dwarf rocket called the Rambo Warrior behind enemy lines, the Gal Mandaya explained. Its mission was to commit savage acts of sabotage and to terrify the Foma warbeasts through breeding warfare. "We believed that as a veteran of the Daltonia campaign, Private Molesty could operate unsupervised and rejoin the main army. We were wrong." The Gal Mandaya showed them a new drawing, this time representing a devastated herd of fairy hounds, broken and defeated. It appeared a tornado had walked through the camp. "We lost trace of Private Molesty at a warbeast pack lair east of our location, where it single-handedly incapacitated a fighting force of 30 and seeded them with its brood." "What is his level?" Red Ranger asked, impressed by the slaughter. He used to be 30, mostly in vitality and agility-focused classes, but he received a crest before boarding the rocket, the Galmandair explained. War being a quick source of EXP, he probably reached level 40 and accessed a riding-focused class. 40, Buzzjelly repeated, having surpassed that level not too long ago. Although it would have loved to gain more cosmonaut levels, it had to settle on artillerist. So many firearms had been pointed at Buzz during the invasion, the slime had to spit out bullets 4 hours afterward. Galmandair Jules showed them a point on the map, and then the drawing of an orc in silly armor. We believe Private Molesty has been cornered and, if not captured, trapped in the eastern region. Unfortunately, according to our vampire intel, the area is under the control of Frank the Anarch, a miner, chronomancer, and priest of Sabla. He steals princesses, Pink Ranger snarled, incensed. And now he stole our slime, Blue Ranger said gravely. His Majesty asked that no minion be left behind, the Galmandair said. As his commander, it is my duty to rescue Molesty, nothing forces you to follow. I'm warning you, this may very well be a suicide mission. Princess Jolie is on a timer to rejoin His Majesty, and so we will have no reinforcements. We cobbled rangers will die for our country. Red Ranger nodded. And half of us did. Good, because death is but a step in the right direction, the Galmandair said, his undead eyes glancing at each minion in turn. Will you help me return Private Molesty to his family? Yes, sir, all rangers said at once. For Empire, Buzzjelly vowed. Molesty return home. Having made their way through the forest until nightfall, alongside the ranger's pet dinosaur, the minions stopped under the shadow of trees and rested around a campfire. Galmandair Jules had retired into the darkness, praying to his goddess Camilla for success, while the cobbled rangers roasted a feline. Do you want a cockroach with your cat? The cook, Yellow Ranger, offered Buzzjelly, the slime shaking its tiny head, for it only fed on the crushed hopes of the Empire's enemies. Yellow Ranger shrugged and offered a leg to Pink Ranger. The bard receded in disgust. I'm not eating Squeaky, the bard complained. I would rather starve. Oh come on, it's like the third time we ate your cat, the cook protested. You're going to become skinny and frail if you keep skipping meals. Do you want another 6th Ranger situation? Blue Ranger asked the minstrel. We don't talk about the 6th Ranger, Black Ranger replied, glaring at his teammate. There has never been a 6th Ranger. 6th? Buzzjelly asked, all the reptiles looking away in shame. So mysterious. But you 5. It's, Red Ranger shook his head, paling as his breathing accelerated. It's a terrible story. It wasn't our fault. Black Ranger shook his head, apparently lost in a flashback. It was war. He was silver, Pink Ranger said. He was cute, but he was annoying. Blue Ranger cut in. You can say it, he's dead. His name was Scrappy, Red Ranger told Buzzjelly. At El Goldorado, Lady Jolie trusted us with protecting the Princess Wildlife Reserve, but nights kept coming. So we recruited a new kobold to help in our scouting. I thought he had the attitude and the right color. We told him he should change his minion name to Silver to fit the team's theme, but he refused. Yellow Ranger shouted, shaking. He was insufferable, obnoxious, always trying to take the spotlight. It was an accident. Black Ranger, meanwhile, was still lost in his flashback. I didn't mean it. At a point, a vicious human squire trapped us in a cave, closing the exit with a boulder so he could abscond with a princess, Red Ranger said, his eyes looking at the roasted cat. We couldn't get out. We spent days inside the cave, trying to dig our way out, Blue Ranger continued. Pink had to sing us terrible songs to make sure we didn't fall unconscious from exhaustion. But Scrappy didn't help, he just complained. You know about the food chain? Red Ranger asked Buzzjelly, who nodded religiously. We made a list between us. Who would sacrifice themselves first for the good of the Emperor? We never thought we would apply it ourselves, but we were starving. We all looked at Scrappy, and he knew. As an undead, I didn't need to eat him to survive, Blue Ranger admitted. But I hated him. I always wanted to know how I tasted, yet I was too afraid to try. He tasted like veal. Yellow Ranger looked deep into Buzzjelly's eyes, his gaze full of horror. We taste like veal, like cattle. He was cute, Pink Ranger had tears in her eyes. But he didn't run fast enough. It was war, Black Ranger kept repeating. It was war. When Lord Grandrake excavated us days afterward, there was nothing left to raise Scrappy with, Red Ranger said grimly. Not even bones. That all? Buzzjelly asked, having expected something more impressive. That was part of the course in Murmurin, with no pun intended. Chocolatine had told the slime so many of these stories. Was Princess saved? Oh, Red Ranger nodded. Oh yes, she was. Lord Grandrake trapped the squire with a fake legendary sword in a stone. They just can't resist those, like Excalibur. Buzzjelly asked, immediately entranced by this part of the story. It was a bit different, Red Ranger explained. Imagine a mousetrap, but with a sword replacing the cheese. The squire tried to pull it out and then, the sound of something being dumped next to the campfire interrupted the discussion. Gentle living, gentle dead, the Galmandea said, tossing a paralyzed, white-skinned humanoid amidst the minions. Look at what I caught spying on us. I won't talk, the captive doppelganger shouted, bound by tight ropes and kneeling on the grass. We know that you know the location of the fairy resistance's base, the Galmandea told the faceless prisoner. We have ways of making you talk. I won't. Whatever you do to me, Frank will do it double. Tickle him, Red Ranger ordered. Blue and Black Rangers brandishing dodo feathers. They ferociously tickled the doppelganger's feet, to break his will. But 30 minutes later, the humanoid hadn't laughed even once. Moon. Buzzjelly showed the doppelganger a drawing it had scribbled with its mouth and crayons, trying its glue at interrogating that enemy of the state. Moon. What is this, a lead-colored landscape? The shapeshifter shrugged it off. The sight of the moon didn't affect him. Damn, he has been trained against interrogation techniques. Red Ranger shook his head. We have no choice. Pink brings out the banjo. You sure? Black Ranger asked his leader, a bit afraid. He may not survive. I will take full responsibility, the Galmandea said. Besides, we can raise him as an undead if he dies from the shock. Pink Ranger, make him talk. Which songs do I play? The bard asked, raising a banjo threateningly at the fairy thrall. Requiem for alike, the passion of the Wyrm, Vaincorio and Victoria. If he doesn't speak afterward, he never will. Pink Ranger cleared her throat, her fellow minions protecting their ears with their hands. Buzzjelly didn't, because it had no arms. The slime listened, as the bard began a trio of songs, complex music, with complicated words that Buzzjelly was too young to understand. Not familiar with mammalian nor reptilian biology, the slime didn't catch most of the references. They sounded disgusting though. Even as the songs cast the world in a blanket of gloomy darkness, the doppelganger resisted defiantly, remaining as silent as a tomb. Pink Ranger ended up finishing her performance without any victims, a first in the history of her music. He can resist Pink singing, Blue Ranger commented, astonished by the thrall's mental resistance. What an iron will. I believe he just removed his sense of hearing, the Galmandea noted. That's the problem with shapeshifters. Buzzjelly thought about it, then found a solution, one of its least used perks. Eldritch Probe. A rift in space opened, an alien, egg-shaped machine floating through. The creature reminded Buzzjelly of a squid, with metal tentacles swirling beneath its underside, each of the appendages ending up in blades or sharp claws. A single glass eye blinked at the center of the construct, scanning the group, entering inferior creature communication mode. The probe's voice tweaked into a cheery recording. Subtle condescension, good morning carbon life forms. We come in peace. Can you make this doppelganger talk? Red Ranger asked, surprised by the creature's strange appearance. Joy probe location detection. Inserting probe through opening. The machine's egg body opened a metal arm with a sharp, pointy object at the end emerging. It attempted to shove it into the doppelganger's face, to no avail. Disappointment, primary opening rejected. Enthusiasm, second opening detected, please assume the position. Hey, what are you? The probe's tentacles flipped the doppelganger on his chest, his behind exposed. Barely restrained sadism, position assumed, the Eldritch probe buzzed, aligning his strange machinery with the useless, empty space between the doppelganger's legs. Unrestrained sadism, preparing insertion. Wait, stop, the doppelganger panicked. I am a prisoner, I have rights. Commander, did we sign any minion prisoner of war convention? Red Ranged asked, clearly disturbed by the interrogation process. Clearly, he did not understand that rebels didn't have rights. Yes, but we don't respect it, the Gal replied casually. If anything, he seemed curious about what would happen next. Cruel glee, starting forceful insertion. No, wait, I'll tell you, the doppelganger pleaded before the probe could touch him. I will tell you everything. Stop, Buzzjelly ordered, the machine interrupting its probing process. Frustration, procedure interrupted, the probe changed its tune, dangling the sharp object like candy. Blatant lies, it won't hurt at all. Frank cornered the slime in an old temple. The doppelganger shouted even harder after this last comment. Problem is, the slime took a sniper position with a stolen arsenal, and we can't approach without getting shot, and when we send summons to scout, it makes babies with them. Knowing Frank, he's probably going to firebomb the place soon. There's no time to waste then, Red Ranger said, showing a rough map of the region to the fairy thrall. Where is that temple? As the doppelganger told them everything, the probe hung back, clearly disappointed. Buzzjelly decided to cheer it up. Big battle soon, the slime said. Need help. Hope. Killing inferior lifeforms is my joy in life. Politically correct apology. I do not believe carbon lifeforms are inherently inferior. Some of my best friends are carbon-based. Thank you for your help, Mr. Jelly. The Galmandaea thanked the slime as the rangers continued the interrogation, making the slime swoon with pride. Tell me, why did you join the V Army? I patriot, Buzzjelly shouted with nationalism. Empire best. You're a good slime, Jules replied. It is true the V&V Empire is the most progressive country in the world. It made me dare to dream again. After Vainkur allowed undead labor, I could no longer sit back and watch Gardamangs, paladins, spread their negative conspiracy, you know. Negative conspiracy? Buzzjelly asked. This sounded very serious. They try to libel the Undeathstrile revolution by releasing vast amounts of negative energy into the atmosphere, the Galmandaea explained. They say it's us undead who negatively affect the environment because we threaten their monopoly over life essence. Life essence? Paladins can only heal living creatures, instead they harm the undead. Now, when the majority of people and adventurers are alive, this makes them invaluable. But what happens when everyone is undead? Have you thought of this? Buzzjelly shook its tiny head. This sounded so complicated, and Jelly was a soldier, not a thinker. Maybe it was linked to that elf capitalo-bourgeois conspiracy the dwarfs kept ranting about. The paladins did, the gal said. Lady Camilla saw it too. Do like she did. When a paladin offers you their life essence, deny them. Say no. Paladin, no. Buzzjelly nodded. Undead, yes. The Galmandaea patted the slime on the head, like a good soldier. Hiding behind trees and bushes, the minions observed the enemy camp. Since the approach required stealth, the Imperial soldiers had left the dinosaur behind, Galmandaea Jules protecting them with illusion spells. After abandoning the doppelganger, they had stealthily advanced through the forest, reaching the outskirts of an old stone temple built in the middle of a clearing. Private Molesty had established a barricade in front of the building, made from trees and the corpses of former warbeasts. A group of 24 orcs laid siege to the area, armed to the teeth and carrying the symbols of the worm god Sabla. That's Frank the Anarch. Red Ranger pointed at the orcs' leader, a tall humanoid in heavy armor. He was big and scary, as all rebel scum were. We can take him. We have to, the Galmandaea replied, observing the camp's soldiers acting up. They are clearly going to launch an assault. The Eldritch probe, which had followed Buzzjelly, cheered them up. Passive aggressiveness, you are wonderful people. It would be a shame if any of you died tragically. Meanwhile, the orcs lost patience, Frank the Anarch pushing one of his minions forward. The weaker enemy minion cleared his throat, Private Molesty peeking above the barricade. Give up, slime, the orc minion shouted at the temple. You're surrounded. Never surrender. Molesty leaped over the barricade and fired a bullet at the army, somehow wielding a rifle although it had no hands. The orc minion was forced to take cover. Draw first blood. Draw first blood. The orcs retaliated with arrows, Private Molesty hiding back behind the barricades. How do you keep getting delayed by a slime? Frank the Anarch thundered at his subordinate. We have to board the Krumkruach within 6 hours, or we'll all be stranded behind. Do you want to miss the firework from the VIP seats? I don't know, sir. Well, I won't. The leader snarled and vanished inside a large tent. Screw this, I'm bringing out the tank. Buzzjelly didn't know what a tank was, but it sounded awesome. This is bad, Ranger Red said, turning to Galmandaea Jules. What do we do, Commander? We won't make it without casualties. Buzzjelly, you rescue and evacuate Private Molesty, the Galmandaea ordered, before turning to the Rangers. Bring the dinosaur, I will distract them in the meantime. Come what it may. Save Molesty. Buzzjelly leaped out of cover. Space said. His perk activating, the slime accelerated, transforming into an unstoppable cannonball. Before the orcs could react to the newcomer, Buzzjelly flew through them at the speed of a bullet, tearing one humanoid apart into a bloody smear, before going through the barricades. He landed right behind, having made a small hole in the protection. Jelly. Private Molesty rejoiced at the sight of its friend. The pink molester breathed a strange, fiery stick with its little mouth, keeping a rifle close. Came. Friend, the cosmonaut, replied happily, glancing at the stick. What this? Last cigarette, Molesty replied sadly, releasing smoke from its tiny mouth. Low HP. Not make it. Family waiting. Buzzjelly tried to encourage its fellow slime. Fight for them. Fight with you. Not your battle. Molesty protested, ready to make a last stand for his country. Delay you. Save Jelly. No, you friend. A mighty explosion blasted the barricade apart, propelling both slimes backward. When Buzz Jelly regained consciousness, the defensive barrier had collapsed, the enemy orcs moving out to give way to an enormous machine. It looked like a cube of metal with strange, rounded wheels, and a trunk of steel coming out from above. An iron elephant. Say hello to my little friend. Frank the Anarch's voice came from within the machine. Agility up, accelerated, hasten. The enormous vehicle charged straight at them, moving at an incredible speed for something so big. Leave Jelly. Molesty panicked, unable to leap away. The pink slime had turned all puddly from the shock. Bring you home, Buzz Jelly insisted, forcefully carrying the other slime on its back. To Dodoland. The cosmonaut leaped away, dodging another projectile and escaping from the temple into the clearing. The tank pursued them at high speed, crushing trees and minions alike in its mad rampage while its metal trunk fired projectiles at the escaping slimes. As if taking cues from the chaos, the Galmandaea courageously entered the fray, unleashing a necromantic storm in the middle of the enemy encampment. Orcs fell dead, only to rise again as undead, forming a defense around the necromancer, while the Eldritch Probe joined the fray. Fake affability, Buzz Jelly's summoned ally stated, threatening the enemy minions with its tentacles. I look forward to probing you intimately today. The orcish minions immediately encircled them, and the camp erupted into chaos. Buzz Jelly continued its mad dash forward, as explosions detonated all around the Moon Veteran. Trees were blasted apart, the earth below turning into smoking craters as shells fell from the skies. The vehicle ignored the Gulmander's distraction, focused entirely on killing the jellies. But no matter how quickly Buzz leaped, it couldn't outspeed the tank while carrying another slime. Not fast enough. Private Molesty panicked. Jelly leave. Never, Buzz replied, switching tactics. It reached a tree still standing, and moved Molesty behind it for cover. Stay there. Beat it. Suicide. Heroes never die. Dine in Happyland, Buzz Jelly boasted. The tiny slime closed its eyes, thinking about Excalibur and its glue-like siblings waiting at home, and then leapt into battle. The jelly faced the metal monster, as it dashed straight forward. Space said, the slime shouted, transforming into a bullet. The world flashed bright, as the cosmonaut launched itself at full speed against the tank's thick hide. What happens when a metal slime bullet hits a machine 200 times its size? It bounced back. Buzz Jelly hit the ground like a bouncing ball, while two tiny openings at the forefront of the tank unleashed streams of fire. The metal slime swelled to protect the tree behind which his fellow slime hid, absorbing the heat. The tank blasted the jelly once, then twice, the shells inflicting heavy damage. Yet the slime endured the pain with bravery. The mission was to save Private Molesty, and Buzz Jelly wouldn't fail. The V&V army counted on it. As the tank prepared to blast it once more with its trunk, the cosmonaut finally saw an opportunity. Using Space said, Buzz Jelly once again launched itself at the bigger machine. This time though, it targeted the cannon, plugging it. Kaboom! The blast propelled Buzz Jelly against a tree's bark, as the tank's projectile exploded in the middle of its cannon. The metal trunk turned into steel scraps, the vehicle reeling from the damage. Buzz Jelly slithered on the grass, heavily wounded and struggling to move. Roll him over, Frank the Anarch ordered from within the machine. Roll him over and send him to his Japan afterlife. Buzz Jelly looked up helplessly, as a 70-ton machine charged straight at it. After so many adventures and so many worlds left unexplored, this was the end. A family photo of its slime family flashed in his mind, as the cosmonaut prepared to close his eyes and await the fatal crash. A pink slime leaped in front of Buzz Jelly, struggling against its own wounds, but refusing to cower. No, Buzz Jelly shouted. Flee. Protect you. Private Molesty replied, glaring courageously at the tank while shielding his fellow slime. For Empire. Both slimes faced death, a titan of metal preparing to roll them over. The triumphant shout of a dinosaur's voice echoed across the forest, like the trumpets of victory. Smashing trees below its enormous legs, a golden brachiosaurus trampled all trees in its path, ridden by the cobbled rangers. The beast charged straight at the tank from the side, while Pink Ranger sang the Horde National to give it strength. Bam! The dinosaur hit the tank at full speed and pulverized into scraps. Metal parts and the orc crew flew as their vehicle exploded into nothing. What the? The dinosaur grabbed Frank the Anarch with his mouth mid-flight before the orc could finish his sentence, gathered momentum with his long neck, and then tossed the chronomancer towards the horizon. The orc flew towards the heavens like a sword rocket, but he wasn't swordy enough to reach the moon. Instead, he fell down and crashed down farther in Prydane's forest. Meanwhile, the Galmandaea had single-handedly sent the orcs packing with necrotic blasts, raising the dead as undead. The eldritch probe pursued the cowardly thralls, pointing its pointy thing at them. Objective statement: you exist to die. Feeling the strain of its wounds and the adrenaline leaving its body, Private Molesty collapsed on his back. Molesty, Jelly rushed to support its fellow slime, preventing the pink molester from turning into a puddle. You all right? Alive, the other slime replied, smiling. Need cigarette, and hookers. In the end, only Galmandea Jules seemed unhappy with the result. This was a suicide mission, the Galmandea said, crossing his arms in disappointment. But nobody died. Chapter 146, The Darkest Hour. As the missiles exploded in the skies, Victor watched a new sun in the heavens above. A sun of golden light containing a massive explosion, with a dragon at its core. It flashed bright and then exploded into shards, the echo of the explosion spreading through the atmosphere, all glass 4 miles exploding at once. The sea itself rippled, and the skies were cleared of all clouds. The heavens turned crimson, as Kromkruach's weather effect overcame Victor's own. A smoking shape fell from the heavens, like a fallen angel. Vaincure. For a second, it appeared that the world had briefly stopped. The battlefield turned silent, everyone in awe of the explosion, of Vaincure's sacrifice, and the dragon's fall. Symbol of hope turned to despair. -6 to STR, Vit, AGI, Char, and LCK. Go after him. Victor ordered his horse, hastening his mount, and forgetting everything else. The horse switched focus and raced so fast that Allison barely avoided being thrown off from it. Vaincure would soon fall down on the beach. Faster. I'm trying, his nightmare complained. Don't try, do. Victor activated Rally Minion to make the horse accelerate, the world becoming a blur. Allison held on against his back, while the distant form of Vaincure hit the ground. Meanwhile, Kromkruach continued its ascension, a colossal rocket aiming for the sun. The shock of Vaincure's fall dissipated, dragons and mortals alike returning to fighting. Grandrake rallied a flock of ancient, massive WYRMS to attack the castle directly, followed by dwarfen flying machines and Gardemang's Pegasi Corp. Grandrake and mighty dragons fired at the fortress with their breath weapons, unleashing a devastating torrent of lightning, flames, ice, stones, and all elements known to dragonkind. Most of these beasts rivaled Vaincure before he accessed the system in power, while Gardemang's Pegasi riders assisted them with spells and buffs. Their attacks bounced off the barrier shielding the castle, like water crashing against a mountain. Nobody had the firepower needed to break the shield. Your champion has fallen. This is the end. Odia's voice, coming from the castle, her words, magically empowered, spread across the battlefield, a final speech before Armageddon. Within less than 2 hours, my castle will reach the upper reaches of this world's atmosphere, and obscure the sun above your head. My arrows of light will rain upon all of your cities, all across Outermundi. Murmurin, Noblecoyer, Onigoro, Kukulkan, all will be wiped out by searing light. In a blink, they will be gone, leaving nothing but dust. They will never have existed. Victor ignored her insane rambling, even as many people around him lost hope, kobolds shuddering in dread, Gardemagnian soldiers standing still like statues, slimes gathering together in close groups in fear. Others like Grandrake and the dragons, proved too stubborn, chasing after the castle and continuing their assault, but the flying fortress continued its ascension, and would soon outpace them. The Vizier rushed towards the point where Vaincure had crashed, ignoring everything else. The oceans will boil. The earth's skin will be scorched until its molten blood overflows from all mountains of the world. The lesser races will scream at once, and then all will be silent. Radioactive clouds will choke the survivors until the last pitiful life is extinguished. Cradle your loved ones, for you will soon join them in my belly. I shall feast on your souls and break the doors of Valhalla, while my kindred claim this world from your ashes. This will be the end of the lesser races, and a new beginning for the Foamers. We are the Foamers, Ogiers boasted. We are the master race, the supreme masters of the world. Neusser stopped abruptly, near the edge of a crater in the middle of the sand. Minions had gathered around it, from Charlene to Malfi, but none dared to enter it. Mass protection from nuclear, Allison cast on the group, Victor leaping off the horse just as the spell took effect. He rushed inside the crater, to his best friend's side. The sight horrified Victor. The Horde armor, as a mighty artifact, had survived the nuclear blast, even if it had heated up enough to turn the sand below into glass. The Psi stones and the crown the Emperor carried had been vaporized, the ring around his finger melted into the armor. But the dragon beneath the regalia had been cooked alive. His scales had been vaporized, his eyes dried up. Festering flesh was exposed for all to see, alongside dried veins. By Camilla, Victor could see the bones. Vaincure's bones. Yet the cadaverous beast still breathed, too stubborn to die. "He's still alive," Victor said, breathing anxiously, the Dryad joining him alongside Malfi, Charlene, and a few other elites shielded from the radiation. "He's dying." Allison paled, horrified by the dragon's state. "The radiation." "Barnabas," Charlene said, protecting herself from the sun with an umbrella. "When he designed the armor, he added hidden lead sheets below the gold, just in case. Maybe they reduced the nuclear damage." Victor doubted that it had made any difference. Vainqueur was just so goddamn powerful, with so much HP and vitality, that he had managed to hang on from this devastating attack. Just as he had tanked Wotan's full-powered Ragnarok once. But why didn't the dragon regenerate? Victor approached closer, to activate his most helpful perks. Melodier's cursed the missiles. Victor panicked. "My perks can't heal him." "Cybele's grace," Allison added, unleashing her most potent healing spell, but she, too, couldn't bypass Melodier's overwhelming power. Vainqueur, Genialissime, Vainqueur's cousin, flew at his family member's side. The flapping of his wings cast sand in all directions, as his fellow WYIM struggled for his life. "Cousin, minions, help me cast spells on him." Everyone capable of casting spells immediately did so, with as much determination as Genialissime himself. To Victor's despair, nothing worked. Vainqueur exhaled slower and slower, like a great whale awaiting death on a shore. Kevin the Dark Elf teleported in their midst, panicked. "Everyone, we don't have time. You heard Ogier's, we have only a short window to crash that castle, or the world goes down in flames. I will teleport as many flyers as I can close to the shield, and if I get cover fire maybe I can open." "I'm not leaving my best friend to die," Victor snarled back, interrupting him. "The world is my world." The outburst caught everyone unaware, making even Kevin shut up. "Most of it," Victor added. He would still fight to protect his children and loved ones from the incoming apocalypse, but Vainqueur. "I'm not leaving him. Help or go." The Dark Elf glared back but said nothing. He understood that with Kia out of commission for a while, he couldn't afford to go to the battlefield without all epic-level warriors available. Disjunction. Victor cast the mightiest spell he had that could lift the curses. Magic Eater. Kevin assisted him reluctantly, although careful to reduce his range to Vainqueur and not debuff everyone else. But even the anti-magic spell that brought Akanape up to his knees couldn't prevail over Melodier's curse. "I'm sorry. She's too powerful, even for me. There has to be a way." Victor panicked. "A spell, an artifact, Victor." Camilla's voice interrupted the vizier. The goddess appeared before him, as did Mithras, Leone, Death Jester, Shisha, the Moon Man, titans overshadowing even dragons with their presence. Allison and Rollo bowed to Cybele and the whole Gardemagnian army to Mithras and Leone. In fact, almost the entire pantheon had appeared, Victor recognizing the one deity he hadn't met yet, the white deer Isengrim. Seng was present, and sober, with Sabla alone missing from this gathering. "Nothing like the end of the world for a miracle. Can you stop this?" Victor pleaded, but his hopes were immediately dashed. "If we do or act directly, such as healing Vainqueur, Sabla will devastate Autamundi himself with quakes and radiations," Cybele replied grimly. "He will cause as much damage as Ogier's, if not more." "This is in mortals' hands," Camilla replied, clearly distressed. Even her prized undead would not survive the following nuclear annihilation. "We can't do much but provide encouragement." "Speak for yourself," Mithras said, glancing down at Victor. "Have you leveled up yet?" "No, but..." Mithras didn't let the vizier finish, raising his hand. Instantly, a mark appeared on his and Allison's neck. Scratch that, it appeared on everyone's neck. Every single soldier, every monster, every creature short of a dragon. Even Charlene, a vampire which Mithras loathed, received the claimed mark. "Damn it, Sabla, you made me agree with Mithras," Death Jester said, reluctantly applying his mark to a few people himself, including Charlene. The other gods, after seeing the two nemesis agree on something, followed their lead. "Roll me for my chosen." Dice asked the Moon Man. "Pray for 20. The new one awaits," the Moon Man replied cryptically. "Sales for everyone," Shisha said, clearly unhappy with this turn of events, but agreeing to participate. "I should have done this long ago," the White Deer said, applying his own mark to Victor's shoulder, as he did to Allison's. "Protect my priestess and make her happy." Even Leone joined the group effort and granted her mark to Victor, although she clearly hated it. They were that boned. "Congratulations! You earned that claimed by Mithras, claimed by Isengrim, and claimed by Leone personal perks. Claimed by Mithras, when you level up, you have an additional 10% chance to gain a charisma or strength point. You are also immune to all fire and holy effects, except those caused by Mithras or his servants. Claimed by Isengrim, when you level up, you have an additional 10% chance to gain an HP or agility point. You can speak to and understand beast types, and they are always well favored towards you. Claimed by Leone, when you level up, you have an additional 10% chance to gain a vitality or skill point. You gain a 30% experience bonus whenever you finish a quest or slay a monster. Congratulations! For proving yourself to be the Outermundian Pantheon's collective whore and defeating Akenapup on horseback, you earn 3 levels in Chaos Rider and 2 levels in Fiendish Rake. You earned the Pale Rider, Had's Rider, and Witch Mark class perks, plus 150 HP, plus 10 SP, plus 4 STR, plus 5 VIT, plus 4 Ski, plus 5 AGI, plus 3 Int, plus 5 Char, plus 3 LCK. Pale Rider, you and your mount become immune to insta-death. While you are mounted, every hostile creature looking at you must succeed a charisma check or suffer from necrophobia. You can increase your stable of monsters by 2. Had's Rider, while you fight mounted, your mount does not die if brought to 0 HP. Instead, they remain fueled by your life force, with any additional damage they take being transferred to you. If you dismount while the mount's HP remains at 0 or if you perish yourself, they die instantly. You can mark an unlimited amount of monsters as your mounts. Witch Mark, while in an act of passion with a willing creature, you can mark them with a demonic crimson mark. So long as they wear the mark, the target gains a charisma bonus equal to your Fiendish Rake level and access to the Diabolism spell school. A single creature can only have one Witch Mark active at once. As long as the effect persists, you can communicate telepathically with the target across any distance, and use dream and emotion spells on them with no check allowed. The mark can only be removed by powerful prayer spell or your own will. Not enough. Not enough. What about dragons? Victor asked, noticing none of the WYRMS had been granted the mark. Claim them. We can't, Mithras admitted. It's forbidden, Camilla added. By whom? Victor asked, the gods remaining mute. He turned to Shisha. You can heal Vaincure and stay within your silly divine pact's boundaries. Victor, the cost. Everything I have. Victor declared. My life. I will sell my soul. Shisha shook her head with grim resignation. As much as it terrified Victor, the gods had done everything they could. Everyone, Kevin cleared his throat, while Genialisime prepared to reluctantly take flight. Time is running out. Everyone, prepare for emergency teleportation, Victor told his elites. I'll stay with him. Victor, Allison trailed. I'll join you, the vizier said, his eyes set on Vaincure. Go. Everyone exchanged glances, before dispersing, either to take flight after the Kromkruach or to prepare for teleportation. Even Genialisime left, although he sent one last glance at his cousin, leaving the vizier alone with the dying Vaincure. The gods vanished into thin air, perhaps to check on Sabla, although Camilla briefly put a hand on Victor's shoulder to comfort him before returning to the heavens. Victor collapsed on his knees, remaining at his dying friend's side. Vaincure was dreaming. It was a dream of pitch-black darkness, like a night without stars. It was freezing, a cold more chilling than the meanest of the winter kingdoms. It was a dream without sound, without pictures, without warmth. A dream of Lead. The darkness called him. A cold emptiness awaited the dragon at the end, the promise of annihilation. Was this death? That was how death felt like. Awful? Lonely? Empty? To think his minion had gone through this more than once, yet, as his mind faded into nothingness, the dragon felt strangely at peace. 2 years ago, the old Vaincure would have snarled and roared in anger, not that he would have risked his life to save his servants, nor would he have cared about Ogier's cruelty. He would have slumbered, gathered gold, and watched the world burn while only missing the cattle. Some part of him thought his minions had made him soft, the rest thought it had made him better. For instead of feeling fury at this turn of events, Vaincure felt nothing, like that brief moment before he entered hibernation, a brief moment before his consciousness switched off. Except there would be no awakening afterward. The dragon knew it, deep within himself, and he was all right with that. Vaincure had gathered the greatest, most beautiful horde in the world, and died to protect it, like a true dragon should. He had saved his kindred and servants from death and given them a chance to carry on the fight. Vaincure had long accepted the possibility that he could die. He no longer feared death, so long as it mattered. He hoped his niece, cousin, and chief of staff were all right. He hoped all his minions could make it. They were strong, they were his. Please, Vaincure. His minion's voice. It was but a distant echo, faint, yet clear. You're supposed to be invincible. He was Vainqueur at thousands, and in the end, none truly bested him in battle. Even Votan Dragonbane couldn't finish the job. Please don't go. If Vainqueur were to vanish now, sinking into the dark, it would be without regret. The pull felt stronger with each passing second, his life slipping away. Death was awful but strangely peaceful. You made me something, his minion pleaded. I was a loser before I stumbled on your cave, and if you hadn't been there, I would have stayed the same. You saved me so often, you saved so many people, so many times. Vainqueur's body long felt numb, but he briefly sensed a warm liquid pouring down his nose. It smelled salty. Tears. His chief of staff was crying for him. Please, manling, Victor pleaded. I don't think I can make it farther without you. I'm just the sidekick. No matter how many people think otherwise, you're the one always driving everything forward. Well, yes. That was a dragon's job. I should have died instead. Minion, you died too many times already. It had cost Vainqueur a fortune each time. We made a promise to reach Valhalla together, please. Valhalla? The absolute apex of the world. The highest honor the dragon-made system could grant. He had promised his minion that they would become gods together, true, and Vainqueur was no liar. As his friend's pitiful words echoed in the void, Vainqueur's memories flared up. They brought him back to his first personal encounter with death, back in Nagaston, when he had faced the vile Odiers in battle. A true dragon didn't cower in the face of death. A true dragon looked at it in the eyes, and then breathed at her sorry face. No, he couldn't allow himself to fall into this dark abyss. He was Vainqueur Nightsbane, first of his name, great calamity of the age, defender of the Horde, emperor of Murmurin, Ishphania, and the Albane Mountains, conqueror of Port Vainqueur, El Goldorado, and the Takeku. Vainqueur's memories flared up, from the moment when manling Victor had woken him up. He remembered the destruction of the Scorchers, and the war of the Horde, both of his duels with Brandon Moore, and the conquest of Ishphania, his battle with a golem in the Winter Kingdoms, to the destruction of battling Laverir. He had overcome Votan Dragonbane, tamed the Tarask, and sent Mel Odiers packing. The very land bowed to his will. Even if he could die, he refused to. He had made a promise, and so many people counted on him. The darkness slowly receded, replaced by a strange white expanse as Vainqueur willed himself to life. Sensations filled his body again. First of all, a sharp, indescribable pain, an itching far, far worse than anything he had ever experienced, everywhere. Even his eyes felt terrible. Speaking of his eyes, the whiteness slowly gave way to dark grey shapes. The sun, the shadow of a castle, an armored face. You're blocking the sun, Vainqueur told his minion, as his eye regenerated enough to see colors. Fuck. His minion held his neck, tears pouring down through his helmet. Fuck. I thought you were done for. Friend Victor, this world's history is my story, Vainqueur boasted with great pride. Of course it cannot end this way. Don't joke about it. His minion held against his side, wiping away the tears. For tanking 3 nukes to save your subjects and willing yourself back to life, you earned 3 levels in Fisher King. You earned the Avalon class perk, plus 90 HP, plus 60 SP, plus 2 STR, plus 6 VIT, plus 3 Ski, plus 3 AGI, plus 2 Int, plus 3 Char, plus 1 LCK. Avalon Technique, 100 SP, 10 minutes duration. You emit a 100 feet wide veil shielding you and your ally from all negative ailments. I am not joking, Victor, the dragon replied, flesh reforming over his bones. He started forcing himself back on his feet, his claws stomping the ground. His manling marked a short pause as he stood back, confused. You forgot the manling, or minion, your majesty. I did not forget, Vainqueur replied. Victor, you have been more than a minion, or even a chief of staff. You have been my truest friend. One half of V and V. The two of us are but halves of a greater whole, formidable on our own, invincible together. No one made me prouder than you. Your majesty, Vainqueur, the dragon replied. With a V, I can tell the difference. His friend looked up, floored by the honor, then nodded. Vainqueur, are we flying towards the castle? Yes and no. Vainqueur shook his head, when at long last his scales had regrown, bringing him back to full health. Today will be our last battle, one way or the other, so let us fight as one, as we were meant to be. Vainqueur extended his wings, as soon as they had regenerated enough to carry him. Climb. In her throne room at the heart of Cromcruach, the fairy Mel Odiers rested on her throne in human form, chafing from the disappointment. Screens above her head showed each city of the world, each target for her final rampage. Soon, she would watch the end of all life on Outamendi, but the foamers personally, just as she had watched Nightsbane suicidal fall with delight. This should be a moment of delight and triumph. Thousands had fallen, their souls fueling her spiritual core. Every life taken had filled her with renewed joy, and she shuddered at what she would feel when her arrows wiped the lesser races from the face of her world. It would be a perfect moment of pure bliss, a milestone on her path to personal happiness. Nothing else gave her pleasure. She felt no love for anyone, not even her fellow foamers. The Fairy Queen was proud of being a member of the master race, but her kindred were tools, to be sacrificed and discarded should they prove wanting. She needed no friends, nor thralls, nor gold nor luxury. She enjoyed no other activity, treating them as chores. The murder of the apes, the elves, and all these meowing children would satisfy her, but only for a time. Odiers would never stop shedding blood, never wanted to stop. She would carve a path of murder across the very stars until nothing remained. Only when all had become pitch black and no one remained to satisfy her, would she stop. Mel Odiers suffered from a void in her heart, that only death could fill. Then why did she feel robbed of her triumph? Each bomb sent the souls directly to her. The dragon-binding bottles had been harvested of their content, allowing the Foamer Queen to swallow the souls of countless WYRMS and thralls. All this power should have catapulted her straight to Valhalla already, allowing her to pursue greater happiness as the 13th goddess of Autumn. Even the system agreed with her, as she consulted her stats screen. Open the path, Mel Odiers rasped for the 10th time. The same message, over and over again. Why? The Foamer asked angrily. What will it take? Why am I denied the eternal happiness that is rightfully mine? Unworthy? Her, the ultimate being who transcended foamers and dragons alike? Who decided this? The force-making gods out of apes and worms? She had been ready to settle on devastating Autumn before pursuing happiness on Earth, but the system's response infuriated her on a primal level. Mel Odiers was born a creature above all others and had killed countless on her way to the apex of the world. Certainly, she had bypassed the usual channels by harvesting souls, but this only proved her cunning and strength. None would deny her happiness. The would-be goddess turned to a pile of black crests, manufactured to empower thralls. She had stockpiled them instead, believing they could have helped her cheat to level 99 had her other plans failed. Perhaps now was the time. Enemy incoming, Your Majesty, the voice of one of her commanders echoed through loudspeakers. The lesser races mounted a pitiful final resistance. How droll, but she would delight at watching the light of hope leave their eyes, before ripping them out. How many? The voice marked a short pause, as if new information entered the picture. Thousands, but one dragon is leading the charge so fast, it will collide with us long before the rest. Already, Odiers knew whom, even before she ordered one of the screens to show her. All of them showed a massive shape chasing after the Kromkruach, piercing through the clouds at a speed even the Foamer had to admit was impressive. A crimson dragon wearing armor of gold. Knightsbane. Alive. And as always, he carried Victor Dalton with him, but not in his hand, as he usually did. Instead, the dragon carried his human slave on his back. They alone, through spells and agility, managed to catch up to the Kromkruach while everyone else lagged behind. They were the tip of an arrow, to make a crack in the shield while dragons and fools followed. Always them. Always these two, every step of her way. Always preventing her from succeeding. Always getting in the way of her happiness, turning it to bitterness and emptiness. Mel Odiers would never feel whole with these two around. The Dracolic's mind cleared up, as the path to Valhalla became clear. Send our remaining troops after them, Odiers ordered, as she prepared her transformation into a mighty Dracolic and her consumption of the Black Crests. She would force her way into Valhalla, whether the system liked it or not. Initiate the countdown for the missile's launch. How many troops do we send, Your Majesty? All of them. Chapter 147, Endgame. Venkior had always disdained WYRMS letting their minions riding them as Cattletarian, unworthy of calling themselves true dragons. But as he carried Victor through the skies, their army unable to keep up with his sheer speed, Venkior realized he had been mistaken. His loyal friend didn't feel like a false master on his back, but as an extension of the Dragon Emperor himself. Now having fully recovered from his previous wounds, Venkior had used his ring to hasten himself and aim for the sun, the shadow of Kromkruach rising towards the heavens. The fortress was quick, but the dragon was faster, quickly closing the gap. Here they come, Victor said, readying his scythe. Tiny holes opened in the magical shield protecting the castle, like a cheese. An army of flying mice flew through, eager to die at Venkior's hands. Some were golems, but the bulk of the army were foamers. Having hidden behind all their minions until they had exhausted them all, the fairy lords finally deigned to show up. They were a chaotic menagerie of horrors and nightmares, ghostly riders carried by skeletal, fiery horses, wicked, child-eating hags, tiger-headed Rakshasa ancestors, giants and twisted fairies, screaming for blood, their body heavy with ill-gotten magic. The Wild Hunt. Hundreds, thousands of foamers were arrayed against V&V, diving down on them like a swarm of doves trying to overwhelm a hawk. Each was a match for a single adult WYRM, and a bane to minions everywhere. Vainkyur only had one word to qualify the opposition: mediocre. The dragon shouted as his war cry. Minion, support me while I carve a path paved with fairy blood. His minion immediately started to spellcast, packed with the archfiends. As Victor transformed into a demon, his Chaos Rider class extended the transformation to Vainkyur himself. His horde armor stretched to accommodate the transformation. As his size doubled, his scales turned to molten lava, and the tip of his tail grew a smaller dragon head. Your minion rider's buffs will extend to you. You have been imbued with demonic strength. Your type has temporarily changed to dragon/demon, and your fire attacks will inflict additional unholy damage. Fire Crown, Vainkyur activated, his body burning with hellfire. Hailbringer, Fire Hail. Manling Victor shouted as he changed the weather, overwhelming even the castle's special effect. Fiery clouds formed all around the duo, raining flames and molten projectiles. To outsiders, Vainkyur must have appeared in all his burning majesty, a meteor blazing through a firestorm. And like a meteor, the dragon didn't stop, even as the screaming warriors of the Wild Hunt came within reach of his claws. A star didn't deviate from its course. Instead, Vainkyur smashed through his foes. The vanguard of the Wild Hunt folded like paper, or water crashing against a mountain. Their golems exploded into scraps as Vainkyur hit them, their swords breaking upon his horde armor. His mere contact burnt the flesh of a mighty Dullahan, the headless rider and his soldiers falling to their death into the firestorm following V&V. They didn't even slow him down. Obeying his partner's command, friend Victor cast buffing spells on himself, his class spreading the effects to Vainkyur. This was what V&V's respective class builds had led them to. Two invincible forces becoming one. Vainkyur quickly lost count of all the improvements, for he required no higher thoughts. He trusted his dragon instincts, empowered by the system meant to serve him. After demolishing the vanguard, Vainkyur continued his relentless ascension, the foamers retaliating by tapping into their own classes. Fire immunity, hags cast upon their allies, while close combat fighters braved the firestorm to engage Vainkyur in melee. A giant Rakshasa flew straight at him, the tiger-like humanoid raising a runic blade to pierce the dragon's hide. Vainkyur responded by opening his mouth and unleashing a torrent of hellfire. The foamer lost his focus, unable to see through the flames, and couldn't dodge the fist aiming for his face. The dragon's punch tore the Rakshasa in half in a single strike, both halves falling to the ocean beneath them. Beyond the sea, he could hear the sound of approaching thunder. As more creatures kept trying to slow down V&V's ascent, Vainkyur pulverized them all, through claws and fangs. Thanks to Master's Shield and his enhancements, the WYRM healed faster than they could hurt him. They might have been a threat before he gained levels, but right now, they proved no more troublesome than powerful manling knights. Soon, the dried blood of a dozen foamers splattered his golden armor. Both Vainkyur and Victor were drenched in the warm fluid. "I am the lead that haunts your nightmares," Vainkyur boasted. Terrified by this primal vision of horror, a wiser group of fairies retreated and started casting offensive spells. In answer to his own fire, they rained down stones the size of castles, sharp fairy winds, rays of golden light, and raw elemental forces. Although most attacks bounced off the duo, some did scratch them. This time, the foamers forced Vainkyur to deviate from his course, the dragon retaliating with fireballs as he tried to find a way through the opposition. Zawarudo. As time briefly froze, Vainkyur thought it had been Victor's work, but then he saw two of the foamers turned into lead statues, creating a hole in the enemy's defense. An explosion detonated behind the enemy lines, meteors raining from nowhere and hitting foamers in the face, as a ghostly shape teleported multiple times in short succession among their ranks. Vainkyur realized who had come to assist, teleporting halfway across the world to ambush the foamers from behind, as he had sadistically murdered a dragon's horde once. A flying like, transformed into a ghostly shadow by a spell, had opened a second front behind the fairies. Exploiting the situation, Vainkyur forced the fairies to disperse with his breath, returning to his ascension. This time, the castle and its crimson shield would soon be within reach. "Fury!" Victor shouted while the light flew at their side, and for once, Vainkyur was happy to see his skeletal nemesis. "You came!" Because you wouldn't shut up telepathically, the Forgotten One replied crankily, lazily counterspelling some hag's attack. Of course he came, but not out of goodwill, Vainqueur warned friend Victor. He cannot transform the world to lead if it is destroyed. I am seriously, Furibon screamed in anger at his vile intent being unmasked. Yet he insisted on lying again. After all the work you made me do to shield your cities, no way am I letting you screw this up. You came because you care, Victor said, taken over by the Lyca's false charm. We love you as you are, Fury. Shut up, Dalton, I hate you both. The Forgotten One wisely focused back on the battle. Can you break the castle's shield, or must I do everything? Fly back and watch, Vainqueur replied, preparing a charged attack. First the shield, then the fortress. Thing is, if we destroy it, we risk setting off the nukes aboard, friend Victor replied. Not only will we die, but the fallout will devastate the world. And how would that be terrible? Vainqueur glared at Furibon's callousness, who shrugged. Perhaps push it outside the atmosphere and into the void of space. The dragon half considered throwing the castle at the cursed planet Moon, but some of his minions lived there. I can create pocket dimensions, Victor replied. Fold space itself. If I am allowed to focus, I could seal Kromkruach inside one. It would contain the nuclear detonation. Think quickly, then, the Lyke replied, as the foamers reorganized. The fairies chased back after the group, trapping the trio between the castle and their forces. At this point, the sound of distant thunderbolts grew so powerful that Vainqueur could hear clouds gather below him, pushing away his friend's fiery hail. The foamers briefly halted their assault, as an overwhelming pressure filled the air. A familiar message appeared before Vainqueur's eyes. A mighty thunderbolt fell among the foamers, striking one of them dead. A second army of fairies came from the east, smaller than the first, but deadlier. At the forefront rode King Votan on his flying horse, followed by his Valkyries. Behind him, Jack-o'-lantern carried fiery pumpkins, carried alongside Kate Sith through the skies by a giant bat. The other foamers Vainqueur didn't recognize, from thunderbirds to Mothman and nightmarish titans made of crackling lightning. The storm followed them, rain and thunder and downpour. They hadn't come to help their kindred. Instead, they immediately engaged the wild hunt in battle with merciless ferocity, sowing chaos among their ranks. It worked, Victor whispered, as Votan's force assaulted their pursuers much to everyone's total confusion. They listened. Traitors, a hag foamer follower of Odier shouted at the newcomers, only for one of Jack's pumpkin bombs to explode in her face. The situation only worsened for Odier's defenders, as the flight of dragons and minion armies following Vainqueur finally caught up to the battle. A manling army followed from the west, led by a dark elf and the wyvern riding, manling King Roland. For Gardamag, he shouted, raising an axe as his minions' war cry became deafening. Uncle, Vainqueur's beautiful niece, Jolie, was the first of the dragon flight to reach the wild hunt, wearing shining silver armor. Much like her uncle, she carried a group of minions on her back, the Cobbled Rangers, Corpse-sailing Jules, and Buzzjelly in this case. Paladin time. For Empire, the tiny Buzzjelly was the first to enter the fray, leaping off his master's back to land on a foamer's face, hopping from one fairy to the other. The Cobbled Rangers and Corpse-sailing Jules remained on Jolie's back, supplementing her breath with spells, songs, and bullets. Grandrake roared, leading the dragons as they bombarded the wild hunt, the skies exploding into an orgy of devastation. Vainqueur's flying minions and Gardamang's Pegasi riders cast spells, opening gates through space itself. Hundreds of fiends and pigeon-like angels poured through them, swarming the foamers. Odier's servants were mighty, but the dragons could match them, and the minions overwhelmed them through sheer numbers. After ordering his Valkyries to set up a defensive perimeter at his back, King Votan left his horde to join Vainqueur's own team. Knightsbane, Dalton, Votan greeted both members of V&V politely, frowning upon seeing the Lyke, who he didn't recognize. Thanks to Vainqueur's size enhancements, the mighty titan looked like a child next to the dragon. I thought you wanted to see this one out, and not take arms against your kin? Friend Victor asked the foamer lord, shocked to see him there. I did, but Kate Sith informed me Mel Odiers had marked my realm for destruction. There are battles a warrior must fight, not for himself, but for others. The Thunder Lord readied his spear. Tell me, where do foamers go when they die? I do not know, Vainqueur replied, having finished building up his breath. Let us find out together then. Vainqueur couldn't have agreed more. Charged attack. Opening his mouth, the dragon unleashed the most potent beam he ever produced. First, it took the shape of a stream of hellfire, before growing into a solar flare that would shame the sun itself. His blast expanded in wideness until it could have swallowed a mountain whole in its shininess. The sheer recoil forced Victor to hold onto his partner's neck, to avoid being propelled backward. The mighty Hellfire Ray crashed against the Kromkaracha's crimson field, the defense holding for a while, Foma magic against dragon magic. Yet, like fairies folded before the true rulers of the world, the barrier bent. Within seconds, the beam pierced through the shield, shattering one of the castle's towers and melting its steel fortifications. As Venkior finished and caught his breath, a large opening had opened in the defensive shield, large enough to let him through. Now, Victor shouted as the shield began closing back on itself, Venkior immediately slipping through the crack. Votan and Furibon followed, the barrier closing behind them before anyone else could follow. Your Majesty, you know we could have slipped through with my skeleton key. A true dragon doesn't enter by the back door, the Emperor replied, the castle's artillery defenses arrayed against him. He makes his presence known to all. Soul, drink a breath. A blast of ghostly energies exploded the walls of a nearby tower to Venkior's left, aiming for the dragon. Hastened, the dragon and his rider dodged the attack. The sneak attack blast instantly vaporized the slower Furibon, or so it appeared to Venkior. The Leica's soul didn't fly away into his destroyer's belly, as Icefang's did. He must have teleported away at the last second. Meanwhile, Votan forced his horse back and settled atop a metal tower, his Gungnir raised. The final enemy emerged from the hole, smaller than Venkior, but far more twisted. A skeletal insult to dragonkind fueled by hate and envy. She flew over her castle's towers, overseeing Venkior and Votan from above. Much like her enemy, she wore her horde in battle, having covered her chest with a makeshift armor of black crests tied together. The screams of captive souls echoed from within her core. Ogiers, King Votan said, with no respect whatsoever, I shall deal with you in time, race traitor. Mel Ogier's eyes blazed with ruthless cruelty, before setting her full attention on where it belonged. You have gotten farther than you should have, Knight's Bane. Far, far farther, but it ends here. Time to die. And then without wasting any more words, the Dracolic opened her skeletal maw, light shining at the end of her throat. Venkior roared like a dragon, flames flickering in his mouth. Their breaths collided in a catastrophic storm of energy, and the skies burnt bright. Chapter 148, Drifting Lights. Fighting on a true dragon's back was a dream come true for Victor. Fighting a Dracolic was a nightmare. Venkior had already informed the Vizier of Mel Ogier's true form, but to see that horror in the flesh was something else entirely. The Foma had transformed into a half-rotten skeletal dragon the size of Venkior, her bones animated by unholy energies. The black crests covering her core only enhanced her menacing aura, a ghastly armor to match Venkior's golden regalia. Even with Furibon and King Votan at their back, Victor felt as outmatched against this monster as he did against Akenapup in El Dorado. The very air choked with the monster's oppressive aura, her pull calling his very soul to its final demise. You have entered, Dracolic, Mel Ogier's voracious siphon. Your connection to your Black Grail has been severed. If you die within its area of effect, your soul will be devoured. Terrifying aura negated. Warning: 10 minutes before the missile's launch. If you fail to defeat Mel Ogier's within that time span, Altamundi will be annihilated. If the system itself gave them a warning directly, then the situation couldn't possibly get worse. Votan and his horse stood atop one of Kromkaracha's numerous towers, while Venkior, Victor, and Furibon flew amidst the giant castle's steel structures. Mel Ogier's had positioned herself above them all, at the frontier where the shield separated the castle from the outside world. The battle raged beyond these confines, the V&V army dueling Ogier's last followers. Cover me, Victor shouted, raising his scythe to spellcast. One could shape their own pocket dimension with Tier 8, but at Tier X, the Vizier could create a semi-functional miniplane of existence, with its own rules, a plane large enough to swallow a castle as big as Kromkarach. I'll need time to cast my pocket dimension spell and contain the explosion. How long? Furibon asked as he teleported next to the V&V duo, starting to buff himself while King Votan immediately rode after the Dracolic on horseback, racing through an air zone as large as Murmurin. For the first time since Victor met him, the like sounded truly afraid, his bones bristlier than normal. The full spell took hours to complete, but Victor wouldn't need to finish it entirely. He simply had to do the first part, folding space around the castle into its own smaller dimension. It would contain the nuclear blast, as Venkior's glitzy theater shielded his army from the missiles. However, the fortress and the area kept within the barrier were as large as a city. Casting that entire place into another dimension would be a tremendous test of spellcasting prowess. Hold her off as long as you can, Victor said, unable to come up with a decisive answer, and make sure she does not interrupt me. 5 minutes, Furibon replied. She severed my link to my phylactery, and it puts a drain on my magic. 5 minutes? Vainkur asked, following it up with a boast as he took flight amidst Kromkrach's towers. That's 4 too many to bring this vile fairy down. That was the spirit. Victor began to cast his spell, focused his full attention on channeling magic through his scythe, while the others moved to battle. By now, Wotan had closed the gap with Melodiers, who looked down on the treacherous foamer like minion shit. Thunder echoed in the background, and as the Draculika's eyes lit up with magic, burning circuits appeared everywhere on Kromkrach's surface. A ballista bolt of star metal flew straight at Wotan's horse, piercing the mount's heart at supersonic speed. The attack slew the beast in one shot, causing it to fall alongside its surprised rider on the castle's ground. Like clockwork, Kromkrach's towers shifted, the fortress layout rearranging itself. Holes in the walls opened to reveal artillery cannons, star metal pointed ballista, and archaic laser beams, all arrayed against Vainkur and his allies. Hang on, friend Victor. Vainkur barely had the time to shout a warning before diving down to dodge an artillery barrage. Victor's supernatural Chaos Rider perks allowed him to remain bound to his partner, even as the WYIM looped around towers, but it didn't make it comfortable in the slightest. Vainkur managed to dodge the attack but was forced to move closer to Kromkrach's ground to avoid the artillery, like a fighter jet skillfully dodging anti-air defense. This left Melodiers in control of the skies, a hawk watching doves struggling below her. The vizier lost sight of Wotan, the foamer forced to run on foot to avoid both a rain of bullets and Kromkrach's walls closed down on him. Furibon, meanwhile, remained close to the WYRM and focused on shielding Victor. He often summoned his anti-Vainkur barrier to block blasts which the dragon wasn't fast enough to avoid. Instead of going on the offensive herself, Melodiers remained sky-high above the group and buffed herself up. Overheal, the Draculic shouted, her core shining beneath her armor of black crests. Soul consumption. Permascan. Furibon quickly cast on Melodiers, her stats revealed for all to see. Melodiers the Overlord. Type, soul-crested dragon-blooded foamer, fairy /dragon, also count as undead whenever beneficial. Level, 99, Draculic 10/prismatic 1 10/tyrant 10/deathlord 30/technomancer 30/fairy queen 9. HP, 7665/6666. Weak to star metal and cold iron. Level 99? Victor shouted, his concentration faltering at the terrible sight. I am on the verge of godhood, and your death shall be my apotheosis, Melodiers proudly declared, before summoning tiny flying black prisms. Prismatic shards. Cheating. Vainkur snarled, melting a star metal ballista with a fireball. I call cheating. No way you earned more levels than me in a shorter time. Melodiers responded by sending her shards after the dragon, the prisms unleashing fiery beams of light in his direction. Unable to use Spell Purge without disrupting Victor's own spellcasting, Vainkur used the environment to his advantage, moving behind one of Kromkrach's walls to take cover. However, his respite was brief. 4 more weapons kept firing at V&V, forcing the WYRM to remain constantly on the move. What followed was a game of constant movement, as Vainkur and Furibon moved among Kromkrach's towers and labyrinth-like fortifications, always avoiding artillery fire by the skin of their teeth, but never finding the opening to move in the skies above the castle and threaten Ogiers directly. As his team protected him, Victor began the Tier X spell, Private World, spending the SP needed and starting the ritual. He began to expand his magic to claim the area around Kromkrach, in preparation for folding it into a separate plane. Casting the spell at all would be extremely difficult, but doing it while in the middle of a battle was an heroic feat. But even as a laser hit Vainkur in the leg, Victor continued to focus. Camilla hadn't trained a quitter. Why couldn't, claimed by Mithras, protect against light, though? He was the sun god, damn it. Above, Melodier's HP bar had grown tenfold, and it kept climbing. Vainkur snarled in pain, as a bolt of star metal pierced his horde armor from the left side, destroying a scale and piercing his flesh. The dragon removed the bolt with his hand, his flesh regenerating thanks to his rider's master's shield, but the castle's defenses didn't give him any respite. Everywhere, automated machines and minions kept hounding them. Even as he circled Kromkrach's fortifications and rained fire on its artillery, the prismatic shards pursued and bombarded Vainkur with rays of light. The streets and walls of the castle moved on their own. Steel barriers rose up whenever he discovered an escape route. Fortifications closed when he found a line of fire to shoot the ballista, and so on. The very land was fighting them. Forgotten One, do something. Vainkur ordered the blasting a laser-firing prism with a fireball. The light turned mechanical defenses to lead with transmutation, reducing deadly star metal firing machines to useless statues. Above them, Melody is increasing her HP reserve to astronomical level without going on the offense. After the resounding ass-kicking Venture dealt her during their last encounter, she had revised her entire strategy to keep him away. Bring that coward down, so I may poke her. Sabla probably claimed her, making her immune to time effects, Furibon replied, barely teleporting out of a cannonball's way. Mine's a Warado will only paralyze you, and I cannot aim my spells with these weapons blasting us from all directions. A thunderbolt answered Venture's wishes, striking the Fairy Queen. It bounced off her, but it was the thought that counted. Having hastened himself, King Votan emerged from the castle's depths, covered in wounds. Star metal bolts and bullets had opened holes in his mighty body, all shedding golden blood. He hadn't looked so battered up since his last confrontation with Venture. Yet the Foma King was itching for a fight. He leaped over artillery, tore away cannons from walls with his bare hands, and shattered ballista with his spear. Prismatic shards abandoned their pursuit of Venture to attack the Foma, unleashing beams of light at Dragonbane. Showing supreme skill and reflexes, the Foma King dodged all attacks with cat-like agility, the tip of his gungnir shattering every shard approaching him. It felt like watching a tornado rampage through a town, leaving only upturned steel constructs and debris behind in its trail. An unstoppable force which had felled many powerful dragons, and nearly Venture himself once. Supreme Thunder, Dragon Slayer. Votan shouted, readying his gungnir. Maximize lightning. King Votan's lightning attacks will ignore resistance, and inflict additional Dragon Slayer damage. Lightning element greatly strengthened. Votan Dragonbane had earned his name by killing WYIMS. Surely, his masterful tactic should work on half of one. Votan. Melody snarled, although she didn't alter her overheal tactic. Above her, Gardemagnian mags attempted to bypass the shield protecting Kromkruach and join the battle, but they failed to pierce the magical defense. You dare to betray me, betray the master race? You mastered nothing. Votan replied, channeling lightning through his weapon. I have not betrayed myself. Yet you helped these animals against your own kind. Soul Slaver. Soul slipped through Melody's chest armor, taking the shape of 3 ghostly dragons, and as me, it proved to be a poor choice, as Votan casually blasted them into nothingness with lightning. Ghost ouch, the Foma Lord kept empowering himself with magic, while Odious sent more undead after him. This time, however, the Foma Lord's spear hit them as if they were solid paper, that is. Meanwhile, Furibon formed a barrier around Venture and Victor, shielding the group from an onslaught of projectiles. Yet, although he took no wounds, the Forgotten One's body was crumbling. Furibon? Venture asked, and much to his surprise felt somewhat concerned. As an undead, her voracious siphon drains my life force away, the like explained. I do not have much time left, Knightsbane. Nobody made the like miserable but Venture himself. Then cover me, the WYIM said, knowing how to destroy this castle. He only needed a brief respite and a place where to anchor himself for a few seconds. You granted us souls, Odiers, Votan told the Fairy Queen, as he slew every ghost she sent her way, the trapped souls returning to her core. You gave us a power greater than you could imagine, the power to look beyond our primal needs, to care for creatures less fortunate than us, the power to become true kings, the power to fight without fear. You call this power? Melodious replied contemptuously, her body radiating light. A second later, she unleashed beams in all directions like a burning star, her rays searing her own fortress, and casting down her fortifications. Venture and Furibon immediately moved to take cover wherever they could. You suffer from the same sickness as dragons, Votan. You forgot yourself, and let your food dominate you. This is your mistake, the Storm Lord replied, deflecting the lasers with his spear. No one should be dominating anyone. This is not an inevitable law of nature, nor a privilege of the strong. Dalton and Knightsbane showed me that. We unlock our true potential when we respect one another. As my Valkyries grew stronger in their desire to protect me, I too found strength in protecting my creations. The Drakalik marked a short pause, struggling to understand his point. Who fights with you in your final hour, Odiers? Votan asked, the barrage of attacks dying down for a few seconds, as the Fairy Queen processed the Storm Lord's wise words. Machines? Golems? You have no desire to protect anyone, so no one will risk themselves to save you. You fill the void in your heart with bloodshed as I once did, but certainly, a part of you must realize this is only half a life. For a brief moment, Vainqueur thought Dragonbane's speech may have impacted the Fairy Queen a little, perhaps not enough to make her reconsider her madness, but at least seed her black heart with doubt. But there was no place for doubt or compassion in that wicked beast. Instead, Melodie's eyes shone with contempt and cruelty. "You are weak," she spat in disgust. "You, my father, Mel-Lin, you are all too weak to seize true happiness, forcing me to take matters in my own hands. I am done with being disappointed. I will kill you, Votan. I will kill all of you, foamers and lesser races alike, until I am alone, in a quiet world. This universe only needs one of me." She renewed her assault with a barrage of lasers, aimed solely at the wiser foamer. Votan, the greatest of his puny race, deflected the attacks with his spear. "Even if you succeed, others will keep standing against you," he warned. "Because we will learn not to fear you. Let us put that resolve to the test." The vile fairy extended her arms and cast a mighty spell, Gigante. Melodie's body multiplied in size until she overshadowed her own castle's towers. Even with his enhancements, Vainqueur looked as small as against the Tarrasque Emperor in comparison. A layer of prismatic light covered her bones, an armor of solid light. As for her HP, Vainqueur didn't feel fear, but the sight of that number made him pause. The colossal Dracolic landed on the steel ground, causing all of Kromkruach to tremble, and immediately attempted to stomp Votan. The Foamer Lord dodged, her feet crushing one of the castle's artillery platform. Possessed by fury, the giant pursued her smaller kindred, devastating her own lair and paying little attention to Vainqueur. A terrible mistake. Exploiting the respite which the Forgotten One's shield offered him, Vainqueur landed on the ground and anchored himself to Kromkruach. Then, he called upon his best perk, Geomancy. Geomancy activated. Field type, Kromkruach. Effect, short circuit. A pulse of lightning spread through the castle, burning the circuits fueling it. Artillery and ballista fired wildly in all directions, the will controlling them gone. Bolts of energy fried the prisms, shattering them while the entire castle creaked like a broken clock. The voltage shocked both foamers present, briefly stunning Melodiers while Dragonbane ignored the lightning. Votan raised his Gungnir and channeled the ambient electricity, as he once did with storms. Ragnarok. A blinding flash swiftly overtook Vainqueur's sight, while the mightiest lightning spell struck Odiers right at the chest. She didn't even flinch. The thunderbolt inflicted some damage, and had Odiers been a lesser WYRM, it might have slain her in one strike, but the Dracolic had grown so big, her HP reserve so colossal, that the attack barely phased her. However, Votan ended up winded after launching his strongest attack, leaving him open for retaliation, and both Vainqueur and Furibon were too far away to help. Quick as a snake, Odier's giant hand seized Votan and lifted him above the ground. She then smashed the foamer against Kromkruach's pavement, as the Tarrasque Emperor did with Vainqueur himself in the Teikaku Empire. In this beatdown, there was no honor, no tactic, only raw, naked savagery. The inner beast within Odiers was exposed for all to see, a rabid animal in the twisted shape of a dead dragon. In defiance, Dragonbane launched his spear at her chest, but the black crest deflected the blow. The weapon grazed her core, without inflicting much damage, and ended up embedded in a disabled cannon. "This is the end," Melodier said, grabbing the Gungnir within her fingers. With a difference in size, it looked like a toothpick. "Die. A coward like you dies 1,000 deaths," King Votan replied defiantly. "Facing death the dragon way, I will taste it only once, with no regret." The Dracolic raised Gungnir and brutally impaled Votan through the forehead with his own weapon. The spear went from one side to the other in a sickening noise. Vainqueur's eyes widened in shock, as Dragonbane Votan's body went limp. The echo of distant thunder suddenly turned silent. The Dracolic then opened her maw and devoured the Foamer Lord whole, his remains and weapon vanishing in her gullet. The sinister display horrified Vainqueur, who had never even dreamed of eating his own kind. She treated her own species like food. "Your turn," Melodiers told Vainqueur, the monstrous titan glaring at him and Furibon next. "You are too late to change anything." "So are you," friend Victor replied, his side brimming with magic. Private world. The effect was instantaneous. Space around Kromkruach's protective shield bent, cracks in existence itself widening all around it. Darkness spilled forth, reality folding on itself. The sound of the battle around the castle grew weaker, as Kromkruach shifted away from this dimension to another. "No," Melodier snarled, tossing a steel tower away to clear her line of fire, the construct collapsing to the side. "You will not stop me, Knight's Bane. Not today." "I can and I will, Fairy," Vainqueur snarled back, having recovered from his geomancy display. The Foma attacked with her spirit breath, a ghastly stream of broken souls in the shape of a deadly ray. The dragon and his rider flew away, towards the open skies which the fairy had previously occupied. Meteor rained, the light cast while following Vainkyur, summoning fiery stones to hit the Dracolic. While Vainkyur's geomancy attack hadn't destroyed of Kromkruach, this spell finished the job. Melodia's enormous size prevented her from dodging, but her HP bar was so high that she barely registered any damage. But they did not need to kill her. She would be sealed with her own castle for all eternity, never to threaten anyone ever again. The Foma let out a roar of pure fury, the items on her chest shining with cursed light. Black crests, grant me your strength. Open the path to victory. Answering her call, the crests brightened with unholy energies, as they once did for battling Lavaria. Space-time began to crack around the Dracolic, her magic clashing with friend Victor's own. Accelerated teleport, Furibon shouted, quickly disappearing before he could be trapped inside the spatial effect. Both V and V members attempted to do the same, using their own perks to teleport before being trapped alongside the fairy. Magella, too late, a black hole swallowed them all, and Vainkyur's world turned into darkness. Chapter 149, The Last Battle. Victor had done drugs once. It had been a surreal experience, which broke a friendship, made him a hero of Happyland, and allowed a mortal to access the realm of gods. Higher understanding of the universe through mushrooms. It didn't prepare him for his current trip. Victor felt his soul separated from his body, his flesh taken over by alien sensations as the universe twisted and folded. The black hole which swallowed him, Vainkyur, and Kromkruach transformed into a corridor of swirling light. Victor's spirit moved inside a chaotic rainbow, his mind bombarded with information. Images flashed inside this strange, spatial hallway. Visions of Happyland, of heaven and earth, pictures of 9 realms linked together by a giant tree, of an ancient city ruled by an undead abomination, the vague, incomplete design of a colossal machine constantly rebooted, the sight of a crew of men, harpies, and minotaurs navigating an endless ocean, of martial artists meditating around a black lotus, of an alternate earth where potions could grant the power to rule the world. Victor had heard many people call Audionovel a crossroads between realities. Now he understood why. The visions continued, from pictures of worlds straight out of the wildest works of science fiction, to phantasmagorical dimensions which made absolutely no sense to his human mind. These visions were but a mere glimpse of the endless multiverse, of which Audionovel was only a small corner. The journey seemed to stretch for eons condensed in the span of seconds, only to end as abruptly as it began. Victor's soul and body suddenly resynchronized without warning, granting him back his 5 senses and motion controls. The lights of the infinite corridor were replaced with a starry sky, and the back of Vainkyur for some kind of marble platform. Owing to his luck, the vizier crashed against it face first. Victor heard Vainkyur complain next to him. The dragon had landed next to his rider. Whatever space-time mojo they went through had removed some of their buffs, returning the duo to their original mortal forms. Perhaps their spells had simply run out of duration inside the time corridor. Your Majesty, are you all right? Victor asked his friend, rising back to his feet. I am, the dragon replied, shaking his neck and leg as he rose back up too. Having recovered from the emergency landing, Vainkyur looked at the skies. Where are we, friend Victor? The vizier had no idea. He glanced around, and the more he saw, the more impressed he grew. The duo had crash-landed on a large, circular marble platform the size of a football stadium, floating aimlessly in the void of space. Or at least a dimension that looked like space. The stars in the heavens glowed with weird and lurid colors, from green to purple. Crimson nebulae swirled in the shape of storms and hurricanes, while constellations rearranged themselves in an incredibly complex dance. Suns fell down like meteor showers on the horizon, while wonderful cosmic auroras provided light. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. Victor turned away from the alien skies and examined the platform, the ground covered in ancient pictures carved in stone. Most represented scenes of dragons and fomas, or of ancient creatures which the vizier didn't always recognize. One carving represented the Dread Three, facing down an army of angels. Another represented Mithras Radiant, defeating a foma as mighty as Melodias. Each god had a scene consecrated to their success, showcasing an epic feat. Immense gates 30 meters tall, made of an alien black metal, stood in the middle of the platform, closed and locked. What was this place? A system notification answered him. Impossible. Friend Victor, you told me one needed to reach level 99 to access this place, Vainkyur said, having received the same notification. I thought so, and we aren't high level enough yet, Victor replied. Melodiers was, however. She must have accidentally pulled us in when she attempted to achieve divinity. Did she succeed? Vainqueur asked warily. The Foma was nowhere to be found, nor was her castle, but if she managed to become a deity, I don't know. The Dracolic had tried to force her way through, and Victor had the feeling the system didn't treat would-be cheaters kindly. Maybe she died. The Vizier tried to check on his new private plane of existence, to see if they had managed to seal Cromcruach before the apocalypse, only for his magic to short-circuit. Emergency teleport. Magellan. Victor frowned. Succubus booty call. That was a hard rule. Victor pitied the summon-oriented adventurers who made it this far, only to find themselves deprived of any outside help. I cannot transport us out, the Vizier told his dragon partner. We're stranded there. Stranded? We are where we should be, friend Victor. Vainqueur moved towards the gates with confidence, dramatically raising his hands to open them. This is where we belong. Except the doors didn't budge. I said, this is where we belong, Vainqueur repeated, pushing further, to no avail. The dragon grew frustrated as the doors refused to open. Victor attempted to help, knowing his skeleton key would help him overcome any form of magical lock. But neither his feeble hands nor his perk could overcome these doors. Level insufficient. You cannot achieve apotheosis. Only the 13th may pass. The 13th god? Victor asked. I have not journeyed so far to be stopped by closed gates. Vainqueur snarled, punching the doors to no avail. These gates could not be opened by anyone short of level 99, and V were short dozens of them. Now, if the duo couldn't pass the gates nor return home through magic, what could they do? Buffing Vainqueur and casting so many spells in quick succession had drained Victor of his SP reserve, leaving him with very precious few options. Wait, why hadn't they leveled up yet? If they bested Odier's and sealed her nuclear arsenal, they should have. A chilling cold filled his bones. Darkest fear, accelerated piercing magic arrow. The attack struck Victor before he could even shout a warning. With his connection to the Black Grail severed and no way to protect his soul from it, the Foma spell took root in his spirit and drained it away. And then, before the Vizier could even turn around, a projectile went through his back, pierced his armor, and impaled his heart. His body went numb, his eyes widening as he collapsed on the ground. Victor heard Vainqueur shout a cry of surprise, and the visor closed his eyes. Vainqueur's sight turned red, as his friend's body collapsed on the ground, a golden arrow shot in his back. Victor, the dragon shouted, catching his friend's lifeless body. He immediately attempted to heal him back. Healing mantle. I told you I relished the thought of killing him again. The dragon turned to the source of the voice, smoke coming from his nostrils. Melodiers flew over the platform, having hidden below, out of sight, for the last minute. The black crests on her chest had vanished, and she had regained her original size like Vainqueur, but the journey through space had affected her in a spectacular way. Most of her flesh had been cleansed from her body, leaving only a skeletal body fueled by spiritual flames. Once shielded, her core was exposed within her rib cage, the whispers of thousands of anguished souls coming out of it. As her empty eye sockets flared with a spark of pure, undiluted hatred, Vainqueur thought that she looked closer to an incarnation of death than a rotting dragon. The Forgotten One's permascan was still active, revealing her HP bar. Unfortunately, it hadn't returned to normal. Just you and I, Knight's Bane, the skeletal horror stated as it landed on the marble ground, facing Vainqueur. Without their respective size buffs, both foes were evenly matched in size, as it was meant to be. According to the Dracolic-esque gleeful face, she must have received a similar notification. This is why you could access this place, Odier's whispered to herself, her voice brimming with malice. You are not the new god, you are my Valhalla trial, my final challenge. No, Vainqueur glared back, putting his minion's body behind him for eventual revival. You are mine. Without a word, both foes opened their final battle with their breath weapons. Holy nuclear flames and a stream of tormented souls clashed in a massive explosion, covering the arena in a cloud of smoke. Vainqueur immediately activated Spell Purge and Fire Crown, covering his body in flames and protection from spells. Fire immunity the Dracolic cast on herself as the dust fell down, Vainqueur's flames licking her body without inflicting damage. Why she bothered to protect herself from this element in spite of her enormous HP bar, the dragon didn't understand. Did she believe that Vainqueur could deplete it in a prolonged battle? If so, she was right. Vainqueur immediately rushed to engage Odier's in close combat, much to her disdain. Rather than confront him in physical combat as she did with Votan, she called upon her vilest ability, Soul Slaver. The Dracolic hung back as her rib cage briefly opened, two enslaved ghosts emerging to challenge Vainkyur on her behalf. A mighty Foma king of thunder, carrying a spear of lightning, and a frost dragon whom Vainkyur once called his rival. This was a dirty trick meant to weaken both his heart and spirit, but the dragon remained steadfast. He would give both the final, glorious death which both his worthy rivals had deserved. Glitzy Theatre. Vainkyur covered the platform in a golden dome. To better exploit the passive arena bonus that his home field provided him with, he stopped the dome's expansion at the edge of the platform, preventing Odiers from escaping it. Victory Fist. Both specters rushed at him while Odiers hastily closed back her rib cage, Votan's ghost assaulting Vainkyur with lightning, Icefangs with Ice Shuriken. The frozen projectiles melted before they could hit his scales, but the thunderbolt managed to bypass Spell Purge, and it hurt. His previous wounds from the earlier battle had remained, but Vainkyur had fought against worse odds. He engaged both ghosts in close combat, Starmetal claws extended. All his battles, all his trials, all his class progression had meant to prepare him to this day, for this last trial before godhood, and Vainkyur would not falter. What he lacked in firepower, Icefang's ghost made up in agility, dodging a mighty strike. Votan's spectre, however, took a punch to the face, Victory Fist, allowing Vainkyur to hit the incorporeal target. His paltry spectre, unworthy of the great deeds he had achieved in life, collapsed into nothing, its remains returning to its captor's cold embrace. Votan had asked Vainkyur where Fomas went when they died. While he had despised Dragonbane, the Emperor swore to offer him a better afterlife than Odier's belly. Icefang, more stubborn, continued his assault by covering his phantom claws with sharp magical icicles. The ice survived contact with Fire Crown and grazed the Horde armor, both dragons engaging in a deadly dance of claws. The same foolish ferocity that Icefang had shown to Mel Odiers, he now unleashed on Vainkyur. Overheal. Odiers took the opportunity to replenish her HP boosting effect while Vainkyur fought off her own victim. The red dragon's life force slowly depleted as the fight went on, while her own only grew. If she engaged Vainkyur in melee, her colossal HP reserve would put him at a disadvantage. But she didn't. Instead, she cowardly remained at safe distance and focused on supporting her servant. Magical suppression. Her feeble magic couldn't outshine a true horde. Still, Vainkyur's instinct told him something was wrong. Odiers hadn't hesitated to engage Votan in melee, and she shouldn't fear it with her life force reserve. Something was amiss. How about making you fight your own slave next? Odiers chuckled, only for her laughter turned to confusion. Wait, where is it? Where is his soul? The Dracolic glanced at the spot where Vainkyur had left his friend's body, and found nothing. As Vainkyur pushed Icefang back against the Glitzy Theatre's closest wall, a shadow leaped over Odiers' back and hit her between the ribs from behind. The Dracolic let out a snarl of surprise and rage, her foe having sneaked up on her while she had focused on Vainkyur. Victor. Vainkyur recognized his friend as he landed on the ground, but Icefang's spectre prevented him from assisting. The red dragon attempted to reduce his maneuverability, but the phantom reptile proved as slippery as an eel. You are alive. How? Odiers tried to squash the chief of staff with her hand like a cockroach but proved too slow to do so. Every failed attempt infuriated her further. How? It's called final problem, friend Victor taunted her, as he dodged the fairy's phantom breath by leaping to the side. You should have followed Akenapup's seminar. Vainkyur suddenly remembered that this perk allowed his chief of staff to survive with 1 HP, and Mel Odier's anti-heal prevented him from recovering. A single hit would finish him off. Victor, fall back, the dragon ordered. Since he couldn't hit Icefang in physical combat, he prepared to get rid of his spectre with an area of effect attack. But his minion refused to listen to his wisdom and went on the offense by leaping through the air. The much bigger Odier stepped back and protected her body with her arms, but in a masterful display of dragoliness, friend Victor used his wings to slip past her defense. He hit the Dracolic in the chest again with his scythe, the phantom edge bypassing the rib cage and hitting the core beneath. The fairy let out a roar of fury and humiliation, a frustrated lion having been bitten by a flea. 2 of them, Your Majesty. Friend Victor shouted, recognizing something as he landed on the ground. She has TW. Without warning, Odiers opened her maw and blasted the vizier with her terrifying breath. This time, the attack snuffed his chief of staff's life, the body falling on his back alongside his scythe. His soul emerged from his corpse, only to be swiftly absorbed into Odier's vile heart. You should have stayed down, Dalton, the fairy rasped angrily. Vainkyur's gaze hardened. Shining Majesty. His body radiated light in all directions, vaporizing Icefang's ghost and forcing it to return to Odier's core. The flash couldn't affect the fairy due to her light, immunity and astronomical life force. Soul Slav. Venkior answered this display by opening his mouth the second she opened her rib cage. Sublime breath, wind. His flames turned into a tornado, hitting Odia's head on by surprise. The Dracolic hastily closed her rib cage, protected herself with an armor of solid light, and began radiating an unholy brightness. What? Why had his minion sacrificed himself for such a foolish, suicidal move? Why target the chest? Venkior observed Mel Odia's, and the HP bar displayed over her head in an attempt to figure it out, and noticed something strange. Why had Odia's max HP gone down, but her main bar up? Venkior remembered Votan grazing the core and depleting her amount. Odia's maximum HP had gone down when Votan hit her core, after which she had avoided melee entirely. She hadn't cast fire immunity because she thought Venkior could destroy her body, but because its area of effect may damage something even more precious. Two of them, 2 HP reserves. Venkior understood what his minion had meant to tell him, as he caught his breath. You have 2 HP reserves, 1 for your body, 1 for your core. Like the vile Furibon, Odia's body was a mere decoy, which she could revive at will. She could increase the body's HP, but the core, the vessel of her soul, always remained vulnerable. Attacking the body was a waste of time and effort, a distraction. The fearful glint in the Dracolica's cold eyes told Venkior that he had guessed true. She immediately widened her skeletal wings and took flight, Venkior pursuing her. Odia's attempted to open a hole in the glitzy theater with her breath, but she was no Tarask emperor. Her spiritual attack bounced off the proud golden walls. Venkior's wind breath, though, hit her at full force. While she protected herself with her body, the sharp blast of air slipped through her ribs, grazing the core. As he had thought. Fairy ring, open. Odia snarled, frustrated when her Foma magic failed her. Instead of retaliating against her enemy, she kept trying to evade and distance him while spellcasting. Teleport. Emergency teleport. All this power, Venkior muttered with contempt, as he kept hounding her, and all you can think about is running away. Even a soul couldn't cure cowardice. Summon Telos Golem. Odia's frantically attempted to call reinforcements, before realizing she was on her own and cornered. Morrigan. Her luminous body divided into a murder of crows made of light, each growing into a copy of the Dracolic. All dispersed across the glitzy theater, confusing Venkior. Had she shapeshifted? No, it was a mere illusion. Smoke and mirrors were the trade of fairies, and Venkior had grown used to their tricks. The dragon focused on his sharp hearing, capable of distinguishing the M from the M. Venkior identified the real one. Odia's had landed on the ground to his left, gathering light. He immediately dived down in her direction, claws extended. In response, Odia's collapsed her illusions and unleashed a devastating attack. Rain of destruction. Her body exploded into a massive flare of light, unleashing beams in all directions. Venkior barely had the time to protect his face with his hands as the onslaught hit him head-on. Stray rays of light hit Venkior's wings and pierced them, forcing the dragon to make an emergency landing. He managed to land on his legs, only to become the target of more deadly beams. The attacks were so powerful that they pierced his horde armor and the scales beneath. Warning: you have fallen below 1/4 of your HP. Critical health. Bravo Bull activated. Strength sharply raised. A ray almost brought Venkior down, but the dragon refused to kneel, his perk and desperation empowering him. Even as his body bled out gallons of golden blood on the marble ground, he refused to show weakness. I was born the supreme existence, the fairy boasted arrogantly, as she kept unleashing her barrage of attacks. As always, Odia's remained at a safe distance, giving Venkior no opening to exploit. The strength of foamers and dragons, the weaknesses of neither. The blood of the world's makers runs in my veins. All will fear my name. I am not afraid of you, fairy, Venkior replied, his eyes shining. You are afraid of me. Geomancy. Geomancy activated. Field type, Valhalla. Effect: godlike spark. A powerful, divine energy filled Venkior's flesh and bones, his senses sharpening, his might increasing. An influx of power greater than anything he had ever experienced. The world seemed to slow down, Venkior's senses and agility heightening. The rays seemed to move at the speed of slugs. For the first time, the dragon dodged a beam, found an opening, and stepped towards the Dracolic. When a panicked Odia's renewed her assault, he avoided the rays, closing the gap between the two opponents. You are always afraid to face me, Venkior snarled. Like you were afraid of friend Victor. I fear nothing, Mel Odia's replied, frantically trying to blast Venkior with light and breath, but always missing. From the dragon's side, it appeared she spoke slowly, like a stupid me. For no one is beyond my power to kill. You are afraid of everyone. Vainkyur shouted back, quickly gaining ground. Why do you try to exterminate all minion races, if you are so mighty? Certainly they should be no threat to you. Always, the fairy had hidden and fled. She had hidden behind an entire army, wasting all her minions until she ran out of them. She had created weapons to hit Vainkyur's capital at a distance, without ever endangering herself. Whenever threatened, instead of facing danger, she tried to escape it. Beneath all her mystic and the terror she tried to inspire, Ogiers was a coward. She spread death because she feared her own. The vile fairy panicked as the dragon closed the gap between them, using her last trump card. She opened her rib cage as quickly as she could, unleashing another soul from her reserve, a winged half-dragon, and the one creature whom Vainkyur would never hurt. The Dragon Emperor blinked, as his chief of staff Spectre stood before him. Obey, thrall, Mel Ogiers ordered, immediately closing her ribs to shield her weak point. Kill your master. An expression of determination appeared on the ghost's face, and then, Vainkyur understood why friend Victor had given up his life without fear, after having tasted death so many times already. Ogiers wasn't the only expert at trapping souls. Suddenly, instead of attacking, friend Victor's ghost flew back into the core, much to Ogiers' surprise. The Dracolic let out a roar of pain and surprise, as her heart let out a flash of ghastly light. Instead of whispering, the souls inside Ogiers began to scream. The ghastly reflect ions of Dragonbane Votan, of Icefang, of countless WYRMS and deceased minions formed the chorus of the dead, drowning their captors' roar. Friend Victor had created an artifact called the Black Grail to house his soul and capture others. He knew how a device like Ogiers' core worked from within, and how to exploit its vulnerabilities. Vainkyur doubted this inner conflict would last long, but Victor had willingly sacrificed his life to give the dragon a fleeting tactical advantage. This was a bold and risky gamble, one that relied entirely on trust. An iron bond forged through tears and laughs and blood, but stronger than the fairy's own castle. Struggling against this inner rebel lion, Mel Ogiers couldn't continue her bombardment, allowing Vainkyur to close the gap. With all his might and fury, the dragon punched her in the chest, the mere shockwave of his attack causing the platform to tremble. The blow propelled Ogiers against the wall of the glitzy theater, her core leaking energy. Super effective damage. HP 532166/3917. Claws extended into the fearsome poke style, Vainkyur started pummeling Ogiers at full speed. His hands moved as fast as bullets, the golden walls trembling as the Dracolic became trapped between the anvil and the hammer. In every strike, Vainkyur put all his wrath and desire to win. Each claw carried his anger at his friend's death, his sorrow at Icefang's brutal demise, and his fury at the fairy's cruelty towards his minions. A single strike would have leveled a castle, and Vainkyur unleashed dozens of them. The Dracolic attempted to bite his neck, but Vainkyur backhanded her, sending fangs flying. He kept his fury focused on the chest, pummeling it until every single rib laid shattered on the ground. Her bones bent backward with sickening noises, the same sound Votan's body made when Ogiers slew him. Horde! Vainkyur found his battle cry, as he relentlessly poked her in the heart. Horde, 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 horde. Yet, while some of his words carried the pain of losing his goal to her schemes, his mind mostly remembered all the minions she murdered in their endless feud. Every crack in her core made him closer to releasing their trapped souls, and the thought fueled him more than the geomancy. Unable to muster a defense, the Dracolic almost crumbled on herself, kept only from collapsing by the assault's momentum. The golden wall in her back had cracked, while her core was leaking energy. Both her HP bars plummeted at full speed, one faster than the other, until Ogiers' core was one poke away from destruction. Instead, Vainkyur grabbed the core and ripped out of the Dracolic's shattered rib cage, the undead body collapsing on the marble ground. The calamity of this age built up energy within himself, intent on thoroughly annihilating this beast once and for all. Vainkyur raised the core above his head and opened his jaw. No, Ogiers whispered, her broken skeletal body struggling to move without the core. If you take my soul, I will lose everything. You deserve nothing, Vainkyur replied. Charged attack. Nuclear energies built up inside the dragon's gullet, coming out in a stream of destruction. The devastating force hit Ogiers' core while she let out a final scream, and Vainkyur's light blinded all of Valhalla. Chapter 150 Valhalla. Mel Ogiers' core exploded in a shower of light. As Vainkyur's breath died down, the Dracolic, skeletal body crumbled to dust, the death she had spread to others finally claiming her. The core's remains widened, taking the shape of a screaming woman of purple energy, the vile artificial soul of Melodius, straining from the destruction of her vessel. The cruel ghost let out howls of agony as her body grew, and grew, and grew, until at long last, with a final wail, her soul tore itself apart. Like a balloon pierced from within, her essence dispersed and allowed all her enslaved spirits to escape. Venkior's glitzy theater collapsed on itself after this explosion of spiritual energy, golden dust raining upon the arena. Hundreds, thousands of specters escaped in all directions, finally released from her iron grasp. Dragons, minions, manlings, and all species known to Venkior finally found their freedom back and fled towards their final resting place. A few ghosts didn't follow immediately. King Votan's golden soul offered a sharp nod of respect to Venkior, the one foe he had respected, before riding on his horse to some warrior's afterlife. Another icy ghost flew at Venkior, an old face whom the dragon had never made peace with. Icefang, Venkior recognized the Wyrm, bowing his head in respect. We could never settle our score, but know that I will never forget you, my only rival. May the elder Wyrm grant you another life, so that we fight again. Icefang's spirit made a face, but as Venkior paid him his respects, the Frost Wyrm returned a goodbye, making peace with his rival. Wyrm's souls bowed before Venkior, as did the minions until finally, only one soul remained. Victor Venkior extended his hand towards his chief of staff's ghost, the manling returning the gesture. With his victory fist, the dragon should be able to touch him. But alas, friend Victor's ghost collapsed into nothingness as his finger was within an inch of his partner's claw, dissipating into the ether. Venkior watched the scene, exhausted, bleeding, and morose. Congratulations! For saving Outamendi from nuclear annihilation, leading a grand coalition to its ultimate victory, and defeating the nascent deity Melodius in her official Valhalla trial, you earned 4 levels in Fisher King and 5 levels in Witchfinder General. You earned the Fertile Feat, Enclave, Exorcism 2, Greater Magic Resistance, and Salem Trial class perks, plus 270 HP, plus 130 SP, plus 5 STR, plus 10 VIT, plus 4 Ski, plus 6 AGI, plus 3 Int, plus 9 Char, plus 6 LCK. Fertile Feat, spell, 100 SP per hour. When you walk on the ground, you create a plant creature with every step. The plant is chosen at random and can go from roses to an intelligent creature like an Elder Treant. Enclave, once per day, you can decide to declare an area within 1 mile of yourself as part of your territory. This area will count as your land/nation when using your perks. Exorcism 2, you can cast exorcisms up to tier 2. This replaces Exorcism I. Greater Magic Resistance, you gain resistance to magic. This includes all spells and similar effects, but not techniques nor magical weapons, and you aren't affected by spells of tier 6 and below unless you wish to be. This replaces lesser magic resistance. Salem Trial Technique, 80 SP. You accuse a single target within sight to confess their witchery and fine penance. If they have levels in a spellcaster class and fail a charisma check, their SP is reduced to 0, and they take HP damage equal to the lost amount. You waste the technique's cost even if your target isn't a spellcaster. Congratulations! For capping Fisher King, you earned the capstone perk, Holy Grail Incarnate. Holy Grail Incarnate, your blood carries healing properties. Exposure to your blood will have the same effect as healing potions, with a pint regenerating 500 HP, undead will take damage instead. You cannot heal by drinking your own blood. You have reached level 99. You can now enter Valhalla and attempt apotheosis. Level 99. Finally, godhood was within reach. But it was worthless without his best friend at his side. Venkior turned to Victor's body and then disabled his buffs. The battle over. The dragon gently carried the remains of his loyal partner in his hand, side included, and then walked towards the gates at the platform's center. This time, the doors budged the second Venkior touched them. 5 female, friendly voices came out, speaking at once. Come in. The gates widened, revealing themselves as a portal towards another space. A golden stairway floating across the strange universe, leading up. The dragon climbed it, carrying his dead friend in his hand. If Venkior needed to become a god to raise him, so be it. It didn't take long for the Emperor to reach the summit, a golden platform even larger than the one where he fought Ogiers. A mighty dragoness awaited him there, sitting on her royal bottom with regal excitement. The creature dwarfed Venkior in size and majesty, for she was even larger than the Tarask Emperor. Each of her 5 heads wore an elaborate crown, showcasing her gem-like eyes. The span of her wings could cast an entire city in its dread shadow, and her golden claws shamed even the horde armor in their shininess. Her scales, instead of settling on a color, constantly shifted between all of them, like a living rainbow. This entity was the paragon of the dragon race, mixing all the best features from every scaled creature in Outermundy. From Zmeta Linorms to true dragons, all the members of the wealthiest species in existence descended from her, the legendary Elder Wyrm. All along, Vainkyur had known this would play out this way. Who else but the ultimate Wyrm could have created this dragon-made system? Who else could welcome Vainkyur and elevate him to his rightful place, as a supreme being overseeing all creation? The red dragon raised his head high, preparing himself for the great honor that would be bestowed upon him. Then the Elder Wyrm spoke and shattered Vainkyur's delusions. "Congratulations, my child," the creature said, tongues coming out of each of her heads like a dumb animal and destroying her appearance of majesty. Much to his horror, it suddenly reminded Vainkyur of Gorenik. "I am Zed good Elder Wyrm. Oh yes." Vainkyur froze in shock, as his entire worldview brutally crumbled before his eyes. "I am so happy," the creature spoke while wagging her tail like a dog. "One of my dragonlings finally made it." Vainkyur looked in silence at her behavior, at the multiple heads, at the flash of stupidity in her eyes, and suddenly realized the horrible truth. The Elder Wyrm. The Elder Wyrm was as me. My life was built on a lie. Vainkyur complained, shaken by the heresy before him. God is as me. All dragons are equal before my eyes, the divine ancestor of all Wyrms said kindly. No matter how many heads. Vainkyur felt ashamed and dirty to descend from this thing, but managed to contain his horror. Even if the scriptures had been terribly wrong, this entity was his ancestor, and thus deserved his respect. He couldn't afford to make a scene when his chief of staff remained dead in his hand. "Please, O great Elder Wyrm." Vainkyur laid his minion's body before the divine's me as an offering. "Can you raise my chief of staff from the dead?" "Oh yes." The Elder Wyrm waved her hand as she called upon ancient dragon magic. Zippity zappata. Life flowed back inside friend Victor, his chief of staff gasping. "Oh gods," the manling said, propelled back to his feet by the shock of the sudden revival. "Oh gods, there was a truck." "Where's the truck?" "My friend, you have returned." Vainkyur was so happy that he forgot himself and nuzzled his minion. Friend Victor was slightly embarrassed but returned the gesture by holding the dragon's nose in his arms. "He is so cute," the Elder Wyrm gushed over Vainkyur's perfect minion, looking at him closer with her 5 heads. Friend Victor took a step back in surprise. "His wings are so pretty. I bred and trained him well," Vainkyur declared while showing his chest, his pride in his choice of partner stronger than his disgust. "His genes are impeccable, and he has proven his competence countless times." Wait, this is the heart of Valhalla?" Friend Victor looked around, confused. "The source of the system?" "Friend Victor, have I not told you the system was made by dragons for dragons?" Vainkyur replied, before bowing before the Elder Wyrm. "Divines me or not, her power and kindness couldn't be overstated. Thank you for this free revival, O great Elder Wyrm." "It is fine, I do it every time my minions die," the giant's me replied. "Your minions?" Victor asked, sounding suspicious. "Oh yes, they are shy with strangers." The Elder Wyrm cleared her throat and started summoning her servants the dragon way. Minions, minions, minions. 12 giants teleported around the platform. Vainkyur immediately recognized the vile worm Sabler among them, who didn't bother to hide his disappointment. The destructive deity must have wished for the vile Melodiers to stand in place of her destroyer. Others, Vainkyur vaguely recognized from the statues on display in temples he had visited, from the regal manling King Mithras to the greedy Shisha. Most looked like they wanted to be anywhere but here. "Yes," the gods spoke all at once, with shamed faces. "Your Majesty." Friend Victor looked at each of them in silence, most turning their head away in embarrassment. A dark elf among them, the goddess Camilla, blushed in shyness, while a mermaid did her best to avoid the chief of staff's gaze. Only a giant squid and a giant dice didn't seem bothered, mostly because they seemed lost in their own little worlds. "The gods?" Friend Victor asked the Elder Wyrm, his voice devoid of all emotion. "The gods are your servants." "What is a god?" The Elder Wyrm delivered her wisdom, "but a dragon's minion? But why?" Friend Victor remained deep in denial. "Why did you make the system at all? What is the meaning of life?" "To make dragons richer and more powerful," the Elder Wyrm replied proudly. Friend Victor collapsed on his knees, mentally destroyed. Vainkyur smiled with pride, vindicated by the irrefutable truth. He would have boasted about being right, but that would have been in poor taste. Instead, the dragon did his best to look smug and pompous. All along, friend Victor muttered to himself. All along. I am sorry, Victor, Camilla apologized, putting a hand on her face. We thought our mortal followers would think less of us if they knew. We suppress the memory whenever we can, a white deer said. Wait, that's why you can't claim dragons. Friend Victor raised his head, many of the gods nodding slowly. Because a minion can't claim a dragon. Dragons claimed are forbidden, until the end of time. The elder Wyrm hit the platform with her tail angrily, causing the platform to shake. You were the closest thing we got to a loophole, a Croman god with a large scythe told Victor. Oh, you have been claimed, the elder Wyrm observing the half-dragon minion with curious attention, like a stupid child with a toy. You have so many marks. Well, at this point, only Sabla's is missing, friend Victor said, glancing at the worm. The elder Wyrm looked between the two with her 5 heads, before focusing entirely on Sabla. Minion. Yes, the worm god asked anxiously, knowing what would come next. Give it to him, the elder Wyrm nagged him. Give it to him. No, you can't make me do this, the worm minion turned rebellious. He stole my prophet's soul. The elder Wyrm glared at him with her 10 eyes, like a parent with an unruly child. Give it to him, minion. Complete the set. Unable to resist the stare, Sabla turned towards Victor, his many eyes blinking with pure rage. Light shone beneath the chief of staff's armor, before swiftly vanishing. I hate you, the worm god complained. I hate you all so much. I better get a special perk out of this, friend Victor said, having recovered from his own heretical revelation. Is the world saved? Did we win? Of course we did. Vainkur boasted for both of them, raising his fist. Did you ever doubt it, friend Victor? Mel Ogiers has been destroyed, her soul torn into the ether, and you successfully sealed Kromkruach, the manling god Mithra said. For this, you have our sincere gratitude. Oh yes, the elder Wyrm focused back on serious matters, clearing her 5 throats. Vainkur Knightsburn, you have proven yourself worthy of apotheosis. The fact that she misspelled his own name annoyed Vainkur, but the dragon remained regal and self-composed. O great elder Wyrm, if godhood means becoming a minion, then I cannot accept it, the emperor stated, the scene having made him reconsider. No, it is fine. They were never meant to become minion gods. The system was made for you, the divines marked a short pause, and the fairies. Vainkur immediately froze. Great elder Wyrm, did you not make the system for dragons? Yes, but I made the system with Eldi, my best friend, the god likes me replied. He is a fairy, but he is super duper nice. The eldest, friend Victor asked, connecting the dots. The first of the foamers? Yes, he was always sad and lonely, so I gave him a soul, and he made minions so I would never feel hungry. We left Outamendi to our kids, and we created the system so they could grow strong together. Wait, so dragons only created half the world? Vainkur asked, his entire worldview crashing down with every new sentence. The fairies made the other half? Oh yes. The elder Wyrm nodded. But our children never got along and fought, so we spanked them. Eldi took back his fairy souls, and I took my dragon's magic. Then we left to create new worlds and systems, but I sneaked in to send souls to other species because it wouldn't be fair for them. Well, I guess they didn't learn the lesson, friend Victor said, having made a strange theory about this. Now it was his turn to look smug. Foamers and dragons were never informed about the system before their falling out through, Mithra spoke up. Due to their arrogance and laziness, they never truly sought to get stronger, and thus never took the steps needed to activate it. Speak for yourself, manling. Vainkur replied. To afford to do nothing is the purest expression of wealth and power. Certainly, Mithras responded with heavy sarcasm. In any case, the system slumbered, forgotten and inactive, until dice accidentally tapped into and reactivated it. Roll me, a giant dice implored in a corner. Roll me 4 DLC. We were asked to keep the secrets of Valhalla to ourselves, and to interfere with both primordial species as little as we could, a hooded minion goddess added. For better or worse, they had to find their own path to greatness. There are 2 choices for you, my child, the elder Wyrm said. I can either make you Zedi god administrator of this system or reincarnate you. First, Her Majesty can reincarnate you somewhere else, in a higher difficulty world where you may continue your progression, Camilla spoke up. Your level will reset to 1, but you will keep your existing skills and find challenges worthy of your colossal strength. Quite a few epic candidates were adrenaline junkies more interested in adventuring than godhood, the Croman god said with fondness. I almost regret not following them, but alas, it wouldn't have been fun without my rival. I don't remember getting that offer, the mermaid minion said. Me neither, a giant squid spoke up, because you were drunk and high, respectively, Mithras rasped with annoyance. Wait, how many worlds and systems are there? Friend Victor asked. Countless, minion of my child, the elder Wym replied with wisdom and kindness. I can create systems, but many other can. There's hundreds of us, and we all have many planets to oversee. It's so much work, I need to delegate. Higher difficulty worlds are problematic and high maintenance, but will provide you with a challenge, a dwarf goddess continued. Not as much as this though, the elder Wym said. This is unfair, and its maker is undragonly. Alternatively, Mithras coughed. You can gain a deity level, and join the pantheon. That's the rules, the elder Wym said. And I say you should take divinity. Why so? Vainkur asked, still distrustful. The system was never made to work with us, Camilla said, before adding, unfortunately. It was originally made for dragons and foamers, Mithras said. Even when we ascend, our influence over it is limited. To use claim terminology, we are moderators, but not administrators. But if you ascend, then you can update the system, the elder Wym told Vainkur. I never had the time because I manage hundreds of them, some very complex, but you could improve it. You could add racial classes, the white deer said, to balance it out. So, Mithras cleared his throat. What is your choice, Vainkur Knightsbane? The dragon glanced at the elder Wym and her 12 minions, unsure what to make of it, but pleased by the offer. At long last, he could take his place as the supreme ruler of Outamander, making the whole world his horde. Then, he looked at his chief of staff, who hadn't been mentioned yet, and a doubt forming in his mind. What about friend Victor? The dragon asked. The sad look on the elder Wym's 5 faces immediately confirmed Vainkur's worries. I am sorry, my child, the elder Wym said. He doesn't have the levels needed. I will have to send him back down. What? Friend Victor protested. Why? Vainkur snarled angrily, before calming himself. To show anger in front of his ancestor, even as me, was beneath him. He has helped me in all things. We defeated the fairies' armies together. I died for the 4th time already, Victor added. Yes, but you didn't earn as much experience as Vainkur, Mithras said. Knightsbane is the one who defeated Ogiers and did most of the work. While you, Dalton, well, you were the sidekick in all of this. Okay, maybe that's too much to ask, but why not increase my levels? Victor offered. Vainkur could grant free noble levels. No, or your soul will turn into a balloon, the elder Wym warned. What Her Majesty? Her Majesty, the elder Wym chastised Mithras, who now Vainkur suspected to be her chief of staff. With an M. I can tell the difference. What Her Majesty means is that levels, stats, and perks put a strain on the soul, and someone must gain them naturally, Mithras explained with a strained face. Artificially inflating your levels with exploits and loopholes too much will result in the soul becoming unstable, as you saw with Ogiers. Like this guy who tried to gain a free level from every authority class, a giant, squid-like mermaid said. His soul turned into a balloon and poof. That was funny and unexpected, the crow birdkin among them chuckled. Ogiers skyrocketed to level 99 through viciously draining experience from other souls and using devices like black crests, earning none of her levels, Mithras continued. In the end, it tore her unstable soul apart. If she had managed to reach this place, her ascension could have crashed the system, if not worse. A few free levels are fine, especially if you gain them early, but more and you risk compromising your very existence. That's why crests and hard limits on stat boosters exist, the greedy Shisha explained. Crests in particular limit rampant experience inflation. They help assess if a person truly earned the skills needed to level up further. And, friend Victor muttered to himself while hanging on his scythe, I am too high level. You have become so powerful that nothing short of world-shaking feats will grant you enough experience to level up, Camilla said. Not even EXP dodos will suffice. I would love to have you among us and at my side, but it cannot be yet. Then I refuse divinity, Vainkur declared firmly, having heard enough. Your Majesty, friend Victor trailed off. My manling and I made a promise to ascend together, as two halves of a greater whole, Vainkur replied. If we cannot ascend together, then return us to my empire, so that I may rule it until my manling is ready. I cannot, the elder Wym said firmly. The rulers are the rulers for everyone, even one of my children. I was not yet level 99 when I entered here, Vainkur pointed out. Why can I not be returned to my horde of minions? The elder Wym considered his words, seeing the wisdom in them. I can return you both to Audiomundi, the ancestor of dragonkind said, although she sounded saddened by this turn of events. I will count this as your reincarnation option, my child, but you won't be able to come back here. Divinity is not a revolving door. Wait, friend Victor spoke up. Can I have a moment alone with Vaincure before he makes a decision? The elder Wyrm nodded, and granted them privacy the dragon way. By turning her back on the duo. Minions, turn around, she ordered the deities. Minions, this is ridiculous, Mithras complained, but obeyed anyway, like everyone else. Roll me to the left, roll me on my angle. When at long last, all minions had turned around, dice kept out of sight within a giant squid's arms, Victor looked up at his partner. Are you sure you want to refuse, your M? Vaincure, the dragon reminded his friend. You have more than earned that privilege, Victor. Vaincure, are you certain you wish to refuse? Friend Victor said. Sure, we won't be able to adventure together after you ascend, but we can still hang out sometimes. It's not so bad, I do it all the time. You could do a lot of good up there, and make sure all this mess doesn't repeat itself. Maybe even patch out the Dracolic class before a new Melodias can emerge. We will have to talk about this, Victor. Camilla was silenced by another minion, sulking. What I mean to say is that this planet needs someone responsible at the wheel, instead of 12 people pulling it in all directions, friend Victor continued, some of the other godly minions complaining in the background. And, maybe friendship is blind, but I can't think of anyone better suited for this job than you. Friend Victor, what do you make of our promise? Vaincure argued. That we would ascend together? I can still ascend and join you later, the Reaper replied, although he sounded a bit daunted by the task ahead. Since we saved the world, I may have to grind a lot to reach Valhalla by myself, but I will. Vaincure observed his partner, trying to understand his reasoning, and he saw it in his eyes, past the helmet. His manling wanted what was best for Vaincure even when he couldn't follow him. Vaincure had reached the end of his road, as symbolized by his level progression. His minion knew that even if the dragon would enjoy ruling his empire for a time, he would always yearn for greater wealth and heights. Audiomundi had become too small for the great calamity of this age, and he would come to resent stopping where he was. Friend Victor hated leaving his master behind, but he understood that sometimes, a chief of staff's role wasn't to stand at his dragon's side. Sometimes, their role was to watch them fly away towards new wealth, and manage what was left behind. Minion, Vaincure said, his heart heavy, bend the knee. Victor did without complaint, a dark knight bowing before his lord. Promise me, Vaincure said. Promise me on your honor, and on mine, that you shall ascend one day, that you shall rejoin me and stand by my side in the heavens, as you did on earth. I swear, the Reaper declared. Promise me that you will take care of my horde, Vaincure continued. My horde of minions and lands. Promise me that you will put my niece Jolie on the throne, and guide her with loyalty. Promise me that you will rule justly, and uphold the same values I live by. Promise me that you will take care of my family, and protect them as I did. I swear, the former vizier repeated, warm liquid flowing through his helmet. I'm going to vomit. Shut up, Sabler, another minion replied, but the dragon didn't recognize which one. Promise me that you will breed, Vaincure added, ignoring the background noise, so that you have the bountiful descendants I will never have. Promise me to breed until the world overflows with your good genes, so that all dragons may one day have a minion of your quality. I pinky swear. That one was more reluctant, but heartfelt still. And finally, Vaincure lowered his head to whisper as quietly as possible. Do not tell my kind about. He glanced at the elder's back and shuddered. This, I swear. Good. Dragonkind was not ready yet. Satisfied, Vaincure nodded. Then, I release you from servitude as my chief of staff. One day, we shall once more meet again here as equals. Until then, make me proud. As he always did. Is this, friend Victor raised his head, to look at his mortal master one last time before ascension. Is this farewell, Vaincure? No, Victor, Vaincure replied, as the light of Valhalla swallowed them both. This is goodbye. Congratulations. You earned a level in deity. Domain selected, dragons, leadership, wealth, growth. Your journey as a mortal has ended, but your story has only begun. Vaincure Best Dragon Knightsbane, Pre-Ascension. Level 99, Augustus 30 / Witchfinder General 19 / Kaiser 20 / Fisher King 30. Type, Dragon. Party, V&V. Health points, 7,625. Special points, 2,200. Strength, 184. Vitality, 159. Skill, 93. Agility, 115. Intelligence, 77. Charisma, 171. Luck, 108 plus 10. Personal perks, class perks, atomic dragon fire breath, born in the purple, fire immunity, for the emperor, red dragon life force, king of games, dragon honor, dynasty, dragon scale, crowd favorite, super senses, supercrit, virgin princess radar, spell purge, lesser poison resistance, witch burning, dead friend, greater magic resistance, taunt, exorcism 2, epic, hunter's resolve, El President, stipend, Magellan, dungeon owner, castle of Murmurin, stat boosters plus 10, all stats, victory fist, summon herald, Victor Dalton, imperial authority, malefic secrecy, monster empathy, charged attack, dragon breath, victory roar, mirror scale, fire crown, immovable, show off, gold shower, shining majesty, golden road, geomancy, monster husbandry, terraform, non-magical terrains, pontifex maximus, malus maleficrum, incinerator, master of silence, glitzy theater, improved hybridization, rabbit plague, alpha magnetism, scales, miniboss breeder, nature wonder, sublime dragon breath, wym sovereign, symbol of hope, healing mantle, avalon, fertile feet, enclave, Salem trial, holy grail incarnate. Chapter 151, Left Behind. Victor awoke with his back against the sand, to the sound of salt water and crashing waves. He rose up back to his feet, his wounds closed, his armor fully repaired. From a cursory glance at his surroundings, he had been teleported onto a Prydanian beach, perhaps a few miles away from the site of the final battle. The VNV army had taken over the heavens, chasing away the last remnants of Ogier's armies. It took a few minutes for Victor to fully regain his composure and remember what just happened. He remembered fighting Ogiers in Valhalla, being revived by a giant's me, and dragons triumphantly roared in the skies as the heavens turned ablaze. Victor raised his head and saw it. A new, dragon-shaped constellation had appeared in the heavens, fiery stars forming a familiar crown design, announcing the birth of a new god for all to see. The reality finally sank in Victor's heart. They had won. The battle was over, and Vainkior was gone. Congratulations! For tricking Mel Ogiers and helping your master defeat her with a fiendish plan, you earned 3 levels in Moriarty. You earned the True Crime Profiler class perk, plus 30 HP, plus 20 SP, plus 3 STR, plus 2 VIT, plus 3 Ski, plus 3 AGI, plus 6 Int, plus 3 Char, plus 3 LCK. True Crime Profiler. On a successful intelligence check, you can perfectly profile a victim with whom you are even casually acquainted with. You are always aware when they lie to you, even when they use magic to disguise their intent, and you can predict their actions with a high degree of success. Additionally, you immediately learn a damning fact about your target. You earned that Claimed by Sabler personal perk. For being claimed by the entire Pantheon, you also earned that Pantheist personal perk. Claimed by Sabler. When you level up, you have an additional 10% chance to gain a strength or vitality increase. You are immune to all time and earth effects, except those caused by Sabler himself, and you no longer age. Pantheist. You cannot take damage from prayer, spells and divine-powered perks, except those used by deities. As if to underline that he hadn't dreamed, Victor felt his left palm itch. He removed his gauntlet, to find a dragon-shaped mark on his skin. You earned a Claimed by Vainkior perk. Claimed by Vainkior. When you level up, you have an additional 10% chance to gain a strength, charisma, or luck increase. The rate of loot drop and your odds of finding treasure is doubled. Thanks, buddy. The sight left a bittersweet taste in Victor's mouth, reminding him that he would be on his own for the future. 3 levels put him at level 91, which was still a long way to go to reach godhood. But the vizier had made a promise, and he would fulfill it. A great shadow passed over the Reaper, bringing him back to reality. Vic, carried by Goronik, Kia Bakel landed right in front of him and immediately climbed down on the sand. The plot armor she wore remained unscathed, her power of friendship having shielded her from any wounds. Vic, finally, Master, Thesmi rejoiced to see his rider again. Goronik was so scared. Kia? Victor asked, realizing that Akenapup's time push, duration must have run out. I came as fast as I could, the paladin said, desperate, her sword raised and itching for battle. Where is Ogiers? Where is she? Where is she? Ah, poor gal. Victor tried to mince his words, but there was no way around it. She's dead. She's dead. Kia sounded both relieved and terribly scared. Dead as in, undead, or We beat her, sealed her apocalyptic castle, and Vainkyur became a god. Victor pointed his scythe at the heavens and his friend's miracle. It's over. Once, a single sentence had utterly destroyed Kia Beckel, pushing her through an abyss of tears and despair. Having sunk as low as she could, the knight had managed to climb up back to normality through blood and tears. Victor's words put her right back at the bottom of the well. I missed the final battle, the paladin said, her gaze hollow. I missed the final battle. Kia, it's okay, Victor tried to reassure her, putting a hand on her shoulder. We'll find another. His words fell on deaf ears, the paladin walking on autopilot on the beach, and muttering to herself as emotions built up inside her. Then, they suddenly exploded without warning. Bleep. Kia cursed loudly, her armor forcing her to mix family-friendly lines with insults. Ahana means family. Bleep this armor. Bleep it. Before Victor could even do so much as protest, Kia started removing the plot armor and throwing it on the sand, her fury overtaking her modesty. Screw that armor, she shouted, screw these lines. Bleep them. Goranike can sing a song to cheer her up, Zasmi suggested. Can Goranike sing a song? It is kind, but I don't think it will help, Victor stated, as Kia kicked the cursed armor into the sea. As it turned out, she wore black underwear below her magical protections, but the vizier had a nice view of pretty much everything. Maybe that was the adrenaline, the exhaustion from all these trials, or just the sight of this perfect Amazonian body, but, well, his mind wandered off. Kia and he remained silent a moment until an idea seemed to make its way into the paladin's mind. Victor, she looked at him dead in the eyes, her gaze filled with one last hope at personal fulfillment. Kia, he looked at her, knowing this was now or never. They said it at the same time. Do you want to fight /breed? The next day, at a camp built amidst the remains of Ogier's lands, a great summit was organized between the winners of the Prydain War. Grandrake was chosen as the dragon race's main representative and arbitrated the debates in the same style as the Dragon Conclave. From Hajam to the Avragist Supreme Leader, every participant earned a voice. Victor informed Jolie of her new promotion to Empress of Murmurin, and Vainkyur's niece accepted the charge with grace, and quite a lot of tears. However, having clearly no experience with dragon imperialism, she more or less left Victor to do all the work. For hours, the Dragon Empress and the Grand Vizier sat next to heads of states around a stone table, Vainkyur's constellation shining in the open skies above them. Well, truth to be told, Victor had already done most of the work while Vainkyur was in power. Now, with his niece being too young to rule, it had become official. The fact their former Dragon Emperor had become a god and given him a mandate had only enhanced Victor's aura in the eyes of outsiders. In the end, Jolie officially promoted Victor from Grand Vizier to Grand Regent. Akhenaten would have been proud. Vainkyur had made his new divinity apparent by claiming quite a few of his elite minions, although he didn't show up personally. The dragon was probably occupied getting used to his new divinity and system management, leaving Victor to handle things in the mortal world. Overall, the summit went better than what Victor expected. While Gardamang's King Roland, his allies, and some violent dragons had hoped to end the Foma threat permanently, Victor, Jolie, and Grandrake managed to talk them out of outright genocide by agreeing to ensure a peaceful societal transition, and if necessary, back it up with force. Prydain would keep its independence, with power granted to the Fomas who helped the allies during the war, although the victorious nations would build fortresses and send ambassadors, to make sure there would be no foul play involved. The country would be demilitarized, its arsenal destroyed, and Ogier's major supporters would be tried on the mainland. The VNV Empire would provide the surviving fairies with ethical soul crests, allowing them to develop souls and compassion. In exchange, the Fomas swore a binding oath not to attack their neighbors and pay war indemnities, so long as they were left alone in return. And so, for the first time since the beginning of civilization, Fomas made peace with everyone else. It may take decades for their culture to change, but like Murmurin, Victor hoped that they would become trading, peaceful neighbors one day. Kate Sith didn't manage to outlaw cat eating on the whole continent though, although Jolie honored her uncle's promise to ban it in the Empire. You couldn't win every time. We should do it more often, Breeder Victor Grandrake declared, while Jolie ratified the treaty. Kia, having traded the plot armor for her normal one, stood guard next to the Empress, but as far away from Victor as humanly possible. She looked away in embarrassment whenever their eyes met. A conclave to settle our issues? Victor asked Grandrake, still reeling from the paladin's slap. Perhaps one day, the International Minion Conclave will gain half as much prestige as our own, the old dragon mused. Under a dragon moderator's rightful direction. It is my dream to one day see minions take control of their own destiny, Jolie declared proudly, before handing the document to Hajjamb. The Sharkman signed with his own blood for dramatic effect. I swear that one day, dragons and minions will stand as equals. You spoke about soul magic, Lord Grandrake, Victor spoke, the older Wyrm more amused by Jolie's revolutionary ideas than anything. I received confirmation from a higher authority that it once existed. If it truly existed, then it can be relearned, the Princess Hunter said. I understand your trail of thoughts, Minion of Vaincure. You believe this could serve as a foundation towards long-term peace with the fairies. Peace through trade. Victor nodded. Genialissime, who had watched the discussions without truly participating, remained doubtful. These are truly strange times we live in, he said. We want to make friends with fairies, and dragons can die like minions. You have reconsidered your position, young Genialissime? Grandrake asked his younger fellow. I admit my convictions have been shaken, the dragon said. But what my cousin did, facing death and clawing his way to victory anyway, it is inspiring. Maybe it is not such a bad way to live. If you believe dragons can die, do you also think foamers can change? Victor asked, curious. No, the dragon replied. But I am cautiously optimistic. We should try at least. That is what Uncle would have wanted, Jolie nodded. I am certain that he is proud of us all, Grandrake replied, but immediately pushed for his ecological agenda. But he would be prouder if you took your breeding duties seriously, Breeder Dalton. Victor sighed. Unfortunately, now that he had been recognized as regent and unmarried, the other heads of states had not so subtly approached him about dynastic alliances. King Roland Gardemag himself lauded his niece's beauty and intelligence in every conversation he and Victor had so far. I have my fill of princesses, Lord Grandrake. Although, it might help him grind, fiendish rake, and rejoin Vaincure. Maybe when his current kids were old enough to attend Scalomance. Leaving Jolie in Kia's care and returning to the camp, Victor found many of his friends waiting for him. Malfi, Jules, Bazjelly, the Cobbled Rangers, Rollo, Charlene, Allison, Noisa the Nightmare, quite a motley of allies he had gathered across his travels. Hello handsome, the Dryad said, beaming at his arrival. Charlene, meanwhile, carried the teapot where Akenapop had sealed the Tarask Emperor. Hajjamb must have helped in recovering it. How did it go? We have world peace, the Reaper declared. In the background, he noticed Junior and his slimes making friends with the Gardemagnians, the mimic witch hut more or less shoving baby slimes in the hands of humans gushing over their cuteness. A bit farther, averagist dwarfs pitched the value of averagism to soldiers, encouraging them to cast down the elven bourgeoisie. Nothing to foster friendly bonds than a shared war. Is it true you picked a fight with Kia Beckel? Charlene asked, raising an eyebrow. That doesn't sound like peace. Paladins cannot accept that their monopoly over healing magic is over, Jules shrugged. The gal sounded almost happy to hear of this misadventure. Victor sighed, still wincing from the wounds. When a paladin and a necromancer spend too much time close, they start having unprotected charisma checks. And when the necromancer fails the charisma check, in spite of all his absurd bonuses, it turns into unprotected strength checks. Allison chuckled, clearly amused by the rejection. It's not a question of charisma stats, Vic, she said with wisdom. It's with whom you try. Some things are never meant to be. Truthfully, while he had made peace with having children, even come to desire it, Victor had enough women in his life. Having multiple dysfunctional families to manage, spending more time with Charlene, and the possibility of dynastic alliances would already be a challenge. The fiendish rake never thought he would say this, but he didn't mind being in the friend zone for once. Any news on Furibon? Victor asked the group, worrying for the cranky-like. He hasn't appeared since the battle at the castle, Charlene said. I suspect he survived, but Vaincure's ascension scared him off. No wonder. With Vaincure now the supreme deity of Outermundy, the like would look over his shoulder for the rest of his own life. So what is the plan, handsome? Allison changed the subject. My plan, after we clean up this mess, is to stabilize the empire and found the Church of Vaincure. Without the Red Dragon's greedy drive and children on the way, Victor no longer had any reason to keep adventuring. He could focus on kingdom building, ensure the empire kept what it had conquered, and settle the new world at his nation's own pace. We will build institutions, foster international trade, create alliances, reorganize the peasantry, make school mandatory. That's good to hear, Charlene interrupted him. But I believe she asked your plan for what we do right now. The vampire looked at the gathered dragon army as she said that, whose ravenous hunger had turned the countryside into an empty pantry. They had had enough Foma warbeasts and cattle to feed them so far, but they ate more in a day than Murmurin's population in a year. Oh, Victor replied. Well, we will hold a feast to make our dragon allies happy and convince them to return to sleep afterward. Then we'll have to figure out a way to survive the ensuing famine. Personally, the vizier believed the dragon's hunger might cause a higher death toll than the nukes. Thankfully, his friends paid more attention to the celebration part than the unfortunate, expected aftermath. I agree that celebrations are in order, Allison said with a smile, happier than Victor had ever seen her. Avoiding a nuclear annihilation and achieving world peace had put her in a cheerful mood. We have won the war, Vainqueur is a god, and you return to us alive. One would have been a reason enough to party. Perhaps we could organize undead gladiator fights, Jules suggested. It would honor Vainqueur and bring glory to the undead. What about having gladiators fight demon beasts? Malfi suggested. Think of the PR. Rollo will take on both. Party. Buzz Jelly jumped on place. Hobo fight. Hobo fight. Chief. Pink Ranger leaped on place. Can I ask you something? Could you narrate your adventures with His Divine Majesty? You want to make a book about them? Red Ranger asked her. The best and most accurate ever. The bard nodded. The holy book of His Divine Majesty. Maybe Victor hadn't earned godhood, but life down there wasn't all that bad. Before the Reaper could open his mouth and invite everyone for a drink, an imp messenger hurriedly rushed in their direction. Mr. Victor, the imp shouted. It's happening. It's happening. Victor's eyes widened. I need to go. He opened the portal to Happerland as fast as he could. When Victor arrived, Isabel was already breastfeeding their daughter. The sight immediately froze the adventurer in place, for it was the most beautiful he had ever seen. His mistress was sitting on a king-sized bed, naked, as she provided a pale baby in purple silk with nourishment. His demon concubines were present, having probably helped with the birth, alongside Gobliner. The goblin warlord was positively gushing over the new half-demon. Darling. Isabel smiled at her companion, both exchanging a passionate kiss. Vic, I am so happy for you, Gobliner said while showing her friend an advanced, gold-plated gun. I brought her a gift, so she can shoot peasants from afar. Sweetie, Isabel told the tiny babe in her hands, as she looked up at the newcomer with her big blue eyes. This is your father. Your father. Victor had to resist the urge to gush. Your daddy, he said. I'm your daddy, Brainina. Daddy, the little half-demon whispered with a soft voice, managing to form words already. He blamed the demon blood in her veins. Just hearing the word made Victor squeal. Can I? He asked the mother, giddy with anticipation. Yes. Isabel handed him the child. But be careful, we haven't conceived a spare yet. I'll protect her like my life depends on it, Victor replied, before carrying the soft, tiny babe with the greatest of care. The creature in his hands was so light, and yet so beautiful. She had skin almost as pale as her mother, although her eyes were those of a human. Besides these adorable features, she already had a patch of dark platinum hair, antennas, and tiny orange wings. No doubt his little princess would grow into a creature as enrapturing as her mother. Time seemed to freeze while Victor carried his second child, his heir, and his light. He silently swore that he would protect her against all harms, and make sure she grew under better circumstances than he did. Vainqueur had given him a chance to raise her. It would not go to waste. Daddy, Brainina whispered. Yes? Victor smiled at his daughter, ready to fulfill her every wish. I want a pony, she squealed. From hell. Everything you want, sweetie, Victor said, kissing her on the forehead. Everything you want. He had so much work to do, but the future had never seemed brighter. Chapter 152, The End. The second edition would start at midnight. In preparation for this moment, Vainqueur Knightsbane, great calamity of all ages, supreme god of the Outamendi pantheon, king of the world, and the Albane Mountains, gathered his 12 godlike minions in his planar realm. Also known as Dracotopia, it was the most beautiful place in the universe, and the dragon would not let anyone tell him otherwise. A world-sized horde, worthy of his newfound greatness. For since his ascension, Vainqueur had grown larger, being now halfway between his mortal size and the elder WYRMs, towering over his minions. In time, perhaps he would outgrow even his progenitor. The floor and walls of his realm were made of gold, the ceiling of gems. Pillars of silver, allowed out of respect for the fallen Icefang, formed a circle around Vainqueur's ostentatious throne. The dragon had moved a large table representing a map of Outamendi before it, so that he may oversee Outamendi civilization sessions personally. Each of his minions had answered his summons, gathering around the table. Even worm-like Sabler, who never stopped complaining about anything, had shown up. Certainly, he had tried to shirk his duties. In response, Venkior had eaten him once and threatened to do so for all eternity when the insect regenerated in Valhalla the year afterward. The worm learned the meaning of the food chain, his place in it, and never contested the dragon's rule again. Your Majesty, Minion Mithras, the most reliable of his godly lackeys, spoke up. We are ready. Your Divine Majesty, Venkior insisted, wishing to be exalted above mortal majesty. After all his work, he had earned a self-promotion. Minions, I gathered you to present you the fruit of my work, and prepare you for the next campaign that we will start tomorrow. Since his ascension, Venkior had worked tirelessly to renovate the old system, and guide his minions through the end of their previous Automandi development campaigns, fusing the two groups of players into one, forcing worm-like Sabler to attend sessions, and maintaining peace. Now, the wait had ended. Venkior oversaw all his minions until all of them had sat and waited for him to begin. The dragon god cleared his throat, mentally rehearsing his epic speech. It has been 16 years, Venkior insisted on the words, since I, Venkior Knightsbane, great calamity of this age, ascended to become the ruler of all creation. More like the solar SYST, Knight Leone started. All of creation. Venkior snapped, silencing the foolish knight. 16 years have passed, and the time of small nations has ended. Now is the era of empires. Greatest of all being the VNV Empire, the most powerful, prosperous nation in the world, which worships me above all else. The minions listened religiously, since they knew how proud he was of his country. After all, he constantly reminded them of its greatness every single meeting. Leading the armies of my beautiful niece, Empress Jolie, the Hawking Victor has expanded its borders all the way to the New World. Elsewhere, other countries have grown in size and strength, Gardamag, Barin, Thouten, Taikaku, and Nagaston. The fairies, now redeemed, have learned their place, and dragon adventurers rule the skies. There has been peace 4 years, but now, tensions boil beneath the scales. Soon, the VNV Empire would crush all its rivals. And one day, the whole world would be V&V. Automandi is now ready for the update of its system, designed by me, Venkior boasted. It will include revolutionary ideas, like racial levels, new classes, a better experience progression, more opportunities to build wealth, and so much content you can only dream of exploring it all. Of course, out of fairness, dragons will start with the highest levels and best abilities, but minion builds will remain perfectly viable. Balance shouldn't get in the way of realism. Venkior would also finally restore the dragon magic feature which the elder WYRM had removed, granting them back their native soulcrafting abilities, while fairies would also start with a soul on birth, putting them on the same starting line as everyone else. The problems that plagued the first system would soon become a thing of the past. Now, to inaugurate this second edition of the dragon-made Automandi system, we shall launch the Dalton Dynasty campaign tomorrow alongside the new rules. While I expect you to keep influencing the world through your portfolios and churches, each of you will also select a chosen to playtest the new system. You will select a Dalton child, the beautiful minion spawn of my perfect chief of staff, who will soon join us at this table. You will guide them for... Venkior hesitated, before settling on the length of a nap. 50 years. 50 years, and the child accumulating the most prestige point at the end wins. He glanced at each minion. Now, have you all chosen your claim champion? Almost all of them nodded at once, except Sabler, who earned Venkior's glare. Worm minion. I don't want to play this stupid game. Worm-like Sabler complained, as he always did. Minion, Venkior gave him the stare, the giant insect sulking. You will socialize, whether you like it or not. Victor has 188 children, if you count all the slimes he adopted, Greedy Shisha said. You should find someone matching your peculiar tastes in that pool, Sabler. The number of natural children among them had greatly disappointed Venkior. The dragon had made his chief of staff swear to reproduce, but the years and family life had tamed his breeding spirit. Still, quality trumped quantity. Worm-like Sabler, choose or roll. Roll me. Rolly Dice insisted. Roll me for your avatar. Finally realizing he wouldn't escape his minion duties, Worm-like Sabler sighed. Does he have a Foma child? Or one with Chronomancer levels? I think one of his natural sons has levels in that class, Untasty Cybele replied. Close enough, the worm replied, choosing his candidate. In my case, I will change my choice to Brainino 2, Dwarf Varan spoke up. This caused the audience to gasp. You are no longer playing Brainina? Croman Death Jester asked, astonished by the change. The dwarf had showered that child with gifts since her birth. She took a level in Paladin, Dwarf Varan raged on, infuriated. Paladin. Her godmother and mother are furious and disappointed, but not as much as I am. Knight Leone seemed to take perverse joy in this twist. Oh, in that case, I will claim her myself. Maybe there is hope in that family. My protégé isn't born yet, the Moon Man said. Are you sure? Cybele asked. Your spawn will start 16 years late. This is a wide gap in prestige points to recover. Can't be worse than Sane's choice, corpse sailing Camilla said with contempt, glaring at the mermaid. I told you, it was an accident. Mermaid Seng complained while blushing. We were both drunk, and we were watching Grandrake's princess mating habits and I will allow no breed shaming under this roof. Vainqueur thundered, although he did admit his favored minion could have shown greater breeding standards. My chosen one will be the most powerful, the Moon Man prophesied, and with the highest stats. Goddamn metagamer, Death Jester complained. Fine, Vainqueur told the squid, but if you are mistaken, you shall play a Dragon. The matter settled, Vainqueur reviewed the rules and his minions' latest actions, making sure they didn't disobey his godlike minion deontology charter. The dragon restricted their influence to their portfolio, churches, or claimed, ensured they made the universe run on time, and saw to it that dragons and minions would always find adventures worthy of them. Second edition, Minion Mithras reminisced. I was worried at first about this divine organization, but I wholeheartedly support the new order. You are just happy someone else disciplines us, corpse sailing Camilla accused her rival while smiling. Only Croman Death Jester complained about rule stickers, having been a troublemaker for years. Vainqueur had suspected him of cheating behind his back many times, but the god of criminals was always where the evidence wasn't. It is still hard to believe we spent years playing separately, Untasty Cybele said. Things are running more smoothly now, the balance of the world shifting from rampant chaos to neutrality. Who else but a dragon could achieve god peace? Vainqueur replied, although he was pleased by the positive reception. The dragon had worked hard to make his godly minions get along better, and to see them talk around a table warmed his heart. After reviewing the rules, Vainqueur dismissed the Pantheon, expecting them to return at the first hour tomorrow morning to begin the campaign. For now, the Dragon Emperor had a meeting with Destiny. Tonight was Victor's last chance to achieve divinity before the update, and Vainqueur had been waiting for 16 years. From the balcony of Murmurin's imperial palace, wielding his scythe and wearing his infernal armor, Victor glanced up at the night skies and blinked in astonishment. A solitary yellow orb glittered in the darkness, surrounded by stars. The moon had turned into solid gold. When did this happen? Victor asked Jules, who had warned him first. 20 minutes ago, the necromancer replied. Kawasang sent us a magical message. Apparently it happened in the blink of an eye, probably due to a tier 12 spell. The highest spellcasting tier recorded, and right before the planned system update too. Was Furibon trying to quickly accumulate levels at the last moment, as Victor did? The Vizier was glad to hear news from the like, the undead having vanished for 16 years, but the timing seemed very odd. The thought made Victor feel slightly nostalgic, his eyes wandering off to the city which the castle oversaw. Gone was the tiny village he and Vainqueur had once conquered. Murmurin had grown into a Rome for monsters, home to millions. Dragons coexisted with orcs and mimics, as the country did with Gardemag and Barin. Train roads linked the city to other towns, forming the bloodstream of a nation. Airships had even started appearing in the skies alongside WYRMS, linking the Empire's colonies in the New World with the mainland. Victor had worked tirelessly to develop and expand this place, until V&V rivaled the Spanish Empire at its height. I guess Vainqueur will be rather happy, said the Grand Vizier. But otherwise, has the change negatively impacted our colonies? No, neither the moon's density nor mass changed. I believe Furibon only altered the moon's surface. It may affect the fauna, but troubles will be minimal. Jules cleared his throat. The Empress was extremely pleased, but she will continue her annual tour of the Golem farms as she planned. Good. Jolie had grown into a caring and responsible ruler, almost as well loved as her uncle. While she spent a lot of time adventuring, the young dragon made sure to check on her subjects' well-being whenever she returned from her latest quest. What else is on the agenda? There is a domestic dispute between Isabelle Moore and Chocolatine de Gévaudan about the family planning. Again? Victor couldn't suppress a sigh. This was hopefully his last day on the job, and it would be spent disarming another feud. I'll deal with this. As the two left the balcony to move to the throne room, Victor thought about his role in the great bureaucracy he created. The Vizier mostly spent his time either abroad on diplomatic missions or managing his family nowadays, which he took as a good thing. Over the last decade, Murmurin's institutions had learned to manage the country on their own, without always relying on his direct involvement. Vainkior's empire would survive his and Victor's absence, something thought impossible 16 years ago. The throne room, which had once been Furibon and where Jolie now held court, had a dragon-sized throne shaped within a golden statue of Vainkior. Victor himself had often seated there when Jolie was busy adventuring abroad, although it never felt comfortable. Slime Knights, Victor's adopted children, stood watch as the Empress' elite guard, their glueness covered by metal helmets and sticky swords. He found Chocolatine and Isabelle at each other's throat, with Kia in the middle. Victor would have wished it was metaphorical, but it wasn't, doubly so since they had brought their children to the gathering. Chocolatine had transformed into a giant wolf, backed by 2 red wyverns and 2 crimson king slimes. Meanwhile, Isabelle had summoned a blade of wind, the 10-year-old Brainino playing with hellfire while his older sister Brainina watched on with her arms crossed. Kia and Slime Guard stood between both groups, desperately trying to calm them. "What is all the racket?" Victor thundered, his presence instantly cowing everyone. It had taken him years to get that evil overlord voice right, even with the help of Akenapup's sealed soul. Much to his shame though, the would-be heroes trying to slay him had given the vizier a less than intimidating nickname, the Hawking of Murmurin. "Dad!" His kids all smiled at his presence, instantly relaxing. Chocolatine took back her human form, dressing as a peasant with red hood-like clothes. The contrast with Isabelle, who wore expensive silk and jewelry, couldn't be clearer. One represented the common monsters, another the infernal aristocracy. Both had benefited from his Tier X eye-down spell though, and the 1,000 years of eternal youth it provided, to cover the ravenous black hole they called a national budget. Victor had often sold the spell to foreigners. Unfortunately, what had started as a mere animosity between the various sides of his extended family had spiraled into political infighting. Since Victor had been a good family man, giving his mistresses and children government offices, factions within his family had entrenched themselves in the empire's political landscape. Kia tried to counterbalance their influence since the Empress listened to her advice, but she was more often than not adventuring abroad and had few allies in the empire itself. In this case, though, the conflict sounded more personal than political. "Vic, she wants to take my place in the family planning tomorrow." Chocolatine pointed an accusing finger at Isabelle. "After I already prepared everything with Al. This is an urgent matter." Isabelle replied icily. "About his heir? You mean his soon-to-be former heir, mother?" Brainino mused, pinched by his sister. While Brainina looked like the spitting image of her mom, her younger brother had inherited an insect/dragon typing. He had grown into a humanoid crimson moth with dragon features and already earned a demon prince level at his age. It was like watching the second coming of Brandon Moore, except the bashful Demon King had never been half as greedy and competent as Victor's own brood. The half-dragon moth was already planning world domination at 10, which his father blamed on his WYRM heritage. "It's our 16th anniversary," Chocolatine complained to Victor. "You promised we would do something special." "Yeah, Dad, you said we could go to Dungeonland," complained his eldest Were-dragon son, Brioche. Unlike their mom, Chocolatine's children kept their were forms, being more in tune with their beastly nature. "I want to try the Tomb of Furibon," his were-slime son Truff insisted, hopping on place. Gloomin said they had exploding ducks, "And we will visit it," Victor promised this side of the family, trying to broker peace. "We will go dungeon crawling, I promise." "That's lame," Brainina complained. She had grown into a beautiful young woman, almost the spitting image of her mother, although their personalities couldn't be further apart. "Darling." Isabelle frowned, her gaze turning jealous. "When you are done cajoling your menagerie, perhaps we can talk about your true-born daughter." Chocolatine and her children glared at the Demon Queen with murderous fury, Victor raising his scythe to prevent a battle. "All my kids are equal before my eyes," he warned Isabelle, giving her a stern stare. "I am sorry," she said without truly meaning it. "What is it about?" Victor asked, eager to have the matter done. Why were these two always within an inch of fighting when never in the same room? He had to move them to opposite regions of the Empire to prevent a massacre. "Mom wants me to change my Paladin class to Dark Knight, that's why," Brainina complained. "What is wrong with that class?" Brioche asked, curious. He himself had become a Paladin of Isengrim, much to his mom's delight. "No daughter of mine will ever become a Paladin," Isabelle replied angrily. "It would be nice, actually," Brainino said. "Only my own sibling would be worthy of becoming my eternal rival, and keep me sharp as I claim my rightful plaque." "Aunt Kia is one," the Paladin interrupted her brother, the knight in question wisely remaining silent. "And your despotic puppet Dragon Empress too." Brainina, "I can accept your choice of a class, but I won't tolerate talk of democracy under this roof," Victor warned his daughter. I spent years turning this country into a nepotistic oligarchy where my children, adopted or otherwise, are all rich and powerful. I will not have it contested from within. Victor would never be a good person, but he was a family man, damn it. Brainina crossed her arms, while Isabel gave Victor a frustrated stare. We need to have a talk with her, Victor, as parents. If not tomorrow, then today. Victor inwardly winced, tired as all Happyland. I can't today, and I gave my word for tomorrow, he said, turning to Jules while Chocolatine stuck her tongue at Isabel. Who am I scheduled to spend time with in 2 days? It's your free alone day of the year, sir. Victor sighed inwardly. We will have a family talk in 2 days, Isabel. This didn't satisfy the Demon Queen, who clenched her teeth, but that was the best compromise she would get. Brainino too was a lot more enthusiastic though. Dad, would you mind teaching me, hasten, after you're done scolding sis? You learned to cast tier 3 spells already? Victor asked, gushing while his prodigious son nodded pompously. I am so proud. So am I, Isabel added, easing up a bit before grabbing her children by the arms and teleporting away. I don't like her, Chocolatine told Victor. Can't you set her aside? It would make more time for us. Now, you already know my answer, Victor replied, having had this conversation countless times already. Chocolatine pouted in jealousy, causing the vizier to sigh. Some things never changed. I wouldn't mind showing Brainina the paladin ropes, Mom Brioche argued, which made Victor beam a bit. While their mothers didn't get along at all, his children had learned the value of kinship. After Chocolatine and their children left, satisfied with the outcome, Victor suddenly noticed Kia giving him a strange gaze. What? I'm just glad I never got dragged into this public mess you call a private life, Vic. You don't say, he deadpanned, Jules saying nothing in the background. The gal had grown used to these spat scenes over the years. Kia shook her head, her hands on her sword. I could take Brainina under my wing as my squire. We get along better than she does with her mother. It would make Isabel furious, even if Brainino too was turning out to be the prodigious demon lord she always wanted his sister to be. On the other hand, the demoness hated Kia, whose goodish advice Jolie favored over Isabel's own. If Victor presented this as a ploy to get the paladin a way to help reinforce her political influence, his mistress might be tempted to make a sacrifice. I believe I can convince her, Victor said, although he would have to use all his charm for it. But if it works, you will have to leave the Empire for at least a year. What? Kia winced. For where? You said you itched for another adrenaline rush. Victor smiled mirthfully. I heard Outermandies Australia is a place full of high-level monsters. Kia hesitated to leave Jolie without her good counsel, but Victor had nailed his proposal. She was growing restless, and so jumped at the opportunity to find a challenge. Another family crisis averted. Truthfully, Victor had the feeling the drama would continue even after he ascended. You feel ready? Victor asked Jules, the necromancer following him as he left the throne room. If I succeed, you will take over as Grand Vizier. The gal nodded, having prepared himself for almost a year. I appreciate the honor, Victor, but I still wonder why you chose me. Frankly, you're the most reliable person in this whole empire, which said a lot, and you're the only one who isn't attached to any particular faction. If anyone can arbitrate everyone, it will be you. Well, I hope so. The necromancer gave a sharp nod to his old friend. The Empire will miss you, Victor. Should you succeed, we will set aside another statue in your honor. Next to Venkior's own, I hope. The vizier smiled, before hugging his successor. Good luck with this mess, Jules. With these words, he moved to his apartments, finding Cybele already present. Victor, she said, her voice melodious and warm. I was wondering if you'd leave me dry. Victor knew better than scorn the goddess of pleasure, whose precepts he had lived by. The device is done, milady, he said. But are you sure? You could try it with anyone else. For this service, and all those you did to my cause, I would gladly help you achieve divinity, the deity replied. You would fit well among us. How is Camilla? Victor asked anxiously, the goddess having given him the cold shoulder since the mermaid incident years ago. She is still angry about Seng. You may be able to patch up eventually, but you should spend a few decades apart. Victor knew he had drunk one too many beers that day, but when Seng complained about Camilla having flings with her worshippers while no one wanted to touch her, the vizier had always wondered what Ludwig's last advice was. Now he knew. At least it finally forced the mermaid goddess to finally sober up. The vizier moved into his chambers, and the magical necklace he had worked on for the last years. His last hope at godhood before the update changed everything. It took him years due to the experience requirements, but Victor managed to grind all the way to level 98. Moriarty had been a pain to level up, needing years-long plans of conquest and political maneuvers to grind. As for Fiendish Rake, even the mermaid incident only granted him one level in it. Now, with the planned update for tonight, Victor had to move quickly. The Vizier had been warned by his godly patrons that his total level might be adjusted down to fit the new, fairer balance, forcing him to work another decade to ascend. Either he ascended tonight, or he would have to wait for another attempted apocalypse. With his Fiendish Rake level at 9, the Vizier only saw one option to reach Valhalla before the time limit. This necklace should debuff your charisma between 150 and 200 points, according to my calculations, Victor said, upon handing it to Cybele, who put it around her neck, making it possible to look at and touch you. I must warn you, I have gone centuries without it, the goddess replied, brimming with anticipation. If it works, I will make my joy loud. Victor breathed deeply, bracing himself for either success or death as the goddess raised her hood. Half an hour before the update, Venkior waited patiently before the doors of Valhalla, glancing at the marble platform around him with nostalgia. It seemed like today since he had bested the vile Odiers there, at a great cost, and to a dragon, 16 years were but the blink of an eye. Or rather, should have been. Why had it felt so long though? Because he had been separated from his friend for so long? So much had happened in 16 years, even the vile Forgotten One had redeemed himself, using his powers to purify the cursed planet Moon. And now, as the minutes stretched on, Venkior wondered if he would have to wait even more. But then, a flash of light filled him with hope. Excalibur. Friend Victor teleported before Venkior's eyes, naked below the waist, scythe in one hand and his armored pants in the other. He must have grabbed them at the last second before teleportation. It worked, the Vizier declared, panting in exhaustion. It worked. It's been years, my friend, Venkior spoke up, greatly pleased. Welcome back. It has been too long, Venkior. Friend Victor bowed deeply, before hastily putting back his underclothes. I'm sorry for the delay, but reaching level 99 was hard. Minion, you have nothing to apologize for, Venkior said kindly. You honored your oaths, all of them, and made me proud. You will apologize only if you fail to stay at my side. I still have a trial to pass, Victor asked, having finished dressing. I'm ready. The old system will generate it soon, Venkior replied calmly, or maybe not. Perhaps the elder Wyrm, in her infinite wisdom, will have recognized that Venkior's struggle for 16 years without his chief of staff had been the true trial, or that Victor had earned his place among the dragon's minions. You will enjoy the second edition of the Venkior system, the Divine Emperor said proudly. I've already noticed the increase in dropped loot, his chief of staff chuckled. 1/10, Venkior replied. His old partner marked a short pause, as he registered the dragon's words. Wait, you mean we only get 1/10 of the loot drop? Generosity starts with myself, Venkior replied wisely. Silence stretched between the two. Eventually, Venkior's manling chuckled, while the Wyrm Emperor smiled in amusement. Some things never change, the Vizier mused. I understand why time felt so long, the dragon declared, his heart warmed by their old friendship. I have many minions, but only one friend. While standing atop of a horde feels glorious, it is also lonely. It's never too late, the Vizier consoled him. The first time is always the hardest. So true, because he would not be alone for the next time. And with the update done, Venkior would finally have time to visit his mortal family, praise Jolie for her work, check on Genialissime's children. The dragon yearned for a long-needed vacation. And soon, he would have it. Everything was right in the world. Until an old, long-forgotten voice shattered the warm atmosphere. Zawarudo. Time paused for 5 seconds in Valhalla, although neither Venkior nor his minion were affected. The psychological effect, though, devastated the dragon, especially when he teleported on the platform, a ghost straight out of a dark, forgotten past. He was exactly like in the dragon's old nightmare, an undying paragon of evil. But if anything, he had grown worse with time, wearing a lead suit over his dusty bones, powerful ring artifacts on each hand, and a false crown on his head. His empty eyes radiated pauperness, an evil long buried, but never fully destroyed. No. Suddenly, it all made sense. Why the Forgotten One had faked redemption by turning the cursed lead moon to gold. Why he had remained under the radar for years, luring Venkior into a false sense of security, while preparing for this final cruelty. A dragon's angry roar echoed across Valhalla, shattering the time stop. Fury? Victor reacted with more surprise than anger, even if he winced from his old friend's booming voice. What are you doing here? How could I not show up? The light rasped, his body crackling with magic. After fulfilling all my ambitions, How could I deny the opportunity to humiliate Nightsbane again? Don't tell me. You shall not become a god, Victor. The undead warlock dramatically raised his hands, lightning coming out of his fingers and illuminating the divine realm. I will. You waited 16 years, grinding to become a god at the same time I did. Friend Victor trailed off, astonished by his nemesis' insane persistence, just to annoy Vencure one last time. The like had no lips, but his teeth seemed to morph into a cruel smile. I have nothing better to do. His evil knew no bound, nor did his boredom. Your minion is challenged by final boss Furibon. Now that's an archenemy. Minion, Vencure shouted, Victor readying his weapon to fight V and V's ultimate enemy. Kick his ass. You're getting back in my side, Fury, Victor shouted, or I will seal you in it. The like snarled back, spell casting, meteor rain, and the dragon god watched, as spells clashed against spells, side against staff, sparkles illuminating Valhalla. Explosions shook the platform, reality tearing itself apart as the system prepared to enter its new phase. So ended Automandi's first edition. In gold and lead, Victor Hawking Dalton. Level 99, Monster Knight, Red Dragon 20/Reaper 30/Moriarty 19/Chaos Rider 10/Weathermaker 10/Fiendish Rake 10. Type, Slime/Dragon. Party, V&V. Health points, 2,385. Special points, 660. Strength, 76 +6. Vitality, 91 +6. Skill, 112 +8. Agility, 98. Intelligence, 128. Charisma, 126 +49 +6 when lying. Luck, 107. Personal perks, class perks, claimed by Dice. Skeleton Key, Observer, I4 Treasure, Dead Friend, Scythe Lord, Seducer, Monster Kin, claimed by the Moon Man. Minion Trainer, Black Curse, Monster Student, Noxious Fire, Monster Life Force, Red Dragon, claimed by Shisha. Monster Rider, Epic, Monster Insight, Vizier Education, Reanimator, Troll Regeneration, Soulmaster 6, Perk Forge, Helheim, Darwinist, Steel Life, Blood Pulse, Mook Promotion, claimed by Death Jester, Slayer of Men, claimed by Camilla. Scarlet Study, Exhibitionist, Master's Shield, Slime Totem, Fright Knight, Bloodborne, Lethal, claimed by Cybele. Had's Blast, Magellan, Final Problem, Miniboss, Black Horseman, claimed by Seng. Diabolical Mastermind, claimed by Varan. Envious, claimed by Mithras. Nightmare Lord, claimed by Isengrim. Vicious Anku, claimed by Leone. Devil Archmage 3, claimed by Sabla. Karen's Grim Harvest, Pantheist. Asteroid Dynamics, claimed by Vencure. Zmi Rider, Godparent. White Rider, Stat Boosters +10 all stats. Apocalypse Storm, Plain Loved. Curse of Diarmuid. Emotion Magic 2, Red Rider. Rally Minion, Hailbringer. Black Rider, Foul Meta Magic. Pale Rider, Had's Rider. Witchmark, True Crime Profiler. Hounds of Baskerville, Perfect Crime. Sign of the Four, Living Catnip.